president will be making more direct comparisons with former President Trump in the coming months. And recent polling from the Wall Street Journal shows that the race remains in a dead heat between the two frontrunners as the campaign moves into the fall. Francis.
Wow. All right, Bree, thank you for the breakdown.
Today, the impeachment trial of Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton will begin, with the state Senate presiding as jury. The Republican became the third official in Texas history to be impeached after his own party voted overwhelmingly to impeach him on charges of abuse of office and bribery back in May. Paxton has denied any wrongdoing and is vowing to fight the charges. If convicted by 21 of the 30 state senators serving on the trial, he would be removed from office.
Nearly 24 people were hurt when an SUV crashed into a Texas restaurant. This happened southwest of Houston at a Denny's that was crowded for the Labor Day holiday. 23 people were taken to the hospital, some with serious injuries, but police expect everyone to survive. The victims range in age from 12 to 60. The 30-year-old driver was not hurt. Police are investigating the cause of the crash.
A Pennsylvania community is still on edge this morning as the search continues for a convicted killer. There have been more reported sightings of Danilo Cavalcante, and police are using a message from the escaped inmate's mother now to try to convince him to turn himself in. Our George Solis has the latest.
2 days after this doorbell camera video showed escaped inmate Danilo Cavalcante on the run, police announced additional sightings within a 2-mile radius outside the Pennsylvania Chester County Prison, where the convicted killer escaped from Thursday morning.
We have secured that area and continue to actively search it. While there are a number of challenges, we are confident that if he is in there, we will find him.
Pennsylvania State Police are now taking the lead role in the search.
I intend to stress him. I want to push him hard. He'll make mistakes. He'll show himself.
Local resident Ryan Drummond says he saw Cavalcante in his house on Friday.
What I decided to do was flicker the light switch 5 times just to let him know that I knew that he was downstairs. And then he flicked the light back. That was the terrifying moment where I looked at my wife and I said, he's in the house, call 911. We stole some of the produce. We had snap peas, peaches, and apples.
The 5-foot Cavalcante was convicted last month and sentenced to life in prison for the 2021 brutal stabbing of his ex-girlfriend. Authorities say he's also wanted for a 2017 homicide in his native Brazil. U.S. Marshals are also helping in the search.
And this is a heavily wooded area. It's very, very thick back there. There's a lot of hiding spots.
Police are playing audio recordings from choppers and patrol cars of Cavalcante's mother, speaking in Portuguese, pleading for her son to turn himself in, as communities just outside the search zone are on edge.
People don't know what to expect. You're on high alert.
I'm not sure if our kids will be back in school tomorrow if they don't catch this guy by tomorrow.
State police reminded residents Cavalcante is extremely dangerous.
He does not want to be caught. He has very little to lose at this point.
A $10,000 reward is still on the table for any information that leads to his capture. Authorities also saying if they spot Cavalcante and he's not actively surrendering, the use of deadly force has been authorized. Back to you.
George, thank you.
Russia is considering holding joint military exercises with North Korea. In remarks to reporters, Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu seemed to confirm earlier that South Korean intelligence reports that Moscow has proposed naval drills that would include China. It comes as the New York Times reports that Kim Jong-un will meet with Vladimir Putin in Russia this month. Let's bring in Chapman Bell, who's following the story for us. Chapman, good morning. What more do we know about these potential joint exercises?
Well, morning, Francis. Russia's Interfax news agency, quoting Defense Minister Shoigu, is saying, of course these drills are being discussed. Further quoting him as saying, why not? These are our neighbors. And there's an old Russian saying that you don't choose your neighbors, and it's better to live with your neighbors in peace and harmony, following his visit this summer to North Korea. This comes in the wake of the White House assessment from intelligence that the arms negotiations between the two countries are actively advancing following this visit, and that Putin and Kim Jong-un had exchanged letters and that high-level discussions could follow. And this is what this New York Times article is potentially pointing to, these high-level discussions that Kim Jong-un will travel to Russia for these meetings with Putin, potentially to the town of Vladivostok, where they've met before, where he's traveled like his father preferred by armored train as opposed to flying due to safety concerns. And the two are expected, if this assessment is correct, to discuss an arms deal. Now, any arms deal between the two countries would be in direct violation of several UN Security Council resolutions, but would also highlight the reports that Russia is short on munitions in their war with Ukraine following their full-scale invasion of that country, a country that probably would not understand Shoigu's comments about wanting to live with your neighbors in peace and harmony. But we'll have to see when this meeting takes place, and if it doesn't take place, and these arms discussions, arms deals discussions do take place. Francis.
All right, Chapman, thank you.
It was a chaotic weekend for festival goers here in New York City as the Electric Zoo event on Randall's Island suffered a series of problems. The first day was canceled because the main stage was still being built. Then on Saturday, many of the guests had to wait for hours to get their tickets, missing the performances. And on Sunday, ticket holders were completely turned away because the venue had reached capacity. The organizers have promised refunds to those affected.
Record heat is set to stretch from the Midwest to the Northeast today. NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman has her eye on that, along with a concerning system swirling in the tropics. Michelle?
That's right. Yeah, we could see our next named storm in the next day or two. Otherwise, we're looking at really dangerous heat, record-breaking heat throughout the North, the Midwest, the Great Lakes, also the South. We could see temperatures feeling like over 110 in the South. So we're looking at 42 million Americans under heat alerts this morning, stretching from the upper Midwest to the Great Lakes and Northeast, and then across the Southern Plains. And because we're going to see temperatures soaring once again into the 90s, into the upper 90s in some spots. You factor in the humidity, it'll feel like 100 degrees today in D.C. So many kids headed back to a school, back to reality today. Raleigh 97, 91 in Grand Rapids. The heat stays in place tomorrow for most of us. We have a cold front that's going to move through the upper Midwest, so that's going to bring some relief there, and then it's eventually going to make its way towards the east. But for tomorrow, we're still looking at temperatures soaring into the 90s from New England into the interior parts of the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic as well. Fayetteville tomorrow, 98. It's going to feel more like 102. Relief is on the way. It's going to take some time, though, by this weekend, feeling much, much better in New York City. By Friday, 85 degrees. We're looking at 82 on Saturday. Now, cold front, that heat is going to spark some storms, 5 million at risk in portions of the upper Midwest. And that's because we're watching this cold front move through, and that's going to bring the chance of some strong to severe storms later on this afternoon there. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, it's summer sizzle outside. We're looking at temperatures in the 90s in so many spots from the upper Midwest, the Great Lakes, the Northeast, and the Southern Plains. We're going to soar into the 100s once again. It's going to feel like over 110 in some spots. Today, Oklahoma City, 100 degrees. And that's a look at your Tuesday forecast. Back to you guys.
Okay, thanks, Michelle. Well, people across Maryland and Virginia got a huge show in the night sky. This massive meteor was caught on camera streaking across the night sky, giving off as much light as a quarter moon. According to NASA, it was moving at 36,000 miles an hour, and it disintegrated just 22 miles above Pennsylvania. The space agency's Meteor Watch says the space rock likely originated from the asteroid belt stretching between Mars and Jupiter.
So cool. Early today is back in 60 seconds with new concerns about privacy. Police now have more eyes in the sky, but could drones be crossing a boundary?
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Taylor celebrities.
All right, it just made
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the expedition should be
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Labor Day celebrations kicked off around the country yesterday, prompting authorities to ramp up security efforts. Some cities, like here in New York, use drone technology to monitor public events. But police drones are now sparking concerns about the fine line between safety precaution and privacy breach. Emily Ikeda has more.
As Labor Day celebrations blanket the country, in New York City, there's another layer of police eyes now in the sky. The NYPD is launching drones to respond to priority and non-priority calls around the Caribbean-inspired Juve and West Indian American Day festivities, which in previous years have been marred by shootings.
If a caller states there's a large crowd, large party in the backyards, we're going to be utilizing our assets to go up, to go check on the party.
But what police have called an asset, critics are concerned could become Big Brother.
What we don't want to see is this bleeding out to sort of routine patrols by drones, routine hovering over our homes and over our communities.
On the ground in Brooklyn, opinions are split.
It's a safety precaution. I'm all for safety.
There's really no privacy at all. I think it's taken it to the next level.
New York City has increasingly leaned on drones this year, which have scanned shorelines for sharks and helped size the crowd of a giveaway gone awry last month. The NYPD and Mayor Eric Adams defended drones as more efficient, especially for noise complaints and in crowded streets.
They're going to utilize drones from a safe distance up, not down, flying in someone's backyard to see what they have on the grill.
According to the ACLU, more than 1,400 police departments now utilize the technology, like in Santa Monica, where drone footage helped convict a brutal attacker. As a growing debate over the advancing tech takes flight.
For perspective, NYPD numbers show the department used drones 34 times last year. Well, in just the first half of this year, that use has more than tripled. Back to you.
Okay, Emily, thank you. Still to come, we've got some new ways to save on prescriptions.
And will another union be added to the growing list of walkouts? Stay with us.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation.
What is the #1 issue for you?
To the national stage.
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
When critical votes were counted.
Still too close to call.
And when power was held to account.
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Starting Sunday, September 17th on NBC.
I'm crossing the Today Show off my bucket list.
Celebrating my mom's 60th birthday.
Just married, and we're honeymooning at the Today Show.
It's a girl.
Hoda inspired me to become a journalist.
I'll have what you guys are having.
I'm celebrating here with you. This is amazing.
You're on Today. You are not alone when you're here on the Today Show.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right, it is
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now in this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize you should waste the dishes, shouldn't you?
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
We have breaking news out of the White House.
and around the world,
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
and ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
Andrew Wallace,
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
A new study may help you save on meds by using online pharmacy discount programs instead of those traditional insurance plans. Researchers looked at 20 commonly prescribed generic drugs, including statins, heart failure medications, and antidepressants. They compared prices people paid out of pocket in 2020 with prices advertised by discount pharmacy card programs this year from Amazon and GoodRx. Now, the findings show at least 1 out of 5 prescriptions were cheaper through the 2 online pharmacy programs. The estimated savings came to around $969 million for Amazon pharmacy users and around $1.8 billion for GoodRx users. And this is important to shop around. When you've got kids and then my age, also concerned about parents on medications, every dollar is going to help.
Yeah, but they say be careful too, because sometimes they come with subscription fees. And also, you know, you're shopping from different pharmacies. The pharmacies may not know exactly what other meds you're taking.
Yes, do your homework.
Something to pay attention. All right, the summer of strikes may soon drift into fall at Detroit's Labor Day parade. The United Auto Workers Union said a strike is likely if an agreement isn't reached with the Detroit 3 automakers before contracts expire September 14th. The same day, President Biden told reporters he doesn't think it'll happen. Just last week, the union's leader revealed that the UAW filed unfair labor practices charges against GM and Stellantis, claiming they were not bargaining in good faith. Ford said it had offered a 9% wage increase through 2027, which is far below the 46% wage hike the union is asking for. So as we see across the board, so many labor organizations in strike and at a standstill for now.
Yeah, it is the season for that. And one of the longest wage disputes in the U.S. is finally coming to an end, it turns out, after 13 years. The Marine Engineers Beneficial Association, that's the union that represents more than 100 Staten Island ferry workers, have reached an agreement with New York City. The agreement is retroactive. It covers from November 7th of 2010 and it expires January 4th, 2027. The contract also establishes new salary rates and a 40-hour work week effective October 1st of this year, which is an increase from the 32-hour work week. There will also be more flexibility for taking vacation time.
All right, when we come back on Early Today, how the late summer heat is impacting schools.
And what the rising COVID cases could mean for students. Stay with us.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation
What is the #1 issue for you?
to the national stage,
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
when critical votes were counted,
Still too close to call.
and when power was held to account,
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Starting Sunday, September 17th on NBC.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from New York.
Ground zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
Here were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Well, many kids have already gone back to the classroom. More are starting their school year today. So here's what you need to know early today. Just last week, some schools in the Midwest and Southeast closed due to extreme heat. And now some districts in the Northeast are dismissing classes early or going remote over the high temps.
And this comes as rising COVID cases have already temporarily shut down schools in states like Texas and Kentucky. Officials are bracing for more cases as the school year continues.
Meanwhile, the ADHD drug shortage remains another source of anxiety for parents who continue to struggle to fill their child's prescriptions. Without the medications, many students struggle with their classes and their ability to learn.
A missing piece of musical history when we come back.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It could be considered one of rock and roll's greatest mysteries. A global search is now underway to find a bass guitar that once belonged to Paul McCartney, featured in several iconic early Beatles songs. NBC's Ellison Barber has the story for us.
It's the bass that helped launch the Beatles into the rock and roll stratosphere. Paul McCartney's 1961 Hofner violin bass.
This is the bass that powered Beatlemania. You know, it was the bass that was there right at the very start.
McCartney bought it when he was just 19 for 30 pounds. At the time, it was all he could afford, but it was more than enough to help build the Beatles into one of the biggest bands of all time, producing the bass line for classics like She Loves You, Twist and Shout, and Love Me Do.
What's it like with these fans outside, Paul? At first, it's murder because, you know, it looks as though they're going to tear you apart. Once you get the hang of it, you get used to it.
And for more than half a century, it's been at the center of one of the greatest music mysteries. No one knew where it was.
It's last seen in 1969. It clearly got stored probably at Savile Row, and then it disappears.
Nick Wass worked at Hofner for years as an electric guitar developer and marketing manager. In 2017, McCartney himself called to ask about his missing bass.
He said, hey, you know, you're from Hofner. Do you know where my lost bass is? And I thought, well, you know, somebody ought to start looking for this, and it has to be me.
Wass has teamed up with two former BBC producers and investigative journalists, Scott and Naomi Jones, to try and find it. The trio launched thelostbass.com, a website where people can submit tips to the investigation.
We've seen literally hundreds and hundreds of emails come into the project at thelostbass.com.
Wass says the guitar has distinctive features, which could help identify McCartney's lost bass.
It was the first ever violin bass made by Hofner that was left-handed. It was resprayed, so the colour of this bass is not like any other violin bass.
No one knows exactly what the bass is worth, but a 1962 Gibson guitar that once belonged to McCartney's former bandmate fetched $2.4 million at auction in 2015. And that guitar was also lost for more than 50 years.
Come as you are.
5 years after that, this Martin D18E, used by Kurt Cobain on MTV Unplugged, became the most expensive guitar ever sold for a record $6 million. The Lost Bass team says they've been told McCartney's guitar could be worth at least double that. But if they find it, it'll go to its rightful owner.
Our thanks to Ellison Barber for that story.
And thanks for watching Early Today. We'll see you back here tomorrow. After days stuck in the mud, the burners are finally making their way out of the desert. Burning Man festival goers are starting their exodus from the desert after a deadly storm.
The 2024 presidential race heating up, and the gloves are coming off. President Biden taking swipes at his old rival and potential competition in the upcoming election. We'll have a live report from the nation's capital.
25 years ago, these two men started a company that could change the world. Google marks a milestone anniversary. So we're looking back on where the tech giant started and how it's still pushing boundaries today.
France is ready to pop the bubbly and then pour it down the drain. The country grapples with a wine surplus and is now preparing to destroy millions of gallons of wine. We'll explain why.
Rolling Stones fans might finally get some satisfaction. New music is on the way from the legendary band as we roll into Tuesday. It's September 5th. Early Today starts right now.
A good Tuesday morning to you. I'm Jessica Layton.
And I'm Frances Rivera. The mass exodus from Burning Man is finally underway. A sea of cars have begun leaving out of the main gate of the festival after heavy rain stranded thousands in the Nevada desert for days. And there is still a long wait to get out.
Got trapped in the mud and everything was shut down, and getting out was a nightmare. Way to get out is like 8 lanes have to merge into one, so it's very slow. It's a really slow process.
Overnight festival organizers estimated the wait to get out was still about 8 hours. They suggested people stay for last night's ceremony. And one of the festival's main events had been delayed until just a few hours ago. A 40-foot wooden effigy known as the Man finally went up in flames.
With one debate already done, Republican presidential hopefuls spent the holiday weekend pushing for early support in some important states. This as President Biden touted his accomplishments while taking some swipes at his likely rival. For more on all of this, we go to NBC's Bree Jackson in Washington. Bree, good morning. Tell us more about the latest from the campaign trail.
Good morning, Jessica. Well, the presidential primaries for both major parties are only expected to ramp up as we head into the fall. The wide field of GOP candidates closed out their summers mingling with voters in the early primary states. Several contenders, including Vivek Ramaswamy and former Vice President Mike Pence, appeared in New Hampshire Monday. Pence was met with some boos at the Salem GOP Labor Day picnic, while Ramaswamy received a standing ovation after his speech. Meanwhile, President Biden spent Labor Day in Philadelphia, where he's already delivered several economic speeches this year. The president touted his economic agenda and his support for unions, but he also made sure to cast himself in contrast with his predecessor and Republican frontrunner.
Great real estate builder, the last guy here, he didn't build a damn thing. He was but here's an important point, one of two presidents who left office with fewer jobs in America than when he got elected office. And the last guy was here, he looked at the world from Park Avenue. I look at it from Scranton, Pennsylvania. I look at it from Claymont, Delaware. Not a
And those remarks might just be a small taste of the things to come. A Biden advisor tells NBC News that the president will be making more direct comparisons with former President Trump in the coming months. Recent polling from the Wall Street Journal shows that the race remains in a dead heat between the two frontrunners as the campaign moves into the fall. Jessica?
The early push is on. Bree, thank you.
The White House confirmed Monday night that First Lady Jill Biden has tested positive for COVID. She is 72 years old, and this is her second time contracting the virus. She first tested positive a few weeks after the president had COVID last year. The White House said that the First Lady is experiencing only mild symptoms and will remain in Delaware. The statement added that the president tested negative and will continue to be tested at regular intervals.
Now to news that Russia is considering holding joint military exercises with North Korea. In remarks to reporters, the Russian defense minister seemed to confirm earlier South Korean intelligence reports that Moscow has proposed naval drills that would include China. This all comes as the New York Times reports that Kim Jong-un will meet with Vladimir Putin in Russia later this month. Let's bring in our Chapman Bell, who's following this story for us. Chapman, good morning. What more do we know about these potential joint exercises?
Good morning, Jessica. Well, Russia's Interfax news agency, quoting Defense Minister Shoigu, is saying, of course, these drills are being discussed with North Korea. Further saying, why not? They are our neighbors, and there's an old Russian saying that you don't choose your neighbors, and it's better to live with your neighbors in peace and harmony. This following his visit to Pyongyang this summer, and it comes in the wake of the White House's assessment that from intelligence, the two countries are actively advancing arms negotiations, and that they have assessed that North Korea has already provided missiles and rockets, at least on one occasion, to Russia for use by the Wagner Group, and that the two had exchanged letters following this meeting with Shoigu, Putin, and Kim Jong-un, and that the high-level discussions could follow. Now, this would be what the New York Times is pointing to, that high-level discussions of Kim traveling to Russia, to Vladivostok, to meet with Putin. They are traveling in the past there by armored train like his father, not flying due to security concerns, and that these discussions could take place there. Now, the White House does point out that any arms deals between the two countries would violate a number of UN Security Council resolutions, but it also points to the shortages of munitions Russia is facing in the war with Ukraine following their full-scale invasion of that country. Jessica?
Wow, a lot of layers there. All right, Chapman, thank you.
Pope Francis is defending plans to hold a big Vatican meeting behind closed doors next month. The 3-week Synod of Bishops is, quote, not a television program, the Pope told reporters. The pontiff said that he was keen to keep, quote, politics out of the Synod and following a focus on a prayer in between religious discussions. On the agenda for the conference are the role of women in the church, the issue of celibacy for priests, and acceptance of LGBTQ plus Catholics.
A Los Angeles jewelry store owner and his employees fight back during an attempted robbery. This comes after a series of other attempted robberies in the city as officials launched a task force aimed at stopping the rise in retail theft. NBC's Noah Pransky has the details.
Shouting, captured from inside an attempted robbery in Los Angeles. The suspect spraying a worker with what appears to be pepper spray, then once inside, smashes the glass and tries to grab the goods. But the entire store fights back, taking matters into their own hands.
My dad and my brother started hitting him, and then he brings out the pepper spray, and then he starts spraying everyone.
The man seen running away without any jewelry. Almonte police still searching for the unidentified suspect. Just days earlier, though, a similar incident at a different Los Angeles area jewelry store. Thieves pepper spraying the owner before smashing jewelry cases and getting away with more than $500,000 in merchandise.
They pepper sprayed me on my eyes and my mouth.
Typical smash and grab. Yes, they had hammers, smashed the display cases, took what they could, and then ran out the door.
Retail theft over the past few months here has grown so rampant, Los Angeles created a new special robbery task force.
No Angelino should feel like it is not safe to go shopping in Los Angeles.
But some local business owners say they don't feel safe working in Los Angeles either.
We're angry and we're also worried about, because when he left, my brother, he told that he was going to kill all of us, you know?
Not to mention just how to pick up the broken pieces.
I feel confused. I don't know what I should do tomorrow. To come to the store for what? Because most of the jewelry is gone.
Noah Pransky, NBC News.
Let's turn now to the manhunt for an escaped killer in Pennsylvania. Police confirming there have been multiple credible sightings of Danilo Cavalcante near the Philadelphia area prison from where he escaped. One man says he saw the fugitive inside his home Friday.
What I decided to do was flicker the light switch 5 times just to let him know that I knew that he was downstairs. And then he flicked the light back.
Police say Cavalcante is also wanted for a homicide in his native Brazil. Officers have been playing messages from his mother, pleading in Portuguese for her son to turn himself in.
Let's turn to the weather now. Americans from the Midwest to the Northeast will face more record-breaking heat today, and now there's also a potential storm system developing in the tropics. Meteorologist Michelle Grossman is busy tracking all of this for us. Hi, Michelle.
Hey there, guys. Yeah, the temperatures are heating up into the 90s and the tropics are hot, too. We could see our next named storm in the next day or two. That would be Lee, whether it's a tropical storm or tropical depression. Most likely will become a hurricane as well. But let's start with those temperatures because we're looking at heat alerts stretching from the Midwest into the Great Lakes and Northeast, but also the southern plains. In the southern plains, we're going to see heat indices as high as 110, 115 in spots. 45 million Americans under heat advisories on this Tuesday, and we're going to see that heat stick around for the next couple of days in many spots. This is why we're looking at temperatures into the 90s, upper 90s in a lot of spots. Washington, D.C. today, 98 degrees. You factor in the humidity, it'll feel like 100 degrees. Same story as we go throughout tomorrow. Notice that blue line, that cold front, that's going to sweep through slowly. So then we're going to get that break in the upper Midwest by tomorrow, and then eventually into the Northeast as we head towards the weekend. But tomorrow we're looking at New York City, 92 degrees. The heat's going to stay on in the south. Now we have a severe weather threat. That's the cold front moving through that really warm air. 5 million people at risk in the upper Midwest. Minneapolis, Duluth, you could see winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Also some hail. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, still so hot in the Great Lakes, the Midwest, the Northeast, into New England. Temperatures into the 90s for many of us. And then the southern plains also looking at hundreds across the southern plains. It's going to feel like over 110 in spots, 101 in Dallas. All right, guys, that's a look at your Tuesday forecast. Back to you.
Thank you, Michelle. Coming up, why Elon Musk is threatening to sue the Anti-Defamation League.
And it's been a quarter of a century since Google launched online. We take a look back at how far that search engine has come.
Top Story is coming to you live. Breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up. What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? Heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Still to come in the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Well, this week marks 25 years since the founding of a little company called Google, creating the world's top search engine. NBC's Noah Pransky takes a look at how this was done so you don't have to go and Google the answer yourself.
Google became a verb by basically building a better search engine. Back in the 90s, a lot of the searches were kind of junk, but Google basically took the links on a page, backlinks as they were called, and used them to rank websites, and they improved the quality of our searches a lot. In fact, the original name wasn't even Google. Based on those backlinks, the original company name was Backrub. This is for real. Back in '96, that's Larry Page, co-founder's hand. Backrub was the original company, but they changed it a year later. Then it became Google. They incorporate, and then things happen really fast from there. By 1999, they were off and running. By 2004, the initial public offering, they were valued at $23 billion already. 2015, they reorganized and become the Alphabet company, reflecting really a very diverse business model. And in 2020, Alphabet becomes the $1 trillion in valuation. Today, $1.7 trillion at last check. But I want to show you the domination of Google. I mean, we know they're valuable, but by 2003, 20 years ago, they were already the top search engine in the country. By 2013, more than 80% of the searches in America were on Google, and today that number is closer to 90. 9 out of 10 searches in America on the Google platform, but they are much more than just a search engine. Let me show you where the revenues are coming from. The big piece here, 57%, ads on the Google search, but also they're into hardware, they're into software. They own YouTube, so 21% of revenues coming from ads on YouTube and other places. They also have a very profitable cloud business now. So as you can see, big picture here, and this whole picture, that is how you create the third most valuable company in America. Guys, back to you.
And what would we do without it? Noah, thank you.
I'm not backrubbing, information.
No, I
here too.
forgot that.
All right, Elon Musk is blaming the Anti-Defamation League for loss of advertising revenue on X. Musk, the owner of the platform, formerly known as Twitter, alleged that the nonprofit organization has been trying to kill the social media giant by citing a rise in anti-Semitic accounts since Musk took over. Musk then threatened to file a defamation lawsuit against the ADL. These accusations came after Musk posted seemingly without prompt on Monday afternoon that he is against anti-Semitism of any kind. The ADL said Monday that it does not comment on legal threats as a matter of policy.
Still to come here, Rolling Stones fans are waiting on a friend no more. We're talking about new music from those rock legends.
Meanwhile, Beatles fans will come together in order to get back a piece of rock and roll history.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Starting Sunday, September 17th on NBC.
Top Story is coming to you live. Breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up. What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? Heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business in a good way, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break?
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the big conditions
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
A storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so...
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
You can't always get what you want, but if you try sometime, you just might find what you need.
Welcome back to the breakdown for all things entertainment. The Rolling Stones told fans you can't always get what you want, but wait almost 2 decades and you get what you need. We're talking about the Rock and Roll Hall of Famers finally releasing new music after 18 years with a new album called Hackney Diamonds. They're going to talk with Jimmy Fallon early this morning all about this. It's going to be live streamed with that interview. And it's their first music since their drummer passed away.
I can't believe it's happening. Really looking forward to this interview and that music. Well, from one rock royalty to another, as fans of the Beatles are being called to solve one of the industry's biggest mysteries. The Lost Bass Project is aiming to reunite Paul McCartney with his long-lost favorite guitar. Fans have been put to the task to find his Hofner bass that was last seen in January 1969. Updates will be shared on thelostbass.com. I'm feeling confident that fans can get this done. You know?
After so many years, and the value of that, you know, double Kurt Cobain's MTV Unplugged, which was $6 million, so double that possibly. This is worth. All right, 2 of Hollywood's most influential figures are facing some major backlash as Oprah and The Rock face criticism for how they're handling their People's Fund of Maui initiative. They started the fund with $10 million to help Maui residents recover from the wildfires, but people are now calling them out for asking the public to donate instead of pledging more of their personal wealth. Neither has publicly addressed that criticism. Naturally, when you have that many zeros and you're that famous, you're going to get hit with people saying, give more. But we've seen in the past how selfless and the acts of these two.
Multiple times they've donated, no good deed, right? When we come back, the bid also rises. The big auction block payout for Ernest Hemingway's letters.
And a wine crisis forces France to dump millions down the drain. We got your news by the numbers next.
I'm crossing the Today Show off my bucket list.
Celebrating my mom's 60th birthday.
Just married, and we're honeymooning at the Today Show.
It's a girl.
Hoda inspired me to become a journalist.
I'll have what you guys are having.
I'm celebrating here with you. This is amazing. You're on Today.
You are not alone when you're here on the Today Show.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
We have breaking news out of the White House.
and around the world,
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
and ways you can take care of your health
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
and your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
We have breaking news out of the White House.
and around the world,
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
and ways you can take care of your health
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
and your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
In today's News by the Numbers, after hitting the auction block, a letter from famed author Ernest Hemingway sold for more than $237,000. He penned it back in 1954, detailing a plane crash he survived with his wife while on safari in Uganda.
With a mounting wine surplus, France will destroy millions of gallons. Winemakers made more than they can sell, so France and the EU are cashing out $216 million to turn it into other alcohol-based products.
An NGO found the Abu Dhabi National Oil Company will spend $1.1 billion on fossil fuels a month until 2030, 7 times more than the oil giant pledged to cut their carbon emissions. The company calls the numbers inaccurate.
And according to the Gun Violence Archives, there have been more mass shootings in the U.S. than days this year. Communities have suffered 484 mass shootings so far in 2023. We'll be right back.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top story is coming to you live. Breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up. What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? Heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the mail delivery system.
All right, it just made
Good morning,
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
A Louisiana teen is on a mission to spread love nationwide. Rosalind Baldwin has traveled across the United States hugging police officers to show her appreciation for their hard work. Peter Alexander has more.
Across the country, one Louisiana teenager is spreading compassion and gratitude for law enforcement. One hug at a time.
You want a hug?
Oh, I can get a hug.
13-year-old Rosalind Baldwin has an impressively big heart and an even bigger mission.
I want to go to all 50 states since I've been to 44 so far. You know, since I've been doing it for 7 years now.
Rosalind is traveling the nation, embracing police officers in every state to show them her appreciation, respect, and support.
It's a very nice feeling to be able to interact with our officers and just remind them that they really are a human.
It was an idea she had at just 6 years old. Rosalind was moved by the shooting of 5 police officers in Dallas, and again by the shooting deaths of 3 officers in Baton Rouge. Since then, her purpose has blossomed into a nonprofit called Rosalind Loves. The goal? To foster empathy and understanding for officers serving our communities.
A young girl who plans to travel around the country this summer with a single purpose in mind.
We first spoke to Rosalind back in 2017.
Do you think police officers need hugs from time to time?
Yes.
How come?
They love us. They protect us.
Since then, she's spread joy at departments nationwide, joined on each visit by her mom, Angie, and now little brother, Philip.
But since we're giving out hugs, can I have the first hug?
Definitely.
Thank you.
This summer, Sergeant Eric Thomas of the Charlottesville, Virginia Police Department was there when Rosalind came calling.
Everybody, this is Rosalind.
So with the hug, it just brightened my day and just made me feel great.
An effort that's bringing renewed pride to the force.
Keep being nice and showing love. In return, she will, it'll be twofold. She'll get the respect and love back from not only law enforcement, but society as a whole.
Our thanks to Peter for sharing that story, and we're hugging her right back.
I know.
Amazing little girl.
The smile, her smile, and all the smiles she makes. Well, coming up this morning on Today, it's that time of year again when our kids head back to school. In our series, Back to School, Vicki Nguyen previews an exciting new technology being developed between dozens of automakers and tech companies to make our roads and our kids safer.
And thanks for watching Early Today. I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Jessica Layton. Have a great Tuesday. See you tomorrow.
Right now on Morning News Now, major developments and a new twist in a murder trial that captivated the nation. Lawyers for convicted killer Alec Murdaugh are now demanding a new trial based on what they're calling discovered evidence that he did not kill his wife and son. What we know ahead of a planned announcement later today. Also this morning, slow burn. Right now, thousands of Burning Man attendees are making their escape from the Nevada desert after heavy rains left them stranded for days.
All right, you made it out.
I know it. I'm so grateful.
It's one for the ages, that's for sure.
But getting out won't be easy. We'll show you the conditions as they make the hours-long journey home. Plus, September swelter. That's right, summer's not over just yet. This morning, tens of millions of Americans are waking up to heat alerts stretching from the Midwest to the Northeast. We are tracking which areas are expecting to break records today. And cut to the chase. You've heard of quiet quitting. Now a new trend is taking over the workplace. It's called quiet cutting, when workers are reassigned to different roles as part of corporate restructuring. More on the moves, the impacts, and what you can do if you've been impacted.
Good morning. I'm Valerie Castro in for Joe Fryer.
Yeah, we're happy to have you with us on a Tuesday. Kind of the unofficial start to fall, but like we said, still hot, so it might feel like summer where you are. I'm Savannah Sellers. We begin this morning with a new motion in the high-profile murder case of Alec Murdaugh.
His lawyers are set to reveal what they describe as new evidence and release their new trial motion at a press conference at the South Carolina State House later this afternoon. The move comes months after Murdaugh was found guilty of murdering his wife and son at their family estate. The disgraced lawyer was handed 2 life sentences as a result. Murdaugh continues to claim he is innocent. NBC News legal analyst Danny Cevallos is here to help us explain what is next for Murdaugh. Danny, thank you for being with us this morning. So walk us through what it means for them to file a new trial based on what his lawyers are calling newly discovered evidence. What is the criteria that they need to meet to introduce this evidence?
South Carolina, like all states and the federal government, has a rule that allows, if there is newly discovered evidence, that you could possibly get a new trial. But the standard is very high. Otherwise, I can tell you from representing a lot of these folks, they would try everything and anything they can and call it newly discovered evidence. So here are the rules, at least in South Carolina. It must be evidence that would probably have changed the outcome of the original trial. And it must be evidence that was not only not discoverable at the time of trial, but was in fact discovered after the trial. So you see, these rules create minimum standards. It's got to be evidence that is more than just, hey, the government should have looked into this instead of this, or they should have asked this question of the witness instead of that question. That's not going to be enough. It's got to be significant. And I got to tell you something. To call a press conference instead of just filing a motion for a new trial tells me they must think they have something that meets that exacting standard, because most evidence does not.
So your interest is piqued. Like, you hear there's new evidence, and to you that could really be a big deal.
Yes and no. No, because almost every defendant will at some point in their prison sentence, maybe years later, maybe 20 years later, will say there's newly discovered evidence.
Okay.
To call a press conference and say, hey, this is so significant, we're going to put ourselves in front of the podium and see if this newly discovered evidence passes the ha-ha test. Because every lawyer out there knows that this is not just something, it can't be anything that you discovered after the trial. It's got to be significant. It's got to be something that would probably have changed the outcome of the original trial. And you don't need to be a lawyer to apply that test. You can listen to what they say and conclude for yourself, boy, is that something that would have probably changed the outcome? And that's why I think calling a press conference means they must really believe they have something.
And this is also different than an appeal, right? Which his defense team had filed right after the guilty verdict. What happens to that now?
Absolutely. No, the appeal goes forward. Every defendant has a right of a first appeal, a direct appeal of their conviction. The newly discovered evidence is a separate kind of provision, although it can often be blended together with the complexities of an appeal, post-conviction relief, all these different collateral attacks. But the bottom line is this. The appeal can be based on all kinds of different things. This evidence shouldn't have come in. That evidence was wrongly admitted. The jury instructions were faulty. In fact, jury instructions are the most common grounds for a direct appeal. But newly discovered evidence is kind of its own creature. It doesn't always come up in every case, but if a defendant can find it, they will do anything they can to crowbar it in. You see it most often in DNA evidence, something that wasn't tested. Now we have the technology to test this kind of DNA. This is the kind of thing. If they have DNA evidence, I can't really see how that fits in this case. That might be something that would meet this exacting standard.
We know he's still wrapped up in some other legal issues, right? How would this affect those other cases that he's facing?
There's so many other legal issues for Murdaugh, and people in his orbit who are, since the trial, have started to face their own legal problems. So in terms of the civil cases, it won't affect it all that much. I mean, he's got a lot of civil cases against him. The civil standard, and this was fleshed out by the O.J. case. You'll recall that O.J. Simpson was found not guilty of murder, but later on found civilly liable. And the reason that is that you have different standards of proof. Criminal is beyond a reasonable doubt. Civil is only a preponderance, more likely than not. So even if Murdaugh gets a new trial, and even if he's acquitted, that would be years from now, and it wouldn't really affect the outcome of civil cases against him.
Danny, the other kind of piece of news related to all this that we had last week was his son, Buster, actually speaking out in an interview for the first time. Did anything kind of pique your interest there? What did you make of some of what he said?
No, it didn't surprise me. I mean, family members are the staunchest advocates. There is probably no stronger advocate, much stronger than a defendant's lawyer, than that defendant's mother or father. I mean, these are folks, family members, often believe in their family members' innocence forever and ever. Sometimes they're right, oftentimes they're wrong, but that is just human nature. It doesn't surprise me that he came out in support of his father, although, frankly, it would have been more surprising if he came out against his father. That would have been very telling, and I imagine he would have been called as a witness witness against his father in the underlying trial, if that had been the case.
All right, Danny Savalos, as always, we appreciate you. Thank you so much. Well, the mass exodus continues this morning at the Burning Man Festival. Organizers reopened the road leading out of the remote Nevada desert area yesterday, but then traffic, look at these pictures, stretched for miles, with drivers being asked to delay their departure until today. Unexpected rain had turned the festival into a muddy nightmare. Nearly 70,000 people were ordered to stay put for days and conserve food and water even as officials closed the roads. NBC's Liz Kreutz has more.
With thousands urgently waiting to leave, signs the exodus at Burning Man has begun.
We're making it out.
After days stuck in this mud-soaked desert, the weather drying up. Festival goers, known as burners, finally getting the go-ahead to get out.
All right, you made it out.
I know it. I'm so grateful.
The traffic backing up by early morning, the rush visible for miles.
Around camp, there's still pockets of mud like this, wet and sticky. It's what officials are worried about as burners begin their exodus.
An unusual summer storm turning the annual desert campout into a muddy mess. More than 70,000 trapped, some hiking miles to get out. The local sheriff probing the death of one person during the rain event. The cause still under investigation, but organizers say it was not storm related.
People are going to need to be patient.
Following calls to shelter in place and conserve supplies, Burning Man CEO telling attendees who've been stranded for days to remain calm.
We've made it really clear that we do not see this as an evacuation situation.
It's a tradition going back nearly 40 years. The Counterculture Festival in the remote Nevada desert, celebrating art, music, and community.
It's one for the ages, that's for sure.
With the line to leave taking hours, some finding it hard to get out.
There was a taxi. He said he can take us to Reno by the meter, and it's going to be $500 or more.
At the Reno airport, others still stunned.
I was scared.
The harrowing conditions.
You can smell like it's a burning rubber and mud.
Putting even the most self-reliant to the test.
And some attendees told us it took them 6 hours to get from the heart of Black Rock City just here to the exit. Festival organizers are asking people to stagger when they leave to try to prevent congestion. Back to you.
All right, Liz, thank you so much.
Record-breaking heat continues to impact 42 million Americans today. So for a closer look, let's get a check at your Morning News Now weather forecast.
That's right. Meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Hey there, guys. Great to see you. And that number has jumped up to 47 million, and that's across the Northeast, the Great Lakes, into the Midwest, also across the South. So in the South, we're going to have heat indices right around 110, 115, and the Northeast is going to feel like over 100 degrees. So the heat goes on today. It was a hot one yesterday. It's going to be hot once again tomorrow. It's going to be a slow trek to cooler weather later on this weekend. So more than 80 records are possible from the Midwest into the Great Lakes and Northeast. Temperatures soaring into the upper 90s in places like D.C. It's going to feel like 101 there, feeling like 103 in Raleigh, feeling like 97 in Grand Rapids. But notice this blue line, that cold front off to the left. That's going to move through. It's going to spark some storms today in the upper Midwest, but it's going to bring some relief, and that's going to bring the slow relief into the Northeast by this weekend. So for tomorrow, we're looking at temperatures once again into the 90s, into the 100s. D.C. will feel like 103 tomorrow. Cape Hatteras feeling like 96, and Fayetteville, you're going to feel like 104. And then as we go throughout Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, feeling better Friday and Saturday in Baltimore. Temperatures into the 80s, New York City, 82 by Saturday. Same story in Boston. And look back to the west, Cincinnati and Pittsburgh, that cold front already going through by Wednesday. So feeling like 80, it's going to be 83 on Thursday, by Friday, 80 degrees and 74 on Saturday. Here's that cold front that's going to move through. It's going to bring the chance for storms across the upper Midwest, and it's going to bring that relief too. But in the meantime, we're going to see the threat for strong storms today. Winds could gust near 60 miles per hour. Could see some hail, the chance for some storms. And then tomorrow, that cold front stretches from Michigan to Mississippi, and we could see some heavy rainfall along this front as well, because it's going through that really warm, humid air mass, and that's where we could see locally up to 2 inches of rain. For today, 5 million people at risk for severe storms. Winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour, especially where you see that yellow. Places like Duluth, also Minneapolis, could see some strong storms, especially this afternoon and this evening. An isolated tornado is possible. It's on the low side, but we still could see one or two as we head throughout this evening. And then there's that cold front tomorrow. Easy to see where it's stretched. It's stretched from Michigan all the way down to portions of the Tennessee Valley. So Nashville, Indianapolis, Detroit, Memphis could see some strong storms. Kind of the same scenario, winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour, some hail, a chance of a tornado or two. And it's going to be heavy rainfall as well, especially where you see those brighter colors, Duluth, Minneapolis, near Green Bay. This is through Wednesday, so over the next couple of days, we're looking at that locally heavy rain. Now, the tropics are heating up as well. We are looking at our next named storm almost. It's almost a definite. We're looking at Invest 95L, the National Hurricane Center kind of denotes storms that will develop. It's moving into an area that is conducive for development. So over the next 2 days, we have a 90% chance of getting our next named storm. It could happen today. It could happen sooner than that. And then we have a 100% chance in the next 7 days. So it's a good bet that we will have our next storm, whether it's a tropical depression, tropical storm, and then eventually a hurricane. This is going to be one to watch, guys, as we go throughout the next couple of days. And then we'll see it kind of develop throughout the Caribbean. Back to you.
All right. As always, Michelle, thank you so much. See you in a little bit. Well, now to Texas, where a community is in mourning today following the deadly shooting of a TCU football player. As NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster explains, police say it was a random attack by a gunman looking to kill.
This tragedy happened just a few weeks after the start of classes and the day before the first football game of the season. Wes Smith was honored at that game with a moment of silence as a community and family grieves. The family of Wes Smith speaking out after the Texas Christian University student was killed.
It's hard to get your heart around it, to get your head around it, so it's certainly been shocking.
Police say Smith was killed outside a Fort Worth bar after being approached apparently randomly by suspect Matthew Purdy.
This was just something that was senseless, and it shouldn't have happened.
According to the arrest warrant, Purdy admitted to shooting Smith 3 times in the stomach, shoulder, and back of the head after he fell. The suspect telling police he wanted to make sure he was dead. Investigators say Purdy also hit a witness with his gun and told officers he would have shot others if he had not run out of ammunition. Purdy, who was out on probation for aggravated robbery, according to police, is now charged with murder.
He's in custody where he belongs.
Smith was a double major in finance and strategic marketing, a walk-on for TCU football his freshman year, and a student who led Bible studies for his fraternity, his family says.
He wanted to be an encouragement to other people. He wanted to be a friend to other people. People just naturally gravitated toward him as a leader and a person that made them feel better about themselves.
Without a known motive, a family and community is left heartbroken and confused. The family says services for Wes Smith will take place on September 15th and 16th. They're calling it a celebration of his life. Meanwhile, the first court date for Purdy has not yet been set. He's still being held on a $500,000 bond. Back to you.
All right, Shaquille Brewster, thank you so much.
There are new developments this morning in the search for an escaped inmate in Pennsylvania. It's been 6 days since he broke out of prison, but officials say they believe they're closing in on him, and they're also enlisting his mother to help find him. NBC News correspondent George Solis joins us now with the latest on the search this morning. George, good morning to you.
Good morning, Valerie. Yeah, things just as tense as ever. There have been multiple sightings of convicted killer Danielo Cavalcante. The road closures here changing almost by the second, but authorities are confident he is still likely in this area and very much on the run. This morning, Pennsylvania State Police officially taking over the manhunt, saying they're confident they're closing in on convicted killer Danielo Cavalcante.
I want to push him hard. He'll make mistakes.
3 days ago, police releasing this doorbell cam video of the 5-foot, 120-pound fugitive. Authorities indicating there have now been 4 confirmed sightings within a 2-mile radius of the Chester County Prison where Cavalcante escaped Thursday morning. This most recent sighting taking place over the long holiday weekend.
It was a trooper actually that observed him in some distance, gave chase but was unable because of the terrain and some other obstacles there, was unable to get to him.
Authorities believe Cavalcante is hiding out in a heavily wooded area and growing more desperate as they close in.
The only thing I had to defend myself was a picture frame.
Brian Drummond believes his home may have been one of those hiding spots. Drummond, after seeing an intruder, flickered the lights to show he knew someone was there.
And then he flipped the light switch back a few times, which was the real panic moment.
Drummond and his wife called 911, and he says he watched the man leave his house.
How hard was your heart racing?
It was like a moment of disbelief. You know, it's like, yes, my heart was beating fast.
Cavalcante was convicted last month and sentenced to life in prison for the brutal stabbing death of his ex-girlfriend. Authorities say he's also wanted for a 2017 homicide in his native Brazil. Police have been playing audio recordings from choppers and patrol cars of Cavalcante's mother, speaking in Portuguese, pleading for her son to turn himself in. They're also asking residents to remain vigilant.
We're just scared, you know? Paranoid, yeah. We're ready for it to be over.
And to call police if they see anything suspicious. Guys, and authorities still aren't saying how Cavalcante escaped from the Chester County prison, but state police did say they have been authorized to use deadly force if necessary. And mind you, there's still a $10,000 reward for any information that leads to his capture. Valerie?
All right, yes, so many people on edge there. George Solis, thank you so much.
And the music world is mourning the loss of popular singer Steve Harwell, the lead singer of the Grammy-nominated band Smash Mouth. He died at his home in Idaho Monday. The band said he had been suffering from acute liver failure. Harwell and Smash Mouth hit the peak of their popularity in the early 2000s with hits like Walking on the Sun, maybe best known for their hit single All Star. That was forever made famous as the opening to the movie Shrek. Steve Harwell was 56 years old.
Coming up on Morning News Now, a health scare at the White House. First Lady Jill Biden has tested positive for COVID-19. Later this hour, what we know about her condition and the precautions being taken.
Up first, though, after the break, an alarming alliance between Russia and North Korea. What U.S. officials are saying about a planned meeting between the two countries' leaders. We'll be right back.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation.
What is the #1 issue for you?
To the national stage.
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
When critical votes were counted.
Still too close to call.
And when power was held to account.
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Starting Sunday, September 17th on NBC.
Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu wants the immediate deportation of Eritrean asylum seekers involved in recent violent clashes in Tel Aviv. He's also ordered a plan to remove all African migrants from Israel. The drastic measures come after rival Eritrean protesters were involved in riots over the weekend. NBC's Matt Bradley has the latest.
Violent clashes in Tel Aviv putting the country's immigration policies front and center. After hundreds of asylum seekers from the African country of Eritrea confronted pro-Eritrean government groups. Israeli police stepped in, deploying tear gas, stun grenades, and even live rounds into the crowd after officers said they felt their lives were in danger. The confrontations come as Eritrea's totalitarian government marks 30 years in power. Why did we run from our country, said this protester? Because this dictator. It's a government many demonstrators in Israel say they were forced to flee.
Feel sad because I saw a lot of people have been injured.
The Israeli National Emergency Service reports over 100 people were injured in the clashes, including 30 police officers. Prime Minister Netanyahu says the protesters crossed a line. His national security minister visited the scene and suggested that those who took part should be placed in detention until they're deported. Immigration has been a divisive issue in Israel for generations. But it's taken on new urgency as Netanyahu seeks to push through his judicial overhaul plan. The nation's high court has previously blocked laws targeting Eritrean asylum seekers. Now Netanyahu is sticking to his long-standing rhetoric, calling those who protested over the weekend illegal infiltrators.
Our thanks to Matt Bradley for that report. We don't know what this potential mass deportation plan would look like right now, but Netanyahu is backed by one of the most conservative cabinets in Israeli history, which is opposed to immigration. And more international headlines now, starting with reports of a possible alliance between Russia and North Korea.
Josh Lederman joins us now with that and more. Hey, Josh, good morning.
Hey, good morning. That is right. A potential meeting between President Putin of Russia and President Kim Jong-un of North Korea could take place as early as this month, according to U.S. officials who say the most likely location for that meeting would be in Vladivostok along Russia's Pacific coast. The White House is now confirming to NBC News they believe this is part of Moscow's efforts to persuade Pyongyang to sell ammunition and other weapons to Russia to use in its war in Ukraine. Now to Spain, where at least 3 people have died after torrential rains that triggered flash floods in many parts of the country. You can see it right there on your screen. They had to close roads and trains for their safety. People are missing, about 3 people they believe still missing, and authorities deployed their mobile phone alert system for extreme storm risks for the first time. And finally, back here to London, where the late Queen Elizabeth is being remembered for one of her great loves. Royal fans held a corgi parade outside Buckingham Palace as the 1-year anniversary of her death approaches this week. They even dressed up their dogs in royal regalia in honor of the Queen's famous love of corgis. All I'm going to say is I wish I had that much free time on my hands, guys.
Who doesn't love a dog parade?
Wow, 2 things there. Adorable, but also I can't believe it's almost been a year. Wow. Oh, my goodness.
Josh Lederman, thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, now to Texas, where this morning, for only the 3rd time in history, a state official will have an impeachment trial. This is Texas Attorney General. His name's Ken Paxton, and he faces 20 articles of impeachment, including bribery and abuse of office. Paxton, a Republican, was impeached by the Republican-controlled Texas House back in May. Later this morning, the Texas Senate will convene to try his case. Paxton has denied any wrongdoing and calls the allegations politically motivated. NBC News senior reporter Jane Tim joins us with more on what we can expect. Hey, Jane, good morning. So first, just explain to us, how did we get to this point? I mean, I mentioned he's a Republican. This is the Republican-controlled House. What was it that was going on here? What is he accused of doing?
Good morning. So Ken Paxton's impeachment trial today is going to center around whether or not he accepted bribes from and abused his office in trying to help a friend and political donor named Nate Hall. Now, this isn't actually a whole lot of it's not entirely news to Texans. These allegations of wrongdoing have been circulating for years. Paxton's own senior staff reported him to the FBI in 2020, but the House didn't start investigating until this spring after Paxton asked them to pay for a settlement with some of these whistleblowers who had reported him to the FBI for employment retaliation. Now, that was a $3.3 million settlement, and apparently the last straw for Paxton's own party, who joined with Democrats in the House of Representatives to overwhelmingly impeach him on these 20 articles of impeachment.
So give us some details on what exactly we're going to see. So this impeachment trial is at the Texas State Capitol in Austin, like I said, convening later this morning. What can we expect from proceedings? Who can we expect to see testify?
So the Senate now has to decide whether or not to convict him on those articles of impeachment. The Senate, those senators are the jury here. And the trial is going to look a lot like a civil or criminal trial, except opening statements, witness. And as for witnesses, watch today. We're going to see a really interesting picture into many of these witnesses who will have to appear in person at 11 a.m. There's more than 100 people have received subpoenas to testify. So I'll be watching to see who shows up today at the Capitol.
Absolutely. And Jane, finally, how would he be replaced if convicted?
So Texas law says an unexpired term can only be filled by a special election. But the real question is, if the senators do vote to impeach him, do they also vote to bar him permanently for office, or can he run again in that special election?
Lots to watch for. Jane Tim, thank you so much.
President Biden used the Labor Day holiday to tout his record on helping to turn the economy around. While touring a manufacturing plant in Philadelphia, the president met with union leaders and touted the latest jobs numbers, saying that the country is in a period of growth.
Well, we're getting through this, one of the greatest job creation periods in American history. For real, that's a fact.
NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander joins us now from the White House with more on yesterday's speech. We'll get to that in just a moment. But Peter, last night the White House said First Lady Jill Biden had tested positive for COVID. What can you tell us about how she's doing this morning?
Yeah, that's really driving the conversation here at the White House today. Of course, the First Lady's office says Dr. Biden is experiencing mild symptoms, that she'll remain at the couple's home in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware. The president is going to be here at the White House. This is the second time that Jill Biden has had COVID. The first was last August. The president, you'll remember back then, had it weeks earlier. It comes after a Saturday trip together to Florida, where both President Biden and the First Lady toured the disaster zone after Hurricane Idalia, meeting with local leaders and residents. They spent Sunday together in Rehoboth. The White House press secretary, Karine Jean-Pierre, she says that the president tested negative last night, that he will be tested at a regular cadence this week, Valerie, while monitoring for symptoms. The president is scheduled to leave, notably, this Thursday, just a few days away, a couple days away, for a high-stakes G20 summit with world leaders. No indication right now that her COVID is going to affect his travels, unless, of course, he winds up testing positive here. For now, his public schedule is unchanged. Today, he is set to award the Medal of Honor to an Army veteran here at the White House.
Peter, so getting back to the president's speech in Philadelphia yesterday, President Biden never mentioned former President Trump by name, but he took some sharp swings at his record. What were some of the main points that Biden brought up?
Well, you highlight what I think was really the critical difference in this speech. The president focuses on similar points in many of his public remarks, talking about the job creation under his watch, trying to focus on inflation coming down. But yesterday was notable because the president did, without using his predecessor's name, really take some shots at former President Trump, who obviously is facing 4 indictments right now and has ramped up his criticism of President Biden. Here's part of what we heard from the president just yesterday.
Great real estate builder, the last guy here, he didn't build a damn thing. He was one of, but here's an important point, one of 2 presidents who left office with fewer jobs in America than when he got elected office. When the last guy was here, he looked at the world from Park Avenue. I look at it from Scranton, Pennsylvania. I look at it from Claymont, Delaware.
So this is sort of an early preview of what a general election back and forth might look like. Notably, the Republicans haven't even picked out their nominee officially yet, but based on all polling, Donald Trump leads by 40, even 50 points, according to some of these polls. So things already beginning to heat up between former President Trump in President Biden. Valerie.
Yeah, and President Biden referring to him as that last guy. So did the Trump campaign respond to President Biden's speech? And you mentioned some polling. We understand there's a new Wall Street Journal poll that has the two candidates in a virtual tie.
Yeah, you're right. So the two candidates are in this virtual tie. Of course, these polls are notable, but broadly not that significant because elections aren't decided nationally, they're decided in the key battleground states. Really only a few battleground states that are likely to define and decide the 2024 election. The Trump campaign has railed, as it did again just yesterday, at President Biden, criticizing him on all things, including his handling of the economy right now, which has the potential to be a weak spot for the president. The White House, for its part, has been focusing on what it describes as Bidenomics, highlighting a lot of the president's achievements since taking office. But in many of my travels around the country in recent months, Americans right now aren't necessarily feeling those gains. The White House says that there's likely to be a lag before regular Americans start to feel the benefits of some of the president's policies. Valerie.
All right, Peter, thank you so much.
Well, coming up, an act of heroism caught on camera. A man risking his life to fight the flames while escaping last month's wildfires on Maui. Hear his story and why some say he may have saved an entire block of homes.
Plus, why researchers say more screen time and less sleep might mean big problems for kids heading back to school. We'll have your weekly check-in next on Morning News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
I'm crossing the Today Show off my bucket list.
Celebrating my mom's 60th birthday.
Just married, and we're honeymooning at the Today Show.
It's a girl.
Hoda inspired me to become a journalist.
I'll have what you guys are having.
I'm celebrating here with you. This is amazing. You're on Today.
You are not alone when you're here on the Today Show.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. It's been nearly a month now since wildfires devastated the Hawaiian island of Maui, and now untold stories are emerging from the ashes.
NBC News correspondent Sam Brock spoke with one man who may have saved an entire block of homes in a dramatic act of heroism.
I want you to record everything when we're leaving.
Right from those first heart-stopping moments, Jessica and Stephen Pickering knew their time was precious, leaving Lahaina with flames on their heels.
Oh my God.
And a wall of smoke in the rearview mirror.
We tried to get out of the neighborhood, but were blocked by cars.
Along the way, they spot a flash of fire in the bushes.
Oh my God, it's right there in the bushes.
What?
The fire!
Oh,
it's in the bushes!
Stephen leaps from the car to put out the flames, threatening a complete stranger's house.
Stephen, we're gonna get stuck! Come on!
Were you thinking at all, this is crazy and it could cost us our lives?
Yes.
But what did his actions actually end up doing?
I think that he saved that area of the neighborhood.
Oh!
The Pickerings say they barely survived without emergency sirens or even a text to warn them.
I haven't personally heard of a single notification that anybody received in all of my social network, period.
Out of how many people do you think that you've talked to?
Hundreds.
Hundreds.
Maui County's response is under investigation, though officials have maintained that they warned residents through texts and police loudspeakers in neighborhoods, but they haven't specified where or when.
Always better safe than sorry. Lives and safety over structure anytime.
C. Ray Beltran spent more than 15 years with the Maui Emergency Management Agency as a senior safety official.
I would have said full evacuation.
In the morning?
In the morning, knowing the winds are this high. They're super high. Prepare for the worst and then hope for less.
The road to recovery looks long for Jessica and Stephen. One of their Maui diving shops went up in flames, along with about $1.5 million worth of inventory.
Having to say that we have nothing and hold your hand out and ask for help is really humbling and hard.
Still, there's a soulful silver lining across town in the Smith household, where Drew Smith recognized something familiar on social media.
I said, honey, come in here. Look at this. There's a guy saving a house. I said, oh my God, it's our neighborhood. And then we started looking. We're like, this is our house.
Smith says he's putting the Pickerings in his will. As for Stephen and Jessica, they have their lives and their love.
Oh my God, it's right there in the bushes.
And a whole bunch of neighbors ready to help them out if they ever need a hand. Sam Brock, NBC News, Lahaina.
Oh, wow. Looks like he didn't think twice. He just
No,
ran.
I mean, and putting him in their will. Wow, that was incredible.
But it's time now for our weekly mental health check-in, and we're taking a closer look at the risk for mental health disorders and what you can do to help lower your chances.
Yeah, plus it's back to school time. That means back to bedtime routines. We're going to take a look at how screen time could be causing major disruptions to your child's sleep. Let's bring in Dr. George James. For more on these mental health headlines, licensed marriage and family therapist, someone, of course, you recognize. Dr. James, great to have you with us as always. So we'll get to all that back to school stuff in just a moment. But first, I want to start with this new study. Found an estimated 50% of the global population will experience at least one mental health disorder by the time they are 75 years old. What do you make of that number? Does that sound like a lot to you? Does it sound like a little based on what you know about how we're all doing with mental health? I mean, and tell us what we need to know here if they're different between men and women and how to maybe prevent something like this.
Yeah, good morning, Savannah. Yes, this does sound like a lot, but when we really look at it, this is a study of 150,000 throughout 29 countries, and it looked to just say over the course of a lifetime, up to about 75 people will experience some type of mental health disorder or challenge. And, you know, that's actually that's probably more of what we've realized, but it's now a study that's showing that, whether it be depression. And the difference between men and women is that both men and women will have some type of depression or phobia, but men will experience some alcoholic abuse while women will experience some PTSD. So these are things that we know, and we want to prevent that. So we want to get some treatment early and make sure that you get the support you need.
So important. Dr. James, let's talk back to school. We know schedules are in full swing, and for many parents, that means getting back on that regular bedtime routine, but they could be battling kids with their phones, obviously staying up late. New research shows children are getting less sleep because of an increase in screen time. So how important is sleep for tweens and teens, and how can parents talk to their kids about really limiting the time on their phones?
Oh, I know this battle all too well. You know, so screen time has been one of those challenges for lots of families, but screen time has been linked to mental health for everyone, adults, including kids. What happens with screen time, it does impact your ability to go to sleep. And then with the lack of sleep, it does impact your mental health, like depression and anxiety. There's a relationship between mental health and sleep. So it's really important to try to get your kids to go to bed early so that they can get rest so that they can push past and perform well in school and be alert and not be overwhelmed and anxious because they didn't get enough sleep.
Yeah, I think it's really important, that link between using the phone and the either instead of sleep, right? Like the doom scroll at night, or it making it more difficult to go to sleep, as well as then we know that harmful content that could be consumed. So many things there to keep eyes out for. Dr. James, also in the vein of back to school, so I mean, we're talking generally about mental health, kids and teens. It's sort of at a low. We've seen a lot of scary studies, a lot of scary stats coming out of emergency rooms, but it does seem that being in person for school could have a positive impact, which is some good news. Tell us why that is and how parents can support their kids this school year.
Yeah, we've recognized that being in person, there's just something that's different. A lot of our teens and young adults really struggled and suffered. They weren't able to do the normal things. They weren't able to engage with each other or be around folks, and especially being able to get that additional academic and emotional support. When schools have provided that one-on-one connection, whether it be tutoring, whether it be another teacher, or even being able to see a school counselor, that has helped, because we've seen that our young folks are resilient and able to come back. So it's important that we have the services, but it's also that we believe in them and know that they can recover from any difficult situations like COVID.
Absolutely. Dr. George James, as always, we appreciate you. Thank you. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Coming up, worries in the workplace over a new trend that's pushing some employees out.
We'll talk about quiet cutting and what you can do if you believe that you've been impacted. This is Morning News Now.
The Today Show off my bucket list. Celebrating my mom's 60th birthday.
Just married, and we're honeymooning at the Today Show.
It's a girl.
Hoda inspired me to become a journalist.
I'll have what you guys are having.
I'm celebrating here with you. This is amazing. You're on Today.
You are not alone when you're here on the Today Show.
We're back now with a jewelry store robbery caught on camera, but in this case, after a string of recent smash and grab robberies, fed up store employees fought back. NBC's Noah Pransky has the story.
Shouting, captured from inside an attempted robbery in Los Angeles. The suspect spraying a worker with what appears to be pepper spray, then once inside smashes the glass and tries to grab the goods. But the entire store fights back, taking matters into their own hands.
My dad and my brother started hitting him, and then he brings out the pepper spray, and then he starts spraying everyone.
The man seen running away without any jewelry. El Monte police still searching for the unidentified suspect. Just days earlier, though, a similar incident at a different Los Angeles area jewelry store. Thieves pepper spraying the owner before smashing jewelry cases and getting away with more than $500,000 in merchandise.
They pepper sprayed me on my eyes and my mouth.
Typical smash and grab. Yes, they had hammers, smashed the display cases, took what they could, and then ran out the door.
Retail theft over the past few months here has grown so rampant, Los Angeles created a new special robbery task force.
No Angelino should feel like it is not safe to go shopping in Los Angeles.
But some local business owners say they don't feel safe working in Los Angeles either.
We're angry, and we're also worried about, because when he left, my brother, he told that he was gonna kill all of us, you know?
Not to mention just how to pick up the broken pieces.
I feel confused. I don't know what I should do tomorrow. To come to the store for what? Because most of the jewelry is gone.
Noah Pransky, NBC News.
Some scary stuff there. Financial headlines now. A Danish pharmaceutical company briefly becomes the highest valued company in Europe.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other news. Hey, Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Valerie. Good morning to you. Yeah, so Novo Nordisk is now the most valuable company in Europe, thanks to the booming popularity of its weight loss drugs, Ozempic and Wegovy. The Danish drug maker passing French luxury goods giant LVMH with a market value of $420 billion. Now, that's similar to U.S. rival Eli Lilly, and just behind ExxonMobil, Novo stock has run up more than 40% this year. Mercedes-Benz is developing a smaller, cheaper version of its hotly anticipated G-Class electric SUV. The company confirming the new baby G-Class EV at a conference in Munich this weekend. Mercedes CEO says it will be significantly more compact than its cousin and will be fun to drive. A new Mercedes G-Class SUV starts at $140,000, but actual pricing on the smaller version is still unknown. Nearly 4 of 5 holders of the most lucrative or high-paying bachelor's degrees are men. A new Bankrate study also finds that those majoring in the most female-dominated fields earn significantly less than male-dominated ones, despite progress made in closing the gender gap in the past few decades. The top 20 lucrative degrees are all in STEM, science, tech, engineering, and math, with an average salary above $100,000.
And that's why we got to get more women in STEM fields.
Yeah, absolutely.
Silvana Henao, thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, you've probably heard of quiet quitting. That's where you show up to your job and you kind of do the bare minimum to squeak by.
But now a new trend, quiet cutting, could be making an even bigger impact on the job market. Ray Smith is a careers reporter at the Wall Street Journal. He joins us now with more on this latest professional trend. Ray, good morning. Thanks for being here with us today. Please explain quiet cutting to us and what's behind this trend. What's driving it?
Sure. Thank you. Quiet cutting is basically reassigning employees, and it's reassigning them either to growing parts of the business and out of slowing parts of the business, or it can be a way to sort of get people to quit because they're so unhappy with the reassignment, the involuntary reassignment, that they'll want to leave rather than stay.
So, Ray, as we were just showing, you did this reporting for the Wall Street Journal. You wrote this fantastic article on it. I know you've been talking with people that kind of feel like this is happening to them. What are they telling you? What is the impact of something like this on employees? I mean, I imagine it's not great for performance or morale if you feel like you're maybe kind of being pushed out or minimized somehow in the workplace.
Exactly. It can be really, really disorienting. I mean, just imagine being told, you know, you've been doing this thing for a while, and then one day somebody tells you, you know, you're going to be doing something else and it's not your choice and take it or leave it. So people I talked with had a range of feelings, from relief that they still had a job, but also just anger and depression even. One person told me it took a toll on his mental health. And so it can be very disorienting for people to go through this, especially because they have no say in it. And sometimes they're thrown into jobs that, they don't have any experience in, or it doesn't match their skill set. So it's sort of sink or swim. So it can be a really heavy experience.
Ray, what advice do you have for anyone who may have been a victim of being quietly cut? What should they need to know? Is there any protection or any way that they can fight back?
That's a really good question. There's little legal recourse, unfortunately, unless the reassignment was somehow discriminatory, and you'd have to prove that. But one thing people can do is basically, and I know this doesn't sound great, but they can take the reassignment and hopefully they can still look internally for a job that'll be a better match or something that they'd be more satisfied in.
Ray, how widespread is this? Is it certain industries or certain, parts of the market that you're really seeing this happen in? And then just how much? I mean, is there any kind of extreme case you've heard of a company really doing this to a lot of employees?
We've seen it in the tech industry, especially because there was a lot of overhiring there in 2021. And as the economy turned, they had sort of this, a lot of people, so much headcount basically, and overhead. And so they were really trying to reduce headcount. And we saw layoffs in 2022 and early 2023. And now we're seeing, instead of layoffs, reassignments. But it's not just the tech industry that's having reassignments. We saw it in companies like Adidas as well. And so it's across industries that are trying to manage cost. And one way they're trying to do that is by reassigning employees, hoping, well, I shouldn't say hoping, but banking on the fact that some employees will not want to take the reassignment and will leave, and therefore won't be eligible for severance costs, thousands of dollars in severance costs.
All right, Ray Smith, important reporting there. Thank you so much for being with us today.
Something to keep our eyes out for.
Thank you.
Coming up, a lifelong Beatles fan asking for help to solve a decades-old mystery.
When we come back, how he and a group of journalists have come together to find a long-lost bass guitar used in some of the Fab Four's biggest hits.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break?
Morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize that should the conditions should be
allegations of Russian organizing.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so.
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today?
What is going on when we're looking at trends there?
Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me.
You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. In an unusual move for the music industry, Sean Diddy Combs has reassigned music publishing rights to the artist from the label he founded. That's according to Variety, which is citing a source close to the situation. That means Notorious B.I.G.'s estate, Mace, and Faith Evans are set to get their lucrative rights back from Bad Boy Records. Music catalogs can go for 9 figures with recent sales by Bob Dylan and Bruce Springsteen. The source told Variety Combs sees it as part of a broader goal of promoting economic empowerment for Black artists and culture. And I think this is such a great move. What a great thing to do.
Absolutely. Very cool. It's so interesting also just to see and understand how the music industry is evolving in terms of people owning their own music, even when it's something that they create is not necessarily the standard, you know? Awesome. Thanks, Valerie. Well, we end this hour with a 50-year-old music mystery, the search for an original bass guitar Paul McCartney played on some of the Beatles' best-known tracks. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber reports on how an expert is re-upping the hunt with a little help from his friends.
It's the bass that helped launch the Beatles into the rock and roll stratosphere. Paul McCartney's 1961 Hofner violin bass.
This is the bass that powered Beatlemania. You know, it was the bass that was there right at the very start.
McCartney bought it when he was just 19 for 30 pounds. At the time, it was all he could afford, but it was more than enough to help build the Beatles into one of the biggest bands of all time, producing the bass line for classics like She Loves You, Twist and Shout, and Love Me Do.
What's it like with these fans outside, Paul? At first, it's murder, because, you know, it looks as though they're going to tear you apart. Once you get the hang of it, you get used to it.
And for more than half a century, it's been at the center of one of the greatest music mysteries. No one knew where it was.
It's last seen in 1969. It clearly got stored probably at Savile Row, and then it disappears.
Nick Wass worked at Hofner for years as an electric guitar developer and marketing manager. In 2017, McCartney himself called to ask about his missing bass.
He said, hey, you know, you're from Hofner. Do you know where my lost bass is? And I thought, well, you know, somebody ought to start looking for this, and it has to be me.
Wass has teamed up with 2 former BBC producers and investigative journalists, Scott and Naomi Jones, to try and find it. This weekend, the trio launched thelostbass.com, a website where people can submit tips to the investigation.
We've seen literally hundreds and hundreds of emails come into the project at thelostbass.com.
Wass says the guitar has distinctive features, which could help identify McCartney's lost bass.
It was the first ever violin bass made by Hofner that was left-handed. It was resprayed, so the color of this bass is not like any other violin bass.
No one knows exactly what the bass is worth, but a 1962 Gibson guitar that once belonged to McCartney's former bandmate fetched $2.4 million at auction in 2015. And that guitar was also lost for more than 50 years. Come as you are. 5 years after that, this Martin D18E, used by Kurt Cobain on MTV Unplugged, became the most expensive guitar ever sold for a record $6 million. The Lost Bass team says they've been told McCartney's guitar could be worth at least double that. But if they find it, it'll go to its rightful owner.
Paul will keep it. He may exhibit it later, I don't know, but it's never going to be sold, so you can't buy it. So, in a sense, the value is nothing.
Now a decades-old search heating up once again for a legendary piece of music history.
I'd be even more thrilled to see Paul McCartney's face when we put it in his hand. Can you imagine this big grin that's going to be on his face when that happens? I think it's all worth it just to see that.
How cool is that? Our thanks to Ellison Barber for that story. And the Lost Bass team says all tips and information sent in will be treated confidentially.
I hope they find it.
Don't get your hopes up for buying it. Like they said, it's priceless.
Yep. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Stay with us. Good morning. Happy day after Labor Day. Thanks for being here. I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Valerie Castro in for Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, mass exodus. After being stranded in a muddy mess amid torrential downpours this weekend, tens of thousands of festival goers at the Burning Man Festival finally get the green light to leave. But they're facing more setbacks, vehicles lining up for miles, creating an 8-hour wait just to get out.
Everything was shut down and getting out was a nightmare. Way to get out is like 8 lanes have to merge into one, so it's very slow. It's a really slow process.
We've got the latest on where the departures stand this morning. And the heat is on. Fall may be a little over 2 weeks away, but the summer's record-breaking temperatures are not letting up. Millions of Americans are waking up this morning under heat alerts stretching from the upper Midwest to the Northeast and into the southern plains. We have your forecast, and we'll tell you how long the September sizzler is expected to last. Plus, Alzheimer's awareness. September is World Alzheimer's Month. More than 6 million Americans are living with Alzheimer's, and we're talking with an expert about the importance of early diagnosis and the resources that are available for those suffering from the disease and their caretakers. And women mean business. In the latest edition of our series, we're introducing you to the designer of Etsy's hottest handbag. She's a trained engineer with an eye for fashion. We'll show you why her sustainable creations are in high demand.
Yeah, that's right. It's pretty cool stuff. Sarah Jessica Parker is also a fan, so therefore, there you go. Well, we begin this hour with the relief at Burning Man Festival. Finally, people are able to get out. This mass exodus is finally underway.
Thousands of people are now leaving the Nevada desert after organizers reopened the roads yesterday. A massive rainstorm had turned the area into a muddy mess, forcing many to stay put over the weekend. NBC's Liz Kreutz has the very latest from Nevada.
We are here at what is known as the Gate. It is the main entrance into and out of Burning Man. Less than 24 hours ago, this road here behind me was partially covered in mud, making it hard to get around. But as you can see now, thousands of festival goers are making their way out, leaving a Burning Man they won't soon forget.
Mud, muck, and now gridlock. That was the scene Monday as thousands of burners made their way out of the Nevada desert any way they could.
So what's your plan to get out?
Hitchhike, I don't know.
The exodus slow and grinding, a caravan of cars and RVs crawling their way towards civilization.
We're making it out.
The trek out of the slowly drying mud taking some more than 6 hours, the backup stretching for miles. This was not how Burning Man was supposed to go. Friday, 6 days into the week-long festival celebrating art, music, and community, a deluge turned the dry desert into a giant muddy mess. For some burners, the rain did nothing to dampen their spirit.
This has given us the opportunity to rise to radical self-reliance and to support each other in the community.
For others, the mud was more than they bargained for.
I was scared. I didn't know what we were going to do.
2 months of rain in 2 days, forcing authorities to close roads in and out of the massive pop-up city, stranding thousands. Over the weekend, Burning Man CEO Marianne Goodell preaching patience.
There's no great chaos. There's no great panic.
Some opting to hike out, including celebrities.
We ventured out with Josh Kushner and Carly Kloss and Cindy Crawford and Chris Rock and some writers, and we decided, let's go together.
DJ Diplo, who's been to 12 Burning Mans, says the 6+ mile schlep through the slop was all part of the experience.
It felt like we had a little victory, a little battle on that day, and it felt nice.
Monday, even amid the exodus, the festival continued undaunted, concluding with its symbolic grand finale, the burning of the man. The Burning Man flame as bright as ever.
And authorities have now identified that person who died. They've notified the next of kin. It could take weeks until a cause of death is known, but festival organizers and the sheriff's department say there's no indication it was connected to the weather. Liz Kreutz, NBC News.
September continues to sizzle as states across the country see record high heat. For more, let's take a look at your Morning News Now weather forecast.
Michelle Grossman is back with us with that. Hey, Michelle.
Hey there, guys. Happy Tuesday. And yeah, we're going to continue to sizzle over the next couple of days, at least in the Northeast and also portions of the Mid-Atlantic down to the Southeast. The Southern Plains also really warm today. So as we look at the week ahead today, we're looking at the chance for record heat once again from the Great Lakes to the Northeast into parts of the Mid-Atlantic. And we're going to feel like over 100 degrees in many spots. Hot and humid in the South as well. We have heat advisories there. We're going to feel like 110, 115 in spots. And then we're looking at the chance for storms in the upper Midwest and also the upper Great Lakes. Could see some really gusty storms, some strong winds, some hail, even the chance of an isolated tornado or two. Then by tomorrow, we're looking at that cold front that's going to spark the storms today, bring some rain to parts of the Great Lakes, into the Tennessee Valley, the lower Mississippi Valley. But those record highs continue in the Northeast, into New England, Mid-Atlantic. Still warm once again in the southern plains. Lots of sunshine, drying out still. In the west, so Black Rock City, dry today, dry tomorrow. The extended forecast has lots of sunshine there. And then the storms make it to the Northeast by Friday. Eastern storms from New England into the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic. That's going to bring some cooler weather, too, by Saturday and also Sunday. Really pleasant throughout the northern plains, the Midwest. Still hot throughout the southern plains. We're going to look at temperatures into the 100s. So starting with the heat story, this is a big story. We're looking at 47 million people impacted by record-breaking heat, by dangerous heat. Lots of kids headed back to school today in the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic, the Great Lakes, and we're looking at temperatures dangerous with heat indices over 100 degrees. Dallas, you're under heat advisory, Corpus Christi, Minneapolis, New York City, also Burlington, Vermont, and this is why we're going to see temperatures soaring into the 90s in so many spots, even into the 100s in Raleigh. It's going to feel like 103 when you factor in that humidity, and it's going to feel like over 100 in D.C. too once you factor in that humidity. There's that cold front off to the west. It's going to sweep through, but it's sweeping through slowly, but as it does, it will bring cooler air. Still, though, Wednesday, we're looking at 90s and 100s in the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic. 103 is what it's going to feel like in D.C. tomorrow. And then here's that relief into the weekend, Friday and Saturday into the 80s in New York City, low 80s on Saturday. And Pittsburgh, you're into the low 70s. That's going to be really nice, a fall feel this weekend in Pittsburgh. The severe threat today, that's that cold front moving through that warm, really humid air. 5 million people at risk with winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Could see some hail from Duluth to Minneapolis. And then by tomorrow, we'll see that cold front stretching from Michigan all the way down through the Ohio Valley and parts of the Tennessee Valley. So now Detroit, Indianapolis, Nashville under the gun for some strong storms. Same scenario, we could see winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour and also the chance for an isolated tornado or two. Can't rule out the chance of some localized flooding, especially where you see those brighter colors, the yellows, the oranges, the reds. We could see locally up to 2 inches in some spots, and that's with some of the gustier thunderstorms. And the tropics, they are heating up as well. We could have our next named storm today or tomorrow. So we're looking at Invest 95L. It's moving into a really conducive environment. We do expect it to intensify into our next named storm. That would be Lee. So over the next several days, moving into the Caribbean. The Caribbean's really warm. We have low wind shear. Those are two ingredients we need to kind of blossom a storm. And this is what we're looking at. We're looking at a 90% chance. That's pretty good in the next 2 days to see our next named storm. And then in the next 7 days, we're looking at a 100% chance of seeing this blossom into a tropical depression or either a tropical storm. So we will be most likely seeing Lee in the next day or so. Back to you both.
All right, Michelle, thank you so much.
Court proceedings for the Georgia election fraud case are set for tomorrow morning in connection with the Georgia's election interference investigation into former President Trump and several co-defendants.
In all, Trump and 18 other people were indicted by the Fulton County District Attorney for their alleged roles. The former president has denied any wrongdoing. He's also pleaded not guilty, and he waived his right to appear in court tomorrow. Attorney and legal analyst Angela Sanadella is here to break all this down for us. Hi, always great to see you. So walk us through that detail I just mentioned, waiving his arraignment. Is that common when it's high profile, and what does that ultimately mean?
Yes, it's very common, especially in a state like Georgia, because it is an option. You can choose to go to your arraignment or not. So why would you want a perp walk in front of all the cameras? So we expect the other co-defendants to likely also waive that right. However, that means prior to the arraignment scheduled for tomorrow, they must enter not guilty or guilty pleas with the court. So that's the biggest question. Will anybody be pleading guilty?
Trump has moved to have his case separated from the other defendants who have asked for a speedy trial. What's the strategy there from his legal team, and is that something that could actually happen?
Yes, it is, absolutely. And that's because the trial judge here has a fair amount of discretion. A trial judge is almost like a referee, just trying to make sure that things are fair in their courtroom. And in this case, people in Georgia have the right to a speedy trial. But also, you have the right to fairness if you feel that you do not have enough time to prepare properly. So that's what his team is arguing for. We also know that his strategy overall for all his cases is pretty much delay, 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 and hopes he enters the office.
So, Angela, in these arraignment proceedings, we know the big thing to watch for. Anybody pleading guilty, kind of like the big red flag there. What happens next after that once we get through that by tomorrow?
So a lot of pretrial motions will be filed. We've already seen Mark Meadows filing to have his case removed to federal court because federal court will likely, in this case unusually, be more friendly to the defendants, given that in Georgia, 4 of the judges were appointed by Trump federally, etc. We'll see motions. We'll also see so many backdoor negotiations happening of different people saying, look, it was him, it was her, it was not me. And that's where things start to flip. In a RICO case, when you have 19 defendants, they're not all going to go to trial. Some of them, at some point, are going to take a deal, I think.
Angela Sanadella, as always, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And let's turn now to the White House, where First Lady Jill Biden has tested positive for COVID-19. This is the First Lady's second COVID diagnosis in just over a year. It comes just days after the Bidens traveled to Florida to survey the damage left behind by Hurricane Idalia. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander joins us now on this. Hey, Peter, good morning. So what do we know about the First Lady's condition this morning? How's she doing?
Yes, Savannah, the First Lady's office says that Dr. Biden is experiencing mild symptoms, that she'll remain at their home in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, while the president is here at the White House. As you noted, this is the second time that Jill Biden has gotten COVID. The first was last August. The president, you'll remember, had it weeks earlier. Then both of them took Paxlovid. Neither of them had serious symptoms. They both had a rebound case, by the way. And it comes after that Saturday trip that you noted together to Florida, where both the president and First Lady toured the disaster zone after Hurricane Idalia, meeting with local leaders, with residents there. They spent Sunday together in Rehoboth. The White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre says that the president tested negative last night, that he'll be tested at what they describe as a regular cadence this week while monitoring for symptoms. The president, for his part, Savannah, he's scheduled to leave on Thursday, just 48 hours from now, for what is a critical G20 summit with world leaders. No indication that her COVID is going to affect his travels unless, of course, he ultimately tests positive. For now, his public schedule remains unchanged. Today, he is set to award the Medal of Honor to an Army veteran right here at the White House. Savannah?
Peter, a lot of our viewers, I know me, anecdotally, we're feeling it here at NBC, might be noticing, people kind of getting COVID again. The cases ticking up, as is not a surprise as we head into fall and winter and such. But we just haven't really talked about, we haven't been in practice with a lot of the types of protocols in terms of masking or how many days you stay out of work. What's your day 0? What's your day 5 or 10? What are the latest protocols at the White House? And does this mean that the First Lady's in isolation now?
It's a good question. Well, she is, in effect, isolated because she's in Rehoboth, so it's not entirely clear who's with her. Certainly the president is not with her at this time. We've reached out to the White House to get any specific understanding of how the president is going to be dealing with his close contact, of course, with his wife, whether he will be wearing a mask when he's around others. To the best of our knowledge to this point, anybody who meets with the president, I guess unless, of course, it's his wife, does have to get tested before they meet face-to-face with him right now. That's been the case for quite a long while. That obviously doesn't necessarily happen when they are on the road and they're greeting individuals as they travel through Florida and elsewhere. It's notable that the First Lady has had a busy schedule in recent weeks. She spent some time last week in Wisconsin. She was meeting with folks. She was scheduled to have been back at school here at the community college where she teaches last week, but certainly we wish her a quick and easy recovery.
Absolutely. Peter, you mentioned the president's schedule this week, coming up, set to travel to India on Thursday. That's for the G20 summit. Just tell us a little bit about what to expect there.
Well, the G20 summit obviously is critical for a variety of reasons, but right now as much as ever because it still focuses so heavily on what's going on between Russia and Ukraine, that war with Russia invading Ukraine, now more than a year and a half in at this point. And it comes amid recent headlines where we have seen the expectation that Vladimir Putin, the Russian president, will be meeting with the dictator of North Korea, Kim Jong-un. Some reports that that'll happen in Vladivostok. That's on the eastern side of Russia, not too far from North Korea right now, where the Russians may be reaching out to the North Koreans to try to get assistance in terms of weapons to use in the war in Ukraine. So the president wants to keep all of the allies together. Notably, the U.S. Has been celebrating some victories in that effort broadly, and that they've been able to bring in Finland to join NATO right now. NATO, obviously, right on the front lines of this war between Russia and Ukraine.
Right. Peter Alexander, thank you so much.
The summer of strikes may be continuing into the fall. United Auto Workers Union members could walk off the job as early as next week if a deal can't be reached. This comes off the back of high-profile walkouts by the writers and actors unions. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello joins us from outside a car dealership in Rockville, Maryland with the very latest. Tom, good morning. Thanks for being out there with us today. What are the auto workers asking for from automakers?
These are very big demands that the United Auto Workers have for the big three. We're talking Ford, we're talking GM and Stellantis, the parent company of Chrysler. The UAW has the following demands: a 46% pay hike. They want to work also a 32-hour week, but get paid for 40 hours, and they want a restoration of their benefits, of their pension benefits. Now, the big three auto execs say these are unrealistic demands, that they simply can't meet those demands. In fact, already Ford has said they've offered a 9% pay hike to their workers, but that's well below the 46% increase that the UAW is demanding.
Tom, you covered the workers. Let's talk about how the looming strike could affect Americans hoping to buy a vehicle.
Well, I think, listen, if you see production lines shut down at the big three American car makers, then obviously prices are going to start to move even higher, right? And that's if you want a new car. If you are coming into a dealership and you want to get your car serviced, you can imagine that if there's a shortage of parts, then you could see higher prices for servicing. In fact, I just talked to the the parts manager here at this dealership. He said he's been stocking up on parts. He's anticipating that a strike, in fact, will happen. They've got about a week to settle this because the contract expires on September 14th. If they don't come to an agreement by then we could see 146,000 UAW workers going on strike. A lot of analysts say the union kind of has leverage here because, as you know, we've been reporting there's a shortage of workers nationwide right now, and there's high demand for cars. So in that scenario, the union may have leverage over the car companies.
We know yesterday President Biden weighed in during a speech to union workers in Philadelphia. What was his message to them?
Well, he says he doesn't think that a strike is inevitable, that it's not necessarily going to happen. Again, the analysts, however, think that this is a real possibility. Now, separately, as you know, this has been a summer of strikes and of union action in which very often the unions do get some of what they want. Now, still unsettled is the strike involving the Screen Actors Guild writers and the actors, I should say. That's not settled, but we've seen big negotiations, big showdowns, and then negotiations and settlements with, for example, the railroads and UPS. And so in an environment where, as we've reported, there's a shortage of workers with very low unemployment rate nationwide right now, the union sometimes has the upper hand, and they're in an environment in which inflation has been eating into their cost of living, and so they go to their employers and say, listen, we need to make more money or we simply can't make ends meet, and therefore we will walk off the job if necessary.
All right, so many people affected. Tom, thank you so much. Coming up, strengthening ties. North Korean leader Kim Jong-un may travel to Russia to discuss a possible sale of arms with Vladimir Putin, helping to support Moscow's war in Ukraine. We'll discuss what's at stake.
And remembering Steve Harwell. Tributes are pouring in for the Smash Mouth frontman after he died yesterday at the age of just 56. We are looking back at his career coming up.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism, is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
An exciting and a long night.
news for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back now with the latest on the ongoing migrant crisis here in the U.S.
Yes, cities nationwide are having difficulty keeping up providing housing for people seeking asylum. There are now growing concerns about overcrowding in schools, particularly here in New York City, as an influx of new students is expected this week when schools open on Thursday. NBC News senior national correspondent Stephanie Goss joins us now from outside a school on Manhattan's Upper East Side that is seeing this increase. Hey, Stephanie, good morning.
Hey, Savannah and Valerie, good morning to you guys. School here in New York opens in just a couple of days, and there have been hundreds of migrant families who are looking to enroll their kids in school, but there are limited resources, and there are some parents who are concerned that the school system won't be able to handle the surge. This morning, cities across the country are dealing with an ongoing migrant influx. Here in New York, the school year is set to begin Thursday with a surge of new students.
The latest round of asylum seekers and migrants we're receiving, there's a large number of them are children and families.
Officials say since last July, nearly 19,000 students in temporary housing, many of them migrants, have enrolled in city schools. Under New York state law, all kids between ages 5 and 21 are guaranteed a public education, regardless of their immigration status.
We completely changed our school funding formula to provide additional funding to schools based on the number of students in temporary housing that they enroll.
But some parents worry schools will be stretched too thin.
Problem is that we are not equipped to help them, and we should be.
It comes as a growing number of asylum seekers are arriving in cities nationwide, many still stuck in crowded temporary housing at hotels and other makeshift shelters.
No Tent City! No Tent City!
It's become a flashpoint for residents as more migrants arrive by the busload. Berlin Suarez arrived from Venezuela last month with her 3 daughters. Her dream, a better quality of life for her and her children. City officials say that they are committed to this school year by an additional $110 million to the school budget. They're adding that this year alone. Guys, back to you.
All right, Stephanie Goss, thank you so much. Well, there are reports this morning that a potential meeting between Russian President Vladimir Putin and North Korean leader Kim Jong-un could be in the works. That is according to a U.S. official. NBC News chief international correspondent Keir Simmons joins us now for more on this. Hey, Keir, good morning. What are we learning about this potential meeting? What would be discussed if these talks go ahead? What's the crux of this?
Well, Savannah, it's a big deal, clearly, and one measure of how big a deal it is how uncomfortable the Kremlin sounds this morning. Spokesman Dmitry Peskov refusing in the past few hours to confirm that President Putin plans to meet the North Korean leader Kim Jong-un and discuss weapons, answering, "We have nothing to say on this topic," while a spokesperson for the National Security Council saying this morning that Kim Jong-un expects leader-level diplomatic engagement in Russia, so apparently confirming the reports. Now, we reported from Russia's Far East the last time Kim met Putin in 2019, Kim traveling then by train to Vladivostok. The New York Times quotes U.S. sources saying he plans to do so again this month. In recent years, Kim has more often been seen overseeing his missile program, even taking his young daughter with him. But last month, he met Russia's defense minister, Sergei Shoigu, in North Korea. And this morning, the National Security Council says Shoigu was trying to convince Pyongyang to sell artillery ammunition to Russia for its war in Ukraine. I will say one possibility this morning is that the Biden administration has publicized Putin and Kim's plan in an attempt to try to prevent the meeting from happening and a deal being done. We'll find out. It's allegedly, according to the New York Times, coming up pretty quickly.
Absolutely. So, Keir, some details that we do have here. Russia's defense minister visited North Korea in July. Yesterday, he mentioned the possibility, specifically of holding joint war games, right? Tell us more about that detail.
Yeah, so this has been mooted allegedly by President Putin as well some months ago. This is the idea of some kind of joint China, Russia, and North Korea naval exercises. It's been reported by the Financial Times that President Putin has invited North Korea to those naval exercises. And I mean, clearly, that suggests this kind of attempt by China and Russia to build an alternative to the U.S. Sphere of influence around the world. I think it's notable that both China's President Xi and Russia's President Putin have said they won't go to the G20, but they'll meet in China at a meeting for China's $1 trillion One Belt, One Road scheme that invests around the world and is part of China's foreign policy.
Yeah, absolutely. Kira, you mentioned, I mean, just putting in context how big of a deal this is. Explain just how serious the concern is from the U.S. side, this potentially deepening military relationship.
That's right. Of course, there will be that concern. And I think it's notable that we don't yet know whether President Biden and President Xi will meet, as has been suggested, in the U.S. Later this year. Of course, now we're not entirely certain that President Biden will go to the G20, but we know that President Xi, because of the First Lady's COVID infection, but we know that President Xi isn't going to go to the G20. So there has been a lot of effort by the U.S. to build a kind of diplomatic relationship with China whilst still keeping sanctions, for example, in place. But how that is playing out, I think, is still open to question with these continuing partnership between China and Russia and, it seems, North Korea.
Absolutely. Keir Simmons, as always, thank you so much for your reporting. Let's stay on international news now, starting with a notable absence at the G20 summit in India, as we're discussing.
Josh Lederman joins us with that and more. Good morning, Josh.
Good morning. Chinese President Xi Jinping will be the notable absence from that Group of 20 summit taking place this weekend. And we know that this is being seen as a snub to the host country of India, because China and India have been in a major dispute for several years over contested territory in the Himalayas. And in fact, just recently, China released a map showing the territory as part of China, and that really bothered the Indians. Now, President Biden is attending the summit and says he is disappointed that President Xi will not be there. Now let's go over to Japan, where the government is furious over China's decision to ban seafood from Japan because of the water being discharged from the Fukushima nuclear power plant, where there was that disaster many years back. Now, China took that step of banning the seafood imports last month after Japan started releasing water into the ocean that has been treated to reduce the radioactive levels to far below what is safe for humans. Japan now is calling the Chinese seafood ban totally unacceptable. And finally, over to Antarctica, where an Australian who got sick at a remote research station is now safely on his way home to get advanced medical care. Rescuers had to travel more than 1,800 miles on an icebreaker through sea ice from Australia to get close enough to the base where they could then launch a helicopter to go the final stretch. The man should arrive back home in Australia by next week, guys.
Wow, what an operation to save him. Oh, that is just incredible. Josh Lederman, thank you so much.
Coming up, raising awareness for World Alzheimer's Month.
That's right. The Senior Director of Care and Support at the Alzheimer's Association is joining us to discuss the importance of early diagnosis and the strides that are being made when it comes to treating the disease. You are watching Morning News Now.
really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right?
5 seconds. 4, 3.
There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the mail delivery system.
All right, it just me too. I'm crossing the Today Show off my bucket list. Celebrating my mom's 60th birthday.
Just married, and we're honeymooning at the Today Show.
It's a girl.
Hoda inspired me to become a journalist.
I'll have what you guys are having.
I'm celebrating here with you. This is amazing. You're on Today.
You are not alone when you're here on the Today Show.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. We have a new update in the Alec Murdaugh murder case. His legal team says they have newly discovered evidence that could be enough for a retrial.
The once prominent lawyer was found guilty of killing his wife and son nearly 6 months ago. He's currently serving 2 life sentences without the possibility of parole. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin joins us now with the details. Aaron, good morning.
Good morning, guys. That's right. Alec Murdaugh was sentenced to 2 consecutive life terms in prison for the brutal murders of his wife, Maggie, and son, Paul. Now his lawyers are claiming there is evidence that could win the convicted murderer a new trial, days after his son, Buster, spoke out in his defense.
It was the defining moment of one of the biggest trials in South Carolina history.
Guilty.
Alec Murdaugh found guilty of murdering his wife, Maggie, and his son, Paul. Shot and killed in June 2021 on Moselle, the prominent family's hunting property outside Charleston. Now, 6 months after the dramatic verdict, Alec Murdaugh's attorneys say they filed a motion for a new trial. 2 sources familiar with the defense's motion telling Craig that Murdaugh's team is alleging that they have uncovered evidence of jury tampering, adding that at least 2 of the jurors have hired lawyers. The surprise announcement aiming to undo what a jury decided in less than 3 hours. Earlier this year, 3 of the jurors telling Today Alec Murdaugh's own testimony worked against him.
Do you think he hurt himself by taking the stand? Did he make it worse?
I think he did.
Yes.
Why?
He's a lawyer. He's able to be emotional with cases. He knows, like what she said, when to turn it on and off.
Last week, Alec's only surviving son, Buster, proclaiming his father's innocence in an exclusive interview for the Fox Nation docuseries The Fall of the House of Murdaugh, saying, "I don't think that he could be affiliated with endangering my mother and brother," but calling it a fair assessment that Alec has characteristics of a psychopath. Buster also weighing in on the jury and its verdict, explicitly questioning their decision.
I think it was a tilted table from the beginning, and I think, unfortunately, a lot of the jurors felt that way prior to when they had to deliberate. It was predetermined in their minds prior to when they ever heard any shred of evidence that was given in that room.
Sources tell NBC News Murdaugh's attorneys will reveal the new evidence at a press conference later today. Guys.
Aaron McLaughlin, thank you so much. September is World Alzheimer's Month, and it's a disease that causes disruptions in memory and behavior. And according to the Alzheimer's Association, currently more than 6 million Americans live with the disease.
Well, now a growing number of new treatments are on the horizon to help keep Alzheimer's at bay through early detection. Monica Moreno is the Senior Director of Care and Support at the Alzheimer's Association. She joins us now. Monica, thank you so much for being with us today. It's something I know personally. I lost my grandmother to Alzheimer's, and I just think having this month of recognition must be so, I hope, important and helpful for people, you know, pointing a spotlight on it, raising money for it. Tell us what a month like this, focusing on this, does for you and your organization.
Good morning, and thank you for having me today. You know, World Alzheimer's Month really provides an opportunity for organizations like the Alzheimer's Association to help raise awareness of Alzheimer's, but other forms of dementia as well. And there's still this misperception that Alzheimer's is a normal part of aging. And while we know that there are changes that happen to our brain as we grow older, the Alzheimer's Association developed the 10 warning signs, which may indicate that something more serious is going on. So during the month of September, as well as all other months of the year, the goal of the association is really to help educate the public about the warning signs of Alzheimer's disease, the importance of going to see your doctor if you notice even one of these warning signs in yourself or someone else, to get a workup and get a diagnosis, to be able to talk about treatments, and most importantly, to be able to access resources through the Alzheimer's Association, because no one should have to go through this disease alone.
Monica, you touched on the warning signs. Tell us about the importance of that early diagnosis when it comes to this disease.
Yeah, and what are the warning signs?
Yeah, there's so many benefits to getting early detection and diagnosis. You know, one of the most common warning signs is having difficulty with memory, thinking, and behavior. I've had a lot of opportunity in my job to talk with those living with the disease. And one of the things that they have shared that really triggered them to know that something more serious was going on was having difficulty doing a familiar task, something that they had done their whole life. I talked to an award-winning chef who couldn't make an omelet one morning, and the vice president of a bank who couldn't do simple math problems to help her grandchildren with. So these are things that they had done all of their life that came very simple to them, but one day they started having more difficulty. And the difficulty with memory and thinking problems are not just losing your key, right? These are challenges that are now starting to affect everyday life. The importance of early detection and diagnosis are many. First being that it allows families to start planning for their future. How do they want to be cared for, the person living with the disease? How are they going to pay for their cost of care? Putting all of their legal and financial plans in place. And the earlier that families are able to do this, the person living with dementia is actually part of that process. So it really gives peace of mind to the family that when they have to make these difficult decisions in the future, they've actually had those conversations and are carrying out the wishes of the person living with the disease. It also provides people the opportunity to participate in clinical trials. The reality is that we would not be where we are today with 2 new treatments if we did not have healthy volunteers and those living with dementia participating in clinical trials. And then lastly, and most importantly, especially now today that we have 2 treatments that are available, access to the treatments, whether it's treatments to help address symptoms of the disease or the 2 new treatments that have been approved by the FDA.
Monica, give us more details on those new treatments that have been approved by the FDA. I mean, I just remember when we got this news, it sounded like such a breakthrough, really such a turning point. Tell us about them.
It is a turning point. You know, there are 2 new treatments, Aduhelm and Leqembi, that have been approved by the FDA that address one of the underlying causes of Alzheimer's disease. And these treatments, when received in the very earliest stage of Alzheimer's disease, can give people more time in the early stage. And this is the time where they're still very independent and they can participate in life and contribute to society and really do the things that are most meaningful to them and to their families. And that's why this whole issue of early detection and diagnosis is so critically important. If people wait to go see the doctor, they may not be eligible or appropriate to be able to receive any of these treatments that are really targeting the disease in the very earliest stage. So recognizing what those warning signs are, going to the doctor, getting that workup, and being able to have conversations with your doctor about what are the treatments that are available and that may be most appropriate for you. It's really important.
Monica Moreno, thank you so much. Really good tips. Everybody can be watching out for themselves as well as family members. We appreciate your time this morning during this all-important month for this research. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, coming up, she's got an eye for design.
Yeah, we're introducing you to an electrical engineer turned fashion designer who's behind one of Etsy's hottest handbags. Look at that. It's all part of our series, Women Mean Business, up next.
Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Back now with new questions this morning about another music festival meltdown. This one was at the Electric Zoo Festival taking place right here in New York City. Music festival mayhem in New York City over the holiday weekend. Concert goers seen storming the entrances to the Electric Zoo Electronic Music Festival on Sunday after an announcement that the venue had reached capacity earlier than anticipated and no other ticket holders would be admitted.
Oversold. We don't understand how you can oversell tickets.
The three-day event had issues from day one. Friday's show was abruptly canceled just hours before the start.
1 hour before, I was actually just getting ready to come, and I got the news.
Festival organizers issuing a statement on social media citing global supply chain disruptions as the reason behind the delay in completing construction of the main stage.
You probably knew about this way in advance, like probably either yesterday or the day before, and you wait 3 hours before the event's supposed to start. Seems a little bit ridiculous.
Saturday, the doors opening 2 hours later than originally scheduled. And on Sunday, festival organizers shutting down access around 6:30 that evening.
There were people that I met that flew in from Dallas, Texas. Some people actually came in from Canada. I knew some people came in from Europe.
The NYPD arriving to survey the scene, using a drone to ensure the crowds inside the gates were safe.
We had some concern because when additional people rushed into the concert, we wanted to make sure that people weren't overcrowded or on top of each other. We wanted to make sure that the party goers weren't overwhelmed.
By the end of the night, those who did manage to enjoy the show spent the rest of the evening just trying to leave, posting videos to social media of a slow-moving, jam-packed crowd trying to get off Randall's Island, where the event was held.
Poor management, this could be avoided. They've done this for so many years.
The festival announcing refunds would be issued for affected guests, but some say they won't be repeat customers in the future.
We're not coming back if they do have it. We're not going to do this festival again. It's not worth it.
Festival organizers posted on their social media accounts that anyone who had tickets to Friday, the day that was completely canceled, they will get refunds. Anyone who couldn't get in on Sunday will also get refunds. We reached out to event organizers to find out how those refunds will be issued, but we have not heard back.
Ooh, wait. I agree with that one guy. It seems ridiculous. What a mess. Okay. Financial headlines now. Disney is pushing back amid its dispute with Charter Communications.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us now with that and other news. Hey there, Silvana.
Hey, Valerie. Hey, Savannah. Good morning to you. Yes, so Disney is urging customers of Charter's Spectrum cable service to consider switching to Hulu's live TV option as the companies remain in a dispute over a new distribution deal. Disney says it hopes to reach an agreement to restore access to ABC, ESPN, and other channels that have been blacked out on Spectrum since Thursday. Charter disputes that its dispute stems partly from fees that Disney wants for its programming at a time when cable TV viewers are declining and streaming is on the rise. It's about to get harder to rent an Airbnb in New York City. Starting today, the city will start enforcing a new law restricting short-term rentals. Properties from hosts on sites like Airbnb and VRBO will now have to register with the mayor's office. No more than 2 paying guests are allowed at a time, and hosts must be physically present. Airbnb sued, claiming the law is effectively a ban on short-term rentals, but a judge dismissed the lawsuit last month. And Meta's next Quest Pro VR headset could be a collaboration with LG Electronics. Reports say the new headset could come in 2025 and is rumored to cost around $2,000 and compete directly with Apple's Vision Pro. It would reportedly use LG displays and other parts. Meta could also release a lower-end Quest headset next year that costs under $200.
Wow, that is quite a difference in price.
Yeah.
How much lower end are we talking?
Yeah.
Interesting. interesting. Also, just these people still putting out,
making more of them.
Such expensive headsets when it seems the metaverse is sort of, the hype around it anyway has kind of come down.
I know, but people are still into it apparently.
Yeah, I guess so. Silvana Henao, thank you so much.
Sure thing.
Well, on to the latest edition of our series, Women Mean Business. Maria Gabriela Duque is a trained engineer, but her love for fashion and design helped her discover her true calling, creating custom-made handbags. They are getting a lot of attention. Here's a little bit of her story.
As a teenager growing up in Venezuela, Maria Gabriela Duque was having trouble finding a backpack in stores that fit her style. So, with her mother's guidance, she learned how to use a sewing machine and created a bag for herself. It would be her first design of many. In college, Maria followed in her engineer father's footsteps and studied electrical engineering, but she was drawn back to fashion, making bags for her and her friends. And soon, she realized there was a niche for her creations. She started an Etsy shop, Mari Gabi Designs, making sustainable and fashionable bags from vegan cactus leather. Working alongside her sister in their home studio, Maria cuts the material from the nopal cactus and hand embroiders the detail on each bag. Now living in Florida, Maria is being recognized for her work, being named the 2023 Grand Prize Award winner of Etsy's Design Awards.
No way. No way. You're kidding me. Oh my God.
And she's passing down her creativity to her 10-year-old daughter, Isabella. Together, they run a jewelry shop, ensuring her entrepreneurship continues with the next generation. Maria Gabriela Duque is a woman who means business.
And she's a woman who joins us now. Lucky us. Maria, good morning. Thank you so much for being here. Tell us first, let's start with growing up in Venezuela, how your mom and dad inspired and fed your entrepreneurship spirit. And also, I know it had a little bit to do with you ultimately studying electrical engineering. Just tell me about growing up.
Growing up was pretty much the same as a normal kid. But my dad is an engineer. That's why I decided to study engineer back then. But my mom was always the creative one. So I always had the craft materials at home. And I think she was the main inspiration behind all the designs stuff that came back after the engineering.
Absolutely. It's just so cool that you studied engineering. I feel like it gives you this really great balance of the way that you're able to construct your bags and make things, but then also have that creative passion. Is that right?
Yeah. I love the construction part of the bag. That's the main thing that caught my attention back then.
Absolutely. So, okay, let's talk about winning this prize. We were able to see a little bit in that piece we just played of how emotional you were winning the 2023 Grand Prize Award, Etsy Design Awards. You have a pretty cool fan who helped handpick this. I mean, Sarah Jessica Parker, a.k.a. Carrie Bradshaw herself, picking your bag as such a fashion icon. Tell us about the moment that you found out that you won and just knowing that Carrie Bradshaw, SJP, is such a fan.
Oh my God. Well, as you saw on the video, I was pretty emotional. I cried for a couple of minutes because I wasn't expecting that at all. It was pretty shocking. And knowing that Sarah Jessica Parker said that my bag caught her attention right away was, oh my God. I don't know. I don't even know how to tell this, but it's awesome. And I never thought I could be a Grand Prize winner of the Etsy Awards.
Oh, it's so cool. And what did it do for your business right away once you won that award? Did it just skyrocket?
Yes. This like the minute after that, it was crazy.
Have you been able to keep up with demand?
I'm trying to. I'm doing my best. But yes, I have my sister helping me and my mom too. So we're doing our best to try to keep up with all orders and messages and everything.
And I love
awesome.
that all of the things that you create is such a family affair. Your sister, you just mentioned your mom, and then you start this other Etsy shop with your 10-year-old daughter. That's making jewelry, which is so neat. Before we let you go, we always love to ask women like yourself who have done something so neat and created something, what's your advice for other young women pursuing their dream who maybe don't think, that they would win a grand prize in something like this, but knowing that it's possible? What's your advice for someone?
I would say never stop showing what you are capable of doing, because we are all busy with our life. And if you're a mom, we have such a little time to make this kind of things. So never stop finding that minute, that hour of your day to do something and showing to your friends and your family. And if you find some awards that you can't participate, don't hesitate, because you don't know when you can win and your life will change.
Oh, Maria Gabriela Duque, thank you for joining us. So cool, this business as well as the one with your daughter, and also awesome about your bags, Cactus Leather, by the way, sustainable bags, really cool stuff. Thank you so much for joining us. It was a pleasure to have you.
Thank you for having me.
Coming up, the Stones are back.
For the first time in 18 years, the band is set to release new material. We'll tell you how you can get all the details about the new album up next.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
Welcome back. Well, the Rolling Stones may have just celebrated Mick Jagger turning 80 years old, but they've got no plans to retire. The group just announced they're releasing their first new album of original songs in 18 years, titled Hackney Diamonds. It comes nearly 60 years since their first album was released. More details on the album are going to come out tomorrow on a YouTube live stream hosted by our Tonight Show host, Jimmy Fallon. How cool is that?
I can't believe he just turned 80.
I know. Isn't that amazing?
Amazing.
You wouldn't know it.
Finally, this hour, the music world is mourning the loss of one of the most iconic voices from the late 90s and early 2000s.
That's right. Steve Harwell, the former frontman for the band Smash Mouth, he died on Monday at his home in Idaho. NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Melas joins us now here on set with the latest on the singer's death. Hey, Chloe, good morning.
Good morning. Nice to be here with you all. So many people are paying tribute to Steve Harwell. It came as a big surprise. It felt like to his fans and many. And we take a look back on his life and the music that defined a generation.
With hits like All Star and Walkin' on the Sun.
Might as well be walking on the sun.
Smash Mouth delivered a list of earworms that became the soundtrack for a generation. On On Monday, the band announced that their famous frontman Steve Harwell died at 56 from acute liver failure after many health issues. The band's manager telling NBC News Steve Harwell was a true American original, adding, quote, his only tools were his irrepressible charm and charisma, his fearlessly reckless ambition, and his king-size cojones. Steve lived a 100% full-throttle life.
Well, the years start coming and they don't stop coming.
Their biggest hit, All Star, went to number 4 on Billboard's Hot 100 singles chart and earned them a Grammy nomination. Multiple songs were featured in movies throughout the late 90s and early 2000s, including 10 Things I Hate About You.
And then I saw her face. I'm a believer.
And 2001's Shrek. Tributes for the singer pouring in on social media, and our own Carson, writing in part, quote, he brought joy to millions with his music and his legacy will thankfully live on. Back in 2016, the band appeared for today's 90s throwback-themed Halloween. Harwell crediting Carson for helping with their start.
He got hired to MTV and then he drug us with him.
Harwell retired from the band 2 years ago after appearing disoriented at a concert. At the time, Harwell responding, quote, I've tried so hard to power through my physical and mental health issues and to play in front of you one last time, but I just wasn't able to.
So fans are taking to social media to share their favorite moments of listening to Smash Mouth over the years and their favorite songs, and the tributes keep pouring in, so we're definitely keeping his family and friends in our thoughts today. And the music is up a little bit louder.
I know, right? Oh, it's just, you remember some of those hits. Also, Carson's tribute was really just so beautiful. What a unique and special relationship that he helped them from those radio stations.
I know, and I was talking to Carson this morning on the Today Show, and he was just saying that he's talking to other musicians this morning, and you know they're all mourning the loss. But really, Carson knew Steve really from the very early days of Smash Mouth and was putting him on the radio, like we were just talking about. And obviously, like there was TRL at some point in there as well.
Yeah, so cool. Chloe, thank you so much, and welcome to NBC.
Yes,
Good to have you over here.
Thank you. Great to see you guys.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Don't go anywhere. Right now on Morning News Now, major developments and a new twist in a murder trial that captivated the nation. Lawyers for convicted killer Alec Murdaugh are now demanding a new trial based on what they're calling discovered evidence that he did not kill his wife and son. What we know ahead of a planned announcement later today. Also this morning, slow burn. Right now, thousands of Burning Man attendees are making their escape from the Nevada desert after heavy rains left them stranded for days.
All right, you made it out.
I know it. I'm so grateful.
It's one for the ages, that's for sure.
But getting out won't be easy. We'll show you the conditions as they make the hours-long journey home. Plus, September swelter. That's right, summer's not over just yet. This morning, tens of millions of Americans are waking up to heat alerts stretching from the Midwest to the Northeast. We are tracking which areas are expecting to break records today. And cut to the chase. You've heard of quiet quitting. Now a new trend is taking over the workplace. It's called quiet cutting, when workers are reassigned to different roles as part of corporate restructuring. More on the moves, the impacts, and what you can do if you've been impacted.
Good morning. I'm Valerie Castro in for Joe Fryer.
Yeah, we're happy to have you with us on a Tuesday. Kind of the unofficial start to fall, but like we said, still hot, so it might feel like summer where you are. I'm Savannah Sellers. Begin this morning with a new motion in the high-profile murder case of Alec Murdaugh.
His lawyers are set to reveal what they describe as new evidence and release their new trial motion at a press conference at the South Carolina State House later this afternoon. The move comes months after Murdaugh was found guilty of murdering his wife and son at their family estate. The disgraced lawyer was handed 2 life sentences as a result. Murdaugh continues to claim he is innocent. NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos is here to help us explain what is next for Murdaugh. Danny, thank you for being with us this morning. So walk us through what it means for them to file a new trial based on what his lawyers are calling newly discovered evidence. What is the criteria that they need to meet to introduce this evidence?
South Carolina, like all states and the federal government, has a rule that allows, if there is newly discovered evidence, that you could possibly get a new trial. But the standard is very high. Otherwise, I can tell you from representing a lot of these folks, they would try everything and anything they can and call it newly discovered evidence. So here are the rules, at least in South Carolina. It must be evidence that would probably have changed the outcome of the original trial. And it must be evidence that was not only not discoverable at the time of trial, but was in fact discovered after the trial. So you see, these rules create minimum standards. It's got to be evidence that is more than just, hey, the government should have looked into this instead of this, or they should have asked this question of the witness instead of that question. That's not going to be enough. It's got to be significant. And I got to tell you something, to call a press conference instead of just filing a motion for a new trial tells me they must think they have something that meets that exacting standard, because most evidence does not.
So your interest is piqued. Like, you hear there's new evidence, and to you that could really be a big deal.
Yes and no. No, because almost every defendant will at some point in their prison sentence, maybe years later, maybe 20 years later, will say there's newly discovered evidence.
Okay.
To call a press conference and say, hey, this is so significant, we're going to put ourselves in front of the podium and see if this newly discovered evidence passes the ha-ha test. Because every lawyer out there knows that this is not just something, it can't be anything that you discovered after the trial. It's got to be significant. It's got to be something that would probably have changed the outcome of the original trial. And you don't need to be a lawyer to apply that test. You can listen to what they say and conclude for yourself, boy, is that something that would have probably changed the outcome? And that's why I think calling a press conference means they must really believe they have something.
And this is also different than an appeal, right? Which his defense team had filed right after the guilty verdict. What happens to that now?
Absolutely. No, the appeal goes forward. Every defendant has a right of a first appeal, a direct appeal of their conviction. The newly discovered evidence is a separate kind of provision, although it can often be blended together with the complexities of an appeal, post-conviction relief, all these different collateral attacks. But the bottom line is this. The appeal can be based on all kinds of different things. This evidence shouldn't have come in. That evidence was wrongly admitted. The jury instructions were faulty. In fact, jury instructions are the most common grounds for a direct appeal. But newly discovered evidence is kind of its own creature. It doesn't always come up in every case, but if a defendant can find it, they will do anything they can to crowbar it in. You see it most often in DNA evidence, something that wasn't tested. Now we have the technology to test this kind of DNA. This is the kind of thing. If they have DNA evidence, I can't really see how that fits in this case. That might be something that would meet this exacting standard.
We know he's still wrapped up in some other legal issues, right? How would this affect those other cases that he's facing?
There's so many other legal issues for Murdaugh, and people in his orbit who are, since the trial, have started to face their own legal problems. So in terms of the civil cases, it won't affect it all that much. I mean, he's got a lot of civil cases against him. The civil standard, and this was fleshed out by the O.J. case. You'll recall that O.J. Simpson was found not guilty of murder, but later on found civilly liable. And the reason that is that you have different standards of proof. Criminal is beyond a reasonable doubt. Civil is only a preponderance, more likely than not. So even if Murdaugh gets a new trial, and even if he's acquitted, that would be years from now, and it wouldn't really affect the outcome of civil cases against him.
Danny, the other kind of piece of news related to all this that we had last week was his son, Buster, actually speaking out in an interview for the first time. Did anything kind of pique your interest there? What did you make of some of what he said?
No, it didn't surprise me. I mean, family members are the staunchest advocates. There is probably no stronger advocate, much stronger than a defendant's lawyer, than that defendant's mother or father. I mean, these are folks, family members, often believe in their family members' innocence forever and ever. Sometimes they're right, oftentimes they're wrong, but that is just human nature. It doesn't surprise me that he came out in support of his father, although, frankly, it would have been more surprising if he came out against his father. That would have been very telling, and I imagine he would have been called as a witness against his father in the underlying trial if that had been the case.
All right, Danny Ceballos, as always, we appreciate you. Thank you so much. Well, the mass exodus continues this morning at the Burning Man Festival. Organizers reopened the road leading out of the remote Nevada desert area yesterday, but then traffic, look at these pictures, stretched for miles, with drivers being asked to delay their departure until today. Unexpected rain had turned the festival into a muddy nightmare. Nearly 70,000 people were ordered to stay put for days and conserve food and water even as officials closed the roads. NBC's Liz Kreutz has more.
With thousands urgently waiting to leave, signs the exodus at Burning Man has begun.
We're making it out.
After days stuck in this mud-soaked desert, the weather drying up. Festival goers, known as burners, finally getting the go-ahead to get out.
All right, you made it out.
I know it. I'm so grateful.
The traffic backing up by early morning, the rush visible for miles. Around camp, there's still pockets of mud like this, wet and sticky. It's what officials are worried about as burners begin their exodus. An unusual summer storm turning the annual desert campout into a muddy mess. More than 70,000 trapped, some hiking miles to get out. The local sheriff probing the death of one person during the rain event. The cause still under investigation, but organizers say it was not storm related.
People are going to need to be patient.
Following calls to shelter in place and conserve supplies, Burning Man CEO telling attendees who've been stranded for days to remain calm.
We've made it really clear that we do not see this as an evacuation situation.
It's a tradition going back nearly 40 years, the Counterculture Festival in the remote Nevada desert, celebrating art, music, and community.
It's one for the ages, that's for sure.
With the line to leave taking hours, some finding it hard to get out.
There was a taxi. He said he can take us to Reno by the meter, and it's going to be $500 or more.
At the Reno airport, others still stunned.
I was scared.
The harrowing conditions.
You can smell like it's a burning rubber and mud.
Putting even the most self-reliant to the test.
And some attendees told us it took them 6 hours to get from the heart of Black Rock City just here to the exit. Festival organizers are asking people to stagger when they leave to try to prevent congestion. Back to you.
All right, Liz, thank you so much.
Record-breaking heat continues to impact 42 million Americans today. So for a closer look, let's get a check at your Morning News Now weather forecast.
That's right. Meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Hey there, guys. Great to see you. And that number has jumped up to 47 million, and that's across the Northeast, the Great Lakes, into the Midwest, also across the South. So in the South, we're going to have heat indices right around 110, 115, and the Northeast is going to feel like over 100 degrees. So the heat goes on today. It was a hot one yesterday. It's going to be hot once again tomorrow. It's going to be a slow trek to cooler weather later on this weekend. So more than 80 records are possible from the Midwest into the Great Lakes and Northeast. Temperatures soaring into the upper 90s in places like D.C. It's going to feel like 101 there, feeling like 103 in Raleigh, feeling like 97 in Grand Rapids. But notice this blue line, that cold front off to the left. That's going to move through. It's going to spark some storms today in the upper Midwest, but it's going to bring some relief, and that's going to bring the slow relief into the Northeast by this weekend. So for tomorrow, we're looking at temperatures once again into the 90s, into the 100s. D.C. will feel like 103 tomorrow. Cape Hatteras feeling like 96, and Fayetteville, you're going to feel like 104. And then as we go throughout Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, feeling better Friday and Saturday in Baltimore. Temperatures into the 80s, New York City, 82 by Saturday. Same story in Boston. And look back to the west, Cincinnati and Pittsburgh, that cold front already going through by Wednesday. So feeling like 80, it's going to be 83 on Thursday, by Friday, 80 degrees and 74 on Saturday. Here's that cold front that's going to move through. It's going to bring the chance for storms across the upper Midwest, and it's going to bring that relief too. But in the meantime, we're going to see the threat for strong storms today. Winds could gust near 60 miles per hour. Could see some hail, the chance for some storms. And then tomorrow, that cold front stretches from Michigan to Mississippi, and we could see some heavy rainfall along this front as well, because it's going through that really warm, humid air mass, and that's where we could see locally up to 2 inches of rain. For today, 5 million people at risk for severe storms. Winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour, especially where you see that yellow. Places like Duluth, also Minneapolis, could see some strong storms, especially this afternoon and this evening. An isolated tornado is possible. It's on the low side, but we still could see 1 or 2 as we head throughout this evening. And then there's that cold front tomorrow. Easy to see where it's stretched. It's stretched from Michigan all the way down to portions of the Tennessee Valley. So Nashville, Indianapolis, Detroit, Memphis could see some strong storms. Kind of the same scenario, winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour, some hail, a chance of a tornado or 2. And it's going to be heavy rainfall as well, especially where you see those brighter colors, Duluth, Minneapolis, near Green Bay. This is through Wednesday, so over the next couple of days, we're looking at that locally heavy rain. Now, the tropics are heating up as well. We are looking at our next named storm almost. It's almost a definite. We're looking at Invest 95L, the National Hurricane Center, kind of denotes storms that will develop. It's moving into an area that is conducive for development. So over the next 2 days, we have a 90% chance chance of getting our next named storm. It could happen today. It could happen sooner than that. And then we have a 100% chance in the next 7 days. So it's a good bet that we will have our next storm, whether it's a tropical depression, tropical storm, and then eventually a hurricane. This is going to be one to watch, guys, as we go throughout the next couple of days, and then we'll see it kind of develop throughout the Caribbean. Back to you.
All right. As always, Michelle, thank you so much. See you in a little bit. Well, now to Texas, where a community is in mourning today following the deadly shooting of a TCU football player. As NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster explains, police say it was a random attack by a gunman looking to kill.
This tragedy happened just a few weeks after the start of classes and the day before the first football game of the season. Wes Smith was honored at that game with a moment of silence as a community and family grieves. The family of Wes Smith speaking out after the Texas Christian University student was killed.
It's hard to get your heart around it, to get your head around it, so it's certainly been shocking.
Police say Smith was killed outside a Fort Worth bar after being approached apparently randomly by suspect Matthew Purdy.
This was just something that was senseless, and it shouldn't have happened.
According to the arrest warrant, Purdy admitted to shooting Smith 3 times in the stomach, shoulder, and back of the head after he fell. The suspect telling police he wanted to make sure he was dead. Investigators say Purdy also hit a witness with his gun and told officers he would have shot others if he had not run out of ammunition. Purdy, who was out on probation for aggravated robbery, according to police, is now charged with murder.
He's in custody where he belongs.
Smith was a double major in finance and strategic marketing, a walk-on for TCU football his freshman year, and a student who led Bible studies for his fraternity, his family says.
He wanted to be an encouragement to other people. He wanted to be a friend to other people. People just naturally gravitated toward him as a leader and a person that made them feel better about themselves.
Without a known motive, a family and community is left heartbroken and confused. The family says services for Wes Smith will take place on September 15th and 16th. They're calling it a celebration of his life. Meanwhile, the first court date for Purdy has not yet been set. He's still being held on a $500,000 bond. Back to you.
All right, Shaquille Brewster, thank you so much.
There are new developments this morning in the search for an escaped inmate in Pennsylvania. It's been 6 days since he broke out of prison, but officials say they believe they're closing in on him, and they're also enlisting his mother to help find him. NBC News correspondent George Solis joins us now with the latest on the search this morning. George, good morning to you.
Good morning, Valerie. Yeah, things just as tense as ever. There have been multiple sightings of convicted killer Danilo Cavalcante. The road closures here changing almost by the second, but authorities are confident he is still likely in this area and very much on the run. This morning, Pennsylvania State Police officially taking over the manhunt, saying they're confident they're closing in on convicted killer Danilo Cavalcante.
I want to push him hard. He'll make mistakes.
3 days ago, police releasing this doorbell cam video of the 5-foot, 120-pound fugitive. Authorities indicating there have now been 4 confirmed sightings within a 2-mile radius of the Chester County Prison where Cavalcante escaped Thursday morning. This most recent sighting taking place over the long holiday weekend.
It was a trooper, actually, that observed him in some distance, gave chase, but was unable, because of the terrain and some other obstacles there, was unable to get to him.
Authorities believe Cavalcante is hiding out in a heavily wooded area and growing more desperate as they close in.
The only thing I had to defend myself was a picture frame.
Brian Drummond believes his home may have been one of those hiding spots. Drummond, after seeing an intruder, flickered the lights to show he knew someone was there.
And then he flipped the light switch back a few times, which was the real panic moment.
Drummond and his wife called 911, and he says he watched the man leave his house.
How hard was your heart racing? It was like a moment of disbelief. You know, it's like, yes, my heart was beating fast.
Cavalcante was convicted last month and sentenced to life in prison for the brutal stabbing death of his ex-girlfriend. Authorities say he's also wanted for a 2017 homicide in his native Brazil. Police have been playing audio recordings from choppers and patrol cars of Cavalcante's mother speaking in Portuguese, pleading for her son to turn himself in. They're also asking residents to remain vigilant.
We're just scared, you know? Paranoid, yeah. We're ready for it to be over.
And to call police if they see anything suspicious. Guys, and authorities still aren't saying how Cavalcante escaped from the Chester County prison, but state police did say they have been authorized to use deadly force if necessary. And mind you, there's still a $10,000 reward for any information that leads to his capture. Valerie?
All right, yes, so many people on edge there. George Solis, thank you so much.
Wow. And the music world is mourning the loss of popular singer Steve Harwell, the lead singer of the Grammy-nominated band Smash Mouth. He died at his home in Idaho Monday. The band said he had been suffering from acute liver failure. Harwell and Smash Mouth hit the peak of their popularity in the early 2000s with hits like Walking on the Sun, maybe best known for their hit single All Star. That was forever made famous as the opening to the movie Shrek. Steve Harwell was 56 years old.
Coming up on Morning News Now, a health scare at the White House. First Lady Jill Biden has tested positive for COVID-19. Later this hour, what we know about her condition and the precautions being taken.
Up first, though, after the break, an alarming alliance between Russia and North Korea. What U.S. officials are saying about a planned meeting between the two countries' leaders. We'll be right back.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize you're doing the dishes, you're
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Starting Sunday, September 17th on NBC.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now in this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu wants the immediate deportation of Eritrean asylum seekers involved in recent violent clashes in Tel Aviv. He's also ordered a plan to remove all African migrants from Israel. The drastic measures come after rival Eritrean protesters were involved in riots over the weekend. NBC's Matt Bradley has the latest.
Violent clashes in Tel Aviv putting the country's immigration policies front and center. After hundreds of asylum seekers from the African country of Eritrea confronted pro-Eritrean government groups. Israeli police stepped in, deploying tear gas, stun grenades, and even live rounds into the crowd after officers said they felt their lives were in danger. The confrontations come as Eritrea's totalitarian government marks 30 years in power. Why did we run from our country, said this protester? Because this dictator. It's a government many demonstrators in Israel say they were forced to flee.
Still sad because I saw a lot of people have been injured.
The Israeli National Emergency Service reports over 100 people were injured in the clashes, including 30 police officers. Prime Minister Netanyahu says the protesters crossed a line. His national security minister visited the scene and suggested that those who took part should be placed in detention until they're deported. Immigration has been a divisive issue in Israel for generations. But it's taken on new urgency as Netanyahu seeks to push through his judicial overhaul plan. The nation's high court has previously blocked laws targeting Eritrean asylum seekers. Now Netanyahu is sticking to his long-standing rhetoric, calling those who protested over the weekend illegal infiltrators.
Our thanks to Matt Bradley for that report. We don't know what this potential mass deportation plan would look like right now, but Netanyahu is backed by one of the most conservative cabinets in Israeli history, which is opposed to immigration. And more international headlines now, starting with reports of a possible alliance between Russia and North Korea.
Josh Lederman joins us now with that and more. Hey, Josh, good morning.
Hey, good morning. That is right. A potential meeting between President Putin of Russia and President Kim Jong-un of North Korea could take place as early as this month, according to U.S. officials who say the most likely location for that meeting would be in Vladivostok along Russia's Pacific coast. The White House is now confirming to NBC News they believe this is part of Moscow's efforts to persuade Pyongyang to sell ammunition and other weapons to Russia to use in its war in Ukraine. Now to Spain, where at least 3 people have died after torrential rains that triggered flash floods in many parts of the country. You can see it right there on your screen. They had to close roads and trains for their safety. People are missing, about 3 people they believe still missing, and authorities deployed their mobile phone alert system for extreme storm risks for the first time. And finally, back here to London, where the late Queen Elizabeth is being remembered for one of her great loves. Royal fans held a corgi parade outside Buckingham Palace as the 1-year anniversary of her death approaches this week. They even dressed up their dogs in royal regalia in honor of the Queen's famous love of corgis. All I'm going to say is I wish I had that much free time on my hands, guys.
Who doesn't love a dog parade?
Wow, 2 things there. Adorable, but also I can't believe it's almost been a year. Wow. Oh, my goodness.
Josh Lederman, thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, now to Texas, where this morning, for only the 3rd time in history, a state official will have an impeachment trial. This is Texas Attorney General. His name's Ken Paxton, and he faces 20 articles of impeachment, including bribery and abuse of office. Paxton, a Republican, was impeached by the Republican-controlled Texas House back in May. Later this morning, the Texas Senate will convene to try his case. Paxton has denied any wrongdoing and calls the allegations politically motivated. NBC News senior reporter Jane Tim joins us with more on what we can expect. Hey, Jane, good morning. So first, just explain to us, how did we get to this point? I mean, I mentioned he's a Republican. This is the Republican-controlled House. What was it that was going on here? What is he accused of doing?
Good morning. So Ken Paxton's impeachment trial today is going to center around whether or not he accepted bribes from and abused his office in trying to help a friend and political donor named Nate Hall. Now, this isn't actually a whole lot of It's not entirely news to Texans. These allegations of wrongdoing have been circulating for years. Paxton's own senior staff reported him to the FBI in 2020, but the House didn't start investigating until this spring, after Paxton asked them to pay for a settlement with some of these whistleblowers who had reported him to the FBI for employment retaliation. Now, that was a $3.3 million settlement, and apparently the last straw for Paxton's own party, who joined with Democrats in the House of Representatives to overwhelmingly impeach him on these 20 articles of impeachment.
So give us some details on what exactly we're going to see. So this impeachment trial is at the Texas State Capitol in Austin, like I said, convening later this morning. What can we expect from proceedings? Who can we expect to see testify?
So the Senate now has to decide whether or not to convict him on those articles of impeachment. The Senate, those senators, are the jury here. And the trial is going to look a lot like a civil or criminal trial, except opening statements, witness As for witnesses, watch today. We're going to see a really interesting picture into many of these witnesses who will have to appear in person at 11 a.m. There's more than 100 people have received subpoenas to testify. So I'll be watching to see who shows up today at the Capitol.
Absolutely. And Jane, finally, how would he be replaced if convicted?
So Texas law says an unexpired term can only be filled by a special election. But the real question is, if the senators do vote to impeach him, do they also vote to bar him permanently for office? Or can he run again in that special election?
Lots to watch for. Jane Tim, thank you so much.
President Biden used the Labor Day holiday to tout his record on helping to turn the economy around. While touring a manufacturing plant in Philadelphia, the president met with union leaders and touted the latest jobs numbers, saying that the country is in a period of growth.
Well, we're getting through this, one of the greatest job creation periods in American history. For real, that's a fact.
NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander joins us now from the White House with more on yesterday's speech. We'll get to that in just a moment. But Peter, last night the White House said First Lady Jill Biden had tested positive for COVID. What can you tell us about how she's doing this morning?
Yeah, that's really driving the conversation here at the White House today. Of course, the First Lady's office says Dr. Biden is experiencing mild symptoms, that she'll remain at the couple's home in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware. The president is going to be here at the White House. This is the second time that Jill Biden has had COVID. The first was last August. The president, you'll remember back then, had it weeks earlier. It comes after a Saturday trip together to Florida, where both President Biden and the First Lady toured the disaster zone after Hurricane Idalia, meeting with local leaders and residents. They spent Sunday together in Rehoboth. The White House press secretary, Karine Jean-Pierre, she says that the president tested negative last night, that he will be tested at a regular cadence this week, Valerie, while monitoring for symptoms. The president is scheduled to leave, notably, this Thursday, just a few days away, a couple days away, for a high-stakes G20 summit with world leaders. No indication right now that her COVID is going to affect his travels, unless, of course, he winds up testing positive here. For now, his public schedule is unchanged. Today, he is set to award the Medal of Honor to an Army veteran here at the White House.
Peter, so getting back to the president's speech in Philadelphia yesterday, President Biden never mentioned former President Trump by name, but he took some sharp swings at his record. What were some of the main points that Biden brought up?
Well, you highlight what I think was really the critical difference in this speech. The president focuses on similar points in many of his public remarks, talking about the job creation under his watch, trying to focus on inflation coming down. But yesterday was notable because the president did, without using his predecessor's name, really take some shots at former President Trump, who obviously is facing 4 indictments right now and has ramped up his criticism of President Biden. Here's part of what we heard from the president just yesterday.
Great real estate builder, the last guy here, he didn't build a damn thing. He was but here's an important point, one of 2 presidents who left office with fewer jobs in America than when he got elected office. And the last guy was here, he looked at the world from Park Avenue. I look at it from Scranton, Pennsylvania. I look at it from Claymont, Delaware.
So this is sort of an early preview of what a general election back and forth might look like. Notably, the Republicans haven't even picked out their nominee officially yet, but based on all polling, Donald Trump leads by 40, even 50 points, according to some of these polls. So things already beginning to heat up between former President Trump and President Biden. Valerie?
Yeah, and President Biden referring to him as that last guy. So did the Trump campaign respond to President Biden's speech? And you mentioned some polling. We understand there's a new Wall Street Journal poll that has the 2 candidates in a virtual tie.
Yeah, you're right. So the 2 candidates are in this virtual tie. Of course, these polls are notable, but broadly not that significant because elections aren't decided nationally, to decided in the key battleground states. Really only a few battleground states that are likely to define and decide the 2024 election. The Trump campaign has railed, as it did again just yesterday, at President Biden, criticizing him on all things, including his handling of the economy right now, which has the potential to be a weak spot for the president. The White House, for its part, has been focusing on what it describes as Bidenomics, highlighting a lot of the president's achievements since taking office. But in many of my travels around the country in recent months, Americans right now aren't necessarily feeling those gains. The White House says that there's likely to be a lag before regular Americans start to feel the benefits of some of the president's policies. Valerie?
All right, Peter, thank you so much.
Well, coming up, an act of heroism caught on camera. A man risking his life to fight the flames while escaping last month's wildfires on Maui. Hear his story and why some say he may have saved an entire block of homes.
Plus, why researchers say more screen time and less sleep might mean big problems for kids heading back to school. We'll have your weekly check-in next on Morning News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Terry is located. See the break?
Morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the big conditions
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so...
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Starting Sunday, September 17th on NBC.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Terry is located. See the break?
Morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the big conditions
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so...
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Welcome back. It's been nearly a month now since wildfires devastated the Hawaiian island of Maui, and now untold stories are emerging from the ashes.
NBC News correspondent Sam Brock spoke with one man who may have saved an entire block of homes in a dramatic act of heroism.
I want you to record everything when we're leaving.
Right from those first heart-stopping moments, Jessica and Stephen Pickering knew their time was precious, leaving Lahaina with flames on their heels.
Oh my God.
And a wall of smoke in the rearview mirror.
We tried to get out of the neighborhood, but were blocked by cars.
Along the way, they spot a flash of fire in the bushes.
Oh my God, it's right there in the bushes.
What?
The fire!
Oh,
it's in the bushes!
Stephen leaps from the car to put out the flames, threatening a complete stranger's house.
Stephen, we're gonna get stuck! Come on!
Were you thinking at all, this is crazy and it could cost us our lives?
Yes.
But what did his actions actually end up doing?
I think that he saved that area of the neighborhood.
Oh!
The Pickerings say they barely survived without emergency sirens or even a text to warn them.
I haven't personally heard of a single notification that anybody received in all of my social network, period.
Out of how many people do you think that you've talked to?
Hundreds.
Hundreds.
Maui County's response is under investigation, though officials have maintained that they warned residents through texts and police loudspeakers in neighborhoods, but they haven't specified where or when.
Always better safe than sorry. Lives and safety over structure anytime.
C. Ray Beltran spent more than 15 years with the Maui Emergency Management Agency as a senior safety official.
I would have said full evacuation.
In the morning?
In the morning, knowing the winds are this high. They're super high. Prepare for the worst and then hope for less.
The road to recovery looks long for Jessica and Stephen. One of their Maui diving shops went up in flames, along with about $1.5 million worth of inventory.
Having to say that we have nothing and hold your hand out and ask for help is really humbling and hard.
Still, there's a soulful silver lining across town in the Smith household, where Drew Smith recognized something familiar on social media.
I said, honey, come in here. Look at this. There's a guy saving the house. I said, oh my God, it's our neighborhood. And then we started looking. We're like, this is our house.
Smith says he's putting the Pickerings in his will. As for Stephen and Jessica, they have their lives and their love.
Oh my God, it's right there in the bushes.
And a whole bunch of neighbors ready to help them out if they ever need a hand. Sam Brock, NBC News, Lahaina.
Oh, wow.
Looks like he didn't think twice. He just
No, I mean, and putting him in their will. Wow, that was incredible.
But it's time now for our weekly mental health check-in, and we're taking a closer look at the risk for mental health disorders and what you can do to help lower your chances.
Yeah, plus it's back to school time. That means back to bedtime routines. We're going to take a look at how screen time could be causing major disruptions to your child's sleep. Let's bring in Dr. George James for more on these mental health headlines. Licensed marriage and family therapist, someone, of course, you recognize. Dr. James, great to have you with us as always. So we'll get to all that back to school stuff in just a moment. But first, I want to start with this new study. Found an estimated 50% of the global population will experience at least one mental health disorder by the time they are 75 years old. What do you make of that number? Does that sound like a lot to you? Does it sound like a little based on what you know about how we're all doing with mental health? I mean, and tell us what we need to know here, if they're different between men and women and how to maybe prevent something like this.
Yeah, good morning, Savannah. Yes, this does sound like a lot, but when we really look at it, this is a study of 150,000 throughout 29 countries, and it looked to just say over the course of a lifetime, up to about 75, people will experience some type of mental health disorder or challenge. And, you know, that's actually that's probably more of what we've realized, but it's now a study that's showing that, whether it be depression. And the difference between men and women is that both men and women will have some type of depression or phobia, but men will experience some alcoholic abuse while women will experience some PTSD. So these are things that we know, and we want to prevent that. So we want to get some treatment early and make sure that you get the support you need.
So important. Dr. James, let's talk back to school. We know schedules are in full swing, and for many parents, that means getting back on that regular bedtime routine, but they could be battling kids with their phones, obviously staying up late. New research shows children are getting less sleep because of an increase in screen time. So how important is sleep for tweens and teens, and how can parents talk to their kids about really limiting the time on their phones?
Oh, I know this battle all too well. You know, so screen time has been one of those challenges for lots of families, but screen time has been linked to mental health for everyone, adults, including kids. What happens with screen time, it does impact your ability to go to sleep. And then with the lack of sleep, it does impact your mental health, like depression and anxiety. There's a relationship between mental health and sleep. So it's really important to try to get your kids to go to bed early so that they can get rest, so that they can push past and perform well in school and be alert and not be overwhelmed and anxious because they didn't get enough sleep.
Yeah, I think it's really important, that link between using the phone and the either instead of sleep, right? Like the doom scroll at night, or it making it more difficult to go to sleep, as well as then we know that harmful content that could be consumed. So many things there to keep eyes out for. Dr. James, also in the vein of back to school, so I mean, we're talking generally about mental health, kids and teens. It's sort of at a low. We've seen a lot of scary studies, a lot of scary stats coming out of emergency rooms, but it does seem that being in person for school could have a positive impact, which is some good news. Tell us why that is and how parents can support their kids this school year.
Yeah, we've recognized that being in person, there's just something that's different. A lot of our teens and young adults really struggled and suffered. They weren't able to do the normal things. They weren't able to engage with each other or be around folks, and especially being able to get that additional academic and emotional support. When schools have provided that one-on-one connection, whether it be tutoring, whether it be another teacher, or even being able to see a school counselor, that has helped, because we've seen that our young folks are resilient and able to come back. So it's important that we have the services, but it's also that we believe in them and know that they can recover from any difficult situations like COVID.
Absolutely. Dr. George James, as always, we appreciate you. Thank you. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Coming up, worries in the workplace over a new trend that's pushing some employees out.
We'll talk about quiet cutting and what you can do if you believe that you've been impacted. This is Morning News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation
What is the #1 issue for you?
to the national stage,
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
when critical votes were counted,
Still too close to call.
and when power was held to account,
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Starting Sunday, September 17th on NBC.
I'm crossing the Today Show off my bucket list. Celebrating my mom's 60th birthday.
Just married, and we're honeymooning at the Today Show.
It's a girl.
Hoda inspired me to become a journalist.
I'll have what you guys are having.
I'm celebrating here with you. This is amazing. You're on Today.
You are not alone when you're here on the Today Show.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private hand delivered.
All right, anticipate too.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, anticipate too.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back now with a jewelry store robbery caught on camera. But in this case, after a string of recent smash and grab robberies, fed up store employees fought back. NBC's Noah Pransky has the story.
Shouting, captured from inside an attempted robbery in Los Angeles. The suspect spraying a worker with what appears to be pepper spray, then once inside, smashes the glass and tries to grab the goods. But the entire store fights back, taking matters into their own hands.
My dad and my brother started hitting him, and then he brings out the pepper spray, and then he starts spraying everyone.
The man seen running away without any jewelry. Almonte police still searching for the unidentified suspect. Just days earlier, though, a similar incident at a different Los Angeles area jewelry store. Thieves pepper spraying the owner before smashing jewelry cases and getting away with more than $500,000 in merchandise.
They pepper sprayed me on my eyes and my mouth.
Typical smash and grab. Yes, they had hammers, smashed the display cases, took what they could, and then ran out the door.
Retail theft over the past few months here has grown so rampant, Los Angeles created a new special robbery task force.
No Angelino should feel like it is not safe to go shopping in Los Angeles.
But some local business owners say they don't feel safe working in Los Angeles either.
We're angry, and we're also worried about, because when he left, my brother, he told that he was gonna kill all of us, you know?
Not to mention just how to pick up the broken pieces.
I feel confused. I don't know what I should do tomorrow. To come to the store for what? Because most of the jewelry is gone.
Noah Pransky, NBC News.
Some scary stuff there. Financial headlines now. A Danish pharmaceutical company briefly becomes the highest valued company in Europe.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other news. Hey, Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Valerie. Good morning to you. Yeah, so Novo Nordisk is now the most valuable company in Europe. thanks to the booming popularity of its weight loss drugs Ozempic and Wegovy. The Danish drug maker passing French luxury goods giant LVMH with a market value of $420 billion. Now, that's similar to U.S. rival Eli Lilly, and just behind ExxonMobil, Novo stock has run up more than 40% this year. Mercedes-Benz is developing a smaller, cheaper version of its hotly anticipated G-Class electric SUV. The company confirming the new baby G-Class EV at a conference in Munich this weekend. Mercedes CEO says it will be significantly more compact than its cousin and will be fun to drive. A new Mercedes G-Class SUV starts at $140,000, but actual pricing on the smaller version is still unknown. Nearly 4 of 5 holders of the most lucrative or high-paying bachelor's degrees are men. A new Bankrate study also finds that those majoring in the most female-dominated fields earn significantly less than male-dominated ones, despite progress made in closing the gender gap in the past few decades. The top 20 lucrative degrees are all in STEM, science, tech, engineering, and math, with an average salary above $100,000.
And that's why we got to get more women in STEM fields. Yeah,
absolutely.
Silvana Henao, thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, you've probably heard of quiet quitting. That's where you show up to your job and you kind of do the bare minimum to squeak by.
But now a new trend, quiet cutting, could be making an even bigger impact on the job market. Ray Smith is a careers reporter at the Wall Street Journal. He joins us now with more on this latest professional trend. Ray, good morning. Thanks for being here with us today. Please explain quiet cutting to us and what's behind this trend. What's driving it?
Sure. Thank you. Quiet cutting is basically reassigning employees, and it's reassigning them either to growing parts of the business and out of slowing parts of the business, or it can be a way to sort of get people to quit because they're so unhappy with the reassignment, the involuntary reassignment, that they'll want to leave rather than stay.
So, Ray, as we were just showing, you did this reporting for the Wall Street Journal. You wrote this fantastic article on it. I know you've been talking with people that kind of feel like this is happening to them. What are they telling you? What is the impact of something like this on employees? I mean, I imagine it's not great for performance or morale if you feel like you're maybe kind of being pushed out or minimized somehow in the workplace.
Exactly. It can be really, really disorienting. I mean, just imagine being told, you know, you've been doing this thing for a while, and then one day somebody tells you, you know, you're going to be doing something else and it's not your choice and take it or leave it. So people I talked with had a range of feelings, from relief that they still had a job, but also just anger and depression even. One person told me it took a toll on his mental health. And so it can be very disorienting for people to go through this, especially because they have no say in it. And sometimes they're thrown into jobs that, you know, they don't have any experience in, or it doesn't match their skill set. So it's sort of sink or swim. So it can be a really heavy experience.
Ray, what advice do you have for anyone who may have been a victim of being quietly cut? What should they need to know? Is there any protection or any way that they can fight back?
That's a really good question. There's little legal recourse, unfortunately, you know, unless the reassignment was somehow discriminatory, and you'd have to prove that. But one thing people can do is basically, and I know this doesn't sound great, but, you know, they can take the reassignment and hopefully they can still look internally for a job that'll be a better match or something that they'd be more satisfied in.
Ray, how widespread is this? Is it certain industries or certain, you know, parts of the market that you're really seeing this happen in? And then just how much? I mean, is there any kind of extreme case you've heard of a company really doing this to a lot of employees?
You know, we've seen it in the tech industry, especially because there was a lot of overhiring there in 2021. And as the economy turned, they had sort of this, you know, a lot of people, so much headcount basically, and overhead. And so they were really trying to reduce headcount. And we saw layoffs in 2022 and early 2023. And now we're seeing, instead of layoffs, reassignments. But it's not just the tech industry that's having reassignments. We saw it in companies like Adidas as well. And so it's across industries that are trying to manage cost. And one way they're trying to do that is by reassigning employees, hoping, well, I shouldn't say hoping, but banking on the fact that some employees will not want to take the reassignment and will leave. and therefore won't be eligible for severance costs, thousands of dollars in severance costs.
All right, Ray Smith, important reporting there. Thank you so much for being with us today.
Something to keep our eyes out for.
Thank you.
Coming up, a lifelong Beatles fan asking for help to solve a decades-old mystery.
When we come back, how he and a group of journalists have come together to find a long-lost bass guitar used in some of the Fab Four's biggest hits.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break?
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the dishes should be.
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
A storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So,
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just is.
Welcome back. In an unusual move for the music industry, Sean Diddy Combs has reassigned music publishing rights to the artist from the label he founded. That's according to Variety, which is citing a source close to the situation. That means Notorious B.I.G.'s estate, Mace, and Faith Evans are set to get their lucrative rights back from Bad Boy Records. Music catalogs can go for 9 figures with recent sales by Bob Dylan and Bruce Springsteen. The source told Variety Combs sees it as part of a broader goal of promoting economic empowerment for Black artists and culture. And I think this is such a great move. What a great thing to do.
Absolutely. Very cool. It's so interesting also just to see and understand how the music industry is evolving in terms of people owning their own music, even when it's something that they create is not necessarily the standard, you know? Awesome. Thanks, Valerie. Well, we end this hour with a 50-year-old music mystery, the search for an original bass guitar Paul McCartney played on some of the Beatles' best-known tracks. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber reports on how an expert is re-upping the hunt with a little help from his friends.
It's the bass that helped launch the Beatles into the rock and roll stratosphere. Paul McCartney's 1961 Hofner violin bass.
This is the bass that powered Beatlemania. You know, it was the bass that was there right at the very start.
McCartney bought it when he was just 19 for 30 pounds. At the time, it was all he could afford, but it was more than enough to help build the Beatles into one of the biggest bands of all time, producing the bass line for classics like She Loves You, Twist and Shout, and Love Me Do.
What's it like with these fans outside, Paul?
At first, it's murder, because, you know, it looks as though they're going to tear you apart. Once you get the hang of it, you get used to it.
And for more than half a century, it's been at the center of one of the greatest music mysteries. No one knew where it was.
It's last seen in 1969. It clearly got stored probably at Savile Row, and then it disappears.
Nick Wass worked at Hofner for years as an electric guitar developer and marketing manager. In 2017, McCartney himself called to ask about his missing bass.
He said, hey, you're from Hofner. Do you know where my lost bass is? And I thought, well, somebody ought to start looking for this, and it has to be me.
Wass has teamed up with 2 former BBC producers and investigative journalists, Scott and Naomi Jones, to try and find it. This weekend, the trio launched thelostbass.com, a website where people can submit tips to the investigation.
We've seen literally hundreds and hundreds of emails come into the project at thelostbass.com.
Wass says the guitar has distinctive features, which could help identify McCartney's lost bass.
It was the first ever violin bass made by Hofner that was left-handed. It was resprayed, so the colour of this bass is not like any other violin bass.
No one knows exactly what the bass is worth, but a 1962 Gibson guitar that once belonged to McCartney's former bandmate fetched $2.4 million at auction in 2015. And that guitar was also lost for more than 50 years. Come as you are. 5 years after that, this Martin D18E, used by Kurt Cobain on MTV Unplugged, became the most expensive guitar ever sold, for a record $6 million. The Lost Bass team says they've been told McCartney's guitar could be worth at least double that. But if they find it, it'll go to its rightful owner.
Paul will keep it. He may exhibit it later, I don't know. But it's never going to be sold, so you can't buy it. So, in a sense, the value is nothing.
Now a decades-old search heating up once again for a legendary piece of music history.
I'd be even more thrilled to see Paul McCartney's face when we put it in his hand. Can you imagine this big grin that's going to be on his face when that happens? I think it's all worth it just to see that.
How cool is that? Our thanks to Ellis and Barber for that story. And the Lost Bass team says all tips and information sent in will be treated confidentially.
I hope they find it.
Don't get your hopes up for buying it. Like they said, it's priceless.
Yep. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Stay with us. Good morning. Happy day after Labor Day. Thanks for being here. I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Valerie Castro in for Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, mass exodus. After being stranded in a muddy mess amid torrential downpours this weekend, tens of thousands of festival goers at the Burning Man Festival finally get the green light to leave. But they're facing more setbacks, vehicles lining up for miles, creating an 8-hour wait just to get out.
Everything was shut down and getting out was a nightmare. Way to get out is like 8 lanes have to merge into one, so it's very slow. It's a really slow process.
We've got the latest on where the departures stand this morning. And the heat is on. Fall may be a little over 2 weeks away, but the summer's record-breaking temperatures are not letting up. Millions of Americans are waking up this morning under heat alerts stretching from the upper Midwest to the Northeast and into the Southern Plains. We have your forecast, and we'll tell you how long the September sizzler is expected to last. Plus, Alzheimer's awareness. September is World Alzheimer's Month. More than 6 million Americans are living with Alzheimer's, and we're talking with an expert about the importance of early diagnosis and the resources that are available for those suffering from the disease and their caretakers. And women mean business. In the latest edition of our series, we're introducing you to the designer of Etsy's hottest handbag. She's a trained engineer with an eye for fashion. We'll show you why her sustainable creations are in high demand.
Yeah, that's right. It's pretty cool stuff. Sarah Jessica Parker is also a fan, so therefore, there you go. Well, we begin this hour with the relief at Burning Man Festival. Finally, people are able to get out. This mass exodus is finally underway.
Thousands of people are now leaving the Nevada desert after organizers reopened the roads yesterday. A massive rainstorm had turned the area into a muddy mess, forcing many to stay put over the weekend. NBC's Liz Kreutz has the very latest from Nevada.
We are here at what is known as the Gate. It is the main entrance into and out of Burning Man. Less than 24 hours ago, this road here behind me was partially covered in mud, making it hard to get around. But as you can see now, thousands of festival goers are making their way out, leaving a Burning Man they won't soon forget.
Mud, muck, and now gridlock.
That was the scene Monday as thousands of burners made their way out of the Nevada desert any way they could.
So what's your plan to get out?
Hitchhike, I don't know.
The exodus slow and grinding, a caravan of cars and RVs crawling their way towards civilization.
We're making it out.
The trek out of the slowly drying mud taking some more than 6 hours, the backup stretching for miles. This was not how Burning Man was supposed to go. Friday, 6 days into the week-long festival celebrating art, music, and community, a deluge turned the dry desert into a giant muddy mess. For some burners, the rain did nothing to dampen their spirit.
This has given us the opportunity to rise to radical self-reliance and to support each other in the community.
For others, the mud was more than they bargained for.
I was scared. I didn't know what we were going to do.
2 months of rain in 2 days, forcing authorities to close roads in and out of the massive pop-up city, stranding thousands. Over the weekend, Burning Man CEO Marianne Goodell preaching patience.
There's no great chaos, there's no great panic.
Some opting to hike out, including celebrities.
We ventured out with Josh Kushner and Carly Kloss and Cindy Crawford and Chris Rock and some writers, and we decided, let's go together.
DJ Diplo, who's been to 12 Burning Mans, says the 6+ mile schlep through the slop was all part of the experience.
It felt like we had a little victory, a little battle on that day, and it felt nice.
Monday, even amid the exodus, the festival continued undaunted, concluding with its symbolic grand finale, the burning of the man. The Burning Man flame as bright as ever.
And authorities have now identified that person who died. They've notified the next of kin. It could take weeks until a cause of death is known, but festival organizers and the sheriff's department say there's no indication it was connected to the weather. Liz Kreutz, NBC News.
September continues to sizzle as states across the country see record high heat. For more, let's take a look at your Morning News Now weather forecast.
Michelle Grossman is back with us with that. Hey, Michelle.
Hey there, guys. Happy Tuesday. And yeah, we're going to continue to sizzle over the next couple of days, at least in the Northeast and also portions of the Mid-Atlantic down to the Southeast. The Southern Plains also really warm today. So as we look at the week ahead today, we're looking at the chance for record heat once again from the Great Lakes to the Northeast into parts of the Mid-Atlantic. And we're going to feel like over 100 degrees in many spots. Hot and humid in the South as well. We have heat advisories there. We're going to feel like 110, 115 in spots. And then we're looking at the chance for storms in the upper Midwest and also the upper Great Lakes. Could see some really gusty storms, some strong winds, some hail, even the chance of an isolated tornado or two. Then by tomorrow, we're looking at that cold front that's going to spark the storms today, bringing some rain to parts of the Great Lakes into the Tennessee Valley, the lower Mississippi Valley. But those record highs continue in the Northeast into New England, Mid-Atlantic. Still warm once again in the Southern Plains. Lots of sunshine drying out still. In the west, so Black Rock City, dry today, dry tomorrow. The extended forecast has lots of sunshine there. And then the storms make it to the Northeast by Friday. Eastern storms from New England into the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic. That's going to bring some cooler weather, too, by Saturday and also Sunday. Really pleasant throughout the Northern Plains, the Midwest. Still hot throughout the Southern Plains. We're really look at temperatures into the 100s. So starting with the heat story, this is a big story. We're looking at 47 million people impacted by record-breaking heat, by dangerous heat. Lots of kids headed back to school today in the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic, the Great Lakes, and we're looking at temperatures dangerous with heat indices over 100 degrees. Dallas, you're under heat advisory, Corpus Christi, Minneapolis, New York City, also Burlington, Vermont, and this is why we're going to see temperatures soaring into the 90s in so many spots, even into the 100s in Raleigh. It's going to feel like 103 when you factor in that humidity, and it's going to feel like over 100 in D.C. too once you factor in that humidity. There's that cold front off to the west. It's going to sweep through, but it's sweeping through slowly, but as it does, it will bring cooler air. Still, though, Wednesday, we're looking at 90s and 100s in the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic. 103 is what it's going to feel like in D.C. tomorrow. And then here's that relief into the weekend, Friday and Saturday into the 80s in New York City, low 80s on Saturday. And Pittsburgh, you're into the low 70s. That's going to be really nice, a fall feel this weekend in Pittsburgh. The severe threat today, that's that cold front moving through that warm, really humid air. 5 million people at risk with winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Could see some hail from Duluth to Minneapolis. And then by tomorrow, we'll see that cold front front stretching from Michigan all the way down through the Ohio Valley and parts of the Tennessee Valley. So now Detroit, Indianapolis, Nashville under the gun for some strong storms. Same scenario, we could see winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour and also the chance for an isolated tornado or two. Can't rule out the chance of some localized flooding, especially where you see those brighter colors, the yellows, the oranges, the reds. We could see locally up to 2 inches in some spots, and that's with some of the gustier thunderstorms. And the tropics, they are heating up as well. We could have our next named storm today or tomorrow. So we're looking at Invest 95L. It's moving into a really conducive environment. We do expect it to intensify into our next named storm. That would be Lee. So over the next several days, moving into the Caribbean. The Caribbean's really warm. We have low wind shear. Those are 2 ingredients we need to kind of blossom a storm. And this is what we're looking at. We're looking at a 90% chance. That's pretty good in the next 2 days to see our next named storm. And then in the next 7 days, we're looking at a 100% chance of seeing this blossom into a tropical depression or either a tropical storm. So we will be most likely seeing Lee in the next day or so. Back to you both.
All right, Michelle, thank you so much.
Court proceedings for the Georgia election fraud case are set for tomorrow morning in connection with the Georgia's election interference investigation into former President Trump and several co-defendants.
In all, Trump and 18 other people were indicted by the Fulton County District Attorney for their alleged roles. The former president has denied any wrongdoing. He's also pleaded not guilty, and he waived his right to appear in court tomorrow. Attorney and legal analyst Angela Sanadella is here to break all this down for us. Hi, always great to see you. So walk us through that detail I just mentioned, waiving his arraignment. Is that common when it's high profile, and what does that ultimately mean?
Yes, it's very common, especially in a state like Georgia, because it is an option. You can choose to go to your arraignment or not. So why would you want a perp walk in front of all the cameras? So we expect the other co-defendants to likely also waive that right. However, that means prior to the arraignment scheduled for tomorrow, they must enter not guilty or guilty pleas with the court. So that's the biggest question. Will anybody be pleading guilty?
Trump has moved to have his case separated from the other defendants who have asked for a speedy trial. What's the strategy there from his legal team, and is that something that could actually happen?
Yes, it is, absolutely. And that's because the trial judge here has a fair amount of discretion. A trial judge is almost like a referee, just trying to make sure that things are fair in their courtroom. And in this case, people in Georgia have the right to a speedy trial. But also, you have the right to fairness if you feel that you do not have enough time to prepare properly. So that's what his team is arguing for. We also know that his strategy overall for all his cases is pretty much delay, 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 and hopes he enters the office.
So, Angela, in these arraignment proceedings, we know the big thing to watch for. Anybody pleading guilty, kind of like the big red flag there. What happens next after that once we get through that by tomorrow?
So a lot of pretrial motions will be filed. We've already seen Mark Meadows filing to have his case removed to federal court because federal court will likely, in this case unusually, be more friendly to the defendants, given that in Georgia, 4 of the judges were appointed by Trump federally, etc. We'll see motions. We'll also see so many backdoor negotiations happening of different people saying, look, it was him, it was her, it was not me. And that's where things start to flip. In a RICO case, when you have 19 defendants, they're not all going to go to trial. Some of them at some point are going to take a deal, I think.
Angela Sanadella, as always, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And let's turn now to the White House, where First Lady Jill Biden has tested positive for COVID-19. This is the First Lady's second COVID diagnosis in just over a year. It comes just days after the Bidens traveled to Florida to survey the damage left behind by Hurricane Idalia. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander joins us now on this. Hey, Peter, good morning. So what do we know about the First Lady's condition this morning? How's she doing?
Yes, Savannah, the First Lady's office says that Dr. Biden is experiencing mild symptoms, that she'll remain at their home in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, while the president is here at the White House. As you noted, this is the second time that Jill Biden has gotten COVID. The first was last August. The president, you'll remember, had it weeks earlier. Then both of them took Paxlovid. Neither of them had serious symptoms. They both had a rebound case, by the way. And it comes after that Saturday trip that you noted together to Florida, where both the president and First Lady toured the disaster zone after Hurricane Idalia, meeting with local leaders, with residents there. They spent Sunday together in Rehoboth. The White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre says that the president tested negative last night, that he'll be tested at what they describe as a regular cadence this week while monitoring for symptoms. The president, for his part, Savannah, he's scheduled to leave on Thursday, just 48 hours from now, for what is a critical G20 summit with world leaders. No indication that her COVID is going to affect his travels unless, of course, he ultimately tests positive. For now, his public schedule remains unchanged. Today, he is set to award the Medal of Honor to an Army veteran right here at the White House. Savannah?
Peter, a lot of our viewers, I know me, anecdotally, we're feeling it here at NBC, might be noticing, people kind of getting COVID again. The cases ticking up, as is not a surprise as we head into fall and winter and such. But we just haven't really talked about, we haven't been in practice with a lot of the types of protocols in terms of masking or how many days you stay out of work. What's your day 0? What's your day 5 or 10? What are the latest protocols at the White House? And does this mean that the First Lady's in isolation now?
It's a good question. Well, she is, in effect, isolated because she's in Rehoboth, so it's not entirely clear who's with her. Certainly the president is not with her at this time. We've reached out to the White House to get any specific understanding of how the president is going to be dealing with his close contact, of course, with his wife, whether he will be wearing a mask when he's around others. To the best of our knowledge to this point, anybody who meets with the president, I guess unless, of course, it's his wife, does have to get tested before they meet face-to-face with him right now. That's been the case for quite a long while. That obviously doesn't necessarily happen when they are on the road and they're greeting individuals as they travel through Florida and elsewhere. It's notable that the First Lady has had a busy schedule in recent weeks. She spent some time last week in Wisconsin. She was meeting with folks. She was scheduled to have been back at school here at the community college where she teaches last week, but certainly we wish her a quick and easy recovery.
Absolutely. Peter, you mentioned the president's schedule this week, coming up, set to travel to India on Thursday. That's for the G20 summit. Just tell us a little bit about what to expect there.
Well, the G20 summit obviously is critical for a variety of reasons, but right now as much as ever because it still focuses so heavily on what's going on between Russia and Ukraine, that war with Russia invading Ukraine, now more than a year and a half in at this point. And it comes amid recent headlines where we have seen the expectation that Vladimir Putin, the Russian president, will be meeting with the dictator of North Korea, Kim Jong-un. Some reports that that'll happen in Vladivostok. That's on the eastern side of Russia, not too far from North Korea right now, where the Russians may be reaching out to the North Koreans to try to get assistance in terms of weapons to use in the war in Ukraine. So the president wants to keep all of the allies together. Notably, the U.S. Has been celebrating some victories in that effort broadly, and that they've been able to bring in Finland to join NATO right now. NATO, obviously, right on the front lines of this war between Russia and Ukraine.
Right. Peter Alexander, thank you so much.
The summer of strikes may be continuing into the fall. United Auto Workers Union members could walk off the job as early as next week if a deal can't be reached. This comes off the back of high-profile walkouts by the writers and actors unions. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello joins us from outside a car dealership in Rockville, Maryland, with the very latest. Tom, good morning. Thanks for being out there with us today. What are the auto workers asking for from automakers?
These are very big demands that the United Auto Workers have for the big three. We're talking Ford, we're talking GM and Stellantis, the parent company of Chrysler. The UAW has the following demands: a 46% pay hike. They want to work also a 32-hour week, but get paid for 40 hours, and they want a restoration of their benefits, of their pension benefits. Now, the big three auto execs say these are unrealistic demands, that they simply can't meet those demands. In fact, already Ford has said they've offered a 9% pay hike to their workers, but that's well below the 46% increase that the UAW is demanding.
Tom, you covered the workers. Let's talk about how the looming strike could affect Americans hoping to buy a vehicle.
Well, I think, listen, if you see production lines shut down at the big three American car makers, then obviously prices are going to start to move even higher, right? And that's if you want a new car. If you are coming into a dealership and you want to get your car serviced, you can imagine that if there's a shortage of parts, then you could see higher prices for servicing. In fact, I just talked to the the parts manager here at this dealership. He said he's been stocking up on parts. He's anticipating that a strike, in fact, will happen. They've got about a week to settle this because the contract expires on September 14th. If they don't come to an agreement by then we could see 146,000 UAW workers going on strike. A lot of analysts say the union kind of has leverage here because, as you know, we've been reporting there's a shortage of workers nationwide right now, and there's high demand for cars. So in that scenario, the union may have leverage over the car companies.
We know yesterday President Biden weighed in during a speech to union workers in Philadelphia. What was his message to them?
Well, he says he doesn't think that a strike is inevitable, that it's not necessarily going to happen. Again, the analysts, however, think that this is a real possibility. Now, separately, as you know, this has been a summer of strikes and of union action in which very often the unions do get some of what they want. Now, still unsettled is the strike involving the Screen Actors Guild writers and the actors, I should say. That's not settled, but we've seen big negotiations, big showdowns, and then negotiations and settlements with, for example, the railroads and UPS. And so in an environment where, as we've reported, there's a shortage of workers with very low unemployment rate nationwide right now, the union sometimes has the upper hand, and they're in an environment in which inflation has been eating into their cost of living, and so they go to their employers and say, listen, we need to make more money or we simply can't make ends meet, and therefore we will walk off the job if necessary.
All right, so many people affected. Tom, thank you so much. Coming up, strengthening ties. North Korean leader Kim Jong-un may travel to Russia to discuss a possible sale of arms with Vladimir Putin, helping to support Moscow's war in Ukraine. We'll discuss what's at stake.
And remembering Steve Harwell, tributes are pouring in for the Smash Mouth frontman after he died yesterday at the age of just 56. We are looking back at his career coming up.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hand.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Only a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Andrew Leverage.
All right, it just made it.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize you're doing the dishes,
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back now with the latest on the ongoing migrant crisis here in the U.S.
Yeah, cities nationwide are having difficulty keeping up providing housing for people seeking asylum. There are now growing concerns about overcrowding in schools, particularly here in New York City, as an influx of new students is expected this week when schools open on Thursday. NBC News senior national correspondent Stephanie Goss joins us now from outside a school on Manhattan's Upper East Side that is seeing this increase. Hey, Stephanie, good morning.
Hey, Savannah and Valerie. Good morning to you guys. School here in New York opens in just a couple of days, and there have been hundreds of migrant families who are looking to enroll their kids in school, but there are limited resources, and there are some parents who are concerned that the school system won't be able to handle the surge.
This morning, cities across the country are dealing with an ongoing migrant influx. Here in New York, the school year is set to begin Thursday with a surge of new students.
The latest round of asylum seekers and migrants we're receiving, there's a large number of them are children and families.
Officials say since last July, nearly 19,000 students in temporary housing, many of them migrants, have enrolled in city schools. Under New York state law, all kids between ages 5 and 21 are guaranteed a public education, regardless of their immigration status.
We completely changed our school funding formula to provide additional funding to schools based on the number of students in temporary housing that they enroll.
But some parents worry schools will be stretched too thin.
Problem is that we are not equipped to help them, and we should be.
It comes as a growing number of asylum seekers are arriving in cities nationwide, many still stuck in crowded temporary housing at hotels and other makeshift shelters.
No Tent City! No Tent City!
It's become a flashpoint for residents as more migrants arrive by the busload. Berlin Suarez arrived from Venezuela last month with her 3 daughters. Her dream, a better quality of life for her and her children.
City officials say that they are committed to this school year by an additional $110 million to the school budget. They're adding that this year alone. Guys, back to you.
All right, Stephanie Gosk, thank you so much. Well, there are reports this morning that a potential meeting between Russian President Vladimir Putin and North Korean leader Kim Jong-un could be in the works. That is according to a U.S. official. NBC News chief international correspondent Keir Simmons joins us now for more on this. Hey, Keir, good morning. What are we learning about this potential meeting? What would be discussed if these talks go ahead? What's the crux of this?
Savannah, it's a big deal, clearly, and one measure of how big a deal it is how uncomfortable the Kremlin sounds this morning. Spokesman Dmitry Peskov refusing in the past few hours to confirm that President Putin plans to meet the North Korean leader Kim Jong-un and discuss weapons, answering, "We have nothing to say on this topic," while a spokesperson for the National Security Council saying this morning that Kim Jong-un expects leader-level diplomatic engagement in Russia, so apparently confirming the reports. Now, we reported from Russia's Far East the last time Kim met Putin in 2019, Kim traveling then by train to Vladivostok. The New York Times quotes U.S. sources saying he plans to do so again this month. In recent years, Kim has more often been seen overseeing his missile program, even taking his young daughter with him. But last month, he met Russia's defense minister, Sergei Shoigu, in North Korea. And this morning, the National Security Council says Shoigu was trying to convince Pyongyang to sell artillery ammunition to Russia for its war in Ukraine. I will say one possibility this morning is that the Biden administration has publicized Putin and Kim's plan in an attempt to try to prevent the meeting from happening and a deal being done. We'll find out. It's allegedly, according to the New York Times, coming up pretty quickly.
Absolutely. So, Keir, some details that we do have here. Russia's defense minister visited North Korea in July. Yesterday, he mentioned the possibility, specifically of holding joint war games, right? Tell us more about that detail.
Yeah, so this has been muted allegedly by President Putin as well some months ago. This is the idea of some kind of joint China, Russia and North Korea naval exercises. It's been reported by the Financial Times that President Putin has invited North Korea to those naval exercises. And I mean, clearly, that suggests this kind of attempt by China and Russia to build an alternative to the U.S. Sphere of influence around the world. I think it's notable that both China's President Xi and Russia's President Putin have said they won't go to the G20, but they'll meet in China at a meeting for China's $1 trillion One Belt, One Road scheme that invests around the world and is part of China's foreign policy.
Yeah, absolutely. Keir, you mentioned, I mean, just putting in context how big of a deal this is. Explain just how serious the concern is from the U.S. side, this potentially deepening military relationship.
That's right. Of course, there will be that concern. And I think it's notable that we don't yet know whether President Biden and President Xi will meet, as has been suggested, in the US later this year. Of course, now we're not entirely certain that President Biden will go to the G20, but we know that President Xi, because of the First Lady's COVID infection, but we know that President Xi isn't going to go to the G20. So there has been a lot of effort by the US to build a kind of diplomatic relationship with China whilst still keeping sanctions, for example, in place. But how that is playing out, I think, is still open to question with these continuing partnership between China and Russia and, it seems, North Korea.
Absolutely. Keir Simmons, as always, thank you so much for your reporting. Let's stay on international news now, starting with a notable absence at the G20 summit in India, as we're discussing.
Josh Lederman joins us with that and more. Good morning, Josh.
Good morning. Chinese President Xi Jinping will be the notable absence from that Group of 20 summit taking place this weekend. And we know that this is being seen as a snub to the host country of India, because China and India have been in a major dispute for several years over contested territory in the Himalayas. And in fact, just recently, China released a map showing the territory as part of China, and that really bothered the Indians. Now, President Biden is attending the summit and says he is disappointed that President Xi will not be there. Now let's go over to Japan, where the government is furious over China's decision to ban seafood from Japan because of the water being discharged from the Fukushima nuclear power plant, where there was that disaster many years back. Now, China took that step of banning the seafood imports last month after Japan started releasing water into the ocean that has been treated to reduce the radioactive levels to far below what is safe for humans. Japan now is calling the Chinese seafood ban totally unacceptable. And finally, over to Antarctica, where an Australian who got sick at a remote research station is now safely on his way home to get advanced medical care. Rescuers had to travel more than 1,800 miles on an icebreaker through sea ice from Australia to get close enough to the base where they could then launch a helicopter to go the final stretch. The man should arrive back home in Australia by next week, guys.
Wow, what an operation to save him. Oh, that is just incredible. Josh Lederman, thank you so much.
Coming up, raising awareness for World Alzheimer's Month.
That's right. The Senior Director of Care and Support at the Alzheimer's Association is joining us to discuss the importance of early diagnosis and the strides that are being made when it comes to treating the disease. You are watching Morning News Now.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation.
What is the #1 issue for you?
To the national stage.
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
When critical votes were counted.
Still too close to call.
And when power was held to account.
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Starting Sunday, September 17th on NBC.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top story is coming to you live. Breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up. What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? Heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes. That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Thanks Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Welcome back. We have a new update in the Alec Murdaugh murder case. His legal team says they have newly discovered evidence that could be enough for a retrial.
The once prominent lawyer was found guilty of killing his wife and son nearly 6 months ago. He's currently serving 2 life sentences without the possibility of parole. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin joins us now with the details. Aaron, good morning.
Good morning, guys. That's right. Alec Murdaugh was sentenced to 2 consecutive life terms in prison for the brutal murders of his wife, Maggie, and son, Paul. Now his lawyers are claiming there is evidence that could win the convicted murderer a new trial, days after his son, Buster, spoke out in his defense.
It was the defining moment of one of the biggest trials in South Carolina history.
Guilty.
Alec Murdaugh found guilty of murdering his wife, Maggie, and his son, Paul. Shot and killed in June 2021 on Moselle, the prominent family's hunting property outside Charleston. Now, 6 months after the dramatic verdict, Alec Murdaugh's attorneys say they filed a motion for a new trial. 2 sources familiar with the defense's motion telling Craig that Murdaugh's team is alleging that they have uncovered evidence of jury tampering, adding that at least 2 of the jurors have hired lawyers. The surprise announcement aiming to undo what a jury decided in less than 3 hours. Earlier this year, 3 of the jurors telling Today Alec Murdaugh's own testimony worked against him.
Do you think he hurt himself by taking the stand? Did he make it worse?
I think he did.
Yes. Why?
He's a lawyer. He's able to be emotional with cases. He knows, like what she said, when to turn it on and off.
Last week, Alec's only surviving son, Buster, proclaiming his father's innocence in an exclusive interview for the Fox Nation docuseries The Fall of the House of Murdaugh, saying, "I don't think that he could be affiliated with endangering my mother and brother," but calling it a fair assessment that Alec has characteristics of a psychopath. Buster also weighing in on the jury and its verdict, explicitly questioning their decision.
I think it was a tilted table from the beginning, and I think, unfortunately, a lot of the jurors felt that way prior to when they had to deliberate. It was predetermined in their minds prior to when they ever heard any shred of evidence that was given in that room.
Sources tell NBC News Murdaugh's attorneys will reveal the new evidence at a press conference later today. Guys.
Aaron McLaughlin, thank you so much. September is World Alzheimer's Month, and it's a disease that causes disruptions in memory and behavior. And according to the Alzheimer's Association, currently more than 6 million Americans live with the disease.
Well, now a growing number of new treatments are on the horizon to help keep Alzheimer's at bay through early detection. Monica Moreno is the Senior Director of Care and Support at the Alzheimer's Association. She joins us now. Monica, thank you so much for being with us today. It's something I know personally. I lost my grandmother to Alzheimer's, and I just think having this month of recognition must be so, I hope, important and helpful for people, you know, pointing a spotlight on it, raising money for it. Tell us what a month like this, focusing on this, does for you and your organization.
Good morning, and thank you for having me today. You know, World Alzheimer's Month really provides an opportunity for organizations like the Alzheimer's Association to help raise awareness of Alzheimer's, but other forms of dementia as well. And there's still this misperception that Alzheimer's is a normal part of aging. And while we know that there are changes that happen to our brain as we grow older, the Alzheimer's Association developed the 10 warning signs, which may indicate that something more serious is going on. So during the month of September, as well as as all other months of the year, the goal of the association is really to help educate the public about the warning signs of Alzheimer's disease, the importance of going to see your doctor if you notice even one of these warning signs in yourself or someone else, to get a workup and get a diagnosis, to be able to talk about treatments, and most importantly, to be able to access resources through the Alzheimer's Association, because no one should have to go through this disease alone.
Monica, you touched on the warning signs. Tell us about the importance of that early diagnosis when it comes to this disease.
Yeah, and what are the warning signs?
Yeah, there's so many benefits to getting early detection and diagnosis. You know, one of the most common warning signs is having difficulty with memory, thinking, and behavior. I've had a lot of opportunity in my job to talk with those living with the disease. And one of the things that they have shared that really triggered them to know that something more serious was going on was having difficulty doing a familiar task, something that they had done their whole life. I talked to an award-winning chef who couldn't make an omelet one morning, and the vice president of a bank who couldn't do simple math problems to help her grandchildren with. So these are things that they had done all of their life that came very simple to them, but one day they started having more difficulty. And the difficulty with memory and thinking problems are not just losing your key, right? These are challenges that are now starting to affect everyday life. The importance of early detection and diagnosis are many. First being that it allows families to start planning for their future. How do they want to be cared for, the person living with the disease? How are they going to pay for their cost of care? Putting all of their legal and financial plans in place. And the earlier that families are able to do this, the person living with dementia is actually part of that process. So it really gives peace of mind to the family that when they have to make these difficult decisions in the future, they've actually had those conversations and are carrying out the wishes of the person living with the disease. It also provides people the opportunity to participate in clinical trials. The reality is that we would not be where we are today with 2 new treatments if we did not have healthy volunteers and those living with dementia participating in clinical trials. And then lastly, and most importantly, especially now today that we have 2 treatments that are available, access to the treatments, whether it's treatments to help address symptoms of the disease or the 2 new treatments that have been approved by the FDA.
Monica, give us more details on those new treatments that have been approved by the FDA. I mean, I just remember when we got this news, it sounded like such a breakthrough, really such a turning point. Tell us about them.
It is a turning point. You know, there are 2 new treatments, Aduhelm and Leqembi, that have been approved by the FDA that address one of the underlying causes of Alzheimer's disease. And these treatments, when received in the very earliest stage of Alzheimer's disease, can give people more time in the early stage. And this is the time where they're still very independent and they can participate in life and contribute to society and really do the things that are most meaningful to them and to their families. And that's why this whole issue of early detection and diagnosis is so critically important. If people wait to go see the doctor, they may not be eligible or appropriate to be able to receive any of these treatments that are really targeting the disease in the very earliest stage. So recognizing what those warning signs are, going to the doctor, getting that workup, and being able to have conversations with your doctor about what are the treatments that are available and that may be most appropriate for you. It's really important.
Monica Marino, thank you so much. Really good tips. Everybody can be watching out for themselves as well as family members. We appreciate your time this morning during this all-important month for this research. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, coming up, she's got an eye for design.
Yeah, we're introducing you to an electrical engineer turned fashion designer who's behind one of Etsy's hottest handbags. Look at that. It's all part of our series, Women Mean Business, up next.
Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize you could wait the dishes, you
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
essentially on that. So
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Starting Sunday, September 17th on NBC.
Back now with new questions this morning about another music festival meltdown. This one was at the Electric Zoo Festival taking place right here in New York City. Music festival mayhem in New York City over the holiday weekend. Concert goers seen storming the entrances to the Electric Zoo Electronic Music Festival on Sunday after an announcement that the venue had reached capacity earlier than anticipated and no other ticket holders would be admitted.
Let us in! Let us in!
Oversold. We don't understand how you can oversell tickets.
The three-day event had issues from day one. Friday's show was abruptly canceled just hours before the start.
1 hour before, I was actually just getting ready to come, and I got the news.
Festival organizers issuing a statement on social media citing global supply chain disruptions as the reason behind the delay in completing construction of the main stage.
You probably knew about this way in advance, like probably either yesterday or the day before, and you wait 3 hours before the event's supposed to start. Seems a little bit ridiculous.
Saturday, the doors opening 2 hours later than originally scheduled. And on Sunday, festival organizers shutting down access around 6:30 that evening.
There were people that I met that flew in from Dallas, Texas. Some people actually came in from Canada. I knew some people came in from Europe.
The NYPD arriving to survey the scene, using a drone to ensure the crowds inside the gates were safe.
We had some concern because when additional people rushed into the concert, we wanted to make sure that people weren't overcrowded or on top of each other. We wanted to make sure that the party goers weren't overwhelmed.
By the end of the night, those who did manage to enjoy the show spent the rest of the evening just trying to leave, posting videos to social media of a slow-moving, jam-packed crowd trying to get off Randall's Island, where the event was held.
Poor management, this could be avoided. They've done this for so many years.
The festival announcing refunds would be issued for affected guests, but some say they won't be repeat customers in the future.
We're not coming back if they do have it. We're not going to do this festival again. It's not worth it.
Festival organizers posted on their social media accounts that anyone who had tickets to Friday, the day that was completely canceled, they will get refunds. Anyone who couldn't get in on Sunday will also get refunds. We reached out to event organizers to find out how those refunds will be issued, but we have not heard back.
Oh, wait.
And
Agree with that one guy. Seems
Definitely.
ridiculous. What a mess. Okay. Financial headlines now. Disney is pushing back amid its dispute with Charter Communications.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us now with that and other news. Hey there, Silvana.
Hey, Valerie. Hey, Savannah. Good morning to you. Yeah, so Disney is urging customers of Charter's Spectrum cable service to consider switching to Hulu's live TV option as the companies remain in a dispute over a new distribution deal. Disney says it hopes to reach an agreement to restore access to ABC, ESPN, and other channels that have been blacked out on Spectrum since Thursday. Charter disputes that its dispute stems partly from fees that Disney wants for its programming at a time when cable TV viewers are declining and streaming is on the rise. It's about to get harder to rent an Airbnb in New York City. Starting today, the city will start enforcing a new law restricting short-term rentals. Properties from hosts on sites like Airbnb and VRBO will now have to register with the mayor's office. No more than 2 paying guests are allowed at a time, and hosts must be physically present. Airbnb sued, claiming the law is effectively a ban on short-term rentals, but a judge dismissed the lawsuit last month. And Meta's next Quest Pro VR headset could be a collaboration with LG Electronics. Reports say the new headset could come in 2025 and is rumored to cost around $2,000 and compete directly with Apple's Vision Pro. It would reportedly use LG displays and other parts. Meta could also release a lower-end Quest headset next year that costs under $200.
Wow, that is quite a difference in price.
Yeah.
How much lower end are we talking?
Yeah.
Interesting. Also, just these people still putting out,
making more of them.
Such expensive headsets when it seems the metaverse is sort of, you know, the hype around it anyway has kind of come down.
I know, but people are still into it apparently.
Yeah, I guess so. Silvana Henao, thank you so much.
Sure thing.
Well, on to the latest edition of our series, Women Mean Business. Maria Gabriela Duque is a trained engineer, but her love for fashion and design helped her discover her true calling, creating custom-made handbags. They are getting a lot of attention. Here's a little bit of her story.
As a teenager growing up in Venezuela, Maria Gabriela Duque was having trouble finding a backpack in stores that fit her style. So, with her mother's guidance, she learned how to use a sewing machine and created a bag for herself. It would be her first design of many. In college, Maria followed in her engineer father's footsteps and studied electrical engineering, but she was drawn back to fashion, making bags for her and her friends. And soon, she realized there was a niche for her creations. She started an Etsy shop, Mari Gabby Designs, making sustainable and fashionable bags from vegan cactus leather. Working alongside her sister in their home studio, Maria cuts the material from the nopal cactus and hand embroiders the detail on each bag. Now living in Florida, Maria is being recognized for her work, being named the 2023 Grand Prize Award winner of Etsy's Design Awards.
No way. No way. You're kidding me. Oh my God.
And she's passing down her creativity to her 10-year-old daughter, Isabella. Together, they run a jewelry shop, ensuring her entrepreneurship continues with the next generation. Maria Gabriela Duque is a woman who means business.
And she's a woman who joins us now. Lucky us. Maria, good morning. Thank you so much for being here. Tell us first, let's start with growing up in Venezuela, how your mom and dad inspired and fed your entrepreneurship spirit. And also, I know it had a little bit to do with you ultimately studying electrical engineering. Just tell me about growing up.
Growing up was pretty much the same as a normal kid. But my dad is an engineer. That's why I decided to study engineer back then. But my mom was always the creative one. So I always had the craft materials at home. And I think she was the main inspiration behind all the designs stuff that came back after the engineering.
Absolutely. It's just so cool that you studied engineering. I feel like it gives you this like really great balance of the way that you're able to construct your bags and make things, but then also have that creative passion. Is that right?
Yeah. I love the construction part of the bag. That's the main thing that caught my attention back then.
Absolutely. So, okay, let's talk about winning this prize. We were able to see a little bit in that piece we just played of how emotional you were winning the 2023 Grand Prize Award, Etsy Design Awards. You have a pretty cool fan who helped handpick this. I mean, Sarah Jessica Parker, a.k.a. Carrie Bradshaw herself, picking your bag as such a fashion icon. Tell us about the moment that you found out that you won and just knowing that Carrie Bradshaw, SJP, is such a fan.
Oh my God. Well, as you saw on the video, I was pretty emotional. I cried for a couple of minutes because I wasn't expecting that at all. It was pretty shocking. And knowing that Sarah Jessica Parker said that my bag caught her attention right away was oh my God. I don't know. I don't even know how to tell this, but it's awesome. And I never thought I could be a Grand Prize winner of the Etsy Awards.
Oh, it's so cool. And what did it do for your business right away once you won that award? Did it just skyrocket?
Yes. That's like the minute after that, it was crazy.
Have you been able to keep up with demand?
I'm trying to. I'm doing my best. But yes, I have my sister helping me and my mom too. So we're doing our best to try to keep up with all orders and messages and everything.
And I love
awesome.
that all of the things that you create is such a family affair. Your sister, you just mentioned your mom, and then you start this other Etsy shop with your 10-year-old daughter. That's making jewelry, which is so neat. Before we let you go, we always love to ask women like yourself who have done something so neat and created something, what's your advice for other young women pursuing their dream who maybe don't think, that they would win a grand prize in something like this, but knowing that it's possible? What's your advice for someone?
I would say never stop showing what you are capable of doing, because we are all busy with our life. And if you're a mom, we have such a little time to make this kind of things. So never stop finding that minute, that hour of your day to do something and showing to your friends and your family. And if you find some awards that you can't participate, don't hesitate, because you don't know when you can win and your life will change.
Oh, Maria Gabriela Duque, thank you for joining us. So cool, this business as well as the one with your daughter, and also awesome about your bags, cactus leather, by the way, sustainable bags, really cool stuff. Thank you so much for joining us. It was a pleasure to have you.
Thank you for having me.
Coming up, the Stones are back.
For the first time in 18 years, the band is set to release new material. We'll tell you how you can get all the details about the new album up next.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business in a good way, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
I'm crossing the Today Show off my bucket list.
Celebrating my mom's 60th birthday.
Just married, and we're honeymooning at the Today Show.
It's a girl.
Hoda inspired me to become a journalist.
I'll have what you guys are having. I'm celebrating here with you. This is amazing. You're
Today.
You are not alone when you're here on the Today Show.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth,
Go ahead. Nice to see you.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Welcome back. Well, the Rolling Stones may have just celebrated Mick Jagger turning 80 years old, but they've got no plans to retire. The group just announced they're releasing their first new album of original songs in 18 years, titled Hackney Diamonds. It comes nearly 60 years since their first album was released. More details on the album are going to come out tomorrow on a YouTube live stream hosted by our Tonight Show host, Jimmy Fallon. How cool is that?
I can't believe he just turned 80.
I know. Isn't that amazing?
Amazing.
You wouldn't know it.
Finally, this hour, the music world is mourning the loss of one of the most iconic voices from the late 90s and early 2000s.
That's right. Steve Harwell, the former frontman for the band Smash Mouth, he died on Monday at his home in Idaho. NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Melas joins us now here on set with the latest on the singer's death. Hey, Chloe, good morning.
Good morning. Nice to be here with you all. So many people are paying tribute to Steve Harwell. It came as a big surprise. It felt like to his fans and many. And we take a look back on his life and the music that defined a generation.
Hey now, you're an all-star.
With hits like All Star and Walkin' on the Sun,
Might as well be walking on the sun.
Smash Mouth delivered a list of earworms that became the soundtrack for a generation. On Monday, the band announced that their famous frontman Steve Harwell died at 56 from acute liver failure after many health issues. The band's manager telling NBC News Steve Harwell was a true American original, adding, quote, his only tools were his irrepressible charm and charisma, his fearlessly reckless ambition, and his king-size cojones. Steve lived a 100% full-throttle life.
Well, the years start coming and they don't stop coming.
Their biggest hit, All Star, went to number 4 on Billboard's Hot 100 singles chart and earned them a Grammy nomination. Multiple songs were featured in movies throughout the late 90s and early 2000s, including 10 Things I Hate About You.
And then I saw her face. I'm a believer.
And 2001's Shrek. Tributes for the singer pouring in on social media, and our own Carson writing in part, quote, he brought joy to millions with his music and his legacy will thankfully live on. Back in 2016, the band appeared for today's 90s throwback-themed Halloween. Harwell crediting Carson for helping with their start.
He got hired to MTV and then he drug us with him.
Harwell retired from the band 2 years ago after appearing disoriented at a concert. At the time, Harwell responding, quote, I've tried so hard to power through my physical and mental health issues and to play in front of you one last time, but I just wasn't able to.
So fans are taking to social media to share their favorite moments of listening to Smash Mouth over the years and their favorite songs, and the tributes keep pouring in, so we're definitely keeping his family and friends in our thoughts today. And the music is up a little bit louder.
I know, right? Oh, it's just, you remember some of those hits. Also, Carson's tribute was really just so beautiful. What a unique and special relationship that he helped them from those radio stations.
I know, and I was talking to Carson this morning on the Today Show, and he was just saying that he's talking to other musicians this morning mourning, and they're all mourning the loss. But really, Carson knew Steve really from the very early days of Smash Mouth and was putting him on the radio, like we were just talking about. And obviously, like there was TRL at some point in there as well.
Yeah, so cool. Chloe, thank you so much and welcome to NBC.
Yes,
Good to have you over here.
Thank you. Great to see you guys.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Don't go anywhere. Good morning. Happy day after Labor Day. Thanks for being here. I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Valerie Castro in for Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, mass exodus. After being stranded in a muddy mess amid torrential downpours this weekend, tens of thousands of festival goers at the Burning Man Festival finally get the green light to leave. But they're facing more setbacks, vehicles lining up for miles, creating an 8-hour wait just to get out.
Everything was shut down and getting out was a nightmare. Way to get out is like 8 lanes have to merge into one, so it's very slow. It's a really slow process.
We've got the latest on where the departures stand this morning. And the heat is on. Fall may be a little over 2 weeks away, but the summer's record-breaking temperatures are not letting up. Millions of Americans are waking up this morning under heat alerts stretching from the upper Midwest to the Northeast and into the southern plains. We have your forecast, and we'll tell you how long the September sizzler is expected to last. Plus, Alzheimer's awareness. September is World Alzheimer's Month. More than 6 million Americans are living with Alzheimer's, and we're talking with an expert about the importance of early diagnosis and the resources that are available for those suffering from the disease and their caretakers. And women mean business. In the latest edition of our series, we're introducing you to the designer of Etsy's hottest handbag. She's a trained engineer with an eye for fashion. We'll show you why her sustainable creations are in high demand.
Yeah, that's right. It's pretty cool stuff. Sarah Jessica Parker is also a fan, so therefore, there you go. Well, we begin this hour with the relief at Burning Man Festival. Finally, people are able to get out. This mass exodus is finally underway.
Thousands of people are now leaving the Nevada desert after organizers reopened the roads yesterday. A massive rainstorm had turned the area into a muddy mess, forcing many to stay put over the weekend. NBC's Liz Kreutz has the very latest from Nevada.
We are here at what is known as the Gate. It is the main entrance into and out of Burning Man. Less than 24 hours ago, this road here behind me was partially covered in mud, making it hard to get around. But as you can see now, thousands of festival goers are making their way out, leaving a Burning Man they won't soon forget.
Mud, muck, and now gridlock. That was the scene Monday as thousands of burners made their way out of the Nevada desert any way they could.
So what's your plan to get out?
Hitchhike, I don't know.
The exodus slow and grinding, a caravan of cars and RVs crawling their way towards civilization.
We're making it out.
The trek out of the slowly drying mud taking some more than 6 hours, the backup stretching for miles. This was not how Burning Man was supposed to go. Friday, 6 days into the week-long festival celebrating art, music, and community, a deluge turned the dry desert into a giant muddy mess. For some burners, the rain did nothing to dampen their spirit.
This has given us the opportunity to rise to radical self-reliance and to support each other in the community.
For others, the mud was more than they bargained for.
I was scared. I didn't know what we were going to do.
2 months of rain in 2 days, forcing authorities to close roads in and out of the massive pop-up city, stranding thousands. Over the weekend, Burning Man CEO Marian Goodell preaching patience.
There's no great chaos, there's no great panic.
Some opting to hike out, including celebrities.
We ventured out with Josh Kushner and Carly Kloss and Cindy Crawford and Chris Rock and some writers, and we decided, let's go together.
DJ Diplo, who's been to 12 Burning Mans, says the 6+ mile schlep through the slop was all part of the experience.
It felt like we had a little victory, a little battle on that day, and it felt nice.
Monday, even amid the exodus, the festival continued undaunted, concluding with its symbolic grand finale, the burning of the man. The Burning Man flame as bright as ever.
And authorities have now identified that person who died. They've notified the next of kin. It could take weeks until a cause of death is known, but festival organizers and the sheriff's department say there's no indication it was connected to the weather. Liz Kreutz, NBC News.
September continues to sizzle as states across the country see record high heat. For more, let's take a look at your morning news now weather forecast.
Michelle Grossman is back with us with that. Hey, Michelle.
Hey there, guys. Happy Tuesday. And yeah, we're going to continue to sizzle over the next couple of days, at least in the Northeast and also portions of the Mid-Atlantic down to the Southeast. The Southern Plains also really warm today. So as we look at the week ahead today, we're looking at the chance for record heat once again from the Great Lakes to the Northeast into parts of the Mid-Atlantic. And we're going to feel like over 100 degrees in many spots. Hot and humid in the South as well. We have heat advisories there. We're going to feel like 110, 115 in spots. And then we're looking at the chance for storms in the upper Midwest and also the upper Great Lakes. Could see some really gusty storms, some strong winds, some hail, even the chance of an isolated tornado or two. Then by tomorrow, we're looking at that cold front that's going to spark the storms today, bringing some rain to parts of the Great Lakes into the Tennessee Valley, the lower Mississippi Valley. But those record highs continue in the Northeast into New England, Mid-Atlantic. Still warm once again in the Southern Plains. Lots of sunshine drying out still. In the west, so Black Rock City, dry today, dry tomorrow. The extended forecast has lots of sunshine there. And then the storms make it to the Northeast by Friday. Eastern storms from New England into the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic. That's going to bring some cooler weather, too, by Saturday and also Sunday. Really pleasant throughout the Northern Plains, the Midwest. Still hot throughout the Southern Plains. We're really look at temperatures into the 100s. So starting with the heat story, this is a big story. We're looking at 47 million people impacted by record-breaking heat, by dangerous heat. Lots of kids headed back to school today in the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic, the Great Lakes, and we're looking at temperatures dangerous with heat indices over 100 degrees. Dallas, you're under heat advisory, Corpus Christi, Minneapolis, New York City, also Burlington, Vermont, and this is why we're going to see temperatures soaring into the 90s in so many spots, even into the 100s in Raleigh. It's going to feel like 103 when you factor in that humidity, and it's going to feel like over 100 in D.C. too once you factor in that humidity. There's that cold front off to the west. It's going to sweep through, but it's sweeping through slowly. But as it does, it will bring cooler air. Still, though, Wednesday, we're looking at 90s and 100s in the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic. 103 is what it's going to feel like in D.C. tomorrow. And then here's that relief into the weekend, Friday and Saturday into the 80s in New York City, low 80s on Saturday. And Pittsburgh, you're into the low 70s. That's going to be really nice, a fall feel this weekend in Pittsburgh. The severe threat today, that's that cold front moving through that warm, really humid air. 5 million people at risk with winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Could see some hail from Duluth to Minneapolis. And then by tomorrow, we'll see that cold front stretching from Michigan all the way down through the Ohio Valley and parts of the Tennessee Valley. So now Detroit, Indianapolis, Nashville under the gun for some strong storms. Same scenario, we could see winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour and also the chance for an isolated tornado or two. Can't rule out the chance of some localized flooding, especially where you see those brighter colors, the yellows, the oranges, the reds. We could see locally up to 2 inches in some spots, and that's with some of the gustier thunderstorms. And the tropics, they are heating up as well. We could have our next named storm today or tomorrow. So we're looking at Invest 95L. It's moving into a really conducive environment. We do expect it to intensify into our next named storm. That would be Lee. So over the next several days, moving into the Caribbean. The Caribbean's really warm. We have low wind shear. Those are 2 ingredients we need to kind of blossom a storm. And this is what we're looking at. We're looking at a 90% chance. That's pretty good in the next 2 days to see our next named storm. And then in the next 7 days, we're looking at a 100% chance of seeing this blossom into a tropical depression or either a tropical storm. So we will be most likely seeing Lee in the next day or so. Back to you both.
All right, Michelle, thank you so much.
Court proceedings for the Georgia election fraud case are set for tomorrow morning in connection with the Georgia's election interference investigation into former President Trump and several co-defendants.
In all, Trump and 18 other people were indicted by the Fulton County District Attorney for their alleged roles. The former president has denied any wrongdoing. He's also pleaded not guilty, and he waived his right to appear in court tomorrow. Attorney and legal analyst Angela Sanadella is here to break all this down for us. Hi, always great to see you. So walk us through that detail I just mentioned, waiving his arraignment. Is that common when it's high profile, and what does that ultimately mean?
Yes, it's very common, especially in a state like Georgia, because it is an option. You can choose to go to your arraignment or not. So why would you want a perp walk in front of all the cameras? So we expect the other co-defendants to likely also waive that right. However, that means prior to the arraignment scheduled for tomorrow, they must enter not guilty or guilty pleas with the court. So that's the biggest question. Will anybody be pleading guilty?
Trump has moved to have his case separated from the other defendants who have asked for a speedy trial. What's the strategy there from his legal team, and is that something that could actually happen?
Yes, it is, absolutely. And that's because the trial judge here has a fair amount of discretion. A trial judge is almost like a referee, just trying to make sure that things are fair in their courtroom. And in this case, people in Georgia have the right to a speedy trial. but also you have the right to fairness if you feel that you do not have enough time to prepare properly. So that's what his team is arguing for. We also know that his strategy overall for all his cases is pretty much delay, and hopes he enters the office.
So, Angela, in these arraignment proceedings, we know the big thing to watch for. Anybody pleading guilty, kind of like the big red flag there. What happens next after that once we get through that by tomorrow?
So a lot of pretrial motions will be filed. We've already seen Mark Meadows filing to have his case removed to federal court because federal court will likely, in this case, unusually, be more friendly to the defendants, given that in Georgia, 4 of the judges were appointed by Trump federally, etc. We'll see motions. We'll also see so many backdoor negotiations happening of different people saying, look, it was him, it was her, it was not me. And that's where things start to flip. In a RICO case, when you have 19 defendants, they're not all going to go to trial. Some of them at some point are going to take a deal, I think.
Angela Sanadella, as always, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And let's turn now to the White House, where First Lady Jill Biden has tested positive for COVID-19. This is the First Lady's second COVID diagnosis in just over a year. It comes just days after the Bidens traveled to Florida to survey the damage left behind by Hurricane Idalia. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander joins us now on this. Hey, Peter, good morning. So what do we know about the First Lady's condition this morning? How's she doing?
Yes, Savannah, the First Lady's office says that Dr. Biden is experiencing mild symptoms, that she'll remain at their home in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, while the president is here at the White House. As you noted, this is the second time that Jill Biden has gotten COVID. The first was last August. The president, you'll remember, had it weeks earlier. Then both of them took Paxlovid. Neither of them had serious symptoms. They both had a rebound case, by the way. And it comes after that Saturday trip that you noted together to Florida, where both the president and First Lady toured the disaster zone after Hurricane Idalia, meeting with local leaders, with residents there. They spent Sunday together in Rehoboth. The White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre says that the president tested negative last night, that he'll be tested at what they describe as a regular cadence this week while monitoring for symptoms. The president, for his part, Savannah, he's scheduled to leave on Thursday, just 48 hours from now, for what is a critical G20 summit with world leaders. No indication that her COVID is going to affect his travels unless, of course, he ultimately tests positive. For now, his public schedule remains unchanged. Today, he is set to award the Medal of Honor to an Army veteran right here at the White House. Savannah?
Peter, a lot of our viewers, I know me, anecdotally, we're feeling it here at NBC, might be noticing, people kind of getting COVID again. The cases ticking up, as is not a surprise as we head into fall and winter and such. But we just haven't really talked about, we haven't been in practice with a lot of the types of protocols in terms of masking or how many days you stay out of work. What's your day 0? What's your day 5 or 10? What are the latest protocols at the White House? And does this mean that the First Lady's in isolation now?
It's a good question. Well, she is, in effect, isolated because she's in Rehoboth, so it's not entirely clear who's with her. Certainly the president is not with her at this time. We've reached out to the White House to get any specific understanding of how the president is going to be dealing with his close contact, of course, with his wife, whether he will be wearing a mask when he's around others. To the best of our knowledge to this point, anybody who meets with the president, I guess unless, of course, it's his wife, does have to get tested before they meet face-to-face with him right now. That's been the case for quite a long while. That obviously doesn't necessarily happen when they are on the road and they're greeting individuals as they travel through Florida and elsewhere. It's notable that the First Lady has had a busy schedule in recent weeks. She spent some time last week in Wisconsin. She was meeting with folks. She was scheduled to have been back at school here at the community college where she teaches last week, but certainly we wish her a quick and easy recovery.
Absolutely. Peter, you mentioned the president's schedule this week, coming up, set to travel to India on Thursday. That's for the G20 summit. Just tell us a little bit about what to expect there.
Well, the G20 summit obviously is critical for a variety of reasons, but right now as much as ever because it still focuses so heavily on what's going on between Russia and Ukraine, that war with Russia invading Ukraine, now more than a year and a half in at this point. And it comes amid recent headlines where we have seen the expectation that Vladimir Putin, the Russian president, will be meeting with the dictator of North Korea, Kim Jong-un. Some reports that that'll happen in Vladivostok. That's on the eastern side of Russia, not too far from North Korea right now, where the Russians may be reaching out to the North Koreans to try to get assistance in terms of weapons to use in the war in Ukraine. So the president wants to keep all of the allies together. Notably, the U.S. Has been celebrating some victories in that effort broadly, and that they've been able to bring in Finland to join NATO right now. NATO, obviously, right on the front lines of this war between Russia and Ukraine. Savannah.
Right. Peter Alexander, thank you so much.
The summer of strikes may be continuing into the fall. United Auto Workers Union members could walk off the job as early as next week if a deal can't be reached. This comes off the back of high-profile walkouts by the writers and actors unions. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello joins us from outside a car dealership in Rockville, Maryland, with the very latest. Tom, good morning. Thanks for being out there with us today. What are the auto workers asking for from automakers?
These are very big demands that the United Auto Workers have for the big three. We're talking Ford, we're talking GM, and Stellantis, the parent company of Chrysler. The UAW has the following demands: a 46% pay hike. They want to work also a 32-hour week, but get paid for 40 hours, and they want a restoration of their benefits, of their pension benefits. Now, the big three auto execs say these are unrealistic demands, that they simply can't meet those demands. In fact, already Ford has said they've offered a 9% pay hike to their workers, but that's well below the 46% increase that the UAW is demanding.
Tommy, you covered the workers. Let's talk about how the looming strike could affect Americans hoping to buy a vehicle.
Well, I think, listen, if you see production lines shut down at the big three American car makers, then obviously prices are going to start to move even higher, right? That's if you want a new car. If you are coming into a dealership and you want to get your car serviced, you could imagine that if there's a shortage of parts, then you could see higher prices for servicing. In fact, I just talked to the the parts manager here at this dealership. He said he's been stocking up on parts. He's anticipating that a strike, in fact, will happen. They've got about a week to settle this because the contract expires on September 14th. If they don't come to an agreement by then we could see 146,000 UAW workers going on strike. A lot of analysts say the union kind of has leverage here because, as you know, we've been reporting there's a shortage of workers nationwide right now, and there's high demand for cars. So in that scenario, the union may have leverage over the car companies.
We know yesterday President Biden weighed in during a speech to union workers in Philadelphia. What was his message to them?
Well, he says he doesn't think that a strike is inevitable, that it's not necessarily going to happen. Again, the analysts, however, think that this is a real possibility. Now, separately, as you know, this has been a summer of strikes and of union action in which very often the unions do get some of what they want. Now, still unsettled is the strike involving the Screen Actors Guild writers and the actors, I should say. That's not settled, but we've seen big negotiations, big showdowns, and then negotiations and settlements with, for example, the railroads and UPS. And so in an environment where, as we've reported, there's a shortage of workers with very low unemployment rate nationwide right now, the union sometimes has the upper hand, and they're in an environment in which inflation has been eating into their cost of living, and so they go to their employers and say, listen, we need to make more money or we simply can't make ends meet, and therefore we will walk off the job if necessary.
All right, so many people affected. Tom, thank you so much. Coming up, strengthening ties. North Korean leader Kim Jong-un may travel to Russia to discuss a possible sale of arms with Vladimir Putin, helping to support Moscow's war in Ukraine. We'll discuss what's at stake.
And remembering Steve Harwell, tributes are pouring in for the Smash Mouth frontman after he died yesterday at the age of just 56. We are looking back at his career coming up.
Top Story is coming to you live. Breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up. What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? Heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I'm Gadi Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Back to all of your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business in a good way, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break?
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the expedition should be
allegations of Russian organizing.
A storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so...
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation.
What is the #1 issue for you?
To the national stage.
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
When critical votes were counted.
Still too close to call.
And when power was held to account.
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Starting Sunday, September 17th on NBC.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from New York.
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
We're back now with the latest on the ongoing migrant crisis here in the U.S.
Yes, cities nationwide are having difficulty keeping up providing housing for people seeking asylum. There are now growing concerns about overcrowding in schools, particularly here in New York City, as an influx of new students is expected this week when schools open on Thursday. NBC News senior national correspondent Stephanie Gosk joins us now from outside a school on Manhattan's Upper East Side that is seeing this increase. Hey, Stephanie, good morning.
Hey, Savannah and Valerie, good morning to you guys. School here in New York opens in just a couple of days, and there have been hundreds of migrant families who are looking to enroll their kids in school, but there are limited resources, and there are some parents who are concerned that the school system won't be able to handle the surge.
This morning, cities across the country are dealing with an ongoing migrant influx. Here in New York, the school year is set to begin Thursday with a surge of new students.
The latest round of asylum seekers and migrants we're receiving, there's a large number of them are children and families.
Officials say since last July, nearly 19,000 students in temporary housing, many of them migrants, have enrolled in city schools. Under New York state law, all kids between ages 5 and 21 are guaranteed a public education, regardless of their immigration status.
We completely changed our school funding formula to provide additional funding to schools based on the number of students in temporary housing that they enroll.
But some parents worry schools will be stretched too thin.
Problem is that we are not equipped to help them, and we should be.
It comes as a growing number of asylum seekers are arriving in cities nationwide, many still stuck in crowded temporary housing at hotels and other makeshift shelters.
No Tent City! No Tent City!
It's become a flashpoint for residents as more migrants arrive by the busload. Berlin Suarez arrived from Venezuela last month with her 3 daughters. Her dream, a better quality of life for her and her children.
City officials say that they are committed to this school year by an additional $110 million to the school budget. They're adding that this year alone. Guys, back to you.
All right, Stephanie Gosk, thank you so much. Well, there are reports this morning that a potential meeting between Russian President Vladimir Putin and North Korean leader Kim Jong-un could be in the works. That is according to a U.S. official. NBC News chief international correspondent Keir Simmons joins us now for more on this. Hey, Keir, good morning. What are we learning about this potential meeting? What would be discussed if these talks go ahead? What's the crux of this?
Savannah, it's a big deal, clearly, and one measure of how big a deal it is how uncomfortable the Kremlin sounds this morning. Spokesman Dmitry Peskov refusing in the past few hours to confirm that President Putin plans to meet the North Korean leader Kim Jong-un and discuss weapons, answering, "We have nothing to say on this topic," while a spokesperson for the National Security Council saying this morning that Kim Jong-un expects leader-level diplomatic engagement in Russia, so apparently confirming the reports. Now, we reported from Russia's Far East the last time Kim met Putin in 2019, Kim traveling then by train to Vladivostok. The New York Times quotes U.S. sources saying he plans to do so again this month. In recent years, Kim has more often been seen overseeing his missile program, even taking his young daughter with him. But last month, he met Russia's defense minister, Sergei Shoigu, in North Korea. And this morning, the National Security Council says Shoigu was trying to convince Pyongyang to sell artillery ammunition to Russia for its war in Ukraine. I will say one possibility this morning is that the Biden administration has publicized Putin and Kim's plan in an attempt to try to prevent the meeting from happening and a deal being done. We'll find out. It's allegedly, according to the New York Times, coming up pretty quickly.
Absolutely. So, Keir, some details that we do have here. Russia's defense minister visited North Korea in July. Yesterday, he mentioned the possibility specifically of holding joint war games, right? Tell us more about that detail.
Yeah, so this has been muted allegedly by President Putin as well some months ago. This is the idea of some kind of joint China, Russia and North Korea naval exercises. It's been reported by the Financial Times that President Putin has invited North Korea to those naval exercises. And I mean, clearly, that suggests this kind of attempt by China and Russia to build an alternative to the U.S. Sphere of influence around the world. I think it's notable that both China's President Xi and Russia's President Putin have said they won't go to the G20, but they'll meet in China at a meeting for China's $1 trillion One Belt, One Road scheme that invests around the world and is part of China's foreign policy.
Yeah, absolutely. Keir, you mentioned, I mean, just putting in context how big of a deal this is. Explain just how serious the concern is from the U.S. side, this potentially deepening military relationship.
That's right. Of course, there will be that concern. And I think it's notable that we don't yet know whether President Biden and President Xi will meet, as has been suggested, in the U.S. Later this year. Of course, now we're not entirely certain that President Biden will go to the G20, but we know that President Xi, because of the First Lady's COVID infection, but we know that President Xi isn't going to go to the G20. So there has been a lot of effort by the U.S. to build a kind of diplomatic relationship with China whilst still keeping sanctions, for example, in place. But how that is playing out, I think, is still open to question with these continuing partnership between China and Russia and, it seems, North Korea.
Absolutely. Keir Simmons, as always, thank you so much for your reporting. Let's stay on international news now, starting with a notable absence at the G20 summit in India, as we're discussing.
Josh Lederman joins us with that and more. Good morning, Josh.
Good morning. Chinese President Xi Jinping will be the notable absence from that Group of 20 summit taking place this weekend. And we know that this is being seen as a snub to the host country of India because China and India have been in a major dispute for several years over contested territory in the Himalayas. And in fact, just recently, China released a map showing the territory as part of China, and that really bothered the Indians. Now, President Biden is attending the summit and says he is disappointed that President Xi will not be there. Now let's go over to Japan, where the government is furious over China's decision to ban seafood from Japan because of the water being discharged from the Fukushima nuclear power plant, where there was that disaster many years back. Now, China took that step of banning the seafood imports last month after Japan started releasing water into the ocean that has been treated to reduce the radioactive levels to far below what is safe for humans. Japan now is calling the Chinese seafood ban totally unacceptable. And finally, over to Antarctica, where an Australian who got sick at a remote research station is now safely on his way home to get advanced medical care. Rescuers had to travel more than 1,800 miles on an icebreaker through sea ice from Australia to get close enough to the base where they could then launch a helicopter to go the final stretch. The man should arrive back home in Australia by next week, guys.
Wow, what an operation to save him. Oh, that is just incredible. Josh Etterman, thank you so much.
Coming up, raising awareness for World Alzheimer's Month.
That's right. The Senior Director of Care and Support at the Alzheimer's Association is joining us to discuss the importance of early diagnosis and the strides that are being made when it comes to treating the disease. You are watching Morning News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it always feels so good to get back to it. Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business in a good way, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth,
Go ahead, this is it, right?
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture. Why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Starting Sunday, September 17th on NBC.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. We have a new update in the Alec Murdaugh murder case. His legal team says they have newly discovered evidence that could be enough for a retrial.
The once prominent lawyer was found guilty of killing his wife and son nearly 6 months ago. He's currently serving 2 life sentences without the possibility of parole. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin joins us now with the details. Aaron, good morning.
Good morning, guys. That's right. Alec Murdaugh was sentenced to 2 consecutive life terms in prison for the brutal murders of his wife, Maggie, and son, Paul. Now his lawyers are claiming there is evidence that could win the convicted murderer a new trial, days after his son, Buster, spoke out in his defense.
It was the defining moment of one of the biggest trials in South Carolina history.
Guilty.
Alec Murdaugh found guilty of murdering his wife, Maggie, and his son, Paul. Sean killed in June 2021 on Moselle, the prominent family's hunting property outside Charleston. Now, 6 months after the dramatic verdict, Alec Murdaugh's attorneys say they filed a motion for a new trial. 2 sources familiar with the defense's motion telling Craig that Murdaugh's team is alleging that they have uncovered evidence of jury tampering, adding that at least 2 of the jurors have hired lawyers. The surprise announcement aiming to undo what a jury decided in less than 3 hours. Earlier this year, 3 of the jurors telling Today Alec Murdaugh's own testimony worked against him.
Do you think he hurt himself by taking the stand? Did he make it worse?
I think he did.
Yes. Why?
He's a lawyer. He's able to be emotional with cases. He knows, like what she said, when to turn it on and off.
Last week, Alec's only surviving son, Buster, proclaiming his father's innocence in an exclusive interview for the Fox Nation docuseries The Fall of the House of Murdoch, saying, "I don't think that he could be affiliated with endangering my mother and brother," but calling it a fair assessment that Alec has characteristics of a psychopath. Buster also weighing in on the jury and its verdict, explicitly questioning their decision.
I think it was a tilted table from the beginning, and I think, unfortunately, a lot of the jurors felt that way prior to when they had to deliberate. It was predetermined in their minds prior to when they ever heard any shred of evidence that was given in that room.
Sources tell NBC News Murdoch's attorneys will reveal the new evidence at a press conference later today. Guys.
Erin McLaughlin, thank you so much. September is World Alzheimer's Month, and it's a disease that causes disruptions in memory and behavior. And according to the Alzheimer's Association, currently more than 6 million Americans live with the disease.
Well, now a growing number of new treatments are on the horizon to help keep Alzheimer's at bay through early detection. Monica Moreno is the Senior Director of Care and Support at the Alzheimer's Association. She joins us now. Monica, thank you so much for being with us today. It's something I know personally. I lost my grandmother to Alzheimer's, and I just think having this month of recognition must be so, I hope, important and helpful for people, you know, pointing a spotlight on it, raising money for it. Tell us what a month like this, focusing on this, does for you and your organization.
Good morning, and thank you for having me today. You know, World Alzheimer's Month really provides an opportunity for organizations like the Alzheimer's Association to help raise awareness of Alzheimer's, but other forms of dementia as well. And there's still this misperception that Alzheimer's is a normal part of aging. And while we know that there are changes that happen to our brain as we grow older, the Alzheimer's Association developed the 10 warning signs, which may indicate that something more serious is going on. So during the month of September, as well as all other months of the year, the goal of the association is really to help educate the public about the warning signs of Alzheimer's disease, the importance of going to see your doctor if you notice even one of these warning signs in yourself or someone else, to get a workup and get a diagnosis, to be able to talk about treatments, and most importantly, to be able to access resources through the Alzheimer's Association, because no one should have to go through this disease alone.
Monica, you touched on the warning signs. Tell us about the importance of that early diagnosis when it comes to this disease.
Yeah, and what are the warning signs?
Yeah, there's so many benefits to getting early detection and diagnosis. You know, one of the most common warning signs is having difficulty with memory, thinking, and behavior. I've had a lot of opportunity in my job to talk with those living with the disease. And one of the things that they have shared that really triggered them to know that something more serious was going on was having difficulty doing a familiar task, something that they had done their whole life. I talked to an award-winning chef who couldn't make an omelet one morning, and the vice president of a bank who couldn't do simple math problems to help her grandchildren with. So these are things that they had done all of their life that came very simple to them, but one day they started having more difficulty. And the difficulty with memory and thinking problems are not just losing your key, right? These are challenges that are now starting to affect everyday life. The importance of early detection and diagnosis are many. First being that it allows families to start planning for their future. How do they want to be cared for, the person living with the disease? How are they going to pay for their cost of care? Putting all of their legal and financial plans in place. And the earlier that families are able to do this, the person living with dementia is actually part of that process. So it really gives peace of mind to the family that when they have to make these difficult decisions in the future, they've actually had those conversations and are carrying out the wishes of the person living with the disease. It also provides people the opportunity to participate in clinical trials. The reality is that we would not be where we are today with 2 new treatments if we did not have healthy volunteers and those living with dementia participating in clinical trials. And then lastly, and most importantly, especially now today that we have 2 treatments that are available, access to the treatments, whether it's treatments to help address symptoms of the disease or the 2 new treatments that have been approved by the FDA.
Monica, give us more details on those new treatments that have been approved by the FDA. I mean, it really, I just remember when we got this news, it sounded like such a breakthrough, really such a turning point. Tell us about them.
It is a turning point. You know, there are 2 new treatments, Aduhelm and Leqembi, that have been approved by the FDA that address one of the underlying causes of Alzheimer's disease. And these treatments, when received in the very earliest stage of Alzheimer's disease, can give people more time in the early stage. And this is the time where they're still very independent and they can participate in life and contribute to society and really do the things that are most meaningful to them and to their families. And that's why this whole issue of early detection and diagnosis is so critically important. If people wait to go see the doctor, they may not be eligible or appropriate to be able to receive any of these treatments that are really targeting the disease in the very earliest stage. So recognizing what those warning signs are, going to the doctor, getting that workup, and being able to have conversations with your doctor about what are the treatments that are available and that may be most appropriate for you. It's really important.
Monica Moreno, thank you so much. Really good tips. Everybody can be watching out for themselves as well as family members. We appreciate your time this morning during this all-important month for this research. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, coming up, she's got an eye for design.
Yeah, we're introducing you to an electrical engineer turned fashion designer who's behind one of Etsy's hottest handbags. Look at that. It's all part of our series, Women Mean Business, up next.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business in a good way, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
Andrew Wallace.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
All right, this is it, right?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top story is coming to you live. Breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up. What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? Heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break?
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize that the expedition should be
Allegations of Russian organizing.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so...
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Back now with new questions this morning about another music festival meltdown. This one was at the Electric Zoo Festival taking place right here in New York City. Music festival mayhem in New York City over the holiday weekend. Concert goers seen storming the entrances to the Electric Zoo Electronic Music Festival on Sunday after an announcement that the venue had reached capacity earlier than anticipated and no other ticket holders would be admitted.
oversold. We don't understand how you can oversell tickets.
The 3-day event had issues from day one. Friday's show was abruptly canceled just hours before the start.
1 hour before, I was actually just getting ready to come, and I got the news.
Festival organizers issuing a statement on social media citing global supply chain disruptions as the reason behind the delay in completing construction of the main stage.
You probably knew about this way in advance, like probably either yesterday or the day before, and you wait 3 hours before the event's supposed to start. Seems a little bit ridiculous.
Saturday, the doors opening 2 hours later than originally scheduled. And on Sunday, festival organizers shutting down access around 6:30 that evening.
There were people that I met that flew in from Dallas, Texas. Some people actually came in from Canada. I knew some people came in from Europe.
The NYPD arriving to survey the scene using a drone to ensure the crowds inside the gates were safe.
We had some concern because when additional people rushed into the concert, we wanted to make sure that people weren't overcrowded or on top of each other. We wanted to make sure that the party goers weren't overwhelmed.
By the end of the night, those who did manage to enjoy the show spent the rest of the evening just trying to leave, posting videos to social media of a slow-moving, jam-packed crowd trying to get off Randall's Island, where the event was held.
Poor management, this could be avoided. They've done this for so many years.
The festival announcing refunds would be issued for affected guests, but some say they won't be repeat customers in the future.
We're not coming back if they do have it. We're not going to do this festival again. It's not worth it.
Festival organizers posted on their social media accounts that anyone who had tickets to Friday, the day that was completely canceled, they will get refunds. Anyone who couldn't get in on Sunday will also get refunds. We reached out to event organizers to find out how those refunds will be issued, but we have not heard back.
Ooh, wait. Agree with that one guy. It seems ridiculous. What a mess. Okay. Financial headlines now. Disney is pushing back amid its dispute with Charter Communications.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us now with that and other news. Hey there, Silvana.
Hey, Valerie. Hey, Savannah. Good morning to you. Yeah, so Disney is urging customers of Charter's Spectrum cable service to consider switching to Hulu's live TV option as the companies remain in a dispute over a new distribution deal. Disney says it hopes to reach an agreement to restore access to ABC, ESPN, and other channels that have been blacked out on Spectrum since Thursday. Charter disputes that its dispute stems partly from fees that Disney wants for its programming at a time when cable TV viewers are declining and streaming is on the rise. It's about to get harder to rent an Airbnb in New York City. Starting today, the city will start enforcing a new law restricting short-term rentals. Properties from hosts on sites like Airbnb and VRBO will now have to register with the mayor's office. No more than 2 paying guests are allowed at a time, and hosts must be physically present. Airbnb sued, claiming the law is effectively a ban on short-term rentals, but a judge dismissed the lawsuit last month. And Meta's next Quest Pro VR headset could be a collaboration with LG Electronics. Reports say the new headset could come in 2025 and is rumored to cost around $2,000 and compete directly with Apple's Vision Pro. It would reportedly use LG displays and other parts. Meta could also release a lower-end Quest headset next year that costs under $200.
Wow, that is quite a difference in price. Yeah. How much lower end are we talking?
Yeah.
Interesting. Also, just these people still putting out,
making more of them.
Such expensive headsets when it seems the metaverse is sort of, the hype around it anyway has kind of come down.
I know, but people are still into it, apparently.
Yeah, I guess so. Silvana Henao, thank you so much.
Sure thing.
Well, on to the latest edition of our series, Women Mean Business. Maria Gabriela Duque is a trained engineer, but her love for fashion and design helped her discover her true calling, creating custom-made handbags. They are getting a lot of attention. Here's a little bit of her story.
As a teenager growing up in Venezuela, Maria Gabriela Duque was having trouble finding a backpack in stores that fit her style. So, with her mother's guidance, she learned how to use a sewing machine and created a bag for herself. It would be her first design of many. In college, Maria followed in her engineer father's footsteps and studied electrical engineering, but she was drawn back to fashion, making bags for her and her friends. And soon, she realized there was a niche for her creations. She started an Etsy shop, Mari Gabby Designs, making sustainable and fashionable bags from vegan cactus leather. Working alongside her sister in their home studio, Maria cuts the material from the nopal cactus and hand embroiders the detail on each bag. Now living in Florida, Maria is being recognized for her work, being named the 2023 Grand Prize Award winner of Etsy's Design Awards.
No way. No way. You're kidding me. Oh my God.
And she's passing down her creativity to her 10-year-old daughter, Isabella. Together, they run a jewelry shop, ensuring her entrepreneurship continues with the next generation. Maria Gabriela Duque is a woman who means business.
And she's a woman who joins us now. Lucky us. Maria, good morning. Thank you so much for being here. Tell us first, let's start with growing up in Venezuela, how your mom and dad inspired and fed your entrepreneurship spirit. And also, I know it had a little bit to do with you ultimately studying electrical engineering. Just tell me about growing up.
Growing up was pretty much the same as a normal kid. But my dad is an engineer. That's why I decided to study engineer back then. But my mom was always the creative one. So I always had the craft materials at home. And I think she was the main inspiration behind all the designs stuff that came back after the engineering.
Absolutely. It's just so cool that you studied engineering. I feel like it gives you this really great balance of the way that you're able to construct your bags and make things, but then also have that creative passion. Is that right?
Yeah. I love the construction part of the bag. That's the main thing that caught my attention back then.
Absolutely. So, okay, let's talk about winning this prize. We were able to see a little bit in that piece we just played of how emotional you were winning the 2023 Grand Prize Award, Etsy Design Awards. You have a pretty cool fan who helped handpick this. I mean, Sarah Jessica Parker, a.k.a. Carrie Bradshaw herself, picking your bag as such a fashion icon. Tell us about the moment that you found out that you won and just knowing that Carrie Bradshaw's SJP is such a fan.
Oh, my God. Well, as you saw on the video, I was pretty emotional. I cried for a couple of minutes because I wasn't expecting that at all. It was pretty shocking. And knowing that Sarah Jessica Parker said that my bag caught her attention right away was, oh my God. I don't know. I don't even know how to tell this, but it's awesome. And I never thought I could be a Grand Prize winner of the Etsy Awards.
Oh, it's so cool. And what did it do for your business right away once you won that award? Did it just skyrocket?
Yes, that's like the minute after that, it was crazy.
Have you been able to keep up with demand?
I'm trying to. I'm doing my best. But yes, I have my sister helping me and my mom too. So we're doing our best to try to keep up with all orders and messages and everything.
And I love that all of the things that you create is such a family affair. Your sister, you just mentioned your mom, and then you start this other Etsy shop with your 10-year-old daughter. That's making jewelry, which is so neat. Before we let you go, we always love to ask women like yourself who have done something so neat and created something, what's your advice for other young women pursuing their dream who maybe don't think, that they would win a grand prize in something like this, but knowing that it's possible? What's your advice for someone?
I would say never stop showing what you are capable of doing, because we are all busy with our life. And if you're a mom, we have such a little time to make this kind of things. So never stop finding that minute, that hour of your day to do something and showing to your friends and your family. And if you find some awards that you can't participate, don't hesitate, because you you don't know when you can win and your life will change.
Oh. Maria Gabriela Duque, thank you for joining us. So cool. This business, as well as the one with your daughter, and also awesome about your bags. Cactus leather, by the way, sustainable bags. Really cool stuff. Thank you so much for joining us. It was a pleasure to have you.
Thank you for having me.
Coming up, the Stones are back.
For the first time in 18 years, the band is set to release new material. We'll tell you how you can get all the details about the new album up next.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies. Yes. That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Starting Sunday, September 17th on NBC.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the conditions
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top story is coming to you live. Breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico. What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up. What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? Heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Well, the Rolling Stones may have just celebrated Mick Jagger turning 80 years old, but they've got no plans to retire. The group just announced they're releasing their first new album of original songs in 18 years, titled Hackney Diamonds. It comes nearly 60 years since their first album was released. More details on the album are going to come out tomorrow on a YouTube live stream hosted by our Tonight Show host, Jimmy Fallon. How cool is that?
I can't believe he just turned 80.
I know. Isn't that amazing?
Amazing.
You wouldn't know it.
Finally, this hour, the music world is mourning the loss of one of the most iconic voices from the late 90s and early 2000s.
That's right. Steve Harwell, the former frontman for the band Smash Mouth, he died on Monday at his home in Idaho. NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Melas joins us now here on set with the latest on the singer's death. Hey, Chloe, good morning.
Good morning. Nice to be here with you all. So many people are paying tribute to Steve Harwell. It came as a big surprise. It felt like to his fans and many. And we take a look back on his life and the music that defined a generation.
Hey now, you're an all-star.
With hits like All Star and Walkin' on the Sun.
Might as well be walking on the sun.
Smash Mouth delivered a list of earworms that became the soundtrack for a generation. On Monday, the band announced that their famous frontman Steve Harwell died at 56 from acute liver failure after many health issues. The band's manager telling NBC News Steve Harwell was a true American original, adding, quote, his only tools were his irrepressible charm and charisma, his fearlessly reckless ambition, and his king-size cojones. Steve lived a 100% full-throttle life.
Well, the years start coming and they don't stop coming.
Their biggest hit, All Star, went to number 4 on Billboard's Hot 100 singles chart and earned them a Grammy nomination. Multiple songs were featured in movies throughout the late 90s and early 2000s, including 10 Things I Hate About You.
And then I saw her face. I'm a believer.
And 2001's Shrek. Tributes for the singer pouring in on social media, and our own Carson writing in part, quote, "He brought joy to millions with his music and his legacy will thankfully live on." Back in 2016, the band appeared for today's 90s throwback-themed Halloween. Harwell crediting Carson for helping with their start.
He got hired to MTV and then he drug us with him.
Harwell retired from the band 2 years ago after appearing disoriented at a concert. At the time, Harwell responding, quote, "I've tried so hard to power through my physical and mental health issues and to play in front of you one last time, but I just wasn't able to."
So fans are taking to social media to share their favorite moments of listening to Smash Mouth over the years and their favorite songs, and the tributes keep pouring in, so we're definitely keeping his family and friends in our thoughts today. And the music is up a little bit louder.
I know, right? Oh, it's just, you remember some of those hits. Also, Carson's tribute was really just so beautiful. What a unique and special relationship that he helped them from those radio stations.
I know, and I was talking to Carson this morning on the Today Show, and he was just saying that he's talking to other musicians this morning, and you know, they're all mourning the loss, but really Carson knew Steve really from the very early days of Smash Mouth and was putting him on the radio like we were just talking about, and obviously like there was TRL at some point in there as well.
Yeah, so cool. Chloe, thank you so much and welcome to NBC.
Yes,
Good to have you over here.
thank you. Great to see you guys.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Don't go anywhere.
Hey everyone, happy Tuesday. We're so glad you're with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
Thanks for joining. I'm Morgan Radford, and NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Tuesday, September 5th. Mass exodus. Thousands of Burning Man participants are making their way out of the desert after a massive rainstorm turned the festival site into a muddy mess. We have a look at the caravan of cars crawling their way back to civilization.
Killer manhunt. A Pennsylvania community remains on edge as the search for an escaped murderer enters its 6th day. The reported sightings that suggest that the convict is still in the area and on the run.
Eye in the sky. Police departments across the country are expanding their use of drones to respond to all types of emergency calls. But the move is controversial, with critics who say we're inching closer to a Big Brother scenario.
Striking a chord. Music used as a tool to teach kids about complex health topics. Hip-hop icon Dougie Fresh is here to talk about his mission to create educational resources for kids by harnessing the power of song.
That's going to be a fun conversation.
Very fun.
Welcome to NBC News Daily. We begin with the mass exodus from Burning Man in the northern Nevada desert. Tens of thousands of burners were stranded for days after a storm turned the annual gathering into a muddy slop fest. Organizers say they saw 2 to 3 months worth of rain in just 24 hours.
Now, they closed roads and told partygoers to essentially just lock down. Some people hiked miles through the mud trying to hitch a ride. But yesterday afternoon, traffic started finally to flow again. As the ground dried up, roads reopened. And after a weekend of just complete chaos, people finally got the green light to leave. But for many, it was pretty slow. It was a slow, grueling trek. Some burners say they actually had to wait in line for hours, and that was just to get out. NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz joins us now. She's live in Nevada's Black Rock Desert. Liz, it is wonderful to see you this Tuesday, but we know that there's still some traffic there kind of flowing behind you. Walk us through what it took just to get these 70,000 burners out of that festival.
Yeah, hey, Morgan, good to see you, too. You can see the backup here. It stretches for miles, 6 miles, actually. In fact, some people were telling us it took them more than 9 hours to go from the heart of Black Rock City, the heart of Burning Man, to where we are, the main exit in and out, the closest paved road out of camp. So, you know, the organizers were asking people to stagger when they were leaving, so there wasn't just 70,000 people all trying to leave at once. And they did ask people if they could leave today instead of yesterday, that they would prefer that. But still, it didn't prevent the congestion that we're seeing here. Some people have gotten creative, though. We just interviewed two people. They say their Burning Man names are Professora and Jungle, and they were here on bike, and they said that it took them 30 minutes to get through versus the 9 hours. So they were pretty smart there. So some people getting a little creative on trying to get out here.
On bikes, that's another way to travel. Okay.
Good luck.
Liz, authorities say at least one person died at this year's festival. What's the latest on the investigation there?
Yeah, so we do know that one person died at the height of the storm on Friday, and authorities have now said that they've identified this person. They have notified the next of kin. They say that it could take months or weeks, really, to know the cause of death in this situation, but both the organizers of the festival and the sheriff's department are saying that there's no reason to believe or there's no indication that this was related to the weather. Guys.
All right, NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz, welcome to NBC Daily. Thanks for joining us.
Appreciate you, Liz. And North Korean leader Kim Jong-un could soon meet with Russian President Vladimir Putin. The White House actually says the pair is expected to expand weapons trade talks with North Korea, possibly supplying Moscow for their war in Ukraine, according to the New York Times. This all comes after an important meeting in July where Russia's defense minister traveled to Pyongyang to meet with Kim and tour new weapons in development there.
In a rare trip abroad, Kim is expected to meet Putin on the Pacific coast of Russia, traveling by armored train. The Kremlin, however, saying today it could not confirm any reports of a meeting. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley joins us now. So, Matt, what do we know about this potential meeting? Will they be talking about North Korea providing weapons for Russia?
Yeah, I mean, weapons, Vicky, they're thought to be the top of the agenda for this upcoming meeting if it goes through. But as for details, we really only know what we're hearing from the White House and from American intelligence, that North Korea is actively advancing arms negotiations with Moscow, and the U.S. believes North Korea wants discussions to continue, including this possible meeting between Kim and Putin in Russia. Now, we don't have much, if anything at all, from the parties who are actually involved. As you mentioned, Moscow and Pyongyang have been really silent. But according to the New York Times, quoting American officials, the meeting would likely take place in Russia's Far East, probably in the Pacific Ocean city of Vladivostok. Now, these U.S. officials speculated, based on previous trips by the North Korean leader, that he'll probably travel there in his signature armored train. Now, word of the trip and the meeting, and this isn't new, but this is the first time we've heard about Moscow. But this isn't the first time that we've heard Moscow reaching out to Pyongyang to try to secure weapons from what's widely thought of as the Hermit Kingdom. Now, Putin made requests of Kim Jong-un shortly after his invasion began early last year, after it became clear that Russia wouldn't be scoring an easy victory. And so now we're seeing the continuation of this discussion. But it really is, guys, a sign of Putin's desperation that he's probably losing this war. Vicky?
And Matt, just very briefly here, we only have a few seconds, but there are reports that Russia invited North Korea to join naval exercises with China. So what sort of security concerns does that actually create?
Yeah, I mean, the main security concerns here are less about the immediate impact of such exercises, but what we could be seeing is a kind of geopolitical shift that would really have long-term implications. So if these exercises go through, and if they plant the seed for closer relations among China, Russia, and North Korea, that could cement a new kind of alliance that's opposed to the West and possibly in favor of expansionist military adventures like Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and even, and this would be very troubling, Beijing's ambitions to take over Taiwan, which they've clearly stated time after time. So this new axis of cooperation, if it were to gel because of these exercises, that would make it much harder for the international community to isolate nations like these that do violate international legal norms. So it's a bit abstract, but it's a real worry.
No, very important point there. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley for us there. Matt, thank you.
Well, First Lady Jill Biden has tested positive for COVID-19. According to a White House statement, the president has tested negative. He will continue to test at regular intervals.
Now, this all comes as we're seeing a nationwide spike in COVID cases, which some experts blame on new variants, summer travel, even the scorching heat waves. They're forcing people to stay inside. NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Syal joins us now. Dr. Syal, what can you tell us about this new COVID variant? And frankly, are the symptoms any different?
You know, so first our thoughts are with First Lady Dr. Jill Biden, hoping for a speedy recovery. But Morgan, there's some good news here about this variant. And so some background. When we first saw this, there was a lot of chatter online, like this is going to be the second coming of Omicron. This is going to lead to another surge. But in the past week, 2 different labs have come out with data about this variant showing that, you know, our protection, those antibodies we've built up, are actually pretty good against this. One actually did a QB sneak, released this data last night on Labor Day weekend. And it looks really optimistic, a rare sign of optimism, really, when we see these new variants heading into the fall season, where we're going to be talking about flu and RSV and COVID. So that's some good news there, Morgan.
That really is good news. We are expecting to see those updated COVID vaccines sometime this month as well. How closely will they match up with this particular variant? And frankly, who needs to get one of these shots?
So, Vicki, the CDC is meeting in 7 days, September 12th, next week, to really go over who should be getting these vaccines. We're expecting them to come out really by mid-September, sometime shortly after that meeting. But to answer your question, you know, the data that came out in the past week really shows that vaccine, and even those people who got infected by the XBB variant, have really good cross-protection against this new variant. So it's not really as scary as we all kind of made it out to be initially.
I mean, that's very hopeful news, especially as so many kids are going back to school this week. But frankly, Dr. Sayal, is there anything that we should be doing differently besides the typical, you know, wash your hands, try not to be too close to strangers?
Yeah, it's getting your booster, especially if you're high risk. And Morgan, not just the COVID vaccine, the flu vaccine. I'm going to borrow a friend here from my pediatrician colleagues. Flu before boo. You want to get that flu shot before.
Run that back
Flu before boo.
Flu before boo.
Flu before boo, like Halloween, right? Is that what you're saying?
Like boo, like a bay.
Oh, like a bay.
Not a bay. I was like, well, we hit a turn, a romance segment. Okay, got it.
Flu shot before Halloween. Get it when you're shopping for that Halloween costume. Getting all these things in order really should set you up for a very nice, hopefully healthy fall season, guys.
Very good. I like that. Flu before boo.
Flu before
As in your
boo.
trick-or-treater.
Not your
Lana's
bae.
a little young,
Got it.
but yeah, not your bae. All right, Dr. Akshay Sayal, thank you so much.
Appreciate it. All right, it's time now for our CNBC Money Minute. As inflation starts to cool, many companies, they're seeing a slowdown in profits. In fact, in the last quarter, U.S. corporate profits after tax were down more than 9% from a year before. That's all according to the Commerce Department.
CNBC technology correspondent Steve Kovac joins us now. So, Steve, inflation pushed up prices for a lot of items that were already in stock. So companies got that fatter profit once they sold off that stock. Now that those prices are coming back down, how is that affecting these earnings?
Yeah, Vicki. Well, companies are experiencing a sort of hangover now as prices for goods drop and their inventory just isn't as valuable anymore. They're also being hit by rising labor costs and slower consumer price growth. The Labor Department says labor costs are up 4.5% from a year ago, while consumer prices were up just over 4%. Meanwhile, Warner Brothers Discovery slashed its earnings forecasts as the Hollywood strikes keep going. The company is expecting to incur a $300 to $500 million hit, anticipating the strike will impact movie and television production through the end of the year. And speaking of media, Walt Disney is encouraging Spectrum cable customers to switch to Hulu Plus with live TV, while the two companies continue to face off over a distribution deal. Disney-owned channels, including ABC and ESPN, were pulled off the Charter communication service last week during the U.S. Open tennis coverage. Disney's Hulu alternative offers customers access to these channels without a cable subscription. Morgan, Vicki, I'll send it back over to you.
Yeah, a little contentious there for people who were watching the Open and suddenly went to black.
Yeah.
Not happy.
CNBC technology correspondent Steve Kovac for us. Steve, thanks.
Coming up, Alec Murdaugh's legal team is asking for a new trial. What we can expect from their appeal that's happening today. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
All right, so this afternoon, the lawyers for convicted killer Alex Murdaugh will be speaking to the press about their newly filed motion for a new trial. They claim that they've discovered new evidence of alleged jury tampering.
The disgraced South Carolina attorney was convicted back in March for the 2021 murders of his wife and son. He is currently serving 2 consecutive life sentences. MSNBC anchor Lindsay Reiser joins us now from Columbia, South Carolina. Good to see you, Lindsay. So why is Murdaugh's legal team alleging jury tampering, and what evidence, more importantly, do they actually have?
Well, they are surrounding these allegations around the Colleton County clerk, Rebecca Hale. She was essentially the overseer of the jurors, escorting them in and out of the courtroom to the bathroom. And she published a book last month, on the trial, Behind the Doors of Justice, The Murdaugh Murders. Now, Murdaugh's defense attorneys are alleging that she tampered with the jury, essentially saying, don't be fooled by Murdaugh's testimony in his own defense, saying things like, look at his movements, watch him closely, look at his actions, which at least one juror, according to this new motion, assumed that to mean that he was guilty. Also, accusing the clerk here of pressuring the jury to reach a quick verdict, saying things like it shouldn't take them long, having private conversations with the jury foreperson lasting 5 or 10 minutes, sometimes in the jury room's single occupancy bathroom, asking jurors for their opinions on Murdaugh's guilt or innocence, and criticizing the former foreperson for handing Murdaugh a box of tissues during some emotional testimony on the stand, saying that is exactly what the defense wants us to do. Now, we have a request in for a comment from Clerk Hill and her attorney. We have yet to hear back. 2 sources familiar with the matter tell NBC News that 2 of the jurors have hired legal representation. So it's important to remember, you guys, that this was the culmination of 6 weeks of testimony. It did take the jury relatively quick amount of time, about 3 hours, to reach their verdict here. Right now, you mentioned Murdaugh is currently serving those 2 consecutive life sentences in a maximum security prison. But when we're talking about this new motion, Morgan and Vicki, it has to reach a high bar. Essentially, it could not have changed the verdict would it have been known during the trial.
I see. All right, we'll see what the judge says. MSNBC anchor Lindsay Reiser, thank you so much.
Well, speaking of the judge, we have NBC News legal analyst Danny Zavalos here to break it all down for us. We talk about this new evidence, Danny, and we've talked about the judge, not only the jury. Is this new evidence enough to make the judge give a new trial? And frankly, is it enough to convince a jury?
Most of the time, newly discovered evidence claims are huge long shots because a defendant often thinks, especially one sitting in prison, that anything that wasn't known or introduced at the trial that is later on discovered must be newly discovered evidence, and it would totally change the outcome. But a judge has to determine that this would probably change the outcome of this trial. And you have to ask yourself, hearing this, would that probably change the outcome of the trial? Maybe. This kind of jury tampering, if that's what this was, is something that could affect the jurors' deliberations. What I expect we will see is that the defense here will introduce these folks as witnesses, the jurors themselves, and they will say, presumably, exactly what is said in this motion. At least I have to believe that's what they have if they filed a motion alleging this kind of conduct.
Well, how unusual is that? We have heard of books that were written after trials, but the allegations here, if true, seem pretty serious, that she was talking to, people in a bathroom, giving instructions, sort of biasing the jury, if you will.
Yeah, and if true, that's the kind of thing that might have changed the outcome. And the burden, at least on the probability part of it, is that the judge just needs to find that it probably would have affected the outcome. And the other prong is that it has to be something that was not discoverable and not, in fact, discovered until after the trial. And, of course, jury tampering is the kind of thing that isn't really discovered until later on, when you can actually talk to jurors. Send your investigator out and say, hey, what went on during jury deliberations? I imagine, I'm just guessing, that that's when they learned from one of the juror or more of the jurors that, hey, while we were deliberating, I thought it was kind of weird, but the clerk kept coming in and saying, can you guys move it along and find him guilty? Obviously, I'm paraphrasing, I'm using a hypothetical here, but that's probably, in my mind, how they got this information.
Which is interesting because we've seen throughout this trial this sort of variety of new tactics, right? We saw Alex Murdaugh take his own, he spoke on his own defense stand, but now we're seeing this motion for a new trial. Is this likely to get a different result, or is this going to be more of the same?
The motion for new trial is going to be totally separate from his appeal. The appeal covers a lot of different things, like the kind of evidence that should or should not have come in. This kind of newly discovered evidence, if they can meet that standard, which is an exacting one, they could get a new trial. But it's been so recent that a new trial here would just mean that the state would surely try this case again. It hasn't been that long. Most of the witnesses are probably still available, but it would be a massive drain on the resources of the state and a kind of black eye on justice in South Carolina if they had to do this all over again, if it's true that it was because of one clerk who just talked too much to the jury.
Yeah, very exacting high bar. All right, Danny Cevallos for us there. Danny, thanks so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Danny. Later this hour, the hunt for an escaped killer, how the convict escaped a Pennsylvania prison and where he has been spotted. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. Nice to see you tonight.
We're talking possibly a trillion galaxies. Yes. That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
All right, so this weekend right here in New York City, the Electric Zoo Music Festival descended into chaos after ticket holders were turned away due to capacity issues. As NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro explained, some attendees then stampeded the gate, forcing the NYPD to step in.
Music festival mayhem in New York City over the holiday weekend. Concert-goers seen storming the entrances to the Electric Zoo Electronic Music Festival on Sunday after an announcement that the venue had reached capacity earlier than anticipated and no other ticket holders would be admitted.
Oversold. We don't understand how you can oversell tickets.
The three-day event had issues from day one. Friday's show was abruptly canceled just hours before the start.
1 hour before, I was actually just getting ready to come, and I got the news.
Festival organizers issuing a statement on social media citing global supply chain disruptions as the reason behind the delay in completing construction of the main stage.
You probably knew about this way in advance, like probably either yesterday or the day before, and you wait 3 hours before the event's supposed to start. Seems a little bit ridiculous.
Saturday, the doors opening 2 hours later than originally scheduled. And on Sunday, festival organizers shutting down access around 6:30 that evening.
There were people that I met that flew in from Dallas, Texas. Some people actually came in from Canada. I knew some people came in from Europe.
The NYPD arriving to survey the scene using a drone to ensure the crowds inside the gates were safe.
We had some concern because when additional people rushed into the concert, we wanted to make sure that people weren't overcrowded or on top of each other. We wanted to make sure that the party goers weren't overwhelmed.
By the end of the night, those who did manage to enjoy the show spent the rest of the evening just trying to leave, posting videos to social media of a slow-moving, jam-packed crowd trying to get off Randall's Island, where the event was held.
Poor management, this could be avoided. They've done this for so many years.
The festival announcing refunds would be issued for affected guests, but some say they won't be repeat customers in the future.
We're not coming back if they do have it. We're not going to do this festival again. It's not worth it.
Valerie Castro, NBC News.
A bit of a mess there. We are learning more about what's believed to be Jimmy Buffett's final show. The legendary Margaritaville singer surprised some very lucky guests at a restaurant in Rhode Island. NBC's Tom Yamas takes us there.
Mac McAnally was 3 songs into his set when a figure suddenly appeared on stage behind him. The crasher, Jimmy Buffett, to the shock and delight of the crowd. The two old friends, McAnally, lead guitarist in Buffett's Coral Reefers band.
Mac got a hold of me and said, "Hey, Jimmy just reached out and wants to come up and do a few songs. What do you think?" I said, "Let's find a way to make it happen." Just wanted to get out of the house.
Buffett was on Long Island when he decided to make the quick trip north to play with McAnally at Rhode Island's Sunset Cove. That 45-minute surprise performance in July, now believed to be Buffett's last.
He was as genuine, sincere, humble.
Buffett died on Friday at the age of 76. Parrot heads have been dropping off flowers and beer at Sunset Cove in his honor. Just like Jimmy Buffett would have wanted.
Oh, an icon. I just love his song, Come Monday.
Oh, yeah. Well, Margaritaville is the one playing in my head now.
Legend.
Oh.
All right, that was Tom Yamas reporting. And coming up next, the incredible life story behind the Vietnam War Army helicopter pilot who's being awarded the Medal of Honor today. You're watching NBC News Daily, and don't forget, you can always watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, wherever you stream, including YouTube, Hulu, Roku, Peacock, you name it. Your news continues right after this.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism, is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break.
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize that you could make the decision.
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so.
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back, and thanks again for joining us this Tuesday. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Nguyen. Here's what's making news right now. Former Proud Boys chairman Enrique Tarrio is set to be sentenced today in connection with the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol. The Department of Justice is seeking a 33-year prison sentence for the former chairman. They describe him as the ringleader behind the plot to overturn the 2020 election. A lawyer for Tarrio says there is no evidence to suggest he directed anyone to storm the Capitol building. He was found guilty of seditious conspiracy back in May.
The impeachment trial against Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton is currently underway. Paxton is facing corruption and bribery charges, accused of abusing public trust and being unfit for office. Paxton has called the impeachment a politically motivated sham.
A new study says that buying prescription drugs through online pharmacies can save patients millions of dollars. A medical journal found that at least 1 in 5 prescriptions were less expensive using online discount programs when compared to traditional insurance plans. Research shows that out-of-pocket payments with insurance coverage were often equal or less than prices advertised by online pharmacies.
Well, police in Pennsylvania, they appear to be closing in on a convicted killer who broke out of prison just late last week. Now, since then, authorities say the fugitive has been spotted several different times. The latest time on a trail camera just last night. Take a look.
I want to push him hard. He'll make mistakes. He'll show himself. He's already shown himself. He is desperate. He does not want to be caught. He has very little to lose at this point.
Well, law enforcement officials say they are using a helicopter to play an audio recording from the fugitive's mother, urging him to turn himself in. NBC's news correspondent George Solis is live near the search zone for us today. So, George, you actually spoke with the man who says the escaped prisoner broke into his home. What else did he tell you, and what more do we know about these sightings?
Yeah, good afternoon, guys. Really, it's harrowing stuff. So, yes, I spoke to homeowner Ryan Drummond, who was in that 2-mile radius. He says he got home and he thought he heard some rumbling in his basement. So he arms himself with a picture frame, because that's all he has available, goes to the light switch and begins flickering it 1, 2, 3 times. He waits. Then he says what he believes was Cavalcante in his basement, flickering it back in response. He freaks out, gets out of Dodge. He says Cavalcante leaves the home. They, of course, call police. It triggers a massive police response. This is one of the many tips that police are investigating at this moment to see if this burglary was, in fact, him. The thing that's really alarming here is this is what officials are worried about. They've been worried that he has been finding opportunities to break into homes, steal clothing, steal food, finding anything that'll help sustain this manhunt, which, as you guys know, is now in its 6th day. And again, that was all within that 2-mile radius within that Chester County prison area where he escaped from last Thursday. That search now expanding beyond that perimeter with that images that you just showed from a property called Longwood Gardens. That's a botanical garden here. This is now 5 miles from the prison. So he is moving further south. Police saying this is exactly what they want him to do. They want him to get out into the open, make those mistakes so they can hopefully bring him to justice and, frankly, apprehend him. But, yeah, that Ryan Drummond interview is quite something when you listen to what he had to tell me.
Hit the flight switch 3 or 4 times to let him know that I knew that he was down there. And then he flipped the light switch back a few times, which was the real panic moment where I turned to my wife and I said, he's here in the house, call 911 right now. It was like a moment of disbelief. You know, it's like, yes, my heart was beating fast.
Yeah, hearing it again from his words, it's just absolutely surreal to think that's what happened. Yesterday, he had another police response when they clearly saw him again, as we now learn. So, again, there's just so much police activity here, guys, and people just hoping this comes to an end soon.
I know, especially the 2 school districts closed today, and people there just really on edge. 6 days already searching for that fugitive. NBC News correspondent George Solis for us there on the ground. George, thank you.
Well, Morgan, after a month-long summer recess, Congress is back in session with a lot on its agenda in order to avoid a government shutdown by the end of this month. NBC News senior political reporter Sahil Kapoor is with us now. So, Sahil, before we get into the agenda, we just got an official update on Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell's health after those on-camera episodes this summer of him freezing for 20 and 30 seconds at a time. What can you tell us there?
That's right, we did, Vicki. Senator McConnell's office released a statement, or rather a letter by the Capitol attending physician who examined him and said, quote, "There is no evidence that you have a seizure disorder or that you have experienced a stroke, TIA, or movement disorder such as Parkinson's disease." So ruling out some of the biggest concerns that people had watching this, including medical experts had watching this and wondering what was going on with McConnell. On the way over here, I did confirm with an aide to McConnell that he is in fact in the building, back ready for the Senate's return today.
Wow. Okay. That is a pretty comprehensive update there, Sahil. Now that everyone is nearly back on the Hill, what is the top issue Congress needs to address at this point to avoid that government shutdown later this month?
Yeah, they've been away for a month. They are back today. The Senate is back today. The House is not back until next week. And Congress has a lot to do just over the next few weeks. They have September 30th deadlines to fund the government. You see some of these items on the screen. In just a few weeks, the government will shut down unless they agree to some kind of spending measure, whether it's a full appropriations bill. That seems highly unlikely at this point. Both parties appear to be moving toward a stopgap, continuing resolution to avert a shutdown. There's also items on the to-do list to reauthorize the FAA and to pass a new farm bill. There's the question of a Republican impeachment inquiry in the House into President Biden. They appear to be moving closer and closer in that direction. There are, of course, as we just discussed, health concerns swirling about Senator McConnell, as well as the 90-year-old Senator Dianne Feinstein, who insists she is not leaving until her term is up in 2025. And, of course, as part of this government funding package, they got to figure out what to do with Ukraine aid and disaster funding.
A lot of important issues there, Sahil. A group of hardline Republicans have vowed to oppose any kind of funding extensions unless certain conditions are made. Who are the lawmakers? What are their specific demands?
Yeah, this is the biggest wild card in Congress in terms of meeting those deadlines, Vicki. The hardliners are a group of several dozen Republicans in the House Freedom Caucus. They're insisting on a whole host of things to be attached to either the government funding bill, a short-term measure, or some other vehicle that it could get through. You see it on the screen there. They want to cut spending. They want various immigration provisions, conservative provisions. They want to address what they call the weaponization of the Justice Department. Some even want to defund the federal and state prosecutors that have secured indictments into President Trump, and they are very resistant to the idea of additional funding to Ukraine. Vicki?
All right, NBC News senior political reporter Sahil Kapoor, thank you so much.
Well, Vicki, this afternoon, President Biden will award the Medal of Honor to a U.S. Army helicopter pilot who successfully rescued 4 of his fellow soldiers during the Vietnam War. Captain Larry Taylor carried out a mission that was so daring, the Army said it had never even been attempted before. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kube joins us now live from Washington, D.C. Courtney, it's great to see you this Tuesday. First off, can you just tell us who Captain Taylor is?
Yeah, sure. So Larry Taylor, he was a helicopter pilot, and he actually was given the first 9 Cobra helicopters in Vietnam. Now, these are small attack helicopters. They're so small that they only carry 2 people, and they barely fit those 2 individuals. They're about 36 inches wide. They are intended to be brought in when troops on the ground are in trouble and they need air cover. So someone like Larry Taylor would get a call, and within 2 minutes, he would have that Cobra up in the air, and he'd be heading towards the troops who were in trouble. Now, it would take us, when I take you back to that day, June 1968, of course, it's during the Tet Offensive, some of the darkest days of Vietnam. 4 troops got into trouble. They were out on a reconnaissance mission, and they found themselves surrounded with upwards of 100 North Vietnamese soldiers. They called in for help. Larry Taylor came in, and he started firing off his rockets and his small arms, but he realized that there was no way for these U.S. troops to escape from this situation. They were nearly out of ammo on the ground, and so he defied orders of his officers back at the base camp, and he came in, he landed, and those 4 troops, because it was such a small helicopter, they had no choice but to grab onto the skids, to grab onto the rocket pods on the outside of the helicopter, and then he took off as they continued taking fire from the ground, and he flew those 4 soldiers to safety. everyone who we spoke to throughout the course of our reporting on the story has said there's no way those men would have survived without Larry Taylor's heroic actions that night.
A true hero indeed. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Cube. Courtney, thank you.
Thanks.
Great story.
Yeah.
All right, well, there is a new layer of security flying above New York City.
Now, the NYPD used drones to keep an eye in the sky on Labor Day celebrations. But as NBC's Emily Cater reports, it's sparking some debate about surveillance and privacy.
As Labor Day celebrations blanket the country, in New York City, there's another layer of police eyes now in the sky. The NYPD is launching drones to respond to priority and non-priority calls around the Caribbean-inspired Juve and West Indian American Day festivities, which in previous years have been marred by shootings.
If a caller states there's a large crowd, large party in the backyards, we're going to be utilizing our assets to go up, to go check on the party.
But what police have called an asset, critics are concerned could become Big Brother.
What we don't want to see is this bleeding out to sort of routine patrols by drones, routine hovering over our homes and over our communities.
On the ground in Brooklyn, opinions are split.
It's a safety precaution. I'm all for safety.
There's really no privacy at all. I think it's taken it to the next level.
New York City has increasingly leaned on drones this year, which have scanned shorelines for sharks and helped size the crowd of a giveaway gone awry last month. The NYPD and Mayor Eric Adams defended drones as more efficient, especially for noise complaints and in crowded streets.
They're going to utilize drones from a safe distance up, not down, flying in someone's backyard to see what they have on the grill.
According to the ACLU, more than 1,400 police departments now utilize the technology, like in Santa Monica, where drone footage helped convict a brutal attacker. As a growing debate over the advancing tech takes flight. For perspective, NYPD numbers show the department used drones 34 times last year. Well, in just the first half of this year, that use has more than tripled. Back to you.
Straight ahead, we'll chat with the rapper Dougie Fresh about the Hip Hop Public Health Project and the profound impact music can have on kids. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Crossing the Today Show off my bucket list. Celebrating my mom's 60th birthday.
Just married, and we're honeymooning at the Today Show.
It's a girl.
Hoda inspired me to become a journalist.
I'll have what you guys are having. I'm celebrating here with you. This is amazing. You're on Today.
You are not alone when you're here on the Today Show.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they.
Go ahead. Nice to see you.
We're talking possibly a trillion galaxies. Yes. That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
It can be done, and only you can do it. For those that can dance and clap your hands to it, imitate. Like you're paralyzed and weak. One arm as you slur every word that you speak. Stand in a line and pretend to be blind. Loss of vision is one of the #1 signs.
It's so good. I get like lost in the beat, but there's an actual public health message there. That's a clip we just showed. It's a song called Stroke Ain't No Joke. It is one of many songs that hip hop public health uses to teach kids about complex health issues.
And actually, that's
so catchy.
I know. It helped one little boy who was younger than 10 years old actually save his grandma's life when she had a stroke. And since this year marks the 50th anniversary of hip hop music, we wanted to highlight the impact that music can have on kids. So both founders of Hip Hop Public Health are here with us in the studio. Dougie Fresh and Dr. Olajide Williams join us now. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us.
Thank you.
Dougie Doug Fresh, let's talk. Why did you want to do this?
Oh, because this brother here, Dr. Olajide Williams, got in contact with me through someone who was his patient, who was one of the kids I taught how to do the beatbox, which is the fifth element of hip hop. Since this is hip hop history, give you a little breakdown. Long story short, he got with me, we came together. He had this concept and idea. I love hip hop. He's the only doc. He's the hip hop doc.
The hip hop doc.
That's right.
That's a good title.
He's the first one. There's nobody else now. But he's the only person that I ever seen embrace hip hop the way he did. And we knew together we could change people's lives.
This has got to be so rewarding for both of you.
Oh, my God.
Hip Hop Dr. Williams. Kids listen to this, a boy saved his grandmother's life. Talk to us about the power that music has to influence us in positive ways.
Well, music is life, and I don't think there's an area of any individual's life that music hasn't influenced. Within the medical world, we know that music has incredible neuro kind of scientific properties on our behavior. It occupies more real estate in the brain than language itself.
Wow.
Imagine that. And because of this power of music neurologically, it has the incredible ability to motivate us, to make us greater than the sum of our component parts. And we're leveraging this power of music for public health.
I mean, you guys are already very clearly a strong team here, and we talk about health literacy. Why is health literacy and even being aware of those things, like that song and the stroke and the slurring of the speech, why is that so important to our overall health as a people?
God, I'll let you take that because I
saves
know.
lives. It saves lives. I mean, I've had patients who could have been saved if they knew just a little bit more.
That's right.
And we now know that health literacy is a must on the journey to health equity. If you don't know what to do, it doesn't matter if you have health insurance. If you don't know what to do, it doesn't matter if there are healthy food stores right there in front of your neighborhood. We have to build health literacy in order to foster the type of behaviors that lead to healthier lives.
Dougie Fresh, where do we find these songs, these beats, and parents want to teach their kids and let their kids listen to this music? What's the best way to connect them?
Well, we normally have, we're online, obviously, it's the hhph.org, and people can, and all of this stuff is free.
Okay.
None of this is you have to pay for.
That's great.
When we got together, we started this like just the way hip hop started. We started with just creativity, the love, the passion, and then people make contributions to help us, which we appreciate because what we're doing is sincere and it's all about saving lives. So anybody could just go online, hhph.org, and you will get anything. And it's so many interactive things. Like you could let your kids sit there and they will enjoy it.
Yeah, the videos are also really educational.
Right. And it's so catchy. I mean, Doug, you mentioned the word.
On it.
We're already in the commercial break. Hey. Okay, so when you talk about the creative process, I loved what you said about this is kind of how hip hop started.
Yes.
What is the creative process when you two come up with a song?
Well, I do the science and he does the hip hop.
Right.
That's right.
Yeah.
And the kids provide the input. In short, that's what we do.
Yes. And what we do is he's telling me things, and when he tells me, I take them and I can put them in a form or put a beat behind them.
Yeah.
You know, whether it's the beat box or whatever. And then when we put it together, the kids just automatically, the same way we approach making a record, we don't change anything. We just put in quality conversation.
I have to say thank you for doing this, because I think this is going to benefit so many kids, so many adults.
No,
just
absolutely.
like we talked about that young man. I mean, this is literacy, frankly, that we all need, and so it's great to see us starting with kids. Thank you.
Quality content, easy to remember, fun to dance along with. HHPH for hiphoppublichealth.org. That's where you can find it. Founders of Hip Hop Public Health, Dougie Fresh and Dr. Olajide Williams. Thank you both so much. Hip Hop Doc. That's cool. We got an education today. Thank you.
Thank you guys so much.
happen now.
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies. Yes. That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Well, it has been a summer with record-breaking heat, especially in Texas. But the state has found new ways to improve its vulnerable energy grid.
Now, despite being the biggest oil producer in the United States, the Lone Star State is tapping into renewable energy more and more. NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson shows us how.
In Kaufman, Texas, next to one of the oldest crops in our nation, a new harvest is on the horizon. Texas is the biggest oil-producing state in the country, but you might be surprised to hear it's now also a big leader in renewable energy.
When people ask me what I do, I love to tell them that I'm a farmer. And then, a lot of times that prompts the question, well, what do you farm? And I say, the sun.
David Fulkerson manages this nearly 1,200-acre Enel Green Power solar farm near Dallas.
How many homes can this operation power?
So we can produce up to 180 megawatts, which is about 36,000 homes.
The Lone Star State is now the leading producer of wind energy in the U.S. and second only to California in solar energy. Over the past decade, wind energy production here has increased by more than 234%. Solar by nearly 14,000%, and it's expected to double again in the next 2 years.
So what's fueling the growth here in Texas?
So many people are moving to Texas, which gives easy expansion for solar and wind.
Texas runs its own power grid with lots of flat, windy, sunny land and federal tax incentives, experts say, making it ripe for a renewable energy boom. How important is renewable energy in Texas?
That grid diversity is what prevents outages and loss of power for people's homes.
Crucial during this summer of unrelenting heat, which fueled historic demand on the Texas power grid, setting 10 all-time high records since the final days of June. Despite the unprecedented demand, Texas hasn't experienced widespread outages, which hasn't always been the case.
Millions of Texans are in their homes without power, and it is very cold there.
So what's changed? Since the winter freeze in 2021, the power grid has been winterized, and more wind and solar farms have opened shop.
The solar panels help capture the power, but it's really the battery storage system that can be one of the last lines of defense against a possible power grid failure.
Texas is in much better position now than it was a couple years ago, but we always have risk.
Dr. Michael Weber is a professor of energy resources and studies clean energy policy at UT Austin. He says that the incredible growth in renewables in Texas comes despite some serious political headwinds.
I've always been very pro oil and gas.
Texas is going to protect the oil and gas industry.
While most states and regions and countries are trying to move away from fossil fuels, Texas is actively subsidizing natural gas.
Even so, about 35% of the state's electricity now comes from wind and solar.
Is the idea that one day 100% of our energy would come from wind and solar alone?
Not necessarily. What can happen is solar and wind can still grow, but ultimately you want a diverse grid system where you have wind, solar, battery storage, and other traditional methods.
Ushering in the dawn of a new day across Texas's energy landscape. Priscilla Thompson, NBC News, Kaufman, Texas.
All right, and here is what is trending now. Beyonce got a supreme surprise for her 42nd birthday. The legendary singer Diana Ross showed up unannounced at Beyonce's Renaissance World Tour show in Los Angeles last night. Look at her. She sang a special rendition of her hit song Love Hangover, and she got the crowd to sing happy birthday to Beyonce. I bet that wasn't hard.
All right, Netflix is releasing some new details about the final season of its hit drama series, The Crown. Previous reports said the show was expected to cover the death of Princess Diana in its 6th season, but a new reveal is now promising the season will also be highlighting a royal wedding. Netflix tweeted this photo showing an invitation to the 2005 wedding between Prince Charles and Camilla Parker Bowles.
And Sean Diddy Combs is set to receive the Global Icon Award at this year's MTV Video Music Awards. He will be the 3rd recipient of the award following the Foo Fighters and the Red Hot Chili Peppers. Diddy will also be performing live during the show. The VMAs will air on September 12th at 8 p.m. Eastern. I remember watching those. I mean, it's a little past my day now, but it's fun. It was fun. It's a fun night.
All right, I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. You are watching NBC News Daily, and you can watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, wherever you stream. That includes YouTube, Hulu, Roku, and Peacock. Stay with us. Your news continues right after this.
are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thank you so much for joining us this Tuesday. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Nguyen. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Tuesday, September 5th. On the run, the search is on for a dangerous killer who escaped from a Pennsylvania prison late last week. Authorities say there have been 4 confirmed sightings of him within a 2-mile radius of the prison, leaving that community on high alert.
Legal twist: lawyers for convicted murderer Alec Murdaugh filed a motion seeking a new trial after they allegedly uncovered evidence of jury tampering. Whether the judge is likely to grant a redo.
Smash and grab retail theft has grown so rampant that business owners and employees are taking matters into their own hands. We're going to show you the shocking scene at one Los Angeles jewelry store that's causing people to question their own safety.
Rise and grind. New research found that hitting the gym could reduce the risk of 9 different types of cancer in men by nearly 40%. We have a health and wellness expert here to break down the benefits of exercise.
Welcome to NBC News Daily this Tuesday. We start right now with the mass exodus from Burning Man Festival in the northern Nevada desert. After being stranded for days in a pretty remote part of Nevada's northern desert, tens of thousands of people, they're finally leaving that Burning Man Festival.
A torrential rain turned the event into a mud pit that forced organizers to close roads. But now traffic is flowing again and people are slowly making their way out. NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz is there.
Mud, muck, and now gridlock. That was the scene as thousands of burners made their way out of the Nevada desert any way they could.
So what's your plan to get out?
Hitchhike, I don't know.
The exodus slow and grinding, a caravan of cars and RVs crawling their way towards civilization.
We're making it out.
The trek out of the slowly drying mud taking some more than 6 hours, the backup stretching for miles. This was not how Burning Man was supposed to go. Friday, 6 days into the week-long festival celebrating art, music, and community, a deluge turned the dry desert into a giant muddy mess. For some burners, the rain did nothing to dampen their spirit.
This has given us the opportunity to rise to radical self-reliance and to support each other in the community.
For others, the mud was more than they bargained for.
I was scared. I didn't know what we were going to do.
2 months of rain in 2 days, forcing authorities to close roads in and out of the massive pop-up city, stranding thousands. Over the weekend, Burning Man CEO Marianne Goodell preaching patience.
There's no great chaos, there's no great panic.
Some opting to hike out, including celebrities.
We ventured out with Josh Kushner and Carly Kloss and Cindy Crawford and Chris Rock and some writers, and we decided, let's go together.
DJ Diplo, who's been to 12 Burning Mans, says the 6+ mile schlep through the slop was all part of the experience.
It felt like we had a little victory, a little battle on that day, and it felt nice.
Monday, even amid the exodus, the festival continued undaunted, concluding with its symbolic grand finale, the burning of the man. The Burning Man flame as bright as ever.
Wow, that was NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz reporting.
We go now to South Carolina, where there are new developments in the case of convicted murderer Alec Murdaugh.
Now, his lawyers are alleging evidence of jury tampering, and they're demanding a new trial. MSNBC anchor Lindsay Reiser joins us now from Columbia, South Carolina. Lindsay, it was just 6 months ago that a jury found Murdaugh guilty of killing his wife and his son, and now as he's sort of serving out his 2 consecutive life sentences, his lawyers are asking for a new trial, and they've presented some pretty serious allegations of jury tampering. What are they saying?
They filed this new motion, Morgan, and they're holding a press conference today at 2:30 this afternoon Eastern time on the steps behind me. But they're alleging witness tampering at the hands of the Carlton County Clerk, Rebecca Hill. She's the overseer of the jurors, escorting them to and from the courtroom to the bathroom. And they're accusing her of tampering with the jury by advising things like, don't be fooled by Murdaugh's testimony on his own behalf, instructing the jury to watch him closely, look at his actions, look at his movements. At least one juror understood that to mean that he was guilty, pressuring the jury to come to a quick verdict by telling them it shouldn't take them long at the onset of deliberations. His defense attorneys also accuse her of asking the jurors their opinions on whether they found Murdaugh to be innocent or guilty, criticizing the former foreperson for handing Murdaugh a box of tissues when his testimony got emotional on the stand, saying that's exactly what the defense wants us to do. Now, it should be noted that two sources familiar with the matter tell NBC News that at least two jurors have hired their own attorneys. We know that the clerk here, Rebecca Hill, published a book on the trial last month called Behind the Doors of Justice, The Murdaugh Murders. And essentially this new motion will put his former appeal, which was filed right after his guilty verdict, on hold so that this new hearing can take place. Remember that these guilty verdicts were handed down after 6 weeks of testimony, 3 hours of deliberations. We have reached out to the clerk, but we have yet to hear back, Morgan and Vicki.
Well, Lindsay, what do we know about the likelihood here that the judge would grant a new trial?
Well, essentially, we have to wait and hear the arguments. We know what the defense is saying. We have to wait and hear what the state is going to say in rebuttal. Of course, they're going to talk to the clerk, and maybe she can either admit to some of the actions or deny them. But right now, we're hearing one part of the story here. And also, it should note that a filing like this has to rise to a certain level. Essentially, this is information that could not have been discovered through due diligence during the original trial. And if it had been presented, then it has to be significant enough that it could have changed the verdict. Morgan and Vicki.
All right, MSNBC anchor Lindsay Reiser live in South Carolina for us. Lindsay, thank you.
Now let's go to the expanding search for a dangerous convicted killer in Pennsylvania. His name is Danilo Cavalcante. The 34-year-old escaped from prison late last week, and since then, authorities say he's been spotted in the area several different times. The latest caught on a trail camera from last night.
You can see those photos here. Police released them earlier today, and the manhunt is clearly taking a toll on the community. 2 school districts near Philadelphia are closed today as people remain on high alert and authorities keep scouring the area.
I think he's absolutely succumbing to the pressure, and yes, he's trying to escape, and that's what he managed to do. We'll now expand that perimeter and move it so that we can try and encapsulate him again.
Crews have been searching on the ground and in the air. Police are using a helicopter to play an audio recording from the fugitive's mother pleading with him to surrender. NBC News correspondent George Solis has our report.
Things just as tense as ever. Danilo Cavalcante, the convicted murderer, has been on the run for nearly a week, but police say there have been multiple sightings of him in the area, indicating he is likely still in this area and very much on the run. Pennsylvania State Police officially taking over the manhunt, saying they're confident they're closing in on convicted killer Danilo Cavalcante.
I want to push him hard. He'll make mistakes. He'll show himself. He's already shown himself.
3 days ago, police releasing this doorbell cam video of the 5-foot, 120-pound fugitive. Authorities indicating there have now been 4 confirmed sightings within a 2-mile radius of the Chester County Prison where Cavalcante escaped Thursday morning. This most recent sighting taking place over the long holiday weekend.
It was a trooper, actually, that observed him in some distance, gave chase, but was unable, because of the terrain and some other obstacles there, was unable to get to him.
Authorities believe Cavalcante is hiding out in a heavily wooded area and growing more desperate as they close in.
It's very, very thick back there. There's a lot of hiding spots.
The only thing I had to defend myself was a picture frame.
Ryan Drummond believes his home may have been one of those hiding spots.
How hard was your heart racing knowing that this is the guy everyone's looking for and he might just be in your basement?
It was like a moment of disbelief. You know, it's like, yes, my heart was beating fast.
Cavalcante was convicted last month and sentenced to life in prison for the brutal stabbing death of his ex-girlfriend. Authorities say he's also wanted for a 2017 homicide in his native Brazil. Police have been playing audio recordings from choppers and patrol cars of Cavalcante's mother, speaking in Portuguese, pleading for her son to turn himself in. They're also asking residents to remain vigilant.
We've been having all our doors locked, like, we're just scared, Paranoid, yeah. We're ready for it to be over.
And to call police if they see anything suspicious.
He is desperate. He does not want to be caught. He has very little to lose at this point.
Now, authorities still haven't said how Cavalcante escaped from the Chester County prison, but state police did indicate they're able to use deadly force if necessary, and there's still a $10,000 reward for any information that leads to his capture. Back to you.
George, thank you. Turning now to our CNBC Money Minute. With housing becoming more and more expensive, many remote workers say they would move to find affordable homes. A new study shows 22% of remote and hybrid employees would be willing to relocate. That is up from 14% just 2 years ago.
CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu joins us now. Dom, housing right now, it's actually less affordable than it's been in nearly 4 decades. So how is sort of remote work pushing people to find homes in these less expensive areas?
So Morgan, Vicky, I mean, there are workers just no longer tied down to a specific location, right? If they're fully remote. So the researchers actually say that the increasing number of people who are willing to relocate may signal remote employees are feeling more secure in their current work arrangement or their ability to find another job if they get called back into the office. So this dynamic is interesting in this transitional phase right now for sure. We've also got a crackdown, by the way, on short-term rentals. It began in New York City today. Controversial new rules are now in place that some hosts on these vacation sharing platforms argue will effectively shut down the city's 40,000 Airbnb listings. The rules require property owners to go through a city approval process to host people for less than 30 days at a time. They only allow for 2 guests in a rental, and they require the host to be in the same unit or apartment as their guests. And Apple TV is profiting from messy money, according to data analytics company Antenna. The streaming service saw subscriptions to its MLS season pass jump by 110,000 on the day the Argentinian star played his first game for Inter Miami. Messi mania is a real thing. I watch it on social media all the time. I'm not the biggest football fan, but I can't help but watch because everybody else around me is watching it as well.
And honestly, he's so effortlessly cool.
He's amazing.
He acts like he's always been here before, which is kind of amazing.
Here's the thing, Dom. He and his team are so smart. They accounted for that. I read that they negotiated in the deal. Look, he gets a cut of all those new eyeballs, all those new subscribers.
He's a businessman.
But you know what? He is delivering, right?
It's no doubt. So even if he was astute enough to cut the deal, he's got to perform to make that money. And by the way, every time he turned into an Inter Miami game, he's scoring.
El
so
campeón.
He's doing his job.
Seriously, every time. It seems like he's kicking the ball into the goal some way, somehow. All right, CNBC senior markets correspondent Dom Chu, just like you. Score.
All right, COVID cases on the rise from coast to coast, what we know about the new subvariant, and when the next round of vaccines could be coming. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
We go now to Hawaii, where an act of heroism was caught on camera. A couple evacuating from the Maui fires may have saved an entire block of homes in Lahaina.
NBC's Sam Brock has the story and the dramatic pictures.
All right. I want you to record everything when we're leaving.
Right from those first heart-stopping moments, Jessica and Stephen Pickering knew their time was precious, leaving Lahaina with flames on their heels.
Oh, my God.
And a wall of smoke in the rearview mirror.
We tried to get out of the neighborhood, but were blocked by cars.
Along the way, they spot a flash of fire in the bushes.
Oh, my God. It's right there in the bushes.
What?
The fire!
Oh,
it's in the bushes!
Stephen leaps from the car to put out the flames, threatening a complete stranger's house.
Stephen, we're gonna get stuck! Come on!
Were you thinking at all, this is crazy and it could cost us our lives?
Yes.
But what did his actions actually end up doing?
I think that he saved that area of the neighborhood. Oh!
The Pickerings say they barely survived without emergency sirens or even a text to warn them.
I haven't personally heard of a single notification that anybody received in all of my social network, period.
Out of how many people do you think that you've talked to?
Hundreds.
Hundreds.
Maui County's response is under investigation, though officials have maintained that they warned residents through texts and police loudspeakers in neighborhoods, but they haven't specified where or when.
Always better safe than sorry. Lives and safety over structure anytime.
C. Ray Beltran spent more than 15 years with the Maui Emergency Management Agency as a senior safety official.
I would have said full evacuation.
In the morning?
In the morning, knowing the winds are this high. They're super high. Prepare for the worst and then hope for less.
The road to recovery looks long for Jessica and Stephen. One of their Maui diving shops went up in flames, along with about $1.5 million worth of inventory.
Having to say that we have nothing and hold your hand out and ask for help is really humbling and hard.
Still, there's a soulful silver lining across town in the Smith household, where Drew Smith recognized something familiar on social media.
I said, honey, come in here. Look at this. There's a guy saving a house. I said, oh my God, it's our neighborhood. And then we started looking. We're like, this is our house.
Smith says he's putting the Pickerings in his will. As for Stephen and Jessica, they have their lives and their love.
Oh my God, it's right there in the bushes.
And a whole bunch of neighbors ready to help them out if they ever need a hand. Sam Brock, NBC News, Lahaina.
What do you always say? Not all heroes wear capes, right?
I'm telling you, those are everyday heroes. Incredible. All right, well, listen, the nationwide surge in COVID cases, it's made its way to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. The White House said in a statement that First Lady Jill Biden tested positive for COVID on Monday night. President Joe Biden, however, is negative.
This comes as the average number of daily COVID hospitalizations has gone up nearly 24% in the past 2 weeks. Senior scholar at Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security, Dr. Amish Adalja, joins us now. Dr. Adalja, good to have you on set. So what do people need to know about this new variant making its way around as we head into the fall? How is it different?
It's different in that it's now evolved to be able to infect us despite the immunity that's in the population from prior infections and from vaccinations. But that's the norm. This is what a respiratory virus does. It always evolves. But its ability to cause severe disease is severely hampered because there's so much immunity in the population, and we have antivirals like Paxlovid. So we're not seeing pressure on hospitals, and that's the most important thing.
You mentioned Paxlovid, you mentioned sort of our general immunity, but what about the boosters and the vaccines? How do they come into play? We know that one's expected to come down the pike soon. How effective is that expected to be, and who should get it?
Well, the booster is going to be updated. It's going to be a single strain. It's going to be updated to be the XBB 1.5 version, which is kind of closer to what's circulating. So it's going to be more protective than what we have in the past. The people that really need to get boosters are those that are high risk. So that means people above the age of 65, people with high blood pressure, cardiovascular disease, people that are pregnant, immunocompromised, lung disease, obese, overweight people. That's who we really want to get the boosters, because that's the people that we see getting severe disease. Those are the people that get hospitalized. Those are the people who die. And that's really where the booster needs to be targeted and where it's going to be most effective.
So if you've had COVID in the last 6 months, or let's say even a year or so ago, do you really need this booster?
Well, I think it depends on your risk for severe disease. So if you're somebody that has any risk factor for severe disease, yes, you should get the booster. But if you're a healthy person, it's probably going to benefit you transiently, meaning you may be protected from infection for a couple of weeks to months, and then you're going to come back to that susceptible level. So the boosters are really good at protecting against severe disease, but you have to have a risk for severe disease to get the big benefit from the boosters. Although they'll probably have a universal recommendation, but in the United Kingdom, for example, they're only targeting it to high-risk individuals.
Okay, that is good to know.
It is, right? Dr. Amish Adalja, thank you so much for joining us in studio, no less. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. Two U.S. adversaries strengthening ties. What we know about the proposed meeting between North Korean leader Kim Jong-un and Russian President Vladimir Putin when we come back. You are watching NBC News Daily.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Starting Sunday, September 17th on NBC.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Well, students are heading back to class as the new school year begins, and for many, that means hopping on the school bus, which, according to federal data, it's one of the safest ways to travel to school. But getting on and off the bus can actually be very dangerous because of passing cars. I got an exclusive look at how new technology may help solve this problem.
This is video from a school bus in North Carolina. Watch as the students on the left attempt to cross the road to board the bus, but then are nearly run over. And this Ohio bus driver hailed as a hero after saving a student from being hit by that car. These incidents are known as stop arm violations. A new survey estimates this happens more than 43 million times every year. These stop arm violations can have deadly consequences. According to a government report, 13-year-old Evelyn Gurney was run over and killed by a driver in Wisconsin as she prepared to board her bus. The report stated the stop arm was deployed when the driver swerved around it and struck her.
But new technology aims to make it safer for students by enabling buses to communicate directly with cars. I'm here in Indiana at the test track for IC Bus. It's the nation's largest bus manufacturer, and I'm going to show you for the first time how it all works.
It's called Cellular Vehicle to Everything, or CV2X for short, and it's being developed by dozens of automakers and tech companies, including Audi and IC Bus.
It just takes safety to the next level.
With me is Justina Morrison from IC Bus. The bus driver slows down and extends the stop sign. Heading toward us is a car also outfitted with CV2X technology. That screen alerts the bus driver of the approaching vehicle.
Nearby vehicle in motion.
As the car gets closer, the technology senses it has not slowed down, once again warning the bus driver, don't let kids off that bus.
High-speed vehicle approaching. What is that screen telling the bus driver right now?
It's telling the bus driver how fast the car is approaching, how close the car is to the school bus, as well as from what direction that car is approaching the bus.
So we saw how this tech works on buses, but what about for drivers of other cars who really need to know where those kids are? With me is Pam Malhotra from Audi to talk about what the experience is like behind the wheel. Pam, how will this prevent crashes?
So the technology that we have in the Audi e-tron actually communicates directly with the school bus up to 10 times a second. And it doesn't matter if the driver in the vehicle is actually able to see the other vehicle or not, because it can look around corners, it can sense a vehicle through an obstruction like another vehicle. And this is how we prevent accidents on the road and save lives.
Let's see how it works.
This time the bus is stopped, but I can't see it because it's hidden from view by that semi-truck. As I approach, I get a warning on my dashboard.
Wow, so Pam, I don't even see a bus or any stop signs, but already the car's telling me something's ahead.
Exactly, and it's telling you heads up, you need to slow down.
Okay, let's see what happens when I don't slow down.
And there's the warning.
It gives me an extra time to react, and that can be the difference between life and death.
Absolutely.
We try it again, now with the semi-truck behind the bus as I maneuver to pass it.
This is a very real scenario. A big rig slowed down in front of me. I don't see anything, so I'm just gonna change lanes around it, but I'm already getting an indication. There's a school bus. Now I'm getting the stop indication. And if I don't stop, there's that alert. And I had plenty of time to stop.
And CV2X isn't limited to buses and cars. It can be used to alert drivers to approaching emergency vehicles, upcoming construction zones, bicycles, even pedestrians, as long as they're equipped with the cellular technology.
But the safety benefit that it delivers on the road is incredible.
Incredible safety when everything on the road can communicate, so we can avoid scenes like this.
While Audi has been a leader in developing this technology, nearly every automaker is working to get this into their cars as quickly as possible. Audi hopes to have it standard within 3 to 5 years. And if that seems like a while from now, we'll get this. The FCC set aside the bandwidth to make all of this possible back in 1999. Morgan, the goal here is for cars to communicate with other vehicles, traffic lights, even pedestrians via cell phone technology to avoid crashes and make it safer for all of us. But in the meantime, if you see a school bus with a stop sign, slow down or come to a complete stop, because it means kids are coming on or off that bus.
But who knew this was going to work back in the 90s? That's
I know.
Pretty incredible.
It takes a long time to get this stuff onto the roads.
Yeah, very cool to see you test that. All right, Vicki, thanks. The impeachment trial of Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton getting underway today. What to expect in the Texas Senate as he faces accusations of bribery and abuse of power. You're watching NBC News Daily.
on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
Andrew Wallace.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
We're back now on this Tuesday. So glad you could be with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
Thanks for joining. I'm Morgan Radford, and here's what's making news right now. The Spanish Soccer Federation has just named Monte Tomé as the new coach for the country's national women's soccer team. Now, this all comes after former coach Jorge Vilda was fired amid the fallout from an unwanted celebratory kiss by the club's president, Luis Rubiales. Vilda originally supported Rubiales against efforts to have him replaced. This new coach is the first woman to ever hold the position.
At least 23 people were hurt after a driver crashed through the wall of a busy Texas restaurant on Monday. You can see the damage there. Police say all of the victims were taken to local hospitals. They're expected to be okay. Authorities say the driver was not hurt during the crash, and an investigation is now underway.
And a fan was ejected from the U.S. Open early this morning after German player Alexander Zverev accused the man of yelling a famous Hitler phrase. Security officers approached the fan and escorted him out of the venue during that match. Zverev could be heard saying the phrase was unacceptable during the incident.
North Korean leader Kim Jong-un could soon meet face-to-face with Russian President Vladimir Putin. Although they are neighbors, the two last met in 2019. According to the White House, the leaders are expected to meet and discuss trade deals involving military weapons, with North Korea potentially supplying Russia's forces in Ukraine.
That meeting will reportedly take place on Russia's Pacific coast, with Kim traveling by armored train in a rare trip outside his hermit kingdom. The Kremlin, however, saying today that it cannot confirm any reports of that meeting. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley joins us now live. Matt, it's good to see you this Tuesday. Just sort of what details do we have at this point? What can you tell us about this potential meeting? And sort of what does it say in a larger context about the growing relationship between these two countries?
Well, you know, word of this trip and the meeting is new. This is a new thing, but that isn't the first time we've heard about Moscow reaching out to Pyongyang to try to secure weapons from what's widely called the Hermit Kingdom, which really just goes to show how bad off the situation is in North Korea and how surprising it is that Putin would make these entreaties to Pyongyang. Now, Putin has made these requests of Kim Jong-un shortly after his invasion began early last year, after it became clear that Russia wouldn't be scoring an easy victory in Ukraine. And Russia's defense minister Sergei Shoigu, he visited North Korea in July when he handed Kim a personally signed letter from Putin. But, you know, guys, we can look at this as a sign of desperation, as I just mentioned, on Putin's part. Despite its nuclear ambitions, North Korea's military technology is very poor. So the fact that Putin is going begging to Pyongyang just shows how bad his military really is at this moment.
Well, Matt, Ukraine's counteroffensive is attempting to push Russia back. So talk about this. If they really do reach a deal, North Korea provides some sort of weapons to Russia, what will that mean for Ukraine?
Yeah, I mean, it's a big question. It's a hard one to answer. I would venture to guess, and again, this is a guess, that it will do almost nothing, especially on the battlefield. And we've been seeing how a huge influx of Western weapons has really tipped the balance in favor of Kyiv, in favor of the Ukrainians on the battlefields of Ukraine. But guys, that is not what's on offer from North Korea. So even if the Russians were to secure some kind of deal for Moscow to provide it with weapons, it's really hard to imagine that these North Korean weapons, at least some of which are made in North Korea, others are probably badly out of date. I don't think this would even be noticeable on a battlefield that really does showcase some of the most advanced armaments in the world at the moment. So North Korean weapons, I just don't see them making a dent.
Matt, Russia's also getting closer with China, which is an ally of North Korea. How does China play into all of this?
Well, you know, it's a very important question. And honestly, the relationship between Beijing and Moscow is a bit of a moving target. Because remember, Putin visited China's Xi Jinping a few months ago, and there was a lot of hand-wringing in the West, a lot of anxiety about what that meeting could mean. But the meeting didn't really lead to much in terms of deeper cooperation between Moscow and Beijing. And we're hearing reports that Russia invited North Korea to join its naval exercises with China. That's unlikely to destabilize East Asia in the near term. But it raises some more sort of abstract long-term security concerns. If these exercises do go through, and if they plant the seed for closer relations among Russia, China, and North Korea, that could cement a new kind of alliance or axis that's opposed to the West and possibly in favor of expansionist military adventures like Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and even more troubling, potentially, Beijing's ambitions to take over Taiwan and those islands that are contested in the Western Pacific. So a new axis of cooperation like that between these three countries would make it much harder for the international community to isolate nations that violate international legal norms, to punish and to sanction, because these nations would have friends.
All right, that is true. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley, thank you so much for your analysis today.
Well, Vicki, coming back home to Texas, where a political firestorm is currently brewing, suspended Attorney General Ken Paxton is facing an impeachment trial over corruption accusations while in office. Now, just earlier this year, the Texas House impeached Paxton on 20 articles following an investigation. He's now only the third state official in Texas history to ever be impeached. The trial kicks off today and will decide if Paxton can, in fact, return to his position. Joining us now, we have NBC's Jane Tim, who's live in Austin right now. Jane, first, just walk us through what Paxton is actually accused of. Who is expected to testify and end this trial?
Morgan, so Paxton is accused of accepting bribes in the form of a renovation to his home and a job for a woman that he was having an affair with in exchange for favorable legal assistance and access to the Office of the Attorney General. Now, watch for current and former members of the Office of the Attorney General to testify in this trial. And while it may look like a civil or a criminal trial, Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick, who is presiding over it as judge, had this to say about this proceeding.
I have 31 senators. They're the jury. It's not a criminal trial. It's not a civil trial. It's a political trial.
And as a reminder as to how different this trial is, he said 31 senators, but one of those senators, State Senator Angela Paxton, is recused from voting because it's her husband who stands trial here.
You know, Jane, we're talking about this down in Texas, but the reality of it is this is an election year. I mean, does this sort of have any political impacts or repercussions on the Republican Party nationally?
You know, everything is bigger in Texas, as they say, and it's threatening to tear the GOP here apart. You already see members who are allies of Attorney General Paxton going after people they think might vote against his impeachment, people who voted for his impeachment in the House, threatening political retaliation and definitely some dicey primaries. President Donald Trump has already vowed to fight members that vote for impeachment here. So this is going to spill outside of Texas for sure as this moves forward.
All right, NBC News senior reporter Jane Tim. Jane, thank you.
Morgan, now to Los Angeles, where smash and grab robberies are on the rise. Over the weekend, employees of one jewelry store took matters into their own hands when a suspect attempted to rob them. NBC reporter Noah Pransky tells us how city officials are now cracking down.
Shouting, captured from inside an attempted robbery in Los Angeles. The suspect spraying a worker with what appears to be pepper spray, then once inside smashes the glass and tries to grab the goods. But the entire store fights back, taking matters into their own hands.
My dad and my brother started hitting him, and then he brings out the pepper spray, and then he starts spraying everyone.
The man seen running away without any jewelry. Almonte police still searching for the unidentified suspect. Just days earlier, though, a similar incident at a different Los Angeles area jewelry store. Thieves pepper spraying the owner before smashing jewelry cases and getting away with more than $500,000 in merchandise.
They pepper sprayed me on my eyes and my mouth.
Typical smash and grab. Yes, they had hammers, smashed the display cases, took what they could, and then ran out the door.
Retail theft over the past few months here has grown so rampant, Los Angeles created a new special robbery task force.
No Angelino should feel like it is not safe to go shopping in Los Angeles.
But some local business owners say they don't feel safe working in Los Angeles either.
We're angry, and we're also worried about, because when he left, my brother, he told that he was going to kill all of us, you know?
Not to mention just how to pick up the broken pieces.
I feel confused. I don't know what I should do tomorrow. To come to the store for what? Because most of the jewelry is gone.
Noah Pransky, NBC News.
All right, we have breaking news as we speak. The Federal Aviation Administration telling NBC News that United Airlines has just requested a nationwide ground stop.
That means all flights are halted. This move appears to be linked to computer issues. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello is tracking it all for us. So, Tom, any sense of how severe these computer issues are, how long they could last, or are they thinking it could be a hacking situation?
We have no idea, but I will tell you it's severe. If the United Airlines, one of the country's biggest airlines, requests a ground stop from the FAA, that speaks to how serious this is. Here's the FAA advisory, just went out seconds ago. I'm just going to read it off my computer screen. Informational: United and its subsidiaries unable to contact their dispatch through normal means. Please tell them to go through a computerized system in the cockpit if they ask. Bottom line here is that the FAA now reacting to the United request to immediately put all planes into a ground stop. Now that we have 4,900 flights a day with United, 300 destinations, that's total over the course of a day. And so this is a very unusual step indeed. United just now issuing a statement to NBC News. Let me read it for you if you don't mind. I'm going to read it off my phone. United says we are experiencing a system-wide technology issue and are holding all aircraft at their departure airports. Stand by 1 second. They go on to say flights that are already airborne are continuing to their destination as planned. We're currently investigating and will share more information as it becomes available. Also, just now, Secretary Buttigieg putting out a tweet, or an X, I should say. He says he's aware of the nationwide ground stop at United due to IT issues. FAA currently receiving more information about the cause and the scope of the issue, and DOT will make sure that United meets its obligations to affected passengers. Let me just tell my producer, as I'm handing him his phone back, you've got some messages that just came in as I was reading off of his phone. Bottom line is, that's what we know right now. IT issue that is happening and grounding United flights nationwide right now. All departures being held at their origin. Flights that are in flight presumably can continue on to their destination, guys.
Okay, but for the most part, those flights at their origins, as you mentioned, Tom, we should say, just in context, this is now people returning from a very busy Labor Day weekend. We've already seen airlines struggling with just the amount of passengers. What should people do if, in fact, they are stranded at an airport right now and they're waiting or have been waiting? What options do they have?
Listen, for the good news here is that this is now the beginning of the low season. In other words, this is not July 4th, it's not Thanksgiving, not Christmas. This is typically the time of year when suddenly airline passenger traffic drops off dramatically. If you are on a United flight and you're affected by this, the best thing you can do right now is just sit and monitor the app on your phone for any information. If you end up missing your flight, or if they cancel your flight, rebook yourself is the best course of action on that app. And we say that for every airline, right? You're better to take matters into your own hands than try to wait on the phone forever or trying to stand in line to see a ticket agent. Generally, you're going to get results faster if you try to do this on your own. That said, if all flights right now are being held, delayed, canceled right now temporarily, you're not going to be able to rebook very quickly, right? The entire United system right now is in a hiccup and appears to right now be not moving much at all.
All right, breaking news as it is happening. Tom Costello bringing it to us on the air here out of D.C. We appreciate it, Tom.
You bet.
Coming up, the benefits of exercise keep growing. What new research reveals about staying active and how it can reduce your risk for some forms of cancer. That's next. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation
What is the #1 issue for you?
to the national stage,
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
when critical votes were counted,
Still too close to call.
and when power was held to account,
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Starting Sunday, September 17th on NBC.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
In today's Daily Health, we all know that eating healthy, exercising, and just being in overall good physical shape, it's good for you and your body.
Yeah, but now research published in the British Journal of Sports Medicine finds it could also reduce the risk of 9 types of cancer for men, especially gastrointestinal cancer, by nearly 40%. Wow. Joining us now, health and fitness expert Stephanie Mansour and NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Syal. All-star panel here. Okay, thanks for being here, Dr. Syal. I'll start with you. So this study, let's talk about for men who were in good shape. How much lower was the risk of cancer, and which 9 cancers are we talking about?
Hey guys, so yeah, this was a Swedish study, and they took a bunch of Swedish men way back when, and you know, back then they had to do fitness tests. Kind of everybody in the population just went through this cardiorespiratory fitness test. And they took those results, and then they followed these guys for years afterwards, and what they found was that those people who had the best heart and lung function, really the best fitness, take a look here, 40% lower risk of esophagus, liver, or gallbladder cancer, 20% lower risk of stomach and colon cancer, head and neck cancer, and kidney cancer, and then a much higher 42% lower risk of lung cancer. I should say these are associations. It's not a cause and effect. Right. But there is, you know, this is just another study adding to the studies coming out showing exercise does have a positive benefit for cancer.
I mean, that is an undeniably strong association. Stephanie, when we talk about being in good physical health, you know, we talk about BMI and metrics like that, but, you know, everybody's body is a little bit different. How do you measure good physical health?
You know, I have a few rules of thumb that I have my clients follow, and that is #1, can you walk for about 15 minutes without getting winded? Can you carry on a conversation? Are you feeling okay doing everyday tasks around the house? Or are you hearing pops or cracks or feeling achy or like your low back is hurting just from emptying the dishwasher? And then finally, if you do engage in strength training or a little more, you know, high intensity interval training, HIIT workouts, do you feel like you can have a conversation with someone while you're getting a little bit out of breath and sweating without feeling like you're gasping for air in the first 5 minutes? So those are kind of 3.
I can't stand those people when they run with you and want to have a whole conversation, and I'm like huffing and puffing. I'm like acting like I look like I'm being chased by a pack of water buffalo, and I'm like, oh my God, Morgan, how are you doing this Tuesday? You want me to be that person?
Right, not exactly, but I mean, we all have our own different fitness levels, so it's important to just see, okay, here I am today, like maybe I'm getting out of breath after 10 minutes, that's fine, but as long as it's not like right when you start, and you also don't want to go too fast, too hard, too soon. So making sure that you're easing in, warming up, and you know, Morgan, don't feel bad. I can't have a conversation with someone when I'm doing a full workout either. So
want to just focus on the workout. Yeah. Okay, Dr. Syal, something counterintuitive. The study also found a link between people who had high levels of fitness and an increased risk in prostate cancer and melanoma. Why?
You know, I'll tell you what this is not. This is not saying don't exercise, it's going to increase my risk of melanoma and prostate cancer. What we think, Vicki, is going on here is that melanoma is caused by sun exposure. And to get to exercise, oftentimes people are doing it out in the sun. So really a key takeaway here, make sure you're wearing your sunscreen. It's great to exercise, but you need that sun protection too.
We talked about sun, we've talked about exercise. Stephanie, what about diet? What are some foods we should be incorporating for our energy and our health?
Yeah, so we have so many members of our Start Today program here with NBC and the Today Show, and the #1 tip that has helped them lose weight if that's their goal, or just have more energy and recover from their workouts faster, is protein. So focusing on eating protein every few hours to stabilize those blood sugar levels and to reduce those cravings. And that's also going to help your muscles grow so they're stronger, they can help you move better, more efficiently, and also focus on adding in those fruits and veggies, you know, the basic common sense diet that we talk about all the time, but just add in more protein.
Is there protein in hot Cheetos? Probably not.
As I like to reach for my Dr. Pepper on the side, right? Exactly.
Maybe you could dip them in peanut butter on the side, or like boiled egg with it.
Yes. I like the
Stephanie Mansour, Dr. Akshay Syal, thank you both for joining us. We so appreciate it.
Great to have you, and you're watching NBC News Daily.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
For over half a century, there's been an ongoing search for a piece of musical history, Sir Paul McCartney's bass guitar.
NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber details how lifelong Beatles fans are seeking help in their global search to reunite the famed musician with his long-lost guitar.
It's the bass that helped launch the Beatles into the rock and roll stratosphere. Paul McCartney's 1961 Hofner violin bass.
This is the bass that powered Beatlemania. You know, it was the bass that was there right at the very start.
McCartney bought it when he was just 19 for £30. At the time, it was all he could afford, but it was more than enough to help build the Beatles into one of the biggest bands of all time, producing the bass line for classics like She Loves You, Twist and Shout, and Love Me Do.
What's it like with these fans outside, Paul?
At first, it's murder, because, you know, it looks as though they're going to tear you apart. Once you get the hang of it, you get used to it.
And for more than half a century, it's been at the center of one of the greatest music mysteries. No one knew where it was.
It's last seen in 1969. It clearly got stored probably at Savile Row, and then it disappears.
Nick Wass worked at Hofner for years as an electric guitar developer and marketing manager. In 2017, McCartney himself called to ask about his missing bass.
He said, hey, you know, you're from Hofner. Do you know where my lost bass is? And I thought, well, you know, somebody ought to start looking for this, and it has to be me.
Wass has teamed up with two former BBC producers and investigative journalists, Scott and Naomi Jones, to try and find it. This weekend, the trio launched thelostbass.com, a website where people can submit tips to the investigation.
We've seen literally hundreds and hundreds of emails come into the project at thelostbass.com.
Wass says the guitar has distinctive features, which could help identify McCartney's lost bass.
It was the first ever violin bass made by Hofner that was left-handed. It was resprayed, so the colour of this bass is not like any other violin bass.
No one knows exactly what the bass is worth, but a 1962 Gibson guitar that once belonged to McCartney's former bandmate fetched $2.4 million at auction in 2015. And that guitar was also lost for more than 50 years. Come as you are. 5 years after that, this Martin D18E, used by Kurt Cobain on MTV Unplugged, became the most expensive guitar ever sold for a record $6 million. The Lost Bass team says they've been told McCartney's guitar could be worth at least double that. But if they find it, it'll go to its rightful owner.
Paul will keep it. He may exhibit it later, I don't know, but it's never going to be sold, so you can't buy it. So, in a sense, the value is nothing.
Now a decades-old search heating up once again for a legendary piece of music history.
I'd be even more thrilled to see Paul McCartney's face when we put it in his hand. Can you imagine this big grin that's going to be on his face when that happens? I think it's all worth it just to see that.
Ellison Barber, NBC News.
All right, here's what's trending right now. Get ready for new music from the Rolling Stones. After the band's iconic symbol was mysteriously projected onto landmark buildings here in New York, also in Los Angeles, London, Paris, fans finally got a few answers. The band's newest album, Hackney Diamonds, will be released tomorrow in a live interview with Jimmy Fallon. This is their first album release since A Bigger Bang came out 18 years ago.
You can't always get what you want, but sometimes you get what you need, Morgan. I know you love that T-shirt with the tongue and the mouth.
I love it, my favorite.
An ultra-rare find at a school in the UK, a proof copy of J.K. Rowling's first Harry Potter novel. It was discovered years after it was lost. It is now up for auction for up to $25,000. It's believed that only 200 printed copies of that proof
exist.
And Denzel Washington's newest thriller, The Equalizer 3, debuted at the top of the domestic box office this weekend, bringing in an estimated $42 million. This marks the second biggest Labor Day opening, with Marvel's Shang-Chi and The Legend of the Ten Rings holding the very top spots.
All right, Denzel and suspense, a winning combo for sure. Yes. I'm Vicky Nguyen.
I'm Morgan Radford, and you're watching NBC News Daily. Remember, you can always watch us for free 24/7. Also on our streaming network, NBC News Now, wherever you stream, YouTube, Hulu, Roku, Fire TV, all the places you see listed there on your screen. Your news continues right after this.
Jillian,
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize that you the big conditions
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so...
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Zinklea Samoa.
I'm Vicky Nguyen. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Tuesday, September 5th, 2023, breaking news: planes grounded. A nationwide ground stop has just been lifted for all United Airlines flights. Why it happened and what it means for travelers.
The long way home. What might be the worst traffic jam in America is happening right now in the middle of the Nevada desert. The tens of thousands of people trying to escape the Burning Man festival after intense storms left them stranded.
Back to court. Attorneys for convicted murderer Alec Murdaugh say they want a whole new trial. The claims they're making about newly discovered evidence and what it could mean to the case.
And teach me how to Dougie. Rap legend Doug E. Fresh joins us in studio with his new mission to help kids discover the benefits of hip-hop music.
I never thought we'd be talking about Dougie
on
national television.
It's going to be great.
We'll get to it. Thanks so much for being with us.
We are going to start this hour with breaking news. The FAA says United Airlines, one of the biggest in the U.S., had requested a rare nationwide ground stop.
And we have just learned that ground stop order was lifted moments ago, but it has caused a major disruption for customers on those United flights. So let's get right to it with NBC News aviation correspondent Tom Costello. Tom, do we know what was behind this and why was it lifted so quickly?
Computer issues, right? They are the bane of our existence. That we love them and we hate them. And apparently they became a frenemy to United Airlines in the last 45 minutes or so. Here's what happened. We got news that United was requesting from the FAA a ground stop, citing a worldwide IT issue. And that meant that they were requesting every plane that was about to take off stay at their origin, stay at the original location, do not depart. And then about 10 minutes ago or so, United lifted that request. So there's the good news. There's a Reagan Airport live shot. We've also got Newark Airport as well. Newark, of course, being one of the biggest hubs for United on the East Coast. The big hubs, you know them well. Newark, as we mentioned, Houston, Washington, Dulles is a big hub. O'Hare, Denver, San Francisco, and LAX. So when United has a problem, those airports feel it the most acutely very, very quickly. Secretary Pete Buttigieg, the Secretary of Transportation, quickly put out a tweet, or an X, as they say these days, essentially saying that they were aware of the ground stop at United Airlines due to IT issues, FAA receiving information about the cause and the scope. However, that is already dated because we already have the ground stop request lifted. If you are sitting in an airport somewhere and you have a flight that may be delayed because of this, I think the best course of action right now would be to have some patience, stand by. United should be back up and running pretty quickly. If for some reason your flight gets canceled, rebook yourself on the app, because that's going to be a heck of a lot quicker than trying to get on the phone or walk over to the ticket counter. Guys, back to you.
That is good advice and the best possible news. This ground stop didn't last too long. Tom Costello, live with the latest on the United situation. Thank you, Tom.
You bet.
All right, at this hour, we are following new developments in the Alec Murdaugh murder case, 6 months after a South Carolina jury found the former lawyer guilty of killing his wife and son. Murdaugh's attorneys are now seeking a new trial. They say it's due to what's called recently discovered evidence. NBC's Lindsay Reiser joins us now from Columbia, South Carolina. So, Lindsay, we've been waiting to hear from Murdaugh's lawyers in the next few minutes. But at this point, what do we know about their allegations of jury tampering?
Yeah, you see all the media behind me all set up for that press conference in just a few minutes. But according to this new filing, the allegations of witness tampering surround the Colleton County Clerk Rebecca Hill. She published a book last month called Behind the Doors of Justice, The Murdaugh Murders. And they allege that she tampered with the jury by telling them, for example, at the onset of deliberations, it shouldn't take them a while. Also advising them not to be fooled by Murdaugh's testimony, instructing them to watch him closely, look at his actions, look at his movements, which, according to the filing, at least one juror understood that to mean Mr. Murdaugh is guilty. Also having frequent conversations with the jury foreperson, private conversations lasting 5-10 minutes, even taking place in a single occupancy bathroom in the jury room. Also alleging that this county clerk criticized the former foreperson for handing Murdaugh a box of tissues during his emotional testimony on the stand, saying that's exactly what the defense wants us to do. And also back to that book, there were excerpts in this motion of that book. And in one case, the tour of the Moselle property, this is where the murders took place, saying, let me just pull it up here. Some of us from either the courthouse, law enforcement, or jury at Moselle had an epiphany and shared our thoughts with our eyes. At that moment, many of us standing there knew, I knew and they knew, that Alec was guilty. So we should mention that this is different from the appeal that was filed after those initial convictions. And there's a high bar for this after discovered evidence. Essentially, it could not be evidence that could have been discovered during the trial via due diligence. And it has to be significant enough that it could change the verdict. And so right now, that initial appeal will be put on hold, and we wait to see this hearing for a new trial, what happens with it.
Yeah, will be really interesting to see if one or more of those juries actually would agree to testifying as well, Lindsay. We are also hearing from Murdaugh's surviving son, Buster, who spoke out recently in his father's defense. Bring us up to speed on what he had to say.
So this was an interview for a docuseries on Fox Nation, the fall of the House of Murdaugh, and he was asked, do you associate your father with the characteristics of a psychopath? And he said, I am not prepared to sit here and say it encompasses him as a whole, but certainly I think there are characteristics where the manipulation and the lies and carrying out of that such, I think it is a fair assessment. But he did reiterate he believes his father is innocent and would not in any way have endangered his mother or brother. Vicki?
Well, we'll be waiting to see if a judge agrees and approves the potential for this retrial. Lindsay Reiser, MSNBC anchor there live in South Carolina for us. Thank you so much, Lindsay. We appreciate you.
Well, we're going to turn now to today's CNBC Money Minute. We have some good news for potential home buyers.
Yeah, and 2 luxury car companies, they're trying to take on Tesla. Christina Partsenevelos joins us now. Hey, Christina.
Guys and Clay and Vicky, well, there may be some relief on the way for potential home buyers. It looks as if prices may be turning lower again after hitting another all-time high just in July. Black Knight says it's likely high mortgage rates, which remain just around 7%, are the reason for cooling home prices. So you have lower home prices, but your mortgage rate is still over 7%. The CEO of Charter says his company will try to find a way to keep traditional cable bundles alive after Disney-owned networks went dark for Charter's Spectrum TV customers. He says he will try to push for more flexible terms and to offer ad-supported streaming services to its pay TV customers at no cost. Mercedes-Benz and BMW are showing off their new electric vehicle concept cars as they look to catch up with Tesla in the premium EV market. The Mercedes concept CLA class boasts a range of about 466 miles, which is longer than any Tesla. Meanwhile, the BMW's new class comes with a glass roof and a feature that projects information on the windshield at the eye line of the driver. Very cool stuff.
I don't know. It's kind of hard to compete with a glass roof.
You know what? I will be maybe one of the holdouts. I don't like a glass roof. No extra sun. I know they say, you know, it blocks the UV light. Yes. I don't want to have to wear a hat while I'm driving. Just give me a roof.
Very good, Christina. You sunroof girly? Maybe?
I take a bicycle to work every day, so I can't really have this conversation with you guys and add any input.
Fair enough, Christina. Thank you so much.
I'm joking.
Well, we're going to turn now to Pennsylvania. Authorities in that state are expanding the search area after an escaped prisoner was seen in new surveillance video. Police say this is Danilo Cavalcante. These images were taken at a location outside the area police were originally searching. You can see him carrying a duffel bag, a backpack, and a sweatshirt. Federal and local law enforcement are searching this heavily wooded area just outside Philly. 2 nearby school districts have canceled classes today as police conduct their search. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa joins us now from near the search perimeter in Chester County, Pennsylvania. So, Emily, he has been on the run for 6 whole days now. Do police think they're any closer to catching him?
Hey there, Clay. Well, the search zone continues to expand and actually shift because they learned from new surveillance images coming in overnight that he actually breached the initial perimeter, a 2-mile radius within the Chester County prison, which is where he escaped from last week. I'll tell you about where I'm standing. I'm standing next to something called Longwood Gardens. I'm familiar with this area. I grew up in this area. It's a 1,000-acre botanical garden, sweeping grounds here. And so a trail camera from the Longwood Gardens actually picked up some new surveillance images to police, and it shows something really interesting here and critical, that he's actually managed to accumulate some supplies. He has a backpack, a hoodie, a duffel bag. One of my colleagues, George Solis, actually spoke with someone who believes that Cavalcante at one point was inside his home. And so it's really underscoring the importance and the message from police that people continue to lock their homes, to review any kind of surveillance video, especially as they're returning from their long holiday weekend celebrations or vacations, and continue to operate with caution in this area in Chester County and specifically within the vicinity of Longwood Gardens. What you'll see behind me, a live look at a number of roadways closed off of the main Route 1. And that is because they continue to search this area. It's the suburbs of Philadelphia, but there's also an immense amount of brush, which complicates the search. Thick, dense wood that you actually can't even walk in. You have to cut through to be able to get through. So they're using a variety of assets to continue their search. Helicopters whirring overhead. Here's more from Pennsylvania State Police, who is leading this investigation.
That pressure that we've been putting on him is working. We squeezed him hard enough over a period of a few days, and he was not able to get any relief and managed to find a place to get out. Obviously, I wish we would have been able to capture him without him getting through that perimeter, but it is also not shocking. It's dark, it's a large area, and not to make excuses. I mean, it's just difficult terrain and things.
And police reminding residents in the area that Cavalcante is a dangerous man. He was convicted and sentenced to life in prison after murdering his girlfriend. That conviction, or that sentence, coming down earlier this month. They're offering up to $10,000 in reward for critical information, Clay.
All right, Emily Aketa in Pennsylvania with the latest there. Hoping that community stays safe. Thank you so much.
Coming up, detecting autism using an eye test. What this breakthrough could mean for an earlier and more accurate diagnosis.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Starting Sunday, September 17th on NBC.
Welcome back. After days of being stranded in the Nevada desert, thousands of people are finally leaving the site of the Burning Man Festival.
Yeah, that popular gathering frequented by celebrities and artists was a little different this year. This is one road. Check it out. In and out of the festival site, it is packed full, relentless bumper-to-bumper traffic, and that is assuming you have a car to get out. The wait time in that line of cars, 8 hours, some are reporting.
Oh, you heard that right. 8 hours in that part of Nevada's Black Rock Desert is where Burning Man has been held for nearly 40 years. It saw 2 months worth of rain in 2 days, turning the ground into a muddy obstacle course for the 70,000 festival goers. One of them was popular DJ and music producer Diplo. This is video of both him and comedian Chris Rock hitchhiking their way out of Burning Man, and they were not alone in doing so.
So we ventured out with Josh Kushner and Carly Kloss and Cindy Crawford and Chris Rock and some writers, and we decided, let's go together. It felt like we had a little victory, a little battle on that day, and it felt nice.
Ooh, celebrities, they're just like us.
Yeah, right. A little name drop in there.
Yeah, NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton has been following this one for us. So, Antonia, of course, this part of the Burning Man Festival, when everyone leaves, is typically called the Exodus. So how is that going right now?
Well, Zinkley, you showed some good photos, some images there of what the Exodus is looking like. From all reports, it's incredibly frustrating to be stuck in bumper-to-bumper traffic with all of those vehicles. You know, what normally is a pretty fun and kind of peaceful final part of the festival, it's been difficult, and there have been conflicts on the ground there. You know, one of the key principles of Burning Man is this idea that people are coming to the festival. They're supposed to take care of themselves and take care of others. The festival expects you to kind of have a zero waste policy, so you're not supposed to leave trash behind. You're supposed to bring everything everything that you brought in with you, bring it out. But that's hard to do when people are abandoning vehicles and abandoning belongings because they're anxiously trying to make it out as quickly as they can. And they're worried about, the resources that they've left behind to do so. And so, as you mentioned, the wait time has been at points 8-9 hours. We're hearing now it's a bit more like 2 to 3 hours. But the festival organizers are still warning people, to have patience and to be alert because conditions are still bad there. Yeah. And so, we'll see what happens. Hopefully by the end of the day, we're hearing that it's a more quick process. But you can see right there in those images just how frustrating and atypical this situation is.
Quickly before you go, Antonia, we have heard reports that one person died at the festival. The organizers are saying it wasn't weather-related. What do we know at this point?
We're waiting to hear more information. What we know right now is that they've been identified as a 32-year-old male named Leon Reese, and that the unusual conditions, while they may not be responsible for the death, we'll find out more about the cause of death in the coming days. They did make it complicated for authorities to reach the site, to administer care, and to investigate. And so we're going to find out more about this in the coming days, but it has only added to, of course, the tragedy and complications of what should have been a fun end-of-summer festival.
Of course, hoping people stay safe there. Antonia Hilton, thank you so much. Well, today we have an update on the health of Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell. In a new letter, the Capitol's attending physician says there is, quote, no evidence the senator had a stroke, seizure, or other disorder. The physician says he examined McConnell after he appeared to freeze at an event in Kentucky just last week. And, of course, it's not the first time this has happened. The 81-year-old also froze while speaking to reporters on Capitol Hill back in July. McConnell is expected to speak on the Senate state floor today as Congress returns from recess.
First Lady Jill Biden has tested positive for COVID. The White House released a statement last night saying she will stay at the family's home in Delaware while she recovers. President Biden, meanwhile, tested negative before returning to the White House late yesterday. He will keep testing regularly and monitor for symptoms. We have NBC News Chief White House Correspondent Peter Alexander with us today. Peter, good to see you. So what more do we know about how the First Lady is doing?
Vicki, we just got a new update from the White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre. She says that the First Lady, Jill Biden, does still have mild symptoms. Again, as you noted, she tested positive yesterday. The White House says that Dr. Biden is going to stay at the couple's Rehoboth Beach home for the rest of this week while she recovers. As for the president, we just learned that President Biden tested negative yesterday and again today, so 2 consecutive negative tests, that he has had no symptoms to this point. And at this time, the White House is moving forward with his schedule unchanged. Of course, he is now not with his wife. He's here at the White House. He's scheduled at 3:30 this afternoon to award a Medal of Honor to an Army veteran that'll take place here at the White House. And he's scheduled to leave on Thursday to a high-stakes summit that is scheduled to take place in India. That is where they are hosting the G20 summit. President Biden likely to be speaking heavily with world leaders, focusing on Russia and the war taking place in Ukraine right now. Both Dr. Biden and the president tested positive for COVID a year ago. First the president last July, then Jill Biden in August. They both took Paxlovid. Each of them had no serious symptoms at the time. Both of them, though, did have a rebound case. But that's where things stand right now. We hope to get new updates as this progresses. Vicki?
We hope she has a speedy recovery. Peter Alexander, thank you so much.
Coming up, a travel nightmare for a dog owner after an airline lost her pup. Why she says the response from the airline is, quote, insulting, and what you need to know about your rights when you fly. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We're also streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. Watch us wherever you stream live. Your news continues after this.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize that the way the dishes should be.
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so...
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Los Angeles police and the city's mayor say they're cracking down on retail theft, but some people are taking matters into their own hands and fighting back against the thieves. NBC News correspondent Noah Pransky has the story.
Shouting, captured from inside an attempted robbery in Los Angeles. The suspect spraying a worker with what appears to be pepper spray, then once inside smashes the glass and tries to grab the goods. But the entire store fights back, taking matters into their own hands.
My dad and my brother started hitting him, and then he brings out the pepper spray, and then he starts spraying everyone.
The man seen running away without any jewelry. Almonte police still searching for the unidentified suspect. Just days earlier, though, a similar incident at a different Los Angeles area jewelry store. Thieves pepper spraying the owner before smashing jewelry cases and getting away with more than $500,000 in merchandise.
They pepper sprayed me on my eyes and my mouth.
Typical smash and grab. Yes, they had hammers, smashed the display cases, took what they could, and then ran out the door.
Retail theft over the past few months here has grown so rampant, Los Angeles created a new special robbery task force.
No Angelino should feel like it is not safe to go shopping in Los Angeles.
But some local business owners say they don't feel safe working in Los Angeles either.
We're angry, and we're also worried about, because when he left, my brother, he told that he was gonna kill all of us, you know?
Not to mention just how to pick up the broken pieces.
I feel confused. I don't know what I should do tomorrow. To come to the store for what? Because most of the jewelry is gone.
Noah Pransky, NBC News.
For the first time, the county of Maui and the state of Hawaii are being named as co-defendants in a lawsuit filed by the family of a woman who was killed in last month's deadly wildfires. This is reportedly the first and only case addressing the emergency response effort. It comes as we are seeing new video of how close some people came to not making it out. Here's NBC's Sam Brock.
All right. I want you to record everything when we're leaving.
Right from those first heart-stopping moments, Jessica and Stephen Pickering knew their time was precious, leaving Lahaina with flames on their heels.
Oh my God.
And a wall of smoke in the rearview mirror.
We tried to get out of the neighborhood, but were blocked by cars.
Along the way, they spot a flash of fire in the bushes.
Oh my God, it's right there in the bushes.
What?
The fire!
Oh.
It's in the bushes!
Stephen leaps from the car to put out the flames, threatening a complete stranger's house.
Stephen, we're gonna get stuck! Come on!
Were you thinking at all, this is crazy and it could cost us our lives?
Yes.
But what did his actions actually end up doing?
I think that he saved that area of the neighborhood.
Oh! The Pickerings say they barely survived without emergency sirens or even a text to warn them.
I haven't personally heard of a single notification that anybody received in all of my social network, period.
Out of how many people do you think that you've talked to?
Hundreds.
Hundreds.
Maui County's response is under investigation, though officials have maintained that they warned residents through texts and police loudspeakers in neighborhoods, but they haven't specified where or when.
Always better safe than sorry. Lives and safety over structure anytime.
C. Ray Beltran spent more than 15 years with the Maui Emergency Management Agency as a senior safety official.
I would have said full evacuation.
In the morning?
In the morning, knowing the winds are this high. They're super high. Prepare for the worst and then hope for less.
The road to recovery looks long for Jessica and Stephen. One of their Maui diving shops went up in flames, along with about $1.5 million worth of inventory.
Having to say that we have nothing and hold your hand out and ask for help is really humbling and hard.
Still, there's a soulful silver lining across town in the Smith household, where Drew Smith recognized something familiar on social media.
I said, honey, come in here. Look at this. There's a guy saving a house. I said, oh my God, it's our neighborhood. And then we started looking. We're like, this is our house.
Smith says he's putting the Pickerings in his will. As for Stephen and Jessica, they have their lives and their love.
Oh my God, it's right there in the bushes.
And a whole bunch of neighbors ready to help them out if they ever need a hand. Sam Brock, NBC News, Lahaina.
Coming up, the search for a major piece of music history. Why experts are asking Beatles fans to come together to find Paul McCartney's first guitar. You're watching NBC News Daily.
After the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right,
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Starting Sunday, September 17th on NBC.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
North Korean leader Kim Jong-un could soon meet with Russian President Vladimir Putin. White House officials say both are expected to expand weapons trade talks, with North Korea possibly supplying Moscow for the war in Ukraine. This comes after an important meeting in July where Russia's defense minister traveled to Pyongyang. The Kremlin said today it could not confirm any reports of a meeting.
The impeachment trial of Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton is underway in Austin. He's been suspended ever since he was impeached by the state's Republican-led House back in May. Paxton is accused of accepting bribes from a donor in exchange for several favors. He denies any wrongdoing. Paxton is a top ally of former President Donald Trump and led several legal challenges against the Obama and Biden administrations. The trial in the state Senate is expected to last several weeks.
Tennessee 3 member and state representative Gloria Johnson is launching her Senate bid to unseat Republican Senator Marsha Blackburn. That group name might sound familiar to you from earlier this year. Johnson was one of the members who was almost expelled from the state legislature after she participated in a gun violence protest. Blackburn's campaign has put out a statement reacting to the Senate bid, saying Johnson is a, quote, radical socialist.
In today's Daily Health, we're talking about a possible breakthrough in the early detection of autism. Researchers say they were able to use a simple eye movement test that quickly and accurately identified autism in toddlers. The findings were reported in 2 studies published by the Journal of the American Medical Association. Joining us now to talk about this is NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar. Good to see you, Dr. Azar. So can you tell us first more about this test? How exactly does it work, and why are these results so promising?
So they're promising because unfortunately, St. Clay, about a third of autism diagnostic evaluations have some uncertainty associated with them. And that's really important, right? Because we know, for example, that early intervention for autism is so important. And if you have a child who has higher cognitive or language skills and less sort of typical autistic, related behavior, they may get diagnosed later. And so this is basically a test that uses or analyzes something called eye tracking. And they're basically looking to see if kids are more likely to track social versus non-social stimuli. And it was really accurate. It was basically about 70% accurate when compared to an expert who was analyzing a child. And when there was diagnostic uncertainty, that accuracy actually increased even more. So it's important to think of this not just like as a screening test for asymptomatic children, but this is really sort of in those more tertiary referral areas where you have an expert, you have, parent observation, you have other sort of onlookers that are giving their input, and that's how it really is a tool that's meant to be used in Clay.
I mean, that's super impressive. So if it's more accurate, do you think we'll see more pediatricians use this? And when should parents look out for signs of autism? What should they be searching for?
Exactly. So I think we're not quite there yet where it is going to be used as a screening tool in a pediatrician's office. It hasn't been validated as a tool there, but rather, again, it's sort of in those cases where there is diagnostic uncertainty, and it's supposed to be used in conjunction with other more standard or traditional evaluations. In terms of a parent, the kinds of behaviors or things that we look at or we talk about in terms of early clues to autism would, of course, be a child who's avoiding eye contact. They may have delayed language skills, sort of using repetitive words and phrases, repetitive behaviors. Those are the kinds of things that should, be a little bit of a red flag. And those are the kinds of things that you would bring to the attention of the pediatricians in Clay.
Dr. Natalie Azar with that important medical update. Thank you so much.
Well, students across the country are returning to the classroom this week, but in some districts, the schools themselves are preparing for a huge influx of students, many of whom are asylum seekers. That is leading to growing concerns about overcrowding in schools. Here's NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gusk.
Hey there, school starts in just a few days here in New York City, and there have been hundreds of migrant families looking to enroll their children in school, but there are limited resources, and some parents are concerned the school system can't handle the surge. Cities across the country are dealing with an ongoing migrant influx. Here in New York, the school year is set to begin Thursday with a surge of new students.
The latest round of asylum seekers and migrants we're receiving, there's a large number of them are children and families.
Officials say since last July, nearly 19,000 students in temporary housing, many of them migrants, have enrolled in city schools. Under New York state law, all kids between ages 5 and 21 are guaranteed a public education, regardless of their immigration status.
We completely changed our school funding formula to provide additional funding to schools based on the number of students in temporary housing that they enroll.
But some parents worry schools will be stretched too thin.
Problem is that we are not equipped to help them, and we should be.
It comes as a growing number of asylum seekers are arriving in cities nationwide, many still stuck in crowded temporary housing at hotels and other makeshift shelters.
No Tent City! No Tent City!
It's become a flashpoint for residents as more migrants arrive by the busload. Berlin Suarez arrived from Venezuela last month with her 3 daughters. Her dream, a better quality of life for her and her children. City officials here in New York say they are committed to make this work this year, that they've dedicated an additional $110 million to the school budget. Back to you.
Stephanie, thank you. Consumer Confidential looking into an unusual story out of the Atlanta airport.
That's right. A passenger on a Delta Airlines flight is furious after she says the airline lost her dog. Here's how it allegedly happened. The passenger, Paula Rodriguez, arrived in Atlanta on August 18th from the Dominican Republic with her dog, Maya. However, Rodriguez says customs officials denied her entry, forcing her to spend the night in a detention center without her dog.
The next morning, Rodriguez says she learned her dog was missing, but still had to board the flight out of Atlanta. 2 days later, a Delta representative contacted her saying Maya had broken out of her kennel. Maya the dog remains missing. Delta has offered Rodriguez $1,800.
Rodriguez's lawyer calls the figure insulting. In a statement, Delta says it is committed to finding a resolution and that the money was, quote, not an offer of compensation.
All right, joining us now, Katie Nastro. She's a travel expert with Going.com. And with us here in studio is legal analyst Danny Savala. So, Danny, let's begin with you. A lot of questions here about this dog and what's the responsibility of the airline? Is the dog, as a living being, more valuable than something like your luggage?
I always get into trouble on these stories because I have to give you the hard truth. We can love them, we can name them, we can knit little sweaters for them, but dogs are property. They're not people. Legally, they are luggage.
Oh my gosh.
I know that that is disturbing for a lot of people to hear. So in all likelihood, Delta or the airline's responsibility would be capped out at $3,800. So while there is a point to be made that Delta should probably just pony up the full $3,800 right away, whether they call it compensation or an admission of responsibility, whatever. But if there is a maximum dollar amount, give it to her under these facts, and then at least you could say we've done the most that we're obligated to do under these circumstances. So from a public relations standpoint, Delta could handle this a lot better, but folks need to understand that legally, Fido is considered under the law property, not a human.
So to that end, do you think this passenger has a legal case? Because I understand she's hired a lawyer but does not yet have a lawsuit.
She probably has a legal case for $3,800. If that is the applicable baggage limit on liability, the maximum amount, that is probably it. And then it could get even stranger if she had to prove the value of the dog, because, you know, to dog owners, I'm not one, but to dog owners, the value of their animal is $1 billion because they're a member of the family. I get it, but it is a harsh truth when they're confronted with the fact that legally they are not really a member of the family.
Ooh, Danny, thank you for that. Katie, let me bring you in here. Let's talk about your rights as a passenger when an airline loses your property, regardless of what is lost. What should people do?
Sure. So regardless of what type of property you had lost, you are entitled to compensation by the airline up to certain limits. For delayed bags, for example, you are entitled to compensation for reasonable expenses due to the delay. You know, you're able to request for the basics, maybe not reimbursement for Gucci pajamas, but the basics should be covered during the term of the delayed bag. And so when your luggage is in fact lost or your property is lost, it is up to $1,300 for domestic flights and $1,700 for international, but the airline can pay more. They are only required up to that amount, so it doesn't hurt to ask.
Katie, I wonder what you recommend. Of course, this is our Consumer Confidential. So many people travel with valuable items, right? Their dogs, their guitars. Do you have any recommendations for passengers to do this safely and maybe not run into this kind of thing?
Yeah.
Whenever you can, try to keep your most valuable possessions with you in your carry-on, your purse, whatever you onto the flight, so you know that it is on. We do recommend, Apple AirTags or any type of geolocating, just to have that extra little peace of mind that you can have that bit of security along the way.
Yeah, always. And, a lot of pet experts will say travel with your pet in the cabin if you can, especially a little one, like that little dog, Maya.
Absolutely. And lastly, just briefly here, where do you think they got that 1,800 number from, Danny? Delta?
It's hard to say. I mean, that could just be middle management, mismanagement in that they got together and said, well, let's try and save a few bucks here. I never really know where those opening offers come from. I mean, they're usually not the total amount that they could offer. I mean, but the bottom line is that, even the value of the dog, if you can place a value on the dog, is it a purebred? Is it something else? Unfortunately, our most valued possessions, if you have a set of commemorative plates with My Little Pony on them, and that's valuable to you, don't put them under the flight. Don't even bring them on the flight. Don't even leave them at home.
Danny, you always bring your Gucci pajamas in carry-on. I know that.
Mine are Westinghouse. Very inexpensive.
Is that a Sears brand? Okay. Katie Nastro, Danny Savalas, thank you so much to both of you. And coming up, the special way kids are learning that music can really save lives. You are watching NBC News Daily.
But first, time for today's Daily Snapshot. Check out this street carnival in Brooklyn, New York. People are covering themselves with paint and powder to celebrate the start of Carnival. It's an annual traditional street festival honoring Caribbean heritage and culture, as well as emancipation from enslavement. Vicky, I got to tell you, I actually passed by this weekend.
Oh, yeah?
So beautiful, so much good food, so much, in fact, that the neighborhood in Crown Heights ran out of plantains. Can you believe that?
Love a plantain.
We love a plantain, and we love these images. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It can be done, and only you can do it. For those that can dance and clap their hands to it, imitate. Like you're paralyzed and weak. One arm as you slur every word that you speak. Stand in a line and pretend to be blind. Loss of vision is one of the #1 signs.
We're going to have fun here. You were just listening to a clip of a song called Stroke Ain't No Joke. It is one of the many songs the nonprofit organization Hip Hop Public Health uses to teach kids about complex health issues.
That's right. That song helped one little boy save his grandmother's life when she had a stroke. And since this year marks the 50th anniversary of hip hop music, we wanted to highlight the impact music can have on your kids. Both founders of Hip Hop Public Health are here on set with us, Doug E. Fresh and Dr. Olajude Williams. Thank you both so much for being here. So, Doug, I do want to start with you. This is, first of all, just so cool. So thank you both for bringing it to us. Hip Hop Public Health, what inspired you to actually start it?
Well, this started because we seen in the communities around, the health just dropping down. We see what's going on. And me and Doc got together because we knew that if we take this technology, I'm going to call it, and give it to the kids will be able to transfer it to the parents. And then it could change the conditions that we're dealing with right now because childhood obesity was high. Kids wasn't out there playing like they used to. The parents are sick. They're not educated enough to see some of the symptoms. So the doc gave me a lot of the information, and I would put it in a musical form with rhyme, rhythm, and then we'll turn it into something that would be really useful to everyone. So he is now Hip Hop Doc. So if you want to address him like that right now,
okay, Hip Hop Doc.
That might be the
all
way
right.
to.
Well, let me correct that. Hip Hop Doc. Hip Hop Doc.
I just want to get that straight.
Oh, we love it.
All right.
Dr. Williams, aka Hip Hop Doc.
Right.
Let's talk about, I mean, we literally know that the songs have saved lives. Talk about why music is so universally effective in communicating these kinds of life-saving messages.
Music is so powerful. I mean, it is. I really, truly believe that music is something that the world cannot live with. I don't think an individual can live without music. And the reason why music has such powerful effects on human beings, it's because it was its representation in our brains. You know, a lot of folks don't realize that music occupies more real estate in our brains than language itself.
Crazy.
It's crazy to think about that. Yeah.
Think about that's the reason why music has such influence over every aspect of our emotions, our cognitions, our learning, our ability to retain information, our ability to learn information, motivating us, inspiring us. Think of every single civil rights music and the role song is played in those, the role song is played in the church, the role music plays in movies. So why can't we take that power and leverage it for public health?
Why can't we? That's what you're doing.
Yeah,
I love it.
and accurate information that can change lives. Doug, I wonder, is there a specific moment that stands out to you from your work with Hip Hop Public Health that you've heard? Maybe it's the story of the stroke, maybe it's something else.
Yeah, well, the one story about the several children who saved their parents' life, you know, by using this song. You know, because the words saying F is for the face, A is for the arm, S is for the speech, T is for the time. Time to do what? Call 911.
Yes.
So they seen all of these symptoms, which I learned from him. And then when we put it in the rhyme, he called the ambulance and saved his grandmother's life.
Wow.
So that stands out for me because now we're using hip hop and we're celebrating 50 years of hip hop and we're using it in the way that I feel it's supposed to be used.
Absolutely. And hip hop is great because there are words, there's a beat, you have a message, and it's catchy and memorable.
Right.
Doc, talk to us about the various different kinds of public health messaging that is in these songs.
So we have done work around stroke literacy and symptoms. We've done work around brushing your teeth and the importance of oral hygiene. We've done work on nutrition, you know, how to navigate a fast food restaurant that has menu postings with calories on it, because recognizing a lot of our community live in food swamps.
Yes.
How do you make a better decision even within a food swamp environment? And so we've done songs about that. We've done songs about colorectal cancer, for example. That was Chuck D worked with us on that. We've done songs about vegetables. And, you know, we worked with Ariana Grande on a song called You Are What You Eat. We worked with Salt and Pepper on a song called
Push It.
Let's Talk About Salt, Baby.
I love it. I love it.
Wait, I need it one more time. Give it to us one more time.
Let's talk about salt, baby.
Let's talk about
But that's what we do, and we put in information that will help people navigate, you know, how much salt should I really be eating if I have high blood pressure or if I'm just a regular
Quickly, the website again is?
hhph.org.
Okay.
And you can
Hip
get
Hop
all
Health.
our resources for free.
So good.
Our videos, our
Thank
songs,
you.
our music, everything is available.
Thank you so much for your work.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation
What is the #1 issue for you?
to the national stage,
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
when critical votes were counted,
Still too close to call.
and when power was held to account,
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Starting Sunday, September 17th on NBC.
Buffalo Bills safety Damar Hamlin hit the field this Labor Day hosting a football clinic for the Boys and Girls Club. While there, he took part in some flag football and promoted CPR training. Of course, you'll remember back in January, stunned football fans watched on live TV as Hamlin collapsed on the field after suffering from cardiac arrest. CPR is largely credited for saving his life, and now he's an advocate for CPR training at schools nationwide.
It's about making sure they're safe. It's about making sure they're sharp. It's about making sure they have all the tools and all the resources at their hands. And, you know, it takes a community.
In just a few days, Hamlin will be back on the football field for his first regular season game since suffering that attack. The Bills take on the Jets Monday night.
He has been such an ambassador for CPR training and awareness.
You know,
it's fantastic
rooting
to see
for
him. Yeah, absolutely. Well, turning now to The Hunt, it is on for an iconic piece of music history, the first guitar Paul McCartney bought after becoming the bassist for the Beatles.
Believe it or not, it's been missing for more than 50 years, and now a group of music experts and journalists are refusing to just let it be. NBC's Ellison Barber reports.
It's the bass that helped launch the Beatles into the rock and roll stratosphere. Paul McCartney's 1961 Hofner violin bass.
This is the bass that powered Beatlemania. You know, it was the bass that was there right at the very start.
McCartney bought it when he was just 19 for £30. At the time, it was all he could afford, but it was more than enough to help build the Beatles into one of the biggest bands of all time, producing the bass line for classics like She Loves You, Twist and Shout, and Love Me Do.
What's it like with these fans outside, Paul? At first, it's murder, because, you know, it looks as though they're going to tear you apart. Once you get the hang of it, you get used to it.
And for more than half a century, it's been at the center of one of the greatest music mysteries. No one knew where it was.
It's last seen in 1969. It clearly got stored probably at Savile Row, and then it disappears.
Nick Wass worked at Hofner for years as an electric guitar developer and marketing manager. In 2017, McCartney himself called to ask about his missing bass.
He said, hey, you know, you're from Hofner. Do you know where my lost bass is? And I thought, well, you know, somebody ought to start looking for this, and it has to be me.
Wass has teamed up with two former BBC producers and investigative journalists, Scott and Naomi Jones, to try and find it. This weekend, the trio launched thelostbass.com, a website where people can submit tips to the investigation.
We've seen literally hundreds and hundreds of emails come into the project at thelostbass.com.
Wass says the guitar has distinctive features, which could help identify McCartney's lost bass.
It was the first ever violin bass made by Hofner that was left-handed. It was resprayed, so the colour of this bass is not like any other violin bass.
No one knows exactly what the bass is worth, but a 1962 Gibson guitar that once belonged to McCartney's former bandmate fetched $2.4 million at auction in 2015. And that guitar was also lost for more than 50 years.
Come as you are.
5 years after that, this Martin D18E, used by Kurt Cobain on MTV Unplugged, became the most expensive guitar ever sold for a record $6 million. The Lost Bass team says they've been told McCartney's guitar could be worth at least double that. But if they find it, it'll go to its rightful owner.
Paul will keep it. He may exhibit it later, I don't know, but it's never going to be sold, so you can't buy it. So, in a sense, the value is nothing.
Now a decades-old search heating up once again for a legendary piece of music history.
I'd be even more thrilled to see Paul McCartney's face when we put it in his hand. Can you imagine this big grin that's going to be on his face when that happens? I think it's all worth it just to see that.
Ellison Barber, NBC News.
And we've got an update on a rare baby giraffe we introduced you to just a few weeks ago.
Yes, this spotless giraffe born at Brights Zoo in Tennessee now has a name. Kipiki is the name. It is a Swahili word for unique. And according to the zoo's director, Kipiki is the first giraffe born without spots since 1972. The 5-week-old is said to be very laid back, curious, and enjoys playing with her siblings. It is so weird to look at the giraffe. It's like a horse with a long neck.
That's what I've been saying.
Right?
But you know what? Power to Kipiki.
It's so cute. It's
power
adorable.
in being different.
All right. I'm Vicki Nguyen.
I'm Zinclair. And while you're watching NBC News Daily, thanks so much for being with us.
Celebrating my mom's 60th birthday.
Just married, and we're honeymooning at the Today Show.
It's a girl.
Hoda inspired me to become a journalist.
I'll have what you guys are having.
I'm celebrating here with you. This is amazing. You're on Today.
You are not alone when you're here on the Today Show.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for being with us. I'm Zinclair Samoa.
I'm Vicki Nguyen. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Tuesday, September 5th, 2023, new twist. Could there be a new trial for convicted murderer Alec Murdaugh? The new evidence his attorney says they now have.
Bedlam at Burning Man. Thousands of festival goers are finally making their way out of a muddy Nevada desert, but very slowly. We'll take you inside the massive traffic jam following days of severe flooding.
Doctor's orders, new research finds one lifestyle change can dramatically reduce your risk of cancer. The habits you can pick up today that could be a game changer for your tomorrow.
And binge-worthy, the end of summer usually means the start of a new season of television. What Hollywood's ongoing strikes mean for your streaming habits this fall.
So many people affected by those strikes.
I have 2 words for you: reality TV. That's my prediction.
Yeah?
Yes.
Making a comeback.
All right. We begin this hour in South Carolina with new developments in the murder case of disgraced former lawyer Alec Murdaugh.
That's right. 6 months after a South Carolina jury found Murdaugh guilty of killing his wife and son, his attorneys are now seeking a new trial. They say it's due to what they're calling recently discovered evidence. They're claiming the county clerk tampered with the jury. Now, NBC News has learned at least 2 of the jurors have hired lawyers.
NBC's Lindsay Reiser is following these developments for us from Columbia, South Carolina. Lindsay, good to see you. So walk us through this new evidence from Murdaugh's attorneys. What are they saying?
I just walked from the steps here to this live shot location. We just listened to Murdoch's attorneys, and they're alleging witness tampering at the hands of the Colleton County Clerk, Rebecca Hale. I want to go ahead and play what Dick Harpootlian told us.
What we had filed today, supported by sworn testimony of jurors, is that the clerk of court had improper private communications with the jurors, and the subject matter of those communications was the credibility of the defense that the Murdaugh legal defense team put up, and it was the believability of the defendant's own testimony.
And my apologies, that was Jim Griffin, not Dick Harpootlian, who was right next to him. But essentially, they're saying that Rebecca Hale pressured jurors to reach a quick verdict by saying this shouldn't take you long, by essentially saying don't be fooled by Murdaugh's testimony when he testified on his own behalf, by having frequent conversations with the jury foreperson, private 5-10-minute conversations, even taking place in the single occupancy restroom of the jury room, asking jurors their opinions about Murdaugh's guilt or innocence, and also at Moselle, the property where the murders occurred, and jurors got to see the layout there for themselves in person. She wrote in her book, which was just published last month, some of us either from the courthouse, law enforcement, or jury at Moselle had an epiphany and shared our thoughts with our eyes. At that moment, many of us standing there knew, I knew and they knew, that Alec was guilty. You have to remember this was a culmination of 6 weeks of testimony, about 3 hours of deliberations before the jury handed down those 2 guilty verdicts and consecutive life sentences. We also just learned from the defense attorneys now that they actually went on dirt roads in Colleton County, would knock on doors of these jurors, some slamming the door in their face, but others after the publication of Rebecca Hale's book wanting to talk and essentially saying that they seem sort of upset with how everything played out.
So, Lindsay, with all that said, what will this process look like if true? What happens next?
So they just filed this new motion for a new trial. The Attorney General's office will have 10 days to respond, and then there will be a hearing on what to do from here. Keep in mind, there's already an appeal going on. That was filed just days after his convictions in March. That will be on hold while we wait to see what happens with this motion for a new trial. We should also mention that Murdaugh's own defense attorneys also sent a letter to the U.S. Attorney in South Carolina asking for an investigation into whether Murdaugh's civil rights were violated. And as for Murdaugh's reaction to all of this, his attorney said that he seemed pretty upset by all this new information and thanked his attorneys for uncovering it. Of course, we're only hearing right now the defense's arguments. We have to see what the state's rebuttal will be.
All right, Lindsay Reiser with the latest on the ground there in South Carolina. Thank you so much.
We want to bring in attorney and legal analyst Angela Senadella to help us break this down. So, Angela, first of all, this woman, Rebecca Hale, she is actually an employee of the court, right? So is that normal behavior for someone who is in a position like this, to have these conversations, to be instructing the juries in this way?
Vicky, it is horrible. If these allegations are true, they are so immoral, they are so wrong, and nobody associated with the court should act like this. She definitely knows better. Now, will this actually result, though, in a new trial? I mean, I think that's where it gets real sticky. I read the motion. I also listened to the press conference. And what I did not hear were any of those attorneys claiming that jurors would have changed their mind had this county clerk not acted that way. And that is literally the bar. There would have been a different outcome had this outside evidence not been introduced.
So, Angela, let's back up for a moment. What exactly is jury tampering? What constitutes it? And how high is the bar?
So the bar is pretty high. And the classic examples that we use in law school or in legal education are, for example, bribery or theft or something that's really outrageous. If you can trace a cash payment that was made to a juror, or if there was a threat on a juror's family, physical violence. I mean, those are usually the examples. So the bar is very high.
So perhaps could she face sanctions, but not maybe this bringing it to a new trial?
That's exactly the case. Okay. I think without a doubt, it's immoral if it happened. But do I think this will change everything? Probably not.
Let me ask you about this. Alec Murdaugh, as we all know, testified in his own defense. If this were to go to a retrial, do you think that's a strategy the defense would employ again?
No, I think that everyone thought that his testimony was terrible, and the jurors even went on this network and said, you know what, we didn't believe him. Now, that is also, though, part of the allegation that the county clerk somehow insinuated that you shouldn't believe Murdaugh. But when you look at the actual words she used, did she say, don't believe him? No, she said, don't be misled, don't be distracted. So it's a real fine line there.
And of course, we're kind of talking about the nuances of this jury alleged tampering. However, does this really change anything for Murdaugh? Because at the end of the day, he has been charged with financial crimes and is spending the rest of his life in prison, right?
Most likely, given that there are both federal charges and state charges ahead of him. And he also does have this chance of appeal, but we all know those are long shots. So you're right. The outcome for his life, probably the same.
Angela Sanadella with the latest there. Thank you so much for that breakdown.
Thank you, Angela. Well, after days of being stranded, thousands of people are finally leaving the site of the Burning Man Festival. The popular gathering, frequented by celebrities and artists, was a bit different this year. The festival site got 2 months worth of rain in just 2 days. It turned the desert dust into a messy, muddy obstacle course.
Now the weather has cleared up and people are heading out. This is the only road in and out of the campgrounds. And as you can see, it's packed full. Relentless bumper to bumper traffic. The wait time in that line of cars, 8 hours. Ooh. So let's bring in NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton, who's been following this story for us. Antonia, this part of the Burning Man Festival is what a lot of people will call the Exodus. So how exactly is that going right now?
That's right, Zinkley, and this is supposed to be a fun and peaceful time, people making their way out, saying goodbye to friends who they see at the festival at this time every year. But that is not what it's feeling like. All indications are that it's been incredibly frustrating for folks. At times, that wait has been up to 9 hours. Right now, we're hearing estimates of about 3 to 4 hours. And, you know, it's about 6 miles from Black Rock City, the campsite where the festival takes place, back to the nearest paved road. And so people are stuck in bumper-to-bumper traffic. What we're hearing is that people at times have to abandon vehicles or belongings or costumes and trash as they've, you know, at times been in pretty harrowing conditions making their way out of this. And one of the principles of this festival is that you're supposed to take care of yourself, of others, and the environment. It's supposed to be zero waste. And so there's some anxiety in local communities there that because of the unusual rainfall and how difficult the last few days have been for all of the thousands of folks there, that there's going to be a lot of trash, litter, and complications in the coming days, Zinkley.
Antonia, we understand there was one person who died at the festival this year. What do we know at this point about that person, and what are authorities saying about the investigation into the death?
Well, Vicky, we're starting to hear some additional details. So we know that the person has been identified as a 32-year-old male named Leon Reese, and that this happened on September 1st. And that is the day when so much of this started to kick off, sort of the peak of the rainfall and the difficulty with all the mud and the soil there really unable to handle a month to 2 months worth of rain in just a couple of days. But what we don't know really yet is the cause of death. There is going to be an autopsy and a toxicology report that will shed more light on this. What we do know is that the weather event and how strange all of this was, it did complicate the investigation. It made it difficult for authorities to get to the scene and to really get a full understanding of what was going on even after they conducted interviews. So it's going to be a few days before we get additional pictures, and, you know, the country, but also, of course, the festival goers who were so disturbed and upset by all of this have been waiting for these answers.
And Antonia, we also saw some really big names attend, right, and get stuck. Who were they?
Oh, man. Diplo was there. Famous models were there. We saw Chris Rock also hitchhiking alongside Diplo to get out of there. And some of the celebrities were among the lucky few who were able to get out in the earlier hours, who were able to get on people's four-wheel drive vehicles and make their way through the worst of the worst. But that's not the case for so many of the regular folks who are there, who you see waiting in lines. At times, people have been cutting each other off and getting into conflicts as they're trying to get out of what's supposed to be this fun and peaceful festival at the end of the summer, Zinkley. So, you know, you made the joke last hour of, like, celebrities, they're just like us. But I think celebrities have been a little luckier than some of the rest of us in this situation. So we'll see how it all pans out this evening.
As it typically goes, right? Antonia Hilton, thank you so much.
Well, breaking news this hour, United Airlines flights are taking off again after the company requested a rare nationwide ground stop for all of its departing flights.
You can see planes lined up on the runway and starting to take off at Newark Airport in New Jersey. The ground stop lasted about 20 minutes, and the company says it was all caused by computer issues. More than 300 United flights have been delayed today, according to FlightAware.com.
All right, time now for today's CNBC Money Minute. Hollywood is shedding thousands of jobs amid the 2 labor strikes.
And auto workers also appear ready to fire up the picket lines. Pippa Stevens joins us now. Hey, Pippa.
Hey, Zinclay. Well, the August jobs number released Friday showed steady job growth with unemployment low overall at about 3.8%, but a very different picture in Hollywood. The Labor Department says Hollywood lost 17,000 jobs last month in the film, TV, and music sectors as the writers and actors strikes drag on. And speaking of strikes, the United Auto Workers could be headed for one. Union President Shawn Fain says he's determined to negotiate contracts with all 3 automakers, that's General Motors, Ford Motor, and Stellantis, by a hard deadline next week. Fain says he isn't afraid of taking 150,000 workers out of factories. The deadline for a new contract is September 14th. And the CEO of Australia's largest airline quit after regulators accused Qantas Airways of being dishonest with customers. Regulators allege the company sold tickets for more than 8,000 flights it had already canceled. The airline said its standards have fallen short and that it is reviewing the claims. I think everyone can relate to the frustration of, delayed planes and things like that.
Unfortunately, it's been a tough season for airlines
Indeed.
and travelers. Pippa Stevens, thank you.
Thanks, Pippa. Coming up, speaking of that Hollywood drama, what the ongoing strikes mean for your favorite TV shows this fall.
Plus, caught on camera, an escaped convicted killer captured in new surveillance video. We're on the ground outside the search perimeter as law enforcement closes in. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize
allegations of Russian involvement.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So,
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Authorities in Pennsylvania are expanding the search area after an escaped prisoner was seen in new surveillance video. Police say this is Danilo Cavalcante. These images were taken at a location just outside the area where police were initially searching. You can see him there. He is carrying a duffel bag, a backpack, and a sweatshirt. Federal and local law enforcement are searching this heavily wooded area. It's just outside of Philadelphia. That's where we find NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda. She's near the search perimeter there in Chester County, Pennsylvania. So, Emily, Cavalcante has been on the run for 6 days now. What do police think in terms of where he is, how desperate he may be at this point?
Hey there, Vicki. Well, this is a rapidly developing situation. As you mentioned, the search area, the perimeter continues to expand and shift as they get additional tips, new surveillance images coming in over the night. Actually, just from next to where I'm standing, Longwood Gardens, it's a massive sweeping botanical garden, 1,000 acres, and a trail cam actually captured Cavalcante late last night, passing through the area, going back and forth. And from those images you're seeing on your screen, some new details, as you mentioned, a backpack, a duffel bag. He's clearly picking up, accumulating items, and police's fear is that he's accumulating them from people's property, breaking potentially into cars or homes, and that's why they're underscoring the message that they really want people to exercise caution as this man, a dangerous fugitive, remains on the run. We continue to see an immense police presence. You can see police cars behind me, but also helicopters, canines, drones. They're pulling out all of the assets from police agencies at every single level, and it is a round-the-clock process. We heard from residents who had police actually using their yard to stake out the area overnight in search of Cavalcante. Listen here.
Last night we had a state trooper the whole night on our deck with his gun and everything, and he stayed up all night and walked the perimeter of our backyard. I made him chocolate chip cookies, and we gave him Coke and water because he was going to be there all night.
And authorities are hoping to keep the Cavalcante from breaching their perimeter yet again, as he did overnight. He was just convicted and sentenced to life for murdering his girlfriend. Vicki?
Well, those residents there certainly showing their appreciation for law enforcement. Emily Ikeda in Pennsylvania live for us. Thanks, Em.
L.A. police and the city's mayor say they're cracking down on retail theft, but some people are taking matters into their own hands, fighting back against the thieves. Noah Pransky from NBC has the story.
Shouting, captured from inside an attempted robbery in Los Angeles. The suspect spraying a worker with what appears to be pepper spray, then once inside smashes the glass and tries to grab the goods. But the entire store fights back, taking matters into their own hands.
My dad and my brother started hitting him, and then he brings out the pepper spray, and then he starts spraying everyone.
The man seen running away without any jewelry. Almonte police still searching for the unidentified suspect. Just days earlier, though, a similar incident at a different Los Angeles area jewelry store. Thieves pepper spraying the owner before smashing jewelry cases and getting away with more than $500,000 in merchandise.
They pepper sprayed me on my eyes and my mouth.
Typical smash and grab. Yes, they had hammers, smashed the display cases, took what they could, and then ran out the door.
Retail theft over the past few months here has grown so rampant, Los Angeles created a new special robbery task force.
No Angelino should feel like it is not safe to go shopping in Los Angeles.
But some local business owners say they don't feel safe working in Los Angeles either.
We're angry, and we're also worried about, because when he left, my brother, he told that he was going to kill all of us, you know?
Not to mention just how to pick up the broken pieces.
I feel confused. I don't know what I should do tomorrow. To come to the store for what? Because most of the jewelry is gone.
Noah Pransky, NBC News.
There is more news ahead. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Don't go anywhere.
for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
For the first time, the county of Maui and the state of Hawaii are being named as co-defendants in a lawsuit filed by the family of a woman who was killed in last month's deadly wildfires. This is reportedly the first and only case addressing the emergency response effort. It comes as we are seeing new video of just how close some people came to not making it out. Here's NBC's Sam Brock.
All right. I want you to record everything when we're leaving.
Right from those first heart-stopping moments, Jessica and Stephen Pickering knew their time was precious, leaving Lahaina with flames on their heels.
Oh, my God.
And a wall of smoke in the rearview mirror.
We tried to get out of the neighborhood, but were blocked by cars.
Along the way, they spot a flash of fire in the bushes.
Oh, my God. It's right there in the bushes.
What?
The fire!
Oh,
it's in the bushes!
Stephen leaps from the car to put out the flames, threatening a complete stranger's house.
Stephen, we're gonna get stuck! Come on!
Were you thinking at all, this is crazy and it could cost us our lives?
Yes.
But what did his actions actually end up doing?
I think that he saved that area of the neighborhood.
Oh! The Pickerings say they barely survived without emergency sirens or even a text to warn them.
I haven't personally heard of a single notification that anybody received in all of my social network, period.
Out of how many people do you think that you've talked to?
Hundreds.
Hundreds.
Maui County's response is under investigation, though officials have maintained that they warned residents through texts and police loudspeakers in neighborhoods, but they haven't specified where or when.
Always better safe than sorry. Lives and safety over structure anytime.
C. Ray Beltran spent more than 15 years with the Maui Emergency Management Agency as a senior safety official.
I would have said full evacuation.
In the morning?
In the morning, knowing the winds are this high. They're super high. Prepare for the worst and then hope for less.
The road to recovery looks long for Jessica and Stephen. One of their Maui diving shops went up in flames, along with about $1.5 million worth of inventory.
Having to say that we have nothing and hold your hand out and ask for help is really humbling and hard.
Still, there's a soulful silver lining across town in the Smith household, where Drew Smith recognized something familiar on social media.
I said, honey, come in here. Look at this. There's a guy saving the house. I said, oh my God, it's our neighborhood. And then we started looking. We're like, this is our house.
Smith says he's putting the Pickerings in his will. As for Stephen and Jessica, they have their lives and their love.
Oh, my God. It's right there in the bushes.
And a whole bunch of neighbors ready to help them out if they ever need a hand. Sam Brock, NBC News, Lahaina.
Well, summer may unofficially be over, but it sure doesn't feel like it because a scorching late-season heat wave is baking parts of the country this week, and it's sending temps soaring from the mid-90s to over 100 from Texas to Massachusetts. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns is tracking this forecast for us. So, Bill, how long is this heat sticking around this time?
It's already too long. I mean, it was too long in August, and now here we are in September dealing with this mess. And a lot of kids in the northern half of the country going to school. The air conditioning systems aren't the best. A lot of teachers only have those little AC things in the windows, and a lot of the schools are actually delaying. So we had 62 million people under heat advisories from Texas to Minneapolis, a bunch of people in the mid-Atlantic. It's another day in the hundreds for Houston. We're close to that. Dallas, Del Rio, and Brownsville. Minneapolis is at 90. Chicago, 92. So it's not just like one area. That's what's kind of wild. It's a lot of areas. In Washington, D.C. is at 96, and you do have an outside shot of getting up to hitting 100 today. So we're going to easily break the record high in D.C. That's 97. We're only 1 degree away from that. We should be short of the record in New York, but Raleigh, you should smash yours. We'll be close in other areas there in the Great Lakes. Tomorrow, we do it all over again. The heat wave doesn't end. Baltimore is expected to be 100, and even northern portions of New England, where this time of year they're starting to make plans for like the leaves changing and things like that. It's going to be like 93 and 90 in New Hampshire. And then by the time we get to the weekend, it finally begins to settle down. It's not going to dramatically settle down, but it'll be at least in the mid-80s. We'll introduce some rain and showers. We just got to survive like another 3 or 4 4 days. And the other thing that I'll tease out to you, we have to watch this new tropical depression that is formed. The Hurricane Center keeps it away from all land areas, but does make it a Category 4 powerful hurricane in 5 days from now. More on that later in the week.
Yeah, we know you'll stay on that one for us. Bill Cairns, thank you so much.
Coming up, it is one of rock and roll's greatest mysteries. Beatles fans are refusing to just let it be. How they're coming together to track down Paul McCartney's missing bass guitar. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Starting Sunday, September 17th on NBC.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
The Spanish Soccer Federation has fired the women's national team coach Jorge Vilda. This comes after months of complaints from players who accused him of controlling behavior. His exit also comes after the controversy surrounding the president of the Spanish Soccer Federation. Luis Rubiales kissed a player on the lips during a World Cup victory celebration. He's since been suspended, while now fired Vilda first defended his actions.
First Lady Jill Biden has tested positive for COVID. The First Lady has experienced mild symptoms so far. She'll stay at the family's Delaware home while she recovers. This, according to a statement released by the White House. President Biden has tested negative for COVID, and he will continue to test regularly.
And we're bringing you live pictures from the White House, where President Biden is awarding the Medal of Honor to a Vietnam War Army pilot. Captain Larry Taylor is being recognized for risking his own life to save 4 other soldiers. In 1968, Taylor flew his helicopter into heavy enemy fire to rescue the men who had been surrounded. Taylor's decision to save these men using his 2-man Cobra helicopter had never been attempted before.
Just getting chills seeing him being awarded this recognition. All right. Well, Zincle, Congress is back to work today after a summer recess. Lawmakers have a lot to get done in a short amount of time. And on top of the list, funding the government. Congress has until the 30th to pass a spending bill and prevent a government shutdown. NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor joins us now from Capitol Hill. Good to see you, Sahil. So we've been down this road many times over the last few years. What are the biggest hurdles in the negotiations this time around?
There are quite a few of them, Vicki. I've covered a number of these government funding battles, including several shutdowns. Usually it's one dispute that leads to them. This time there's so many different disputes that it's hard to know how all of them get resolved. Many of them are being driven by a faction of ultra-conservative Republicans in the House known as the Freedom Caucus. They're demanding a major reduction in federal spending levels below the two-year budget deal that was established a few months ago on a bipartisan basis. They're demanding conservative policy provisions, whether on immigration, border security, asylum seekers. Some of them want to cut off all federal funding for prosecutors, federal and state, that have secured indictments of former President Trump. And they're also rebelling against this idea of a short-term funding bill, which is a real problem for Speaker Kevin McCarthy, because there simply is not enough time between now and the September 30th deadline to reach a full appropriations deal. The two chambers are way too far apart. So something's got to give here. McCarthy is dealing with this ultra-conservative wing, that is making these demands. They're holding over the threat of potentially removing him as Speaker, as they constantly do in these situations if they don't get what they want. The question is, how mad are they and how hard are they going to push?
Sahil, let's change topics for a moment to the health of Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell. That is a big concern after he is frozen twice in just a month. We got an update from the Capitol's attending physician today. What did the doctor say?
Yes, we did get an update, Vicki, and I saw Senator McConnell walk to the Senate floor just moments ago. It was about a 2-minute walk from where I'm standing right now. He acknowledged reporters going in to the Senate floor, did not take questions, which is standard for him. He usually doesn't in hallways. And this was just, a few hours after his office released a letter from the Capitol attending physician, Brian Monahan, that said, quote, "My examination of you following your August 30th brief episode included several medical evaluations." He goes on to say, "There is no evidence that you have a seizure disorder or that you experienced a stroke, TIA, or movement disorder such as Parkinson's disease," unquote. And this is, McConnell's office pushing the message out there that he is fine, everything's fine, he's going to get back to work. We'll be watching closely over the next few days, including at his expected press conference tomorrow, if all is indeed well. Vicki.
Well, good to know what it is, not hoping to find out what it is that's affecting him. Sahil Kapoor today, thank you so much.
The state of California is continuing to fight fentanyl. Today, families who lost loved ones to the drug joined local leaders demanding the state pass laws that will stop fentanyl dealers in their tracks. According to the latest data, more than 100 people die from fentanyl overdoses in California every single week. At issue is a stalled vote on Alexandra's Law. It's named after a 19-year-old woman who died of fentanyl poisoning several years ago. The law would require convicted fentanyl dealers to face murder charges if they continue selling.
Victims of this horrific epidemic aren't just numbers. They represent all Californians, all Americans, and we can no longer sit back and watch them be murdered.
Today, Republican lawmakers plan on forcing a vote on a proposed ballot that will let voters in the state decide whether Alexandra's Law should go into effect.
A group of automakers and tech companies are working on new technology to make the roads a safer place. It is a system for vehicles to communicate with each other to prevent crashes. One place it could have a major impact, the safety of our kids getting onto their school buses. I got a chance to take an exclusive look at how it works. This is video from a school bus in North Carolina. Watch as the students on the left attempt to cross the road to board the bus, but then are nearly run over. And this Ohio bus driver hailed as a hero after saving a student from being hit by that car. These incidents are known as stop arm violations. A new survey estimates this happens more than 43 million times every year. These stop arm violations can have deadly consequences. According to a government report, 13-year-old Evelyn Gurney was run over and killed by a driver in Wisconsin as she prepared to board her bus. The report stated the stop arm was deployed when the driver swerved around it and struck her. But new technology aims to make it safer for students by enabling buses to communicate directly with cars. I'm here in Indiana at the test track for IC Bus. It's the nation's largest bus manufacturer, and I'm going to show you for the first time how it all works. It's called Cellular Vehicle to Everything, or CV2X for short, and it's being developed by dozens of automakers and tech companies, including Audi and IC Bus.
It just takes safety to the next level.
With me is Justina Morrison from IC Bus.
The bus driver slows down and extends the stop sign. Heading toward us is a car also outfitted with CV2X technology. That screen alerts the bus driver of the approaching vehicle.
Nearby vehicle in motion.
As the car gets closer, the technology senses it has not slowed down, once again warning the bus driver, don't let kids off that bus.
High-speed vehicle approaching. What is that screen telling the bus driver right now?
It's telling the bus driver how fast the car is approaching, how close the car is to the school bus, as well as from what direction that car is approaching the bus.
So we saw how this tech works on buses, but what about for drivers of other cars who really need to know where those kids are? With me is Pam Malhotra from Audi to talk about what the experience is like behind the wheel. Pam, how will this prevent crashes?
So the technology that we have in the Audi e-tron actually communicates directly with the school bus up to 10 times a second. And it doesn't matter if the driver in the vehicle is actually able to see the other vehicle or not, because it can look around corners, it can sense a vehicle through an obstruction like another vehicle. And this is how we prevent accidents on the road and save lives.
Let's see how it works.
This time the bus is stopped, but I can't see it because it's hidden from view by that semi-truck. As I approach, I get a warning on my dashboard.
Wow, so Pam, I don't even see a bus or any stop signs, but already the car's telling me something's ahead.
Exactly, and it's telling you heads up, you need to slow down.
Okay, let's see what happens when I don't slow down.
And there's the warning.
It gives me an extra time to react, and that can be the difference between life and death.
Absolutely.
We try it again, now with the semi-truck behind the bus as I maneuver to pass it.
This is a very real scenario. A big rig slowed down in front of me. I don't see anything, so I'm just gonna change lanes around it, but I'm already getting an indication. There's a school bus. Now I'm getting the stop indication. And if I don't stop, there's that alert. And I had plenty of time to stop.
And CV2X isn't limited to buses and cars. It can be used to alert drivers to approaching emergency vehicles, upcoming construction zones, bicycles, even pedestrians, as long as they're equipped with the cellular technology.
But the safety benefit that it delivers on the road is incredible.
Incredible safety when everything on the road can communicate, so we can avoid scenes like this.
Pay attention, folks. School is back in session. Here's the deal. Audi has been a leader in developing this technology, but nearly every automaker is working to get this into their vehicles as quickly as possible. Audi is hoping to have it come as standard technology within 3 to 5 years. And if that seems like a while from now, Zinkley, the FCC actually set aside the bandwidth to make this possible back in 1999. So the goal for cars to communicate with other vehicles, traffic lights, even pedestrians via cell phone technology to avoid crashes and just make it safer for all of us.
Really important reporting, Vicki. Thank you so much. Well, the Hollywood writers' strike is setting the scene for a dramatic fall TV season. So with no deal between the unions and studios and other hiccups involving streaming services, what is in store for viewers? CNBC senior media and tech correspondent Julia Boorstin joins us now from L.A. Julia, good to see you. So it looks like we're going to have an underwhelming fall. What is it going to look like, this fall TV lineup?
Well, there will be some new scripted shows for our sister network, NBC, the return of Quantum Leap, Magnum PI, and they'll have some new shows. Two are named Irrational and another one called Found, but those were shows that were completed way ahead of time. In general, we're going to see very few new scripted shows. So we might see the return of some seasons, but it's going to look a lot different than a typical fall TV season. What you're going to see a lot more of is reality TV, game shows, and even some reruns. The Hollywood Reporter calculating that there will be 38 hours of reality TV and game show programming at the start of the fall season. That's up 81% last year. And in terms of the reruns, CBS, for instance, is airing Yellowstone. Now, that already ran on Paramount+. CBS is also airing reruns of its show Ghosts, along with the original British version of the show as a companion piece to it.
Julia, I understand that there's one specific provider, Charter Spectrum Cable, and those subscribers are also dealing with some issues, right? What exactly is going on there?
Well, right now, Charter, which is the parent company of pay TV provider Spectrum, is in a standoff with Disney. Right now, they're negotiating over how much Charter should be paying Disney for its channels, including ABC and ESPN. Now, while they negotiate, Disney's channels, including ABC and ESPN, are dark for Spectrum's nearly 15 million subscribers. That means a lot of people missed out over the weekend on college football and the U.S. Open. And just last night, Disney launched a new consumer-focused campaign to push consumers and those customers of Charter Spectrum to its own TV bundle, Hulu with Live TV, while Charter says that they're working with those Spectrum customers to help them find alternative ways to watch Disney programming. They're actually offering those customers 30% off Fubo TV for 2 months, which includes NFL Red Zone and ESPN. So that news was interesting, that they're trying to help people find ways to stream to help keep them in that TV bundle. But there's definitely pressure on both sides right now as we see the return of Monday Night Football on ABC and ESPN. That's on Monday.
Yeah, I know the pressure is mounting. I saw those blank screens, and it was quite striking. Julia Boorstin, thank you so much.
Coming up, how picking up this one habit today could dramatically reduce your risk of cancer later. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation.
What is the #1 issue for you?
To the national stage.
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
When critical votes were counted.
Still too close to call.
And when power was held to account.
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Starting Sunday, September 17th on NBC.
In today's Daily Health, we all know eating healthy, exercising, and being in overall good physical shape, well, that is good for your health, obviously.
Yeah, but now research finds it could also reduce the risk of 9 types of cancers, especially gastrointestinal cancers, by nearly 40%. Joining us now to talk about this is health and fitness expert Stephanie Mansour and NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Syal. Thank you both so much for being here. So this study, it looked at the rates of cancer diagnoses among men. And interestingly, it did find that the risk of cancer for people in good shape was actually lower, right? So which cancers are we talking about?
Basically, so yeah, this was a study out of Sweden that followed young men who got basically like a bike test, an exercise bike test to measure their, how well their heart and lungs work. And they followed these men for years, and what they found was that those who had better heart and lung function, better fitness, we would say, actually had lower risks of many cancers, as you can see on your screen here. 40% lower risk of esophagus, liver, and gallbladder cancer, 20% of stomach, head and neck, and kidney cancer, and then about 40% lower risk of lung cancer. But Sinclair, this isn't a cause and effect. This doesn't say if you go out and exercise more, you're for sure going to have this, but there is an association that definitely needs more study. But just adding more and more research to the issue of exercise is good overall for cancer.
Right, correlation, not causation, but still an interesting finding.
Makes sense. And if you're exercising, odds are you're probably eating well too. But we know physical fitness looks different on everyone. So Steph, what are some of the hallmarks of, hey, I'm doing a good job?
Yeah, I have a few benchmarks for people, and especially my weight loss clients that are looking to see, am I really in that bad a shape? Or, you know, number one is, can you walk for about 15 minutes without getting out of breath or feeling winded, just at a leisurely, moderate pace? Number two is, can you do your everyday activities without much pain, without much stiffness or soreness when you're moving, unloading groceries, doing laundry, even making your bed? And then finally, when you do start to do that more rigorous exercise, are you able to talk for the first 5 or 10 minutes and kind of carry on a conversation before you get really winded and out of breath? Or are you winded right away and just, you know, that's a sign that you're not as in shape as you may have thought?
All right. Talking at the beginning, but not throughout the whole thing.
Right.
Yeah, I was going to say, it gets a
Some
little
people,
hard
right.
as you go.
Right.
I mean, Dr. Sayal, interestingly, the study also did find a link between high fitness levels and an increased risk, of melanoma and prostate cancers. So what exactly is going on there?
A little concerning, but Sinclair, our best guess right now, melanoma is a skin cancer, and we know that skin cancer is caused by sun exposure. So what likely happened is that those who are exercising maybe weren't using enough sun protection as it should have, and increased their risk of skin cancer. But this is definitely not saying, you know, don't go out and not exercise because you're worried about skin cancer. That's not what this is saying. Still do that exercise, but if you're going outdoors, be really mindful of putting on that sunscreen.
Oh, it's so critical.
Yeah, Steph, we know mobility, movement is super important, just like not just to your overall fitness, but even like range of motion, right? Being able to like stop yourself if you fall. What are some basic things we can do to introduce more movement into our day?
Yeah, you know, I tell people commit to be fit for just 5 minutes a day. And if 5 minutes sounds too much, then I actually want you to pick one thing that you do every day, maybe brushing your teeth or maybe having a smoothie that's blending on your counter. And what exercise can you do with that activity? So maybe calf raises while you're brushing your teeth, squats while you're waiting for your smoothie to blend, or again, 5 minutes a day of just some sort of concerted effort to move more. So 5 minutes walking around the block or even walking around your house, up and down stairs. Any way that you can be consistent with your physical activity is going to be a way to make you healthier.
Yeah, small steps go a long way.
Snack-sized exercise.
Yeah. Okay, you're giving us the practical. I'm asking about a lot of studies, so there's one more, Dr. Sayal, that I want to ask you about, because there was a recent study that found an increase in cancer rates among those who are under the age of 50. So what exactly is going on there?
You know, the best thing I would say to your viewers right now, especially if you're in that under 50 age group, a lot of our cancer screenings, like I'm talking colonoscopies and mammograms and cervical cancer screenings, are for people under the age of 50. We've lowered the colon cancer screening, we've lowered mammograms. So this is definitely, you want to be, you know, something you want to be on top of. In addition, limiting alcohol, avoiding tobacco, protecting your skin, wearing that SPF. You want to aim for at least 30, like we talked about, and really maintaining a healthy weight. We know that obesity is linked to a whole host of cancers, so definitely another reason to keep the pounds off if you can.
Quickly, Steph, the 3 things we should be doing when it comes to what we eat.
Yes, definitely increase protein. Make sure that you're not just increasing your grams per day, but the frequency with which you're eating, so every 3 to 4 hours. Make sure that you're adding in those green leafy vegetables to reduce inflammation. And finally, get that sweet tooth handled with some fruit.
I love that.
And then move on if you want something else, but start with fruit.
So many people say no sweets, but fruit is sweet too.
Yes.
Stephanie, Dr. Sayal, thank you both so much, and thanks for watching.
You're watching NBC News Daily. Stay with us.
Scotty Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. Nice to see you. Right?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The hunt is on for an iconic piece of music history, the first guitar Paul McCartney bought after becoming the bassist for the Beatles.
It's been missing for more than 50 years, and now a group of music experts and journalists are refusing to just let it be. NBC's Ellison Barber reports.
It's the bass that helped launch the Beatles into the rock and roll stratosphere. Paul McCartney's 1961 Hofner violin bass.
This is the bass that powered Beatlemania. You know, it was the bass that was there right at the very start.
McCartney bought it when he was just 19 for 30 pounds. At the time, it was all he could afford, but it was more than enough to help build the Beatles into one of the biggest bands of all time, producing the bass line for classics like She Loves You, Twist and Shout, and Love Me Do.
What's it like with these fans outside, Paul?
At first, it's murder, because, you know, it looks as though they're going to tear you apart. Once you get the hang of it, you get used to it.
And for more than half a century, it's been at the center of one of the greatest music mysteries. No one knew where it was.
It's last seen in 1969. It clearly got stored probably at Savile Row, and then it disappears.
Nick Wass worked at Hofner for years as an electric guitar developer and marketing manager. In 2017, McCartney himself called to ask about his missing bass.
He said, hey, you know, you're from Hofner. Do you know where my lost bass is? And I thought, well, you know, somebody ought to start looking for this, and it has to be me.
Wass has teamed up with two former BBC producers and investigative journalists, Scott and Naomi Jones, to try and find it. This weekend, the trio launched thelostbass.com, a website where people can submit tips to the investigation.
We've seen literally hundreds and hundreds of emails come into the project at thelostbass.com.
Wass says the guitar has distinctive features, which could help identify McCartney's lost bass.
It was the first ever violin bass made by Hofner that was left-handed. It was resprayed, so the colour of this bass is not like any other violin bass.
No one knows exactly what the bass is worth, but a 1962 Gibson guitar that once belonged to McCartney's former bandmate fetched $2.4 million at auction in 2015. And that guitar was also lost for more than 50 years. Come as you are. 5 years after that, this Martin D18E, used by Kurt Cobain on MTV Unplugged, became the most expensive guitar ever sold for a record $6 million. The Lost Bass team says they've been told McCartney's guitar could be worth at least double that. But if they find it, it'll go to its rightful owner.
Paul will keep it. He may exhibit it later, I don't know, but it's never going to be sold, so you can't buy it. So, in a sense, the value is nothing.
Now a decades-old search heating up once again for a legendary piece of music history.
I'd be even more thrilled to see Paul McCartney's face when we put it in his hand. Can you imagine this big grin that's going to be on his face when that happens? I think it's all worth it just to see that.
Ellison Barber, NBC News.
Oh, well, good luck to them with that.
Good luck.
All right, let's take a look at some of the other stories trending right now.
The wait is finally over for fans of the Rolling Stones. The rock band just announced they are planning to release their first album in 18 years. It's called Hackney Diamonds. That is a reference to London's Hackney district. Band members Mick Jagger, Keith Richards, and Ronnie Wood will share more details about the album tomorrow in a live stream event hosted by our own Jimmy Fallon.
Pretty cool. Well, speaking of music, happy birthday to the Queen Bee, Beyonce. Celebrated her 42nd birthday last night during night 3 of her Renaissance World Tour in Los Angeles. And, of course, a special guest by the name of, you may know her, Diana Ross.
Wow.
She stopped by to help make her birthday pretty memorable.
It was unannounced, too.
Unannounced.
Right?
It's hard to shock Beyonce. And Ross performed her hit Love Hangover and even had the Beehive join her in singing a very happy birthday to our queen,
That's
Beyonce.
an amazing birthday surprise. And the rare, spotless giraffe we brought you a few weeks ago now has a name. Kippa Kipiki. It's the Swahili word for unique. It was chosen from a list of 4 names and received more than 16,000 votes from fans. The 5-week-old giraffe is the first giraffe of her kind without spots since one was born in Tokyo back in 1972. This, according to the Bright's zoo director, David Bright. Kipiki is described as curious and very laid back. What were you saying?
So
It looks like to you?
A bit like a horse with a long neck.
Yeah, Kipiki is so amazing.
Yes.
It's really, really cute.
And congrats on being so unique.
I'm Vicky Nguyen.
I'm Zing Clay. Thanks for watching NBC News Daily.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now? Going back and forth because go ahead. This is it.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
If it's Tuesday, wake me up when September ends. Congress returns to chaos with an impeachment threat, a potential government shutdown, mounting leadership concerns, and the Trump trials all looming over Washington. Plus, the sentencing trial for Proud Boys leader Enrique Tarrio is underway right now as he faces what could be the longest prison sentence given to any January 6th defendant so far. And a Texas-sized political drama as local lawmakers begin their historic impeachment trial to potentially remove Attorney General Ken Paxton, a Republican and longtime Trump ally, from office over sweeping allegations of corruption and abuse of power. Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Kristen Welker in Washington. As we brace for a post-Labor Day stretch of political chaos and uncertainty with party leaders mired in legal trouble and questions about their fitness for office, beginning with the Republican frontrunner and de facto leader of the GOP, Donald Trump, who's preparing to face another arraignment tomorrow on racketeering charges in Georgia. Yet, despite his legal issues, he is running away with the Republican presidential nomination, up 46 points on his closest competitor in a new Wall Street Journal poll. In a number that is sure to spook a lot of Democrats, Mr. Trump is tied with President Biden in a potential 2024 rematch. Yesterday, at a Labor Day event in Philadelphia, President Biden hinted at a potential shift in political strategy as he touted his record while also taking direct aim at his likely re-election rival.
We also passed the bipartisan infrastructure law. You can't have the strongest economy in the world with a second-rate infrastructure. Can you believe we used to have the best infrastructure in the world, and then we fell to number 13 in the world, roads, bridges, internet, the whole deal. 13, the United States of America, 13th in the world. But guess what? Guess what? The great real estate builder, the last guy here, he didn't build a damn thing. Under my predecessor, Infrastructure Week became a punchline. On my watch, infrastructure has been a decade and it's a headline.
Now, those comments come as more voters say Mr. Trump, not Mr. Biden, has a stronger record of accomplishment as president and has a vision for the future. Meanwhile, President Biden is also facing renewed concerns among voters about his age and fitness for office, with 73% saying he's too old to run for president and just 36% saying he's mentally up for the job. It was an issue Mr. Biden addressed yesterday as well.
Someone said, you know, that Biden, he's getting old, man, I tell you what. Well, guess what? Guess what? You know, the only thing that comes with age is a little bit of wisdom. I've been doing this longer than anybody, and guess what? I'm going to continue to do it with your help.
Now, adding to the uncertainty, looming chaos at the Capitol as Congress soon heads back to Washington. They have just 25 days to pass spending bills to avert a government shutdown, while several House Republicans are pushing hard for a presidential impeachment inquiry. We're also watching for the return of Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, who's facing serious questions about his ability to serve after freezing in front of cameras last week for the second time this year. And he just spoke on the Senate floor for the first time since that episode.
Allows us to be effective here in Washington. Now, one particular moment of my time back home has received its fair share of attention.
Apparently, we don't have that video. We'll come back to that in just a little bit. But our NBC team is here to help make sense of the mess. Monica Alba is outside the White House. Sahil Kapoor has the latest from Capitol Hill. And Garrett Haake is following the former president. Monica, let me start with you. We laid out all of that polling. Any panic at the White House today?
Well, look, this is a White House that has consistently seen polls that are not good for them and has simply tried to dismiss them as saying we're very far away from the election and we're not focused on what's going on with some of the punditry or what's happening with some of the experts here, and that they claim they are very focused on what they're trying to do day in and day out in this administration and the work of the president. And they point to all these things when it comes to implementation of legislation that he was able to sign into law last year, things like that. But certainly when you look at this polling, and certainly when you look at many voters who continue to say that age is a top concern for them when they look to President Biden, we know that over the last couple of months, he's taken this strategy of really trying to lean into age a little bit more. For a while there, he was trying not to talk about that, and instead now he uses humor to deflect it a little bit, and he always does pivot back to this point that he likes to make, that he says with these decades of experience that add up to his 80-year-old age comes a lot of wisdom and a lot that he can bring to the job. And certainly you're going to see the White House try to continue to make that contrast with his likely opponent, with the current Republican frontrunner, Donald Trump, even though they're not going to go and talk about the Justice Department investigations or the special counsel probe. Certainly they're going to keep a wall up with that, but they are going to begin to make this contrast very clear when it comes to what this president thinks he can deliver for the American people versus what 4 years of Donald Trump, they're going to argue, gave to those while he was in office. So they are going to start to do that a little bit more effectively, we're told, by campaign and political advisors. And I think yesterday was a clear preview, Kristen.
It certainly seemed like it, Monica. He was sharpening his tone, that's for sure. I want to bounce around a little bit, and Sahil, go to you. Obviously, Monica is talking about how the White House is processing these concerns about age, president's age and fitness for office. I want you to just pick up on where I left off in the introduction with Leader McConnell. What did he say? Because obviously there are now concerns about his health, his fitness for office after he froze for a second time. What did he say when he spoke on the Senate floor?
Yeah, that's absolutely right, Kristen. Senator McConnell is trying to project
the message that everything is fine and he is here back in the Senate for its return, that he is ready to get back to work. Now, Garrett and I both just moments ago watched him walk from his office to the Senate floor. It was a short walk. He acknowledged reporters but did not take any questions, which is fully standard for McConnell in those situations. McConnell gave his a fairly usual floor speech where he touched on a number of things. One line stood out to me where he says, quote, "One particular moment of my time back home has received its fair share of attention in the press over the past week, but I assure you August was a busy and productive month for me and my staff back in the Commonwealth." So he's saying, don't let that one moment you saw on video overshadow this. I'm back and I'm ready to do the work. The big question here, Kristen, is whether he still has the confidence of his Senate Republican members. His critics on the outside can say whatever they want. They can't force him to step down. Kentucky voters don't get a say in that seat until 2026 when it's back up for re-election. The people who matter here are the Senate Republican members who will decide whether or not he stays their leader. Publicly, none of them have come out and pulled their support for him over health concerns, even though he kind of bookended this August recess with two of these freeze-up moments, one in late July, one in late August. We'll hear later today and throughout this week how they feel about it.
Yeah, we certainly will. Garrett, let me just ping pong over to you, because what are your sources telling you? How much concern is there amongst rank and file Republicans about Leader McConnell's health?
Well, interestingly, as much of what I hear from Republicans, I also hear from Democrats concerned about McConnell, who's expected to be a key player in the events of the next month. He's one of the most Ukraine funding Republicans in the Senate. He's spoken at great length and in many occasions in favor of providing additional resources to that country in its war against Russia. And just now on the Senate floor, even, he talked about the need to pass the appropriations bills to fund the government on a bipartisan basis through regular order, as has been done through the Senate. At this moment, McConnell is functionally serving as an ally of some of the key Democratic priorities in the funding fights that we're about to have over the next month. So his ability to be a strong voice on the Republican side to Republican voters and amongst Republican senators at this juncture is going to be critical to basically anything getting across the finish line and us not slipping into a shutdown or some protracted battle about how to keep the government open and which policies that, kind of a big chunk of the non-MAGA electorate and the non-MAGA lawmakers in both parties on Capitol Hill want to see done. McConnell's critical to getting any of that across the finish line.
Yeah, he certainly is. That's for sure. Monica, let me go back to you. We are going to delve into those spending battles in just a moment. But the other big headline there at the White House is obviously the First Lady testing positive for COVID. Yesterday, from the podium today, Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre said the president would mask when he was in close proximity to others. He's still testing negative. What do we know about how she's doing and any potential disruptions to the president's plans to attend the G20 summit?
That's the big question, Kristen. We do know the First Lady continues to experience some mild symptoms. She's going to continue to isolate in Delaware for the remainder of the week. The president did test negative last night. He tested negative again today. He was in the East Room for that Medal of Honor ceremony. He wore a mask on the way in, and then, of course, he presented the recipient, and then he left actually quite quickly after that, so that he wasn't there for the entirety of the ceremony, perhaps again to try to make sure that because he was a close contact and his exposure to the First Lady, that he isn't lingering with people indoors for too long. And they have said he will continue to wear a mask indoors, and that when he's at a distance from people, he'll take it off, and he'll continue to be regularly tested. But he is set to leave the White House on Thursday for India and for Vietnam, some very high stakes meetings on the global stage that certainly the White House would really like to see the president be able to go to. But there's a question here about the timing, and if perhaps he were to fall ill and test positive, would they even know that in time before he gets there? It's something they may have to contend with on the ground. So we asked the White House, and certainly you did as well, Kristen, in the briefing today, about all these contingency plans, and they simply just don't want to get ahead of or address any hypothetical. So they're hoping that he's going to be able to continue now. This is the second time the First Lady has had COVID. She and the president both had it last summer. They both took Paxlovid. They both had rebound cases. So just a little bit of that context all coming back this summer, though, of course, we're in a very different picture of where we were when it comes to that pandemic. And that's a big point the White House is making as well, while still taking these precautions now. Yeah, and a part of the mix, Monica, in addition to the trip, the COVID diagnosis, the fact that there are these spending battles that are about to unfold on the Hill,
The Republicans are signaling they may be very serious about a potential impeachment inquiry. The White House is ramping up in preparation. What are you hearing about that, Monica?
Yeah, and this was great reporting by my colleague Sahil there that the team was able to put together, which really is about something that for months they've considered and known was a possibility, but that really ramped up in the month of August. And that is that if Republicans do decide to go forward with an impeachment inquiry, which, by the way, the White House is very quick to say, we don't even know if they're going to end up having the evidence for that. And some Republicans privately concede that they don't know specifically what impeachment would actually look like in this avenue. So there are questions certainly about whether it will even happen and what it will look like. But if it does come to pass, there are about 24 staffers, lawyers, and aides who are working out of the White House counsel's office who are ready to fact check and respond to all of this. And they've been going through to try to prepare for this potential situation in the fall. And they do know, and there's a real appreciation that a possible impeachment inquiry could collide with a possible government shutdown. So they're just trying to see this collision course and try to get ahead of it for now. But again, they're not even sure it will definitely happen because they say they would like to see more evidence for what they would bring that to the floor on. Kristen.
Well, that sets us up perfectly for Sahil. Sahil, what does your reporting tell you about how likely these two scenarios are, this potential impeachment inquiry and then, of course, also this potential government shutdown? Both sides seem very far apart. I've been watching your reporting throughout the day. We're not dealing with one issue. We're dealing with several issues here.
That's absolutely right, Kristen. This is going to be a chaotic and deeply uncertain month, the way things are going to unfold over the next few weeks. Yes, there is a possibility of that collision course on September 30th when the government funding deadline comes up. Sometime over the next few weeks, Kevin McCarthy, the Speaker, is going to get asked about whether he does, in fact, want to move forward with an impeachment inquiry. He has suggested that that is all but inevitable. But importantly, McCarthy has also said he will hold a vote. He told the conservative website Breitbart that he's not going to unilaterally move to open that impeachment inquiry. And it's not clear he has the support of 218 members of the House. He doesn't have a whole lot of votes to lose. And then on government funding, I've covered a number of these government funding fights. I've covered every shutdown over the last decade. And usually it's one thing, Kristen, one fight that leads to the shutdown. This time there's so many different fights. It's hard to know how they all get resolved in time. And these fights are being driven once again by the Freedom Caucus. They want to cut spending levels below what was agreed to in a recent two-year budget deal. They want to attach conservative policy provisions on things like immigration that have no real chance of getting through the Democratic-led Senate, much less signed by President Biden. There is a push to defund prosecutors, federal and state, who have secured indictments into former President Trump. And Marjorie Taylor Greene is explicitly connecting the two things by saying she's not going to vote to fund the government unless the House votes to open an impeachment inquiry. So how all of that gets resolved, far from clear. Speaker McCarthy's got a very difficult task ahead of him over the coming weeks.
He certainly does, and you will be covering every twist and turn. We know that. So will Garrett Haake. But Garrett, let me ask you about someone who's watching all of this unfold closely, which is former President Trump. He's also, of course, watching the legal battles unfold. His former chief of staff pleaded not guilty ahead of tomorrow's arraignment. What can you tell us?
Yeah, Kristen, Mark Meadows became one of the last of the 19 co-defendants in the Georgia case to file a waiver saying they will not show up for arraignment tomorrow, but they want to basically turn their homework in remotely and plead not guilty. Now, all of those co-defendants have done so. So a marathon, what had been scheduled to be a marathon day of arraignments tomorrow in Fulton County, appears to be focused more on one new hearing that's going to pop up about a couple of these co-defendants, Kenneth Chesebro and Sidney Powell, both attorneys associated with the Trump campaign, trying to separate their cases from Mr. Trump and the rest of the co-defendants because they want to move quickly while Mr. Trump and the others want to move slowly. I think we should get used to this posture here where we're going to see flurry of paperwork, significant amounts of hearings and additional filings as all of these defendants move to best position themselves ahead of a trial there that will start eventually, Kristen, and will be on camera eventually. But the process of getting there, I think, could be quite time consuming. So buckle up and be ready to try to stay on top of all of those details.
We are buckled up. Garrett, let me give you the final word here. I mean, to what extent is the former president who's clearly emboldened politically by these indictments. How much is he putting his thumb on the scale of what happens on the Hill when you're talking about the impeachment inquiry, something that he has said that McCarthy should move forward with, and when you're talking about this government shutdown?
Yeah, look, in terms of spending, the former president is not especially interested in the finer details of government spending. He wasn't all that interested in it when he was the current president of the United States. That's just not how he operates. But he is interested in the impeachments, plural, both the idea that House Republicans continue to investigate Joe Biden, particularly as relates to Ukraine, which you'll remember, of course, is what he got impeached for the first time, essentially pushing for investigations in that case by Ukraine of then candidate Joe Biden, which led to the first impeachment. And the second thing he's interested in is getting his own impeachments expunged. Remember, we talked a good deal about that before the House and Senate left on recess as something that some of his allies on the Hill were very interested in, that he was very interested in, and that Kevin McCarthy seemed to be interested in. Some of the air has come out of that balloon in recent weeks, but I wouldn't be surprised to see it inflate again now that lawmakers are back in town.
All right, well, we have a lot to watch in the coming weeks. Thank you all for starting us off. Monica, Sahil, and Garrett, appreciate it. And coming up, extremism in America will have the latest fallout as the former leader of the Proud Boys is sentenced for his role in the January 6th insurrection. But first, we're digging deeper into the state of the 2024 race amid new polling that is ringing alarm bells for both parties. The panel's next. You're watching Meet the Press now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Another poll, another sign of Donald Trump's dominance in the 2024 Republican primary. Fresh numbers from CNN have former President Trump polling at 52%, 34 points ahead of his closest competitor, Ron DeSantis. Compare that to his 46-point lead in the Wall Street Journal poll that we showed you. Any way you slice it, bottom line here, Mr. Trump is either leading the field by a lot or by a whole lot. Joining me now is our panel, Politico congressional reporter Daniela Diaz, Democratic strategist Amisha Cross, and Republican strategist Rick Tyler. He's also an NBC political analyst. Thanks to all of you for being here. So, Daniela, let's start with this mess on Capitol Hill. What do you make of it? Does it get resolved, or is the government going to shut down, and are we going to see an impeachment inquiry?
It just depends who has the power right now, right? The Senate seems to be very united. McConnell and Schumer, we just heard from them, moments ago, saying they want to move forward to prevent a government shutdown. So really the player here that we're going to have all eyes on is next week, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy and how he's going to deal with the different factions of his party, who some want cuts to federal spending, some are okay with moving forward with a stopgap bill so that they can fund the government to pass these appropriations bills, prevent a shutdown. And, he really wants to stay speaker. And these conservatives continue to threaten, specifically Chip Roy. He had a Twitter X thread last night, continuing to say he wants to cut spending. So we're going to have to keep an eye on how this all plays out, because McCarthy is walking a very fine line here to please all factions of his party. But, they're not back yet this week. It's the Senate back. So that's who we're hearing from today.
Yeah, right. Kevin, Daniela makes the point that Speaker McCarthy is yet again in the spotlight. His speakership is yet again in the spotlight. Talk about how big of a test this is for him. And do you think that former President Trump is in his ear in this moment?
Probably. Look, McCarthy has to decide whether he wants to be the leader of the party in his House caucus, and more importantly, whether Republicans can prove they can govern. You can't get big tax cuts when you have small margins in the body. It just doesn't work that way. The way you get long-term systemic change is you convince enough of the country to send the people who want that kind of change to Congress. They didn't. It is split. The Congress has a responsibility to govern, and they're not governing. And when did a shutdown ever benefit the Republican Party? Like, ever? Because every time it gets shut down, and no matter whose fault it is, it's always going to be blamed on the Republicans, and it's just going to show people that they're not ready to govern.
Amisha, one thing that we saw earlier this year was that the White House underestimated McCarthy and his ability to actually get his conference to pass legislation. Do you think that the White House runs the risk of doing that again? And I was in the briefing room today, and I asked them, how involved is the president going to be? Do you expect him to get involved in this, given the stakes?
I do, given the stakes and the timeline. Remember, we're, fastly approaching an election year. There's also still the primary states that are out. Looking at Biden's current polling numbers, spoiler alert, they don't look that great. At this point, I think that he is going to get involved. A little bit more of a light hand. I don't think he's going to go and do a press circuit around it, but I do think that he's going to get involved because he quite frankly has to. The stakes are too high for the American public. We know that the interest rates are unattainable for many people. We know that there is going to be another housing crisis in tandem with student loan debt repayment. We know that there are a lot of people who literally can't keep their heads above water. They cannot afford to have a crisis of this. And acknowledging that, to a point you made earlier, there's no win here for Republicans to actually, push forward with a stall of that sort, but the American public would be the ones who are hurt the most. And that blame game is something this White House doesn't want. And quite frankly, I don't think it's something McCarthy wants either.
Daniela, what do you make of that?
Adding to what you just said, you nailed it. But we're already seeing the messaging from Democrats, and of course, Biden being the leader of the Democratic Party, that it is going to be Republicans' fault if there's a shutdown. Schumer has been saying it repeatedly. Hakeem Jeffries has been saying it repeatedly. And that is what we're going to hear from the rank and file, too. They are all united on this, and they all want to make sure the American people know, and that is obviously organized, that if there is a shutdown, it's because of the conservatives in the House.
One of the things that's interesting is that Marjorie Taylor Greene is saying, I'm not going to vote for this if we're not stripping funding for the investigations into former President Trump. I'm not going to support Ukraine funding. I mean, Rick, obviously a lot of this is aimed at energizing the base.
I hope not, but unfortunately it does seem that way. Yeah. Look, I don't like the politics of impeachment without evidence. If there's evidence, then let's look at an investigation. But we don't investigate because we think there might be evidence, and there's been an ongoing investigation, and there is no evidence. Similarly, I don't like the politics of the 14th Amendment. I think those things are very dangerous.
14th Amendment is a way essentially to keep former President Trump from getting on the ballot in certain states.
Because he was proven to be part of an insurrection. Well, Jack Smith didn't feel that way because he didn't charge him with anything related to an insurrection. They didn't do that in Georgia either. He's been charged with conspiracy. Those things are gonna go nowhere. And I think in both cases, they will just strengthen each of the candidates. So.
Amisha, it's such an interesting point because we saw when former President Trump was impeached twice, there's a political upside to that. And the White House is basically banking on, look, if this does happen, which, as you heard Monica say in her reporting at the top of the show, they're not convinced it's going to happen. But if it happens, they're going to be prepared, and they're going to be prepared to try to spin it around. And as Rick says, the politics are very tricky.
Absolutely. Well, the thing about impeachment is typically, and we've seen this with, we saw it with Clinton as well, when impeachment happens, the likelihood of the approval rating going down tremendously for the leader is actually very minimal. We would like to think that these things are really driving the American public. Quite frankly, they don't, not to the manner at which I think those who present them actually believe that they do. And at best, it could actually be a boost. And I think that that's one of the things that is feared here.
Yeah, it was a boost for Clinton, as well as former President Trump, Daniela.
That's true. I do want to add to what you said earlier about McCarthy. McCarthy knows that it's very tricky. He has not yet endorsed Trump. Let's remember that. He
also wants to pass a continuing resolution.
Yes, he wants to pass a CR. He doesn't want to shut it down. He understands what that means politically for his party. He is really struggling right now. And of course, impeachment would start in the House, right? And it would have to be, and McCarthy has already said that if there is a sort of an impeachment effort, it will start in the House and it will be a vote. That is how it started with Democrats, and McCarthy has already said that that's what he plans to do as well. And that's where we don't know. Will it go forward? That we'll wait and see.
How much pressure do you think he's under from Republicans to go forward with this in this conference?
Immense pressure, Kristen. He wants to be speaker. That's all he's wanted. He has it right now. He's had it longer than even some people predicted, even after the debt limit fight. And it's important to note that he's struggling again with the conservatives. He has Marjorie Taylor Greene behind him. That's not a concern. I'm talking more about, the House Freedom Caucus member. She's not part of it anymore. Let's remember those really conservative Republicans, most of them supporting Trump, some of them are not, but still very, very conservative, who are threatening to oust him because of that motion to vacate. Only one member of Congress can vote to motion to vacate the speaker, and he knows that he's dealing with that. So he could obviously continue down this path where he pleases all the factions of his party, and he's done that before. It's just a matter of how is he going to do that this time.
Let's talk about another leader, President Biden, Amisha, who had this very sharp shift in tone yesterday when he was in Philadelphia speaking to union members, talking about the former guy, as he said, quote unquote, who had this office. He took some of his sharpest attacks against former President Trump, frankly, that we've heard from President Biden in quite some time.
Absolutely. And quite frankly, I'm excited about it. I've been waiting for the fighting side of President Joe Biden to come out for a while now. This isn't an election cycle where you can have someone who only talks about the wins or the legislative wins or the policy wins that have been made by the Democratic Party. He is going to have to get in the wrestling match with former President Trump. The impeachments didn't matter. The 90+ felony charges didn't matter. the mugshot didn't matter. He's going to have to call Trump out for who he is, for what he is, and set that contrast. And I think that he's finally reached the point in recognizing that these other things aren't necessarily working, so it's time to make that happen.
And Rick, he doesn't want to get into the legal battles that the former president is facing for a range of different reasons. But as Amisha points out, his messaging on the economy hasn't been breaking through. And here you have polls showing the two are tied. He's tied with former President Trump.
Yeah, which is really kind of scary. What President Biden, I think, is trying to do is what the Republican Party or the other candidates, save for Chris Christie, who's not going to be the nominee in all likelihood, and Asa Hutchinson similarly, is actually run against Donald Trump. And you can do that by pointing out his horrible record as president. Even from a conservative Republican perspective, he has a horrible record as president. What's ironic about the Republican Party is they don't want to take on Donald Trump, but they ought to soon realize that if Donald Trump is the nominee, I believe they will get wiped out up and down the ticket in November. And maybe that's the best thing, because this party needs to be wiped out to be reformed. because this is not a winning. Trump is not their winning ticket, and is not a strategy for a governing majority.
All right, well, we will leave it there. Thank you. Great conversation, Daniela, Amisha, and Rick. Appreciate it. After the break, a political drama deep in the heart of Texas. We're live at the Capitol in Austin, where the impeachment trial of the state's attorney general is now underway as he faces sweeping charges tied to allegations of corruption and abuse of office. You're watching Meet the Press now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Starting Sunday, September 17th on NBC.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Turning now to a once-in-a-century political development. The impeachment trial of a Texas state official, Attorney General Ken Paxton, is underway in Austin, Texas, right now. These are live pictures from the trial of the first witness testifying. As impeachment managers and Paxton's lawyers began opening statements this afternoon, earlier today, Paxton was presented with 16 articles of impeachment that included 7 instances of abuse of office and 2 instances of constitutional bribery. Now, back in May, the Republican-controlled Texas House voted overwhelmingly to issue the articles against Paxton after reports surfaced accusing the Attorney General of abusing his office to help a prominent Texas real estate investor in return for the investor's help covering up Paxton's extramarital affair. Now, Texas senators, 18 Republicans and 12 Democrats, will hear the case and rule on Paxton's future in office. That excludes Paxton's wife, who is a sitting senator but cannot vote on the proceedings. Joining me now to discuss this, NBC News senior reporter Jane Tim, who's following the trial in Austin, Texas. And I'm also joined by Zach Despart, politics reporter for the Texas Tribune. Thank you both for joining me for this really historic day in Texas. Jane, let me start with you and just walk us through what has happened so far. What are your key takeaways from this first day of trial?
The House impeachment managers have just called their first witness in the chamber behind me. When I left the room to come out and talk with you, Kristen, he was going over essentially his conservative bona fides, trying to convince him that the senior staff, which is one of the first witnesses who was called, of Paxton, the ones who reported him to the FBI in 2020 for suspected corruption, are conservatives, not rhinos, which is one of the first questions that they were asked. Now, of course, this all fits into these allegations of corruption that were passed overwhelmingly by the House of Representatives. Now, Republican Rep. Andrew Murr, one of the Republicans in those House impeachment managers, he had this to say in his brief opening statements. Let's take a listen.
The oath of office that we all took to protect the citizens of state and to uphold the laws of this state and this Constitution means something. It isn't just words on paper. It's literally an oath to God. And Mr. Paxton had an obligation not to abuse his office for his own benefit. He betrayed his constituents and the sacred public trust that's been given him.
Murr spoke for less than 20 minutes of the hour of allotted time for the opening statements. He promised that the witness testimony would offer chilling detail on just how slowly the staff of Attorney General Paxton learned about what he called the slow creep of corruption of their former boss.
Jane Tim, thank you for your reporting there from Austin, Texas. We really appreciate it. Zach, let me turn to you now. Let's do a little bit of a deeper dive into these accusations. We're talking about 16 articles of impeachment, more than 4,000 pages of documents detailing these accusations. Break down what the key takeaways are for you, and also this relationship between Paxton and the businessman Nate Paul, if you would.
Sure. Well, as you mentioned, the crux of this impeachment trial is about the relationship between Attorney General Paxton and Nate Paul, a real estate investor here in Austin. Essentially, the House managers are alleging that Paxton repeatedly abused his office to help Mr. Paul, essentially letting Paul use the powers of the Attorney General by influencing an outside counsel that Paxton had hired without telling the rest of his staff, and use that outside lawyer to go after the enemies of Nate Paul, including police who had raided his house, including business rivals, including people he was involved in lawsuits with.
And how were the articles of impeachment presented today? Talk a little bit about the optics of this and what actually stood out to you witnessing this really historic moment there.
Sure. You mentioned that the House overwhelmingly voted to bring these articles of impeachment to the Senate. The House and the Senate are both controlled by Republicans. So really the audience here is the Republican senators in the upper chamber who will ultimately determine whether Paxton is convicted. The drama from this morning is there were a bunch of pretrial motions brought by Paxton's team asking senators to dismiss the case out hand. It would have ended all today. There wouldn't be a trial. Senators said, no, we want to hear the evidence here. At most, Paxton only got 10 of the 30 votes. So there is a sense that Paxton could be in real trouble here because he had so little support among Republicans in the vote so far today.
How extraordinary is that? I mean, nationally, we don't see that, right? We have not seen a break with the leader of the GOP, former President Trump. And yet here you have a very different situation in Texas. Why do you think that is?
I think the House, the volume of evidence that they presented, like you mentioned, they published 4,000 pages of evidence last week. They presented this in several hearings in the spring when they brought the articles of impeachment. What the House is trying to do is say there is so much evidence here that it is not conscionable, it is not politically possible for the Republican senators to ignore this, even though Ken Paxton, like they are, is a Republican.
Really fascinating politics at play there. And one of the other elements that just makes this such a unique circumstance is that his wife is a sitting state senator and also on the witness list. What are you expecting of that? And to what extent do these charges of this extramarital affair play into what's unfolding there at the Capitol?
It is certainly an interesting and also awkward spectacle to have Mrs. Paxton, Senator Paxton, present for the whole trial, even though she is not voting. We expect that there will be significant time spent in detail discussing the affair, not for salacious reasons, but purely because it relates, according to the House managers, so closely as to why Ken Paxton was doing these things for Nate Paul, because Nate Paul, they say, was helping cover up the affair and helping him carry out the affair.
And just finally, what will you be looking for in the days ahead as this trial unfolds?
I mean, we'll be seeing if there's any movement to suggest that the political calculus has changed for those Republican members who will ultimately decide the outcome. So far, they've said they want to hear the evidence. If that's going to be the case the rest of the way, I think Mr. Paxton could be in trouble.
Zach Despart, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Great conversation, great reporting.
Thanks.
And as we say around here, if it's Tuesday, someone's voting somewhere. And today somewhere is Rhode Island and Utah, where both states are holding special House primary elections. Rhode Island's 1st congressional district is voting to replace resigning Democrat David Cicilline. The Democratic primary is crowded and features a lieutenant governor, a former White House aide, and a former state representative. Whoever wins the Democratic primary is likely to take the seat. Similar situation unfolding in Utah, where voters in the 2nd Congressional District are voting to replace retiring Republican Congressman Chris Stewart. The Republican primary could be a signal of Utah voters' feelings toward former President Trump, with a Trump critic and former state legislator facing off against a former Stewart staffer and former Republican National Committee member. The Republican primary winner will be the heavy favorite to win that seat. We will watch both races closely, of course. Coming up next, the former leader of the Proud Boys is being sentenced for his role in the January 6th insurrection. As we speak, we'll have the very latest next. You're watching Meet the Press now.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize you're doing the dishes,
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So,
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. As we speak, a federal judge is sentencing the former chair of the Proud Boys for his role in January 6th. Enrique Tarrio is one of 4 Proud Boys convicted of seditious conspiracy in connection with the attack on the Capitol. Tarrio wasn't actually at the Capitol on the 6th because he'd been arrested days earlier for actions at a pro-Trump rally in Washington. But prosecutors say he still helped orchestrate the attack, describing him as a general, not a soldier. 4 of Tarrio's fellow Proud Boys were sentenced last week. Each of them received at least 10 years in prison. Joining me now to discuss this, NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Dilanian. And with me is Cynthia Miller-Idris, professor at American University and director of its Polarization and Extremism Research and Innovation Lab. She's also author of Hate in the Homeland, The New Global Far Right. Thanks to both of you for being here in person. We appreciate it. Ken, let me start with you. Bring us up to speed with the latest that's happening in court and the significance of the fact that Tarrio wasn't there on January 6th.
That's right. So according to our producer who's in the courthouse, Tarrio has just approached the bench to give a statement, a final appeal before the judge hands down the sentence. Before that, some family members of his talked. But the big picture here is that prosecutors are seeking an extraordinary sentence, 33 years in prison, longer than a lot of people who are convicted of murder get in this country. And Enrique Tarrio didn't kill anybody, but prosecutors would say he tried to murder our democracy that day, he and his fellow Proud Boys, because what they say is that the Proud Boys were instrumental in the January 6th violence, that in particular, individual Proud Boys led the significant breaches of the building that day, broke the window, went through the gates, and that they really came to Washington intent on doing violence to try to keep Donald Trump in power. Now, Tarrio wasn't there, but there were a lot of text messages at the trial showing that he was exhorting his followers from afar, and then afterwards, he said, make no mistake, we did this, and he celebrated the attack.
We are waiting for his sentencing. Any tea leaves into what it might be? And just looking broadly speaking, the sentences so far for the Proud Boys have actually been lighter than what the government has requested.
That's right, and for that reason, I don't think the government's going to get the 33 years they're seeking, because they didn't get the larger sentences for these other Proud Boys you see on your screen. But Tarrio may still get the longest sentence of any January 6th defendant if he gets 19 years or more. The guidelines, federal sentencing guidelines, call for between 27 and 34. So the judge is significantly departing downward for all these defendants. And it's interesting to wonder whether the Justice Department may appeal that ultimately.
What do you make of those lighter sentences?
Well, I think even those lighter sentences are still a pretty big deal. I mean, these guys are losing their livelihoods for a couple of decades almost in some cases. I mean, one of them says what he really wants is to be on his kid's PTA. Well, you've lost that shot. You know, you're losing your chance to be a parent, an active, engaged parent. And I think what we're seeing here is even if those sentences aren't rising to the federal, what they could have been, what the prosecutors wanted, this is a strong signal that these are serious charges. These guys are traitors. They're going in the history books in ways that their families are going to be ashamed of forever. And these are serious and rare charges that they have been found guilty of.
And just zooming out a little bit, what is the current state of these types of groups, the Proud Boys, the Oath Keepers? Have they been weakened in the wake of January 6th and these subsequent trials that we're watching unfold?
Well, we have seen some groups get weakened, and I think it's worth noting that there has been some unraveling in the organized unlawful militia movements and the organized far-right white supremacist movements as well. But the Proud Boys have not really weakened that much. They've just pivoted. They're opportunistic. They've moved to kind of protests at violent protests or protests that carry kind of a whiff of violence at drag story hours, at anti-transgender activism. They're trying to generate mainstream support from other things that they think are of interest to conservative mainstream voters.
What, based on all of your work, do you think that trying to combat these groups in the Justice Department is the way to, and through these charges, is the most effective way to weaken them, or does there need to be a whole of government, whole of society approach, quite frankly?
Well, these groups, first of all, I think it's really important to remember the Proud Boys are a terrorist entity in Canada, in New Zealand, in some of our closest allies. They're really dangerous groups. But groups themselves, individuals who are members of groups, are still the minority of defendants charged with crimes at the Capitol and of political violence and hate-fueled violence in our country more generally. So we have a bigger problem of unaffiliated violent actors, and that has to be combated with prevention that's much more upstream.
And just to put a fine point on it, I mean, we are seeing extremism and violence connected to it increase on the rise.
Absolutely. We have record-breaking anti-Semitism. We have spikes in hate crimes in every category right now. We have over a dozen people arrested recently for threats against election officials. We have political violence heating up, and we're not even at the one-year mark before the election. So what we really need is, in these cases in particular, these people are motivated by disinformation, by misinformation, by belief in conspiracies. We need media literacy, digital literacy, things that can also, in a whole of government way, teach people to reject this propaganda.
Ken, pick up on that point, because I think the professor, Idris Miller, picks up on one of the significant things, which is that we're approaching another election.
That's right.
How concerned is the Justice Department about this type of violence as we approach yet another election? And is it all systems go in terms of trying to combat it and get ahead of it?
Extremely concerned, and not just the Justice Department, all agencies of government, the White House, they're having meetings about this because, as Cynthia said, threats to public officials, to election officials have really skyrocketed. And while this these prosecutions of these Capitol rioters may have sent a deterrent message for that kind of violence. We're still seeing, as you said, the lone wolf problem all across the country, and the FBI and other agencies are on alert to try to stop it.
And finally, Ken, the Justice Department is appealing some of the Oath Keeper sentences. Where do you see that going? How's that going to unfold?
So it's a rare thing, right?
Yeah.
They filed a notice of appeal. They haven't actually appealed yet. They need the Solicitor General's permission to even do that. But they may argue that these sentences just were too light, according to the guidelines, and they may do the same thing in these Oath Keeper sentences, or sorry, Proud Boy sentences, because they're just so intent that this was a different kind of crime. It threatened American democracy. It could have sent things in really dangerous directions the day after January 6th.
Cynthia, let me give you the final point here. How do you think we as a country turn the temperature down on this?
Well, I think, first of all, we all need to remember what some of the values are of an inclusive democracy. And groups like this are anti-democratic, but they're also targeting minorities across the country in a lot of ways. I mean, so people feel terrorized. And I think leaning into some of our shared values and remembering what we stand for as a country is really important. And helping people recognize and reject the kind of propaganda that steers them away from that is critical.
And also the education that you're involved in helping people to have. Thank you so much to both of you. Ken and Cynthia, appreciate it. Great conversation, important conversation. And still to come on the world stage, President Biden prepares to meet with G20 leaders overseas as President Putin prepares to meet with North Korea's Kim Jong-un to broker a weapons deal. We'll have the very latest next. You're watching Meet the Press now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Welcome back. President Biden is set to leave Washington later this week for a major gathering of world leaders at the G20 summit in India. President Xi Jinping is not expected to attend. President Biden told reporters this weekend he's disappointed by Xi's expected absence. It comes amid escalating tensions and reporting by the Wall Street Journal that the U.S. has tracked about 100 incidents of Chinese nationals trying to access American military installations. Additionally, U.S. officials say they're also concerned about China's continued military support for Russia in its war with Ukraine. Moscow, meanwhile, may be seeking military aid from North Korea as well. The White House says Vladimir Putin plans to meet this month with North Korean leader Kim Jong-un. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley joins me. Matt, thanks so much for being here. So let's start with that Wall Street Journal report about Chinese spying. What do you know? What's the very latest there?
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty strange report. And I mean, what it's showing is Chinese nationals who appear to be trying to just
walk on to U.S. bases and in some cases even swim on with scuba gear so they can take photographs. Now, it really does raise a lot of concerns about the integrity of a lot of these U.S. bases, but what it shows is that the Chinese are willing to use these unconventional, untraditional methods, really blunt instruments, just using tons of manpower just to try to get small gains in terms of intelligence. And of course, it makes the mind wonder how many people actually made it through and were able to complete their missions. These 100 people that you mentioned caught in the last couple of years, those are only the people who were actually caught. And none of them faced espionage charges. All of them were faced with minor charges like trespassing. So, the U.S. legal system has a hard time dealing with that. And that's one of the things that the Wall Street Journal article actually brought up, was the fact that, in China, if U.S. intelligence agents were trying to do that in China, they would be charged with espionage and thrown in jail for years and years. And that's not the case here. So they can kind of get away with this.
Really interesting point there, Matt. And obviously, it just adds to these ongoing tensions between the U.S. and China. It was widely anticipated that President Biden would meet with President Xi at the G20 summit. Obviously, that's not going to happen now that President Xi is not going to be there. I asked the National Security Advisor today, when might they meet? And he didn't give us any indication that there was a meeting imminent between these two leaders. So how does his absence complicate this already very fraught, complicated relationship?
Yeah, I mean, Kristen, U.S.-China relations are at a low right now, of course. But, there's a snub here, for sure. Xi hasn't missed a single G20 meeting since he took power back in 2012. So this is definitely, there's something up. It's not that he thinks he's going to be on holiday. But if there is a snub, it's most likely not aimed at Joe Biden. It's probably more likely aimed at India and Narendra Modi, because there's this ongoing border dispute that has often come to blows, literal blows, fistfights in the Himalayan mountains on that border between India and China. So that is most likely what this snub is about. But, as we heard from Joe Biden just today, he said he thinks he is going to be seeing Xi, and it's probably referring to an economic conference of Asian nations in November in San Francisco. So that could be the next step.
Interesting. Well, we will watch for that. Let me ask you about North Korea. We're going to go around the horn here, Matt. As I said at the top, the White House is watching the fact that there are these reports that Kim Jong-un and Putin are planning to meet to discuss arms deals. Again, the National Security Advisor today from the briefing room expressed real concern about that. How likely is it, though, based on your reporting, that North Korea actually agrees to back Russia?
Well, I mean, I think the real question isn't so much whether North Korea will agree, because I think North Korea does have a lot to gain and maybe very little to lose from backing Russia. They get some sort of legitimacy, some sort of place on the world stage. And Russia, it wasn't so long ago that Russia was joining in the UN Security Council in bashing North Korea and pushing for resolutions against Pyongyang. So this is a major shift in the relationship, and Pyongyang might want to take advantage of that. The question really is, does North Korea have any military equipment, any conventional weapons, ammunition that's worth using on a battlefield that really, in eastern Ukraine, we're talking about a battlefield that now, after so much Western weaponry has been shipped to that front line, is now a showcase of really a lot of the most advanced armaments in the world. Yeah. So will North Korean arms tip the balance on that kind of battlefield? It's kind of unclear whether this means anything more than a diplomatic gesture and sort of, pariah states coming in from the cold.
Well, we're about out of time, Matt Bradley, but obviously all of this with pretty significant implications potentially for the war in Ukraine, which is the backdrop to all of this with the U.S. trying to get more aid, both financial and military, to Ukraine. Matt Bradley, thank you so much for your fantastic reporting, as always. Really appreciate it. And thank you for being with us this hour. We are back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. NBC News Now coverage continues with Hallie Jackson right now.
We are coming on the air with new pictures of that escaped killer on the loose in Pennsylvania, walking through some super popular places as tonight police intensify this chaotic manhunt. Schools shut down, the township on edge. We'll take you there live. Also new tonight, the shocking allegations from Alec Murdaugh's lawyers as they accuse the court clerk of tampering with the jury. Why they say it means their client, who's sitting in prison, should get a new trial. Plus, in tonight's original, we'll take you to a child care center now at risk, along with thousands of others, because federal money is drying up. What that could mean for the millions of kids who count on places like that to keep them safe. Then, is the Spanish Women's World Cup winning soccer coach taking the fall for his boss, who gave a star player a kiss she didn't want? Why one of those men is out, one is not, at least not yet, and what we're hearing tonight from fans. And a disturbing moment at the U.S. Open. A fan taken out after a German player accused him of using the most famous Hitler phrase during the game. What we're hearing tonight from the head of the Tennis Association a little later in the show. Hey there, I'm Hallie, and tonight police are now widening their search for an escaped killer in Pennsylvania. The man you're about to see in some of these new pictures, Danilo Cavalcante, spotted twice. This is the shot here on trail cameras at Longwood Gardens overnight. It's a pretty popular local spot, and it looks like he's got more stuff with him. You see that? That backpack, a duffel bag, a sweatshirt. He's accumulating things, it seems. These gardens are about 5 miles from the prison that Cavalcante escaped from, even though police initially thought they'd had him cornered in kind of a smaller area. You see that in the red circle there. Still, officials insist today that they are making progress. Watch.
That pressure that we've been putting on him is working. We squeezed him hard enough over a period of a few days. Obviously, I wish we would have been able to capture him without him getting through that perimeter, but it is also not shocking. It's dark, it's a large area, and not to make excuses. I mean, it's just difficult terrain and things.
Difficult terrain, he says. This chaotic manhunt now stretching into day 6, shutting down 2 schools today, right at the start of the back-to-school season. They're just a couple days into classes. And right as we were coming on the air, we've learned this escape is not the first or even the latest from this prison. According to court documents obtained by NBC News, another man escaped this same prison back in May by climbing a wall and pulling himself onto the roof. That whole thing was apparently captured on surveillance video. Cavalcante is described by police as extremely dangerous. Remember, he's convicted of murdering his ex-girlfriend in front of her kids. Emily Aketa is joining us now from Chester County, Pennsylvania. So we are now seeing these new images, right? The latest look that police have at this escaped killer, essentially, talking about how the perimeter is growing. Give us a sense of what it's like on the ground.
Hey there, Hallie. Well, this is a rapidly developing situation. As you mentioned, the perimeter of the search zone continues to shift and expand as we continue to see new tips and new surveillance images pour in. You might be able to make out the whir of the helicopter above me. It's just one of a whole host of resources that local agencies and police agencies at all levels are continuing to pour in. Take a look. This is the picture of Cavalcante, 120 pounds, 5 feet tall. And in the words of police, they say he has nothing to lose, and that's really elevating the urgency in this search mission. Remember, as you mentioned, he murdered his girlfriend, and he was just sentenced to life a few weeks ago, and now he's been on the run for 6 days. Communities here just absolutely left on edge. Police and agencies sending out reverse 911 calls to tens of thousands of residents here, warning just how dangerous he is. Here's more from residents.
We had a state trooper the whole night on our deck with his gun and everything, and he stayed up all night and walked the perimeter of our backyard.
And Hallie, this is an area I'm very familiar with. I grew up in this area. It is suburbia. We're not far from Philadelphia. We're not far from Wilmington. But there is, as police mentioned, it's difficult terrain, really dense terrain, densely wooded areas, and that complicates the search process for the agencies here.
Emily, you know that area. I know the Longwood Gardens. People, that's very popular for folks who are from in and around Chester, in and around Philly. And it is. It's big, it's expansive, it's wooded, that whole section. At this point, as you have Cavalcante appearing to be collecting more things along the way, more items here, how is it possible that he's been able to dodge police for this long? Is it the terrain? Is it the fact that, as we are learning tonight, there have been at least one other previous escape from the same prison?
Yeah, Hallie, it's a combination of things. You brought up Longwood Gardens. That's actually directly next to where I'm standing, 1,000 acres of botanical gardens, and that's where the latest surveillance images have come in of Cavalcante. And what we learned from them is that he had a number of things he has since accumulated since escaping last week, including a backpack, a duffel bag, a sweatshirt, and that's really a point of concern for police because it shows that he's probably breaking into people's houses, breaking into people's cars. In fact, one man told NBC News that he
believes Cavalcante actually made it into his home. Here's more from police.
You're dealing with someone who's desperate and who doesn't want to be caught. And so if he can find something, some clothing, if he can find some shelter, if he can find some food, he is going to take advantage of whatever he finds. And that's why, again, we pressure him to not allow him the luxury of rest.
And just earlier this year in May, as you mentioned, Hallie, there was another prisoner escape. We've learned from Chester County Prison, about 3 miles from where I'm standing. Documents show that he managed to climb the wall and run across the rooftop. We pressed, how did Cavalcante escape? Did he mirror any similar actions? We don't know that answer. They said that they're focusing all of their attention on bringing him back into custody. Hallie.
Emily Aketa live for us there in Chester County. Emily, thank you very much. To South Carolina now, and some breaking news tonight, because lawyers for convicted murderer Alex Murdaugh say they're optimistic they're going to get a new trial for their client. Why? Because of new allegations they're putting forward accusing a key court employee of jury tampering. I want to show you here Murdaugh's legal team. There they are. They're out there on the steps of the South Carolina Appeals Court, calling out the clerk for, in their words, betraying her oath for money and fame. Listen.
The clerk of court is the person that makes sure the jury gets their food. If they're put up for the night, someplace to stay, their travel accommodations are met. They're not someone that ever should talk to them about the case. I've never had it happen.
So some jurors with these accusations of jury tampering out there seem to be taking that seriously. At least 2 of the members of that jury have hired their own lawyers. Remember, Murdaugh is in prison on 2 life sentences for killing his wife, Maggie, and his son, Paul, in what a lot of folks down south called the double murder trial of the century. Murdaugh repeatedly told the jury over the course of 6 weeks that he's not guilty, that somebody else killed his wife and son. But his defense team never presented evidence about a different suspect. Kathy Park is in Columbia, South Carolina for us. So this new alleged evidence, Kathy, focuses on this court clerk, Rebecca Hill, who Murdaugh's attorneys point out is an elected official. We know that there are some interactions she would have with jurors. That's a part of her job. We should also note she's got a book on her experiences called, we're showing it here, Behind the Doors of Justice here. Murdaugh's attorneys say that that book is why some of the jurors talked about this, right? Spoke out.
Hallie, that is absolutely right. So after the trial wrapped up in March, Alex Murdaugh's legal team said, look, they wanted to go back to figure out exactly what happened in the jury room. And initially, they were met with this so-called zone of silence. No one wanted to share exactly what happened during the trial. That is until that book came out. And according to Murdaugh's attorneys, some of those jurors were upset and they were more forthcoming about what exactly happened behind closed doors. Take a listen.
We were hitting brick walls until her book came out. And then jurors who obviously were not comfortable with how she handled matters were even less comfortable with her going on a book tour and making money off what she did.
And Hallie, we should point out that the court filing is now official. And let me tick through some of the things that Hill is being accused of based on the court documents. Allegedly, she had frequent private conversations with a jury foreperson, asked jurors for their opinions about Murdaugh's guilt or innocence, pressured them to reach a quick verdict, and also invented a story about a Facebook post to remove a juror she believed leaned in favor of the defense. We also asked them during the press conference this afternoon, has any of them reached out to Becky Hill? And apparently they haven't. And we're also waiting for a comment from her as well.
What are the next steps then, Kathy? What's the timeline looking like here?
So right now, since the motion has been filed, the AG has 10 days to respond. So we'll be counting down those days to see when exactly we'll have a hearing in the calendar.
Kathy Park, live for us there in South Carolina. Lots of new moving pieces on that one, Kathy. Thank you. Let me bring in our legal analyst, Danny Savalos. Okay, so Danny, you have experience as a defense attorney, right? Talk about the allegations that Murdaugh's team is leveling here. Do you believe that they hit the bar for a new trial? Is that in the realm of possibility?
It is in the realm of possibility. I mean, the standard is high. You need newly discovered evidence, and this appears to be, at least from what they're saying, something they didn't know about during the trial and arguably couldn't have known about until afterward when they actually can talk to jurors. And it's got to be something that probably would have affected the outcome of a new trial. So I think they're on the way to possibly making that out. I've looked at the case law. They include some of it in their motion. I did some research myself. There aren't a lot of instances where jury tampering allegations come from within the courthouse, from, say, a bailiff or court staff, and certainly not the clerk of courts. Legal aside, I've got a lot of problems with these allegations. I mean, the mere fact that the clerk of court wrote a book. Who's looking for a book by the clerk of court? The clerk of court's role is to basically manage the docket and manage jurors. They're not parties. They're not lawyers. They're not witnesses. They're not someone who should have inside information. And the very idea that someone would write a book as the clerk of court implies to me that they see their role as more than just being the clerk of court.
Danny Cevallos, let's see how this one goes. As Kathy laid out, about a week and a half until we find out the next steps here, potentially. Appreciate it, Danny. So listen, the lines at Burning Man are finally starting to clear up tonight as thousands of people make that exodus from the sloppy, mucky mud field that the festival became because of all that rain. Look at how crazy the lines were when people started to leave. Think about it, 8 hours to get about 6 miles. Have you ever been in that kind of gridlock? That is serious traffic here. A lot of people did not even stay for the literal burning of the man, the effigy, of course. That's like the whole thing that the festival's named after, Burning Man. This is it here. Liz Croats is just outside Black Rock City, Nevada for us. Here's more.
We're at the main entrance in and out of Burning Man, and you can see the long line of cars here, bumper to bumper, making their way out, the so-called exodus here. Less than 24 hours ago, this road, parts of it were covered in mud, but now you can see things have dried up, and now it's just the long haul out of here, and it is a long end to what has been a really trying few days for a lot of the attendees at Burning Man after torrential rain caused the desert sand here to turn into sticky, wet mud, people having to hike out for miles to get out. But for those who did wait it out and are just making their way into civilization, they tell us that they are very relieved to be going home. You know, Burning Man definitely attracts the type of people that want to live off the grid, but this whole ordeal has certainly put even the most self-reliant to the test. Back to you.
Liz Croats with that reporting there. I want to get to the heat now because September is not getting the memo that this is the unofficial end of summer because across the country, 70 million of us are sweating it out under heat alerts from Texas to the upper Midwest into the Northeast. The heat is not actually normal like this for this time of year, right? Summer, it's supposed to be hot. After Labor Day, it's not really supposed to be this hot. Look at this, just outside D.C. here. Dulles already broke a record today at that airport, 98 degrees. Look at Michigan there, Traverse City, 93 degrees. More than 80 records are possible by the end of the day, meaning this could not just be a record-breaking day, it could be an 80 record-breaking day. It's so hot that some schools around Detroit have closed already. Other schools in New Jersey and Philly had to leave school early. They ended classes because some of these places don't have the right AC, Bill Cairns. You know this, our meteorologist here. Where is it the most intense, and when will people get some relief?
It's the most dangerous for the places they can't prepare for it. And that's obviously all the schools and the teachers. I mean, there's so many teachers that have, just those window ACs trying to, cool off a whole classroom. Yeah. I remember as a kid growing up in the Northeast, your arms are sticking to the desk and it's just, you're gross and it's horrible. And, they don't want the kids to have to go through that, especially, they've been through a lot in the last couple of years. So a lot of schools they're letting them go home early or they're just canceling altogether. Just don't want the kids. And it's about all the sports practices too after school. I mean, 75 million people. It's high school football season in the South, and it's 100 degrees in many areas today. And, you have to get those practices early in the morning if you can or after sunset in some cases. So let's see who the hottest is right now. And Dallas, you're up there. You and Del Rio, 102 degrees once again. Your incredibly hot summer and dry continues. Houston was 100. They've cooled off a little bit with that breeze coming off the hot, humid Gulf of Mexico. D.C. still at 97. Raleigh's at 96. And so, unfortunately, we're going to do this again tomorrow. Now, Baltimore could hit 100 and break records all the way up here in northern New England. And there's a lot of schools that don't have air conditioning in northern New England. I can tell you that. 90 tomorrow in New Hampshire. Syracuse at 93. A few spots to the south. It'll gradually cool off this weekend, but, we still have to get through this week.
Does the cool off have any impact, or is it caused at all by the storm system that's out in the Atlantic swirling around that we've just found out has now been upgraded to a tropical storm?
No, there's going to be there's one cold front that's going to come to the East Coast this weekend, and then there's another cold front after that one. And we're counting on that second cold front for keeping Tropical Storm Lee off the East Coast. But we'll have more on that in the coming days. That's still about 8 to 10 days from now. So the Hurricane Center did just call this Tropical Storm Lee. We are going to talk about Lee on end for at least the next 10 days, maybe 14 days. And here's why. The Hurricane Center, notice this, in 5 days from now, has this as a strong Category 4 hurricane. So that gets everyone's attention. They're like, we don't want to deal with that. We don't want to mess with it. Let's keep it out over the ocean. We call those fish storms. The only thing that they heard is the shipping routes, but they can go around it. We want this to continue like this. But for our friends in the Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico, you're going to be staring at this in the next couple of days. And after this, it does look like it'll take more of a turn to the north. As of now, Hallie, it favors between Bermuda and the East Coast. So, again, we're not expecting a direct hit at this point, but we got a long ways to go to watch this one.
Sure do. Bill Cairns, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Just in the last couple of hours at the White House, we're seeing President Biden taking off his mask to award the Medal of Honor to a Vietnam Army helicopter pilot just after the First Lady tested positive for COVID. You're watching the moment here. The 81-year-old veteran, a hero, credited with saving the lives of 4 other soldiers. The president himself tested negative for COVID earlier today. You can see him, of course, unmasked while pinning that medal. All of it ahead of a totally jam-packed schedule for him. He's heading overseas pretty soon, with concerns now that he could potentially get sick or maybe spread COVID while he's out of the country, given, obviously, what's happening with his wife. The U.S. right now is dealing with this kind of late summer, early fall surge of COVID. The latest data showing hospitalizations up something like 20% in the most recent weeks we have, the middle of August there. Remember, those numbers were like 10 times that back in January of last year. We are not in peak COVID times, but it is peeking its head back out now. NBC's Monica Alba is covering this for us from the White House. We've also got Dr. Natalie Azar, a medical contributor, with us as well. Mon, let me start with you here. It was, I think, interesting to see the dynamics of the president's public event at the White House late this afternoon here after his wife's positive test. Give us a sense from the sources that I know you're talking to behind the scenes, how, if at all, this changes some of the calculus for the president, who's going to be in touch with a lot of different leaders, advisors, aides in the days to come.
Exactly. And in this window of a potential exposure, Hallie, and that's the major question, because he's set to leave on Thursday for India to take place in the G20 summit there in New Delhi for a couple of days. And then he's actually heading to Hanoi, Vietnam, to continue that and then travel back to the U.S. So we're talking about the days here, and that's notable because the First Lady tested positive yesterday. We know the president has tested negative twice since then, but they were together for all of the weekend. They traveled down to Florida together to take in some of the damage from the hurricane. The First Lady was traveling all of last week on her own to do a sort of series of back-to-school kickoff events. And so we know that they have been together, obviously, in those last couple of days. And so that is why you saw the president wearing a mask today. And the White House says he's going to wear a mask when he's indoors around others, again, because we're in that window of a couple of days where it's possible that he could still test positive. We just won't know for some time. So the White House says he's going to continue to test, and they're going to continue to see if he has any symptoms. So far, they say he has none. And here's a little more from the White House press secretary on some of the precautions they're taking.
As far as the steps he is taking, since the president was with the First Lady yesterday, he will be masking while indoors and around people. The president will remove his mask when sufficiently distanced from others indoors and while outside as well.
Now, the First Lady is experiencing only minor symptoms. She will isolate in Delaware for the remainder of the week, and we're told we'll continue to get updates on her situation. Remember, last summer, both the president and First Lady did have COVID separately. They both took Paxlovid. They both rebounded after that, which is fairly common. So we've asked whether she's going to be taking that again this time, which sometimes helps to reduce the severity of any kind of symptoms associated with COVID. Hallie.
Monica Alba, thank you very much. Dr. Azar, let me turn to you now because we've talked about the incidences of COVID that have happened sort of late this summer here. Now you have, obviously, this incredibly high-profile case, the First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden. How should we be thinking about the data here? Because it only tells us that more people are in the hospital, not necessarily that more people are testing positive. How are you looking at this, and how should we be?
I think we need to be looking at this as that we shouldn't be surprised that this is happening. We have seen an ebb and a flow, not so much a confirmed seasonality to COVID yet, because we still can't predict exactly when we're going to have surges, but we've had winter surges and we've had summer surges. People have been traveling and congregating, and we have new variants that are probably a little bit more easily transmitted, so none of this should surprise any of us. And I just think it's important, Hallie, to keep into context that if you have a low number of hospitalizations to begin with, then a higher number than an already low number is still a low number. And I think we've done a pretty good job of communicating to the public that this isn't a cause for major alarm. But again, if you're an average, not elderly, not immunocompromised person, you run the risk of feeling pretty crappy for a couple of days. You run the risk of potentially developing long COVID. The people who are in the hospital, and sadly the people who are dying, are in those categories of the more vulnerable that we've talked about from the beginning. COVID was never in the rearview mirror, Hallie. We need to be looking forward to this, knowing we have a vaccine coming, knowing that we have an antiviral that works.
Dr. Natalie Azar, thank you very much for that context, that perspective, as always. Let's take you to the Capitol now, because we are just hearing from the Senate's top Republican, Mitch McConnell. He is back here in Washington after his second freeze-up in just the last 5 weeks. Remember that moment when he was taking questions, paused for 20, 30 seconds? He's not saying too much about his health tonight. Listen.
One particular moment of my time back home has received its fair share of attention in the press over the past week. But I assure you, August was a busy and productive month for me and my staff back in the Commonwealth.
That is, of course, an allusion to what happened while he was back home on recess. Even as a Capitol Hill doctor says today, there are no signs that Senator McConnell had a seizure disorder or had a stroke after either that episode or the one before it earlier this summer. A lot of eyes on the senator, of course, and look at this, a live look at the Senate floor as Congress comes back for what's already shaping up to be a September full of potential chaos and certainly lots of work. I want to bring in Garrett Haake on Capitol Hill, who's bracing for it, too. So, Garrett, interesting that Senator McConnell alluded to what happened here. I think by any measure, a objectively newsworthy event, right? He is the Senate's top Republican. He's one of the most powerful Republicans in the country. His doctor is now coming out and saying no sign of stroke, no sign of seizure. Has he been asked about it yet since he's been back? I know he doesn't take questions in the hallways often. It's not totally unheard of. Give us a sense of what you're hearing.
Yeah, Hallie, Mitch McConnell's long, slow walk from his office just off the Senate floor onto the floor today was one of the most attended things I've experienced as a reporter up here on Capitol Hill. He was lined on both sides by reporters and photographers trying to ask him those questions and to take photos and take stock of how he was doing and how he was moving as he returns to the Capitol today. He had no words about his health. That bite you played, the allusion to what had happened over the break, was the closest he's come to addressing this. But he will be asked tomorrow. He has a weekly news conference. He knows he's going to take questions about this. After the last incident, he was prepared with a quip, with a joke. He kind of made a joke about President Biden and the idea of getting sandbagged or tripping. I don't know if that's going to fly this time, but that tends to be how his office likes to handle these things. Now, I will say one difference between the last episode and this second episode is the speedy nature by which McConnell and the doctor here, in this case, the attending physician of the U.S. Capitol, put out not one but two statements about his health. First, saying that he was cleared to return to duty. Then the second statement, which you referenced, kind of ticking through various kind of scary things that he could be afflicted with, saying it's not this, or this, and that he's had all these available tests. I can tell you he also told another senator on the floor that he's basically been subjected to any kind of test he can get to determine whether this is anything more serious than the lingering effects of his March concussion, which at least for now, based on the publicly available information, appears to be the case.
It's not as though Senator McConnell is coming back to a September that is going to be all chill vibes all the time, right? It is going to be, frankly, kind of bananas, especially with this government shutdown deadline coming up at the end of the month. McConnell would be instrumental in any of those negotiations on the GOP side.
Yeah, that's right. McConnell is going to be a critical player. And after this short week with just the Senate back in town, we really hit the gas next week when the House gets back. There's very little time left before the end of the month, which is when the government would shut down if the 12 appropriations bills that make up the government funding package that has to be done every year aren't passed. And Hallie, right now, 0 of them have been passed through both chambers. McConnell's interesting on this because you could basically put McConnell with every lawmaker in the Capitol who's not in the kind of core MAGA group. He is, in this case, allied with Democrats on 2 key priorities. One, making sure there is money for Ukraine in a package that gets passed, supplemental money to help the Ukrainians in their war effort. He wants to see that get done. And he also has wanted to see this be done through regular order, to see those bills get passed. On the Senate side, they have been getting passed in a bipartisan way out of committees, some of them unanimously out of committees. That doesn't usually happen. Having the top Republican on the Senate side say, the way we're doing it over here on this side is better than what House Republicans are doing on that side, could matter when we kind of get into the nitty-gritty of how an eventual deal gets struck, whether for a short-term extension of funding or eventually, hopefully, getting the government funded again for a full year at some point. How we get between there and here over the next couple of weeks is going to be messy.
Garrett Haake doing the messy work of covering all of it. Garrett, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Coming up, you know about the Hollywood writers' strike, right? But there's another big shutdown that may happen in a matter of days. Why it could mean the price of a new car could get a lot more expensive. Plus, a couple new studies suggest maybe there's a way to identify autism years in advance by looking in a kid's eyes. That's coming up in our 5 Things.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies. Yes. That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hundreds of flights are delayed all across the country tonight, but it's not because of weather. What United Airlines is blaming, coming up in our 5 things. But first, there's just about 10 more days for the big 3 car makers and the big auto workers union to try to get to a deal to avoid a strike that, if it happens, could have a major impact on pretty much everybody. It's because you could see more than 100,000 workers walk out, shutting down production lines for new cars and car parts. The Auto Workers Union wants more money, about 50%. They want a 32-hour work week for 40 hours of pay. And they want more pension benefits, basically, the restoration of what they had before. President Biden, right, this has gotten to the level where the president's talking about this. He says he's not worried. He doesn't actually think we're going to get to the point of a strike. That's not exactly what experts in the industry think. They think that actually a strike seems more likely than not. The question is just how big it's going to be. Is the UAW going to walk out on Ford, GM, and Stellantis? 2 of them, just one. Tom Costello is joining us now. We've talked a lot about this potential strike on the show, Tom, and here we are with the clock ticking, that deadline getting closer. How are you handicapped?
10 days away until 146,000 potentially walk off the job. And most experts I talk to think it's going to happen. Yeah. And industry experts think, the insiders think it's going to happen as well. And what does this mean for you and for me? It means that if you and I wanted to go buy an American-made car, the big 3, there's a pretty good chance that in the coming weeks and months, if this goes forward, prices are going to go up, and there's going to be fewer options for us. And then there's also the possibility, as you suggested, that we're going to have to pay more for the car parts to get our cars serviced. So all of that because we're talking about the big 3. They don't call them the big 3 for nothing, right? This is a big deal.
A big deal, especially when you look at where car prices are now. There's only, I think, 1 new car that you can get that's like under 20 grand. I mean, things are expensive. It's expensive to go driving here. We know that there have been, there's this sort of labor movement that's happening now. Look what's happening in Hollywood here, too. What kind of leverage does the United Auto Workers union have?
Most analysts think they have a lot of leverage. Now, they may be playing a little bit over their skis here because a 46% pay hike is what they're asking for. I mean, most experts say that's highly unlikely, and even the union president says this is very audacious. Yeah, I would say it is audacious.
They're starting high because they know they're going to come down.
Well, sure. Now, they want 46% more money, and they want to work a 32-hour week but get paid for 40. You and I would take that deal, right? That's not a bad gig. Listen, you're right. That's a negotiating tactic. But here's the thing. Right now, unions have leverage, in part because we have so few workers out there. As a result of that, not enough workers. And listen, the unions know the companies have high demand for their vehicles right now. There's a lot of people who want vehicles. They're paying top dollar. If they want to roll them off the assembly line, they're going to get sold. But what if the assembly line shuts down because there aren't enough workers? What are you going to do?
Yeah.
So, yeah, they're right. The unions right now may have the upper hand.
That's the leverage point that they've got there. Yep. Tom Costello, thanks. We'll look for more of your reporting tonight over on Nightly News with Lester
I'll be there.
Holt, 6:30 Eastern. See you there, friend. Appreciate it.
All right.
Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, hundreds of United flights are still delayed as we speak because of a ground stop all across the country today. Why? Well, United's blaming this system-wide computer problem. They fixed it. The ground stop only lasted not even an hour. But the airline's trying to figure out what happened because obviously it's a big inconvenience for passengers and for crew. Number 2, we're learning more about the 2 people arrested for messing up part of the Great Wall of China. The construction workers are accused of widening a gap that was already there. Local police say this man and woman created a shortcut to try to get an excavator to a work site nearby, running it basically through the wall. The newly damaged portion of the wall had been one of the few remaining complete sections of it. Number 3, federal judges have just struck down a new Alabama congressional map that they say dilutes minority votes. The panel says the legislature defied a Supreme Court ruling saying the state must have more than 1 majority black voting district. Now, a special master is being appointed to redraw the map. Alabama Republicans are expected to appeal. Number 4, a new tool could help researchers identify autism in kids as young as 16 months old. Here's how it works. There's this device, this sort of special device that tracks the eyes of a patient as they watch a video of other kids. Most toddlers focused on how the kids interacted, but the kids who were diagnosed with autism looked at other spots in the video. The study says this device can give results within 30 minutes. Number 5, the Australian government has just rescued one of its researchers in Antarctica after he got really sick. An icebreaker ship traveled more than 1,800 miles to try to get up to this base. That then launched 2 choppers to complete the final leg of that journey. The man's expected to arrive back in Australia next week for medical help. when we come back. Check out this wild video out of Wisconsin. Why officials say a pier with dozens of students on it collapsed. Oof, so scary. Plus, pretty historic trial happening right now in Texas, right? Republicans there are trying to impeach one of their own.
Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Right now in Texas, the impeachment trial of one of the most high-profile attorneys general in the country is kicking off in a rare case that has Republicans taking on one of their own in a very red state. You are taking a live look here at the Texas Senate chamber. That's where the Attorney General, Ken Paxton, is pleading not guilty to all 20 articles of impeachment he's facing. Accusations of corruption, abusing public trust, lying on official records, et cetera, et cetera. You see that long list here. The state Senate is going to decide whether or not to kick him out of office. Paxton denies doing anything wrong. He says he's going to fight. I want to bring in Jane Tim, who's outside the Texas state capitol in Austin. What is so interesting is Ken Paxton is a Republican. The Texas State House, the Texas legislature, Republican. But it's the Texas House that overwhelmingly voted to impeach him here. I mean, this is a rare move inside the GOP. Why is it happening?
You know, it's incredibly political here, but it seems that Ken Paxton's troubles, which Texans have known about for a long time, he was indicted on securities fraud. His own staff reported him to the FBI in 2020. It appears that the sorry, there's a lot of noise happening here, but it appears that the settlement that he agreed to settle with his own whistleblowers, his staff that had sued him back in 2020 for retaliation, that $3.3 million settlement, it appears that was the last straw for House Republicans. It remains to be seen where Senate Republicans will stand. We do know that Senate Republicans had a chance to stop this trial in its tracks today with motions to dismiss the articles of impeachment, but 12 Republicans joined with the Democrats to vote against that earlier today. These articles of impeachment allege a long list, you saw it on the screen, of corruption, abuse of public trust, misuse of funds that are very serious to many of the Republicans here.
He's got a huge national profile, too. I mean, a lot of people know Ken Paxton, at least in political circles. Where does this go next? Like, what are the steps that would have to be taken here in order for him to be removed from office?
So to be removed, he needs 2/3 of the Senate, 31 senators. That's 21 senators. For those doing the math at home that need to vote there, only 30 senators are allowed to vote because Senator Angela Paxton is Attorney General Paxton's wife. She will not be voting. She has been recused. So a number of Republicans need to agree with all of the Democrats who we presume are going to vote for impeachment to remove Paxton from office. And then the question, of course, would be, do they also bar him from running again? Or can he run again in that special election that would be called if he is removed?
Jane Tim live for us there in Austin, watching all of it. Jane, it's going to be fascinating to see over the course of the next couple of weeks. Appreciate it. NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day. And because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going on in their regions in a segment we call The Local. Out of our Southern Bureau, an incredibly difficult weekend in Georgia. 5 teenagers dead after a car they were riding in went over a wall and landed on the highway on I-85 near Atlanta. Police say the car dropped something like 50 feet from a ramp early yesterday morning. 2 other cars were involved and 3 other people were taken to the hospital. They're still trying to figure out why the crash happened in the first place. Out of our Midwestern Bureau, some scary moments at a welcome back event for students at the University of Wisconsin. So you see these kids hanging out at a pier. It then collapses into the lake. 70 people were on this thing, no lifeguards. Fortunately, nobody was seriously hurt. A few people were treated for minor injuries, but obviously everybody's pretty glad that it wasn't worse. And staying in the Midwest, Chicago's river taxis making their weekday comeback today after a 3-year water break. These commuter trips got docked at the start of the pandemic, but they started going on weekends again back in 2021. Now they're going to run during rush hour every Tuesday through Thursday for $6 per trip. Does that beat your commute? I don't know. Coming up, childcare, you know it. It is already expensive. It is already kind of hard to find, but experts say it could get even worse soon. We'll tell you why in tonight's Original. Plus, somebody just got fired in the Spanish soccer world after that forced kiss at the Women's World Cup, but it's not the guy at the center of that scandal. We're going to explain next.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
So tonight's Original with in-depth reporting on a topic we've been watching. And tonight it's a crisis getting closer and closer that could leave millions of kids and their working caregivers without any child care. That's because at the end of this month, federal money approved during the pandemic for child care is running out. We visited one child care center about the hard decisions it'll have to make when that money dries up. Here's Rahima Ellis with more.
It's story time in Miss Mary's class at Growing Seeds Child Development Center in Norwalk, Connecticut.
The title of the book says, Max Goes to School. Where does Max go? To
This is Mila. She's 4 years old. And one thing's for sure, she's happy here.
I love my school and I love my teacher because my teacher teaches me how to learn stuff. I learned flamingos and volcanoes.
See you later, alligator.
Her mom's a teacher here too.
It's kind of hard to find quality childcare. So I feel like it's important to have like a school like this, you know, for all the children to have an opportunity to learn and basically grow.
But the schools worry it may need to downsize. That's because billions of dollars in pandemic-era federal funding for childcare is set to expire at the end of the month. Across the country, 3.2 million kids could lose their childcare, with 70,000 programs expected to close.
Definitely we won't be okay.
That's Stephanie Croswell, the director of Growing Seeds. She's running through scenarios for when the funding dries up.
It could be saying there will be a room or two that could close based on the funding that we don't receive. That means you could have 20 or 30 children that will not be attending preschool anymore.
And there's a ripple effect. With some kids not in school, working parents might need to change or leave their jobs. Researchers estimate they could lose $9 billion in earnings every year. Experts say it's exposed what are really long-standing problems.
The child care system has really never been adequately funded or resourced. What happened during the pandemic was that it really made clear that this system was fragmented and really insufficient.
On average, child care can cost anywhere from about $5,000 to more than $15,000, according to government data. And yet, child care workers have historically made less than the national average. As of May 2022, they only made about $14 an hour. It's leading some child care workers to leave the industry.
I feel our child care life is on the line right now. Staffing not really wanting to stay or go look for something else because they can get higher pay and more benefits.
And those who stay say they need more support.
Sometimes we go out and purchase things for our classroom out of our own pockets. It shouldn't have to be like that. We should be getting, you know, the funding to provide the supplies for new toys, new books, new, you know, furniture, stuff like that.
For kids like Mila who just want to learn.
Very good. Rahima Ellis is joining us now. And Rahima, it's incredible to see these kids and how much they're getting out of programs like these and these centers. We know that there's a lot at stake. What is the solve, right? Is there any relief in sight?
First answer, and the short answer is no. Congress is trying to do something, but that's going nowhere right now. Some states are making an effort, but that's some individual states. And as you point out, a lot is at stake. For decades, research has indicated that child care, they say, is a linchpin of our economy. And here's one of the quick reasons why. Almost 50-some-odd% of American households are headed by women with children under 18. Of course, all of them are not of preschool age. But preschool is enormously important because if women aren't working, they're not earning. If they're not earning, they're not spending. And not spending means there's an effect on the economy. And how many of their children also, just in terms of children being ready to be good citizens and effective members of society, get this. Children from low-income families are read to only 25 hours before they enter kindergarten versus 1,000 hours for children from middle and upper-income families. Who do you think is going to be ready for kindergarten, ready to learn, and ready to be productive citizens? It matters, experts say.
Rahima Ellis sure does. Thank you so much for that important reporting. Appreciate it. Still to come, the latest reaction tonight from the head of the U.S. Tennis Association after a fan was thrown out during a match. We're getting into what happened next.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Let's talk soccer shakeups in Spain, because that country's women's soccer coach is out only weeks after they won the World Cup. A new coach is in charge, and she is looking to make some changes here. All of it, just some of the latest fallout after the Spanish Soccer Federation president kissed a player on the mouth. Now, let me be crystal clear here. The person who got fired is Jorge Vilda. That's the man you see here. The person who did not get fired, right? Luis Rubiales. He's the guy who gave that unwanted kiss to player Jenni Hermoso. He says it was consensual. Hermoso says that at no time did she consent. That's why we're not actually showing you that moment. Just today, the Soccer Federation's interim president put out a statement apologizing to the soccer community, acknowledging the damage caused by Rubiales' kiss. Rubiales is suspended 90 days per FIFA. And the Federation statement announcing the coach, Vilda's firing, calls the move, and I'm quoting here, one of the first renovation measures, which maybe leaves a door open to more down the road. I want to bring in Matt Bradley here. Help us understand this. If it is Rubiales who kissed the player who did not want the kiss, why is somebody else, the coach, fired here?
Yeah, well, the Spanish Federation, didn't actually give a reason for firing Vilda, and it kind of leaves open a lot of questions. But it looks as though we can take them at their word that they're trying to, as they said, sort of remake the team, change the culture. And we have to go back a little further from before that kiss and before the World Cup to back in September of last year, and that's when there was a massive, actually, sort of insurrection among dozens of Women's World Cup players, the national team, against Vilda. Not against Rubiales. They basically refused to play unless changes were made. They said at the time that they weren't intending to have Vilda fired. But, it looks as though the Spanish Federation has been looking for a way to get rid of this man for quite a long time. They want to calm a lot of these tensions down. And like you said, he's probably not going to be the last if they're looking to try to change the entire culture within the football squad there.
Yeah, a bit of an interesting tea leaf to be read. Talk to us about the new coach now, right? She is the first woman to coach Spain's women's team. What do we know about her?
Montse Tomé, well, she's a former midfielder, and she was part of Vilda's coaching staff. And, it looks as though she has a lot of familiarity with the locker room, with the players, and she's going to be leading the team to some UEFA women's qualifying matches later this month against the likes of Sweden and some other really challenging teams. So she'll be able to show, whether or not she's got the stuff to lead the team. But as one of the very few female coaches on a female team, she could be leading, amidst all of this controversy, a lot of changes with other teams. I mean, we could start to see this sensibility sort of spread, as we've seen in the past, with a lot of women's teams wondering, why do we have men coaching us when men's teams don't have female coaches?
Yeah, I mean, fair. Look at the numbers there. Pretty stark, if you will. Matt Bradley, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Let's talk about tennis now, because tonight we're getting some new reaction from the head of the Tennis Association in this country about bad behavior off the court at the U.S. Open when a fan was thrown out from a match after a German player accused him of shouting what some call a famous Hitler phrase at him. Listen.
He just said the most famous Hitler phrase there is. He just said the most famous Hitler phrase there is in this world. It's unacceptable. This is unbelievable.
So could you hear that? He's saying that's unacceptable. That's unacceptable. You see the umpire turns around in his chair. He goes to the crowd. He's pointing. He wants to know who said it. Who did it? Watch.
Put your hand up. Who said that? Who said that? Who said that? Okay. We're going to get him out.
Yeah, you see the people around him just straight up calling him out, pointing him out. Security comes in, takes him out of the stands. There's then this reminder for fans to be respectful of the players. Here's what Zverev, the player, had to say about what happened.
She started singing the anthem of Hitler that was back in the day. It was Deutschland über alles, and it was a bit too much. I love when fans are loud, I love when fans are emotional, but I think, me being German and not really proud of that history, it's not really a great thing to do.
Noah Pransky is joining us now. This is one of those sports, tennis, right, where fans are reminded to be quiet, like before a serve, so players can concentrate. It's kind of like golf. There are moments when you are supposed to keep your mouth shut. What else do we know about what the Tennis Association is saying tonight, what happened, and what the sort of longer-term impact is of this?
Well, look, heckling is not unheard of in tennis. In fact, there's kind of like an unwritten code. Zverev says this fan had been kind of going on from the beginning of the matches. But as long as you don't shout during a match play and you don't shout slurs, they kind of allow it. This clearly crossed the line. And I spoke to the CEO of the U.S. Tennis Association today about the handling of it. And he said he was very pleased with how efficient and how quickly they got that fan out. Here's what he said.
It's unfortunate that it happened. That stuff shouldn't happen. When you have nearly 1 million fans, there may be some that, for whatever reason, do some acts that you regret, you wish weren't the case. At the same time, you had 24,000 fans in the building that were there supporting the athlete.
They have nearly 1 million fans over the 3-week course of this tournament, and the CEO says that he's very happy that incidents like these are very remote. And typically, we're not just ejecting fans, but when it comes to security and other issues around these grounds, he says the issues are few and far between. Allie?
Well, you're getting to a point here, Noah, that speaks to the context of this. We don't cover every day fans getting tossed out of the U.S. Open because it doesn't happen every day, right? I mean, it is still rare.
Yeah, look, I mean, the price point of this event means that the people who are coming here are probably experienced tennis goers. And also, if you're going to spend hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands, on a ticket, you don't want to go out like that. But clearly, most of the fans here not only respected the rules, but they cheered when they got this.